Chapter 1. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick Residence. Sierra Carter woke to the smell of fresh bacon and coffee. She lay on her side and enjoyed the aroma for a moment before memories of the day before returned with a vengeance. The shooting, the death, the man at the window who wasn't there a moment later. Blood in the snow, the cold air on her skin as she looked down at the man she'd shot, writhing in the snow as he died. She closed her eyes and groaned. Whatever dream she'd woken from must have been about breakfast, because the lingering smell of bacon still called to her. It wasn't fair. The world was falling apart all around them, and chaos reigned in the streets. She'd been in a near riot at the grocery store. Her brother was missing in the Caribbean, and she was in charge of her niece and nephew, 100 miles from her own home. "Oh, I really wanted coffee," she groaned, pulling the pillow over her head. "Then go get some." "It's pretty good, Jack," her nephew said in a tired voice. "I don't even drink coffee because I thought it was bitter, but Mr. Kendrick says he cooks it the cowboy way, whatever that is. He was right, though. It wasn't bitter at all." Sierra sat up, blinking in the dim light that filtered in through blankets tacked up against the windows the night before. The Kendricks' living room had been transformed into a passable copy of the one they'd abandoned at her brother's house next door. She pulled herself out of the bundle of blankets she'd burrowed under when her watch had ended last night and stretched. Sierra looked around, taking in the strange decor, unfamiliar pictures, and the ridiculously modernist fireplace on the far side of the room. The furniture was all floral pattern, and it didn't look particularly comfortable, but her niece Hadley snored softly on the couch, one pale arm dangling out from under the covers. "What time is it?" Sierra asked, yawning. "I don't know," Jack replied as he opened his mouth in a jaw-cracking yawn of his own. "All I know is it's my turn for some sleep. Wake me at lunch, will you?" he asked as he took Sierra's place on the makeshift pallet she'd just vacated. He flipped the covers over his shoulder and rolled away to face the wall, then fell silent. Sierra sniffed the air, and the strong scent of fresh bacon was still there. "It wasn't a dream," she murmured. "No, it's not. Now go eat and let me sleep," Jack muttered, his voice muffled by the sleeping bag. "Sorry," Sierra whispered as she tiptoed her way through the disaster area of a living room. Blankets, towels, extra jackets, pillows, and a couple of extra sleeping bags littered the floor where they'd spent the night. Sierra tripped and stumbled, but finally made it out of the room, peeling back a heavy blanket that was nailed unceremoniously to the wall above the entranceway. The smells and sounds of a country breakfast hit her like a sledgehammer as she stepped into the cold foyer. The scrape of a spatula on a cast-iron skillet, an old-fashioned percolator bubbling with fresh coffee, the scent and sizzle of bacon frying. "What is happening?" Sierra breathed when she staggered into the kitchen, rubbing her arms against the cold air in the hallway. "You're awake. Lovely. I've made breakfast. Come on in and sit down," Ruth Kendrick said. She had a kind, matronly manner, a little thick around the middle, but plenty agile enough to run an efficient kitchen. She gestured for Sierra to take a seat at the simple wooden table where Mr. Kendrick sipped coffee, then turned back to her pot-bellied stove and the sizzling black skillet. Sierra blinked and sat down as Bill Kendrick raised his coffee mug in salute and smiled. "Good morning," he said cheerfully. "I'm sorry, everything's a little upside down right now," Sierra said. "Here," Bill said and poured her a cup of coffee. "This ought to help." He slid the mug across the table to her. "It'll wake you up, cowboy style." "It's not bad," Aaron said, sitting next to Kendrick. An empty plate and a full mug sat in front of her. "Cowboy style?" Sierra asked as she sniffed the steaming dark liquid. "That's what Jack said." "Aye, it's not tea, but it'll do in a pinch," Aaron said with a grin. "Guaranteed to wake you up and get you going without the bitterness of those tutti-frutti so-called coffees you can buy in town for $10 a cup. My husband fancies himself a real rugged outdoorsman, but he hasn't been camping since before you were born," Ruth said over her shoulder as she scraped at the eggs and bacon in the frying pan. Sierra shrugged and took a sip. Then her eyes opened wide and she smiled. "This is good," she said. "This is better," Ruth said as she put a plate of eggs, crisp bacon, and a couple of slices of toast on the table in front of Sierra. "Fixins are over there, help yourself," she said, waving a dish towel at salt, pepper, Tabasco sauce, and ketchup. "I've got plenty more bacon. We need to eat through what's in the fridge anyway. We've got a generator, but I don't want to run it," Bill explained. "Not till things get really bad." You mean they can get worse? Sierra asked as she picked up a fork and dug into the eggs. Sesh, Bill said, one finger over his mouth as he waved his other hand at Sierra. Don't say that. What? Sierra asked around a mouthful of eggs. She snapped a piece of bacon in her mouth, then looked at Ruth. This is delicious, by the way. Thank you, and don't talk with your mouth full, Ruth replied with a wink. She started humming a nameless tune and cracked open a few more eggs. That Jack is a bottomless pit, but I think I'm going to make 3 eggs for Hadley. That girl needs to put some meat on her bones. Sierra took another bite of eggs, followed by a chunk of toast, buttered and polished it off with coffee. She sat back in her seat, chewing another piece of bacon, and looked at the bountiful plate in front of her. This can't be real. I'm still dreaming, aren't I? Seems that way? Does it not? Aaron said, mimicking Sierra's pose, peering at her over the rim of her mug of coffee. Bill sighed and put his mug on the table, then wrapped both hands around it and looked at Sierra. I wish you were. Oh no, William Kendrick. You're not starting that doom and gloom talk so early? Nothing is going to change in the next 30 minutes. Let the poor girl eat. Not only did they let Sierra eat in peace, but they also let Hadley wake up and eat as well. By then, Jack had reluctantly woken at all the noise and come back to the kitchen. He helped himself to second breakfast and a round of ribbing from the others, but smiled nonetheless. There, Bill said as he stood from the table, refilled coffee mug in hand. Now that we've all gorged ourselves and eaten half the supplies in the house, I suppose it's time to take you on a tour? Oh, that's not necessary, Sierra demurred, dabbing at her mouth with a napkin. At some point, we need to go home. Nonsense. The windows over there are all shot up and that front door isn't good for anything, Bill said with a dismissive wave. You'll go back, he said with a nod. Don't get me wrong, we can't feed you all forever, but you won't have to leave before we get those windows repaired and that door replaced. It's just not safe. Not to mention far too cold, Ruth interjected, smiling at Hadley. The poor girl will turn into a popsicle.
Right, Bill said with a smile for his wife. Okay, everybody, grab your coffee and let me show you around. I'll stay here if you don't mind. I need to clean up, Ruth announced. I'll help you, Aaron volunteered. I've had enough to do with basements. Thanks very much, she added. Whatever are you talking about? Ruth asked as she carried plates to the sink. Aaron looked at Sierra for help. She was kidnapped when the lights went out.
A man lured her into his house for safety and tied her up too well. She was in the basement before she escaped. How awful, Ruth cried, then enveloped Aaron in a bear hug. No, you're not going to help me. You sit down right here and have some coffee. I want you to relax. You were going to show us the house? Jack prompted Bill, who was watching the interaction between the Irish girl and his wife. Oh, yes. Follow me, he said, and led them down the hall toward a bedroom, in a similar layout to the Carter's house, but on the opposite side of the hallway. Here's my man cave, although I guess now it's a command center. He pushed open the door with one hand and allowed Sierra to lean in. Jack looked over her shoulder and whistled. That's a lot of hardware, Mr. Kendrick. Call me Bill, son? Here, come take a look. Kendrick walked in, pride in his smile as he explained the layout of the on-time office. Over here, I have all the reference books we'll ever need, he said, pointing to a bookshelf straining under the weight of preparedness manuals. I keep my supplies in the back corner, he said, gesturing at a double stack of 18-gallon plastic totes housed in a homemade wooden shelving system. This workbench over here is my humble gunsmith shop. I know it's not much, he apologized as he waved a hand at the well-used bench and its smithing tools. I always planned to build a proper shop for all this stuff, but we never got around to it. His face fell as he looked at the battered, stained workbench. Now I suppose we'll never do it. I see where Dad got the idea for his office, Jack said. It looks a lot like this, only he doesn't have the gunsmith table, Hadley pointed out. But he does have a bunch of books just like that, Sierra added with a smile as she pointed at the bookshelf. Well, I'm glad to see he's been paying attention, Bill said, his smile returning. Now, over here is my ham radio rig. I didn't know you were into ham radio, Jack said, staring at the dials and buttons and microphones. Not many people do, Kendrick said. Your dad's the only one in the neighborhood I cared to tell. Why? Asked Jack. Just because I know a lot of stuff doesn't mean I want to show a lot of stuff, Kendrick explained. But you don't have an antenna. Don't these radios need big antennas? Hadley asked. I use a wire up in the attic that gets me connections to the local repeater, It's stretched around all the rafters and comes down between the walls. "There's a port behind the desk there," he said, pointing at the wall behind the radio gear. "I'm hoping you'll help me set up my emergency antenna, Jack," he said with raised eyebrows. "I've got it in the backyard. It's attached to one of the trees out back, so we can run the wire up the tree and no one will know it's there. Even have a lightning rod out there." "That's pretty sneaky," Jack said with a grin. "I like it." "I don't," Kendrick admitted. "I'd much rather have a big dedicated tower, but Ruth thinks they're ugly. So when I showed her, I could run it up in the tree and no one would ever see it." She finally relented. Kendrick said with a chuckle, "That's the way it's going to stay," Ruth called from the kitchen over the clattering of pots and pans. Kendrick led them out of the office and toward the basement, Hadley in his wake asking a stream of questions about the radio gear. "What kind of range do you get? Have you ever talked to anybody on the other side of the world? Do you know any foreign languages? Do you have to have a license?" "As a matter of fact, I do have a license," Kendrick said, cutting her off as they rounded the corner. "And I have talked to people all around the world." Sierra put her hand on Jack's arm. "How well do you know Bill?" she hissed. "They pretty much lived here my entire life," Jack said with a shrug as he watched Hadley follow Kendrick around the corner down the hall. "I trust them both. Why?" "He seems to have a lot of survivalist gear, more than your dad." "Sounds like he was the one who was teaching Dad this stuff," Jack said. "And they preferred the term prepper, not survivalist." "I know," Sierra said, "but I just can't shake this feeling that there's something Bill isn't telling us." "Well, if he's smart, he's not showing us everything," Jack said. "That's what Dad told us in the binder, remember? Operational security?" "Yeah, I remember the section on OPSEC," Sierra admitted. "But Bill seems to have taken this a step further than your dad, maybe 3 steps further. Plus, if he's following the same rules to keep quiet, why show us all this stuff?" "Because we're all on the same team," Jack countered. "Besides, anybody that I'm going to rely on to save my life needs to know everything right," Kendrick asked as he poked his head in the hallway. "You two coming, or what? Wait till you see the basement." "He's so proud of that thing," Ruth clucked from the kitchen. Sierra's face burned with embarrassment, but she smiled anyway. "I'm sorry. I'm a little new to all this," she said, gesturing at Kendrick's office. "I'm still getting used to the idea that my brother has a lot of this stuff." "He doesn't have a radio, though," Jack said helpfully, then edged past Sierra out into the hallway. "I know," Kendrick said with a wink. "I was trying to convince him to get a modest one. He said he was going to work on Willow, but I think he was just intimidated by it all. Willow seems like a nice girl. She's likely much more receptive to all this stuff than Ruth," Kendrick said behind his hand. "I heard that," Ruth snapped from the kitchen. Kendrick winced comically and pulled Sierra out into the hallway. "Come on, the basement is the best part. I never get to show anybody this stuff, but now that all of our lives are on the line together, it's kind of exciting." "Exciting is hardly the word I would use," Sierra muttered as Kendrick bounded ahead and led them all down the stairs to the basement. "Behold the Prepper Palace!" he called, switching on a flashlight. He cleared his throat when his audience didn't react. "I know it doesn't look like much in the dark, but trust me, we could survive a nuclear war down here if we had to." "It, looks like a basement," Sierra said as Kendrick swung the flashlight around. Bare concrete walls wrapped around a relatively small open area. A few metal shelving racks lined the walls and held an assortment of cardboard boxes and plastic totes boxes labeled with such things as winter coats, grandkids' toys, baby clothes, and the like. In one corner, a pile of boxes labeled Xmas lights leaned against a large trash bag-wrapped object. "Pay no attention to that Christmas tree," Kendrick said, moving the flashlight away. "We were going to pitch it because some of the lights don't work, but Ruth wanted me to try to fix it." "Don't think I'll need to now," he added. "Looks like our basement," Jack muttered. "That's the point," Kendrick said, raising a finger. He stepped around Jack and moved over to the wall that housed a wooden bookcase filled with canned foods and glass mason jars. "Ruth does some preserving, so we keep it all down here," he explained. "But I designed this basement to be a fallout shelter back in the 80s. Kendrick walked up to the wooden bookcase and reached in among the jars, flicking a hidden pressure switch with a soft click. He gave a smile for his audience, then used one arm to push the bookcase to the side, on hidden wheels, buried deep inside the base. The entire bookcase slid silently to the right, about the width of a door. A solid steel fire door was revealed, complete with a heavy-duty reinforced glass plate window about the size of a fist. It's got a built-in biometric keypad, digital lock, and a physical lock. Kendrick crowed as he stepped back to allow them to look at the jumble of equipment where the handle would normally be. One way or another, Ruth and I can always get in. He reached under his shirt and pulled out a thin chain, holding a single key like a necklace, then tucked it back under his shirt. Key, handprint, or code, we can get in. He quickly placed his hand over the sensor. The system beeped, and a heavy bolt unlocked from the inside with a clang. "Wait, how do you have power in there?" Sierra asked as he opened the door, revealing a well-lit and well-stocked bunker. Metal shelving, like the units in the main part of the basement, lined the long right-hand side of the room. Absolutely packed with canned goods, buckets of dehydrated food, and jars of preserves. Cases of water stacked up near the back wall reached to Sierra's waist, and a deep utility sink was positioned in the corner under a system of hoses and pipes that hung down from the ceiling. Hockey puck-style LED lights embedded in the ceiling illuminated the room in a bright, warm light that simulated daylight, while the left wall contained a pair of bunk beds, a gun rack, empty, Sierra note, and a desk with a computer and a smaller ham radio set up than the one upstairs. To the immediate left of the door was a comfortable chair and a small bookcase stocked with a selection of reference books and fiction books. To the right of the door was a TV and another comfortable-looking chair. The walls were decorated with maps, family pictures, and one flat panel that was simply black. "Is that a window?" Hadley asked. "Oh, no," Kendrick said. "Right now, we're somewhere behind the house under the backyard, dear. That's a digital painting." "Watch," he said, then tapped a couple key on the keyboard. The screen came to life, and Van Gogh's Starry Night appeared. "Whoa, that's kind of hard to tell. It's not canvas," Sierra said, leaning forward to get a better look. "I know," Kendrick gushed. "They make these things ridiculously good nowadays. It wasn't even that expensive. We can cycle through family photos or whatever we want, actually," he said, tapping a few more keys. Starry Night disappeared, replaced with the picture of a smiling, drooling baby. "Our first grandson," Kendrick explained. He smiled sadly. "This is about 10 years ago. Where does he live?" Sierra asked. Kendrick looked down at the desk. "Our daughter's family lives in Colorado, just outside of Denver," he said. "We haven't heard from them since. Well, I'm sure they're okay. Denver is in the middle of the country," began Sierra. "I know," Kendrick said quickly. "It's not like they were on the coasts where the seaports were getting attacked, but," Kendrick said, his words dying in his throat. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up," he added, by way of an apology. "It's okay," Sierra said, looking at the screen here. Kendrick said, tapping a key, and his grandson disappeared, replaced with a view of a deciduous forest blanketed in snow. In the far distance, light reflected in a bright twinkle off a frozen lake. "That's pretty," Sierra said with a smile. "That's our backyard," Jack said, leaning into the screen. "That's the corner of the fence. Look," he said, pointing. "Good eye, son," Kendrick said. "Yeah, I've got a camera mounted on the same tree the emergency antenna is attached to. Here," he added, moving the mouse on the desk. The view shifted in silence and panned around until they could see both houses from behind. A thin trickle of smoke drifted lazily from the chimney over the Kendrick house on the left, while the Carter house looked abandoned. "Oh my goodness," Sierra said, frowning. "The broken patio door looks terrible," she added, as a slight gust of wind caused the curtains to billow out through the gaping hole. "Forget that." "Look at the dead guy," Hadley replied, pointing at the dark, lumpy shape in the snow opposite the back patio. The image wasn't good enough to display details like the splatter of blood that had coated the snow when Sierra shot the intruder the night before, though. Sierra frowned. "We can't leave him there," she whispered. "I was thinking about that," Kendrick said, as he switched off the camera feed and the screen turned black once more. "Wait, how are you powering all this?" Hadley asked. "You said you had a generator, but you didn't want to run it much." "Very perceptive, young lady." "You're going to have to watch this one," Kendrick said to Sierra. "We have plenty of batteries to run this bunker 24/7, he explained to Hadley. "But in the winter, it's a little more challenging to keep them charged. What with the lack of sunlight and all," he explained as he ushered everyone out of the bunker and switched off the lights behind them. He clicked on the flashlight again and shined it on the floor so they could see where they were going. "Just stand over there for a second while I close up." "You have solar panels?" Jack asked. I haven't noticed. Yeah, they're mounted on the south side of the roof, Kendrick said, then closed the heavy steel door with a thud, waited for the lock to engage, and pulled the bookcase back into place. It rolled in silence once more, settled into its spot, and clicked as it locked into place. Kendrick dusted his hands and put them on his hips, smiling. You wouldn't be able to see them unless you were in the woods or standing in the backyard. We did that on purpose. This is awesome, Hadley said. Thank you, he said, beaming. Well, there you go, the grand tour of the place. If anything happens, there's plenty of space down there for all of us. It's really impressive, Mr. Kendrick, Jack said. Jack, call me Bill, please, Kendrick insisted as he showed everyone toward the stairs. Now, come on, we need to decide what we're going to do with those bodies out there and how we're going to dispose of them. We can't bury them, Hadley said. I bet the ground is way too hard. I think you're right, it normally doesn't freeze this early, but with all the snow we've had in the last week, the ground is probably like concrete out there. Well, if we can't bury them, we're certainly not going to put them in the garage or something until spring, Sierra said as she mounted the steps toward the main level. Not only is that not practical, said Kendrick, making sure everyone found the stairs. Once the weather starts to turn warmer, the ground stays frozen for a couple more weeks. Those bodies are going to start to get ripe well before we can dig graves, Kendrick said. Plus, it's kind of unfair that they tried to hurt us, made us shoot them in the first place, then expect us to dig graves for them, so I think we should burn them. Burn them? Jack asked. Like a funeral pyre? Well, maybe not so grand, admitted Kendrick. They did try to break in and hurt us, though. No, I was thinking more like a brush pile. They emerged from the staircase and he shut the basement door behind them, then turned faced them all in the hallway next to the kitchen. I know, it seemed kind of rough. Seems medieval to me, Jack said. Kendrick nodded. Agreed, but we don't have a lot of options. If we let those bodies stay out there, not only is it going to attract predators from the woods, which I assure you we do not want, they'll probably cause problems with any other people that show up. Who's going to want to come help us if they walk up here and find a couple bodies frozen in the snow out there? Maybe a couple looter sickles will make people think twice about coming this way, asked Jack. Or it might encourage them to just burn our houses down with us in them, Sierra replied. Kendrick pointed at her and nodded. That's what I was thinking. The only way to get rid of that threat is to remove the bodies. And without a cold storage other than outside, the only way we're going to keep those bodies from rotting and either making us sick or drawing wolves and coyotes and vultures is to burn them, as far as I can tell. It seems. I don't know barbaric, Sierra said. I'm sticking with medieval, Jack said. What do you think the chances are we'll need, like swords or something, before this is over? Let's not put the cart before the horse, Kendrick said with a placating gesture. Burning may sound brutal, but I still think it's the best option. What's Ruth think about that? Sierra asked. Kendrick shrugged. I haven't really talked to her about it, but my Ruthie is a practical girl. Sierra turned and headed toward the kitchen. Well, we all agreed to take votes on big decisions like that. Would you mind if we took a vote? Well, the guys are on your property, Kendrick said. Be my guest. But you took out the one in the street, Jack replied. Fair enough. Let's all go get a hot drink and take a vote, Kendrick suggested, rubbing his hands together as he waddled toward the kitchen. Sierra held Jack back again as Hadley followed Kendrick. First, he's got this nuclear fallout shelter. Now we're burning bodies, Sierra whispered. You heard him. The fallout shelter was from the 80s. Wasn't that back when the Russians were like going to kill us all with nuclear missiles and dinosaurs roamed the earth? You were alive back then? What do you think? Jack asked. Sierra scoffed. Come on, I'm trying to be serious. You don't think this is a little much? Sierra, look around. Everything's gone crazy, Jack said. I think burning those bodies is probably about the sanest thing that we've heard in the last couple of days. What else are we going to do with them? I know, Sierra sighed, but she wrung her hands in frustration and exhaled. Come on, before they start wondering where we went, Jack said. He headed back into the kitchen, calling out for some more cowboy coffee. Sierra frowned, crossed her arms, and stared at a small framed picture on the wall. A much younger version of Bill Kendrick, dressed in camouflage with the same hunting rifle he'd used to take down a looter in the street the night before, posed next to an impressive deer in the woods. An older man, possibly his father, knelt next to him, his face beaming with pride. Maybe it's not such a bad thing he's well prepared. And Wyatt trusted him, Sierra mumbled to herself. Sierra, You want some more coffee? We have a little left," Kendrick called down the hall from the kitchen. "Yes, please," Sierra answered. She turned and walked toward everyone else. "The picture on the wall back there, Bill, is that you and your father on a hunting trip?" she asked as she took a cup of coffee and entered the kitchen. "Oh, that? Yeah. Boy, is that a story. Here we go," Ruth said from the sink with a long-suffering smile. Chapter 2. South of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Annie Kolb Nature Center. Wyatt Carter held his wife's hand as they walked away from the deserted beach where the Coast Guard had deposited them. A long pier stretched out into the water north of their landing point, but it appeared deserted except for a few die-hard fishermen. Mangroves reached their branches over both sides of the two-lane road, the only way onto the mainland from the beach on its sheltered little barrier island. Birds chirped in the bushes, insects buzzed, and water lapped at the roots of the mangroves. The air was warm and muggy, but not yet summer warm. It was November, after all. Despite that, Wyatt's tattered, blood-stained Hawaiian shirt was damp with sweat before they had gone 100 yards. "You don't look like you're limping all that much, Willow," his wife of 19 years said as she held his hand and watched his gait. A stray bullet had grazed his calf during the fighting aboard the Emperor of the Seas, and while jumping into the ocean hadn't helped it feel any better, the ship's medic had cleaned and bandaged the wound aboard the USCGC Robert Yeard. "I don't want to limp," he said. "You don't have to prove to me that you're a tough guy, sweetie," Willow said as she playfully bumped his shoulder with hers. "It's not that," Wyatt said with a laugh. "I just don't want to get out of rhythm walking. With a limp will cause all kinds of problems, if you do it long enough. We've got a long walk ahead of us if we want to go get the car longer if we don't." "I still don't think it's a good idea," Willow said, as they continued their stroll through the mangroves. Wyatt looked to the left, to the south, for any sign of civilization, but only saw the unending wall of mangrove trees and, in the sky, the smoke from Miami's funeral pyre. This far north, it was just a blue-gray smudge in the blue, but they'd seen it up close in person, and the toxic smoke was nothing to scoff at. "I don't like the smoke either," Willow said, following his gaze. "It creeps me out to think that it's full of radiation." "We've got a long road ahead of us," Wyatt muttered. "You heard what Commander Ocala said?" Willow replied, tightening her grip on Wyatt's hand. "The better part of Miami is a dead zone, whether it's from the nuclear bomb on the cruise ship or rioting and everything else," she argued. "Going back through Miami to the car would be it," she said, casting about for a word. "It'd be suicide. We don't know that. Not for sure," Wyatt insisted stubbornly. "I suppose you're right," Willow said, watching the mangroves as they walked. "But we also don't know that it's not worse. Look at what we've already been through on the cruise ship." "All that smoke down there," she said, gesturing at the smudge on the southern horizon. "Wyatt, when there's that much smoke, there has to be a lot of fires. I get it, Wills, I really do. But I'm telling you, without that car, it's not like we even have all that much stuff," Willow argued. "Well, we don't have anything really," she said. "We have the backpacks that the Coast Guard gave us," Wyatt said. "Yeah, and that's it." "Wyatt, all our luggage, everything we brought, it was all on the ship. It's all gone." "You're right," Wyatt muttered. "I keep thinking about our regular cars and all the gear I had stashed away." "I agree," Willow said quickly. "Having your truck right about now would be a godsend. Even your car," Wyatt added. "What about my car?" "I've squirreled away a few things in the back, underneath the floor panel that covers the spare tire." "Wait, what?" Willow asked with a laugh as they walked along the empty road. "Oh, sure," Wyatt said with a lopsided grin. "There's a knife and some road flares, not to mention the contents of a small get-home bag all spread out in the little nooks and crannies, 'cause the bag wouldn't fit when it was packed," he explained. "I know you've got a big backpack in your truck, but you put all that stuff in my car, too." "Not nearly all," Wyatt said with a reassuring smile. "Just the essentials, a space blanket, a poncho, some Band-Aids in case you get blisters, and a spare pair of socks." "I knew I was missing some socks," Willow cried. "I'm happy that you thought to put those things in my car, but I really wish you would have told me. I could have given you some old socks." "I knew you would have done that," Wyatt said. "That's why I took the new ones. If you had an accident or were stuck miles from home, I didn't want you to have to put old socks on already blistered feet. These were for an emergency, Willow. I wanted you to have stuff you could rely on, not things that would make your situation worse." She squeezed his hand in response, and they walked in silence for a while, listening to the birds, watching the mangroves slide by as they maintained a steady, normal walking pace. "Speaking of walking, I don't know how much distance we'll be able to cover wearing flip-flops, Willow said.
Just another reason to go back to the car?
Wyatt began. Willow shook her head. How far north did the Coast Guard bring us? We're what, 10 miles away from the car? I think about that. Yeah, Wyatt said. I looked at the map Ocala had on the table. We're really going to walk 10 miles in the wrong direction through a war zone just to wade through a nuclear fallout zone, all to find a rental car that may or may not even be there. She let go of his hand and adjusted her hair tie, keeping her shoulder-length hair from flopping in her face. What happens if we finally make it there and the stupid car is gone, or it's been smashed up or burned in a fire? Wyatt was quiet for a long moment while they walked, their flip-flops slapping the asphalt road. Then we have to find another car, I guess, Wyatt admitted. The writing on the wall was clear, and it was clear as day. Willow was adamantly against walking back through North Miami to get to the car. Exactly, she said in a gentle but firm voice he last heard used on his kids. But then we'll be stuck 10 or 15 miles even further south from home, Wyatt. We have to put everything into getting to the kids. Anything that distracts us from that is a waste of time. God knows what's already happened up there, she complained, looking north through the mangroves while she walked. Wyatt took her hand in both of his and looked into her eyes as he pulled her to a stop. Willow, there is nothing that I want to do more than get you home safe to our kids. Then she began. But I trust Jack. I trust Hadley. I trust Sierra. Well, mostly. She's kind of on the hippie side of things, but she's smart, and my parents didn't raise fools, he added quickly at Willow's raised eyebrow. She smiled and kissed him. I know that, honey, and I trust them all, too. It's the people around them I don't trust. You mean the Kendricks? Wyatt asked. No, of course not. I mean the people we don't know, the people in Mukwonago. Who knows what anyone's going to do? We don't even know what's really going on out there, Commander Ocala, Wyatt began. I know, Willow said, holding up her other hand to stop him. She gave us some details about Miami and vague notions about attacks in California, but, Wyatt, we still really don't know what's happening back home. We don't know what's going on in Milwaukee. We don't even know what's going on in Chicago. Hopefully Chicago is far enough away that it won't impact us or the kids, Wyatt said. I know, but still. We need to know what's going on. We need more information, babe. Right there with you, Wyatt agreed. We also need to not backtrack, Willow said softly. I'm telling you, we've got to head north. We've got to forget about the car and just get going. They heard the traffic jam before they saw it. Distant horns honking became louder and louder the further west they traveled on the road to the mainland. Eventually, individual shouts echoed through the mangroves, and every now and then they spotted glimpses of sunlight reflecting off metal as cars moved. Having walked almost 2 miles from the beach, they passed a wooden sign brown with white letters that proclaimed them to be in the Ann Cold Nature Center. The road came to a T intersection and went left and right, heading south and north respectively. The crossroad, a sign said that it was U.S. Highway 1 was completely jammed with cars. To the right, a car and a truck had collided head-on and blocked the road north. Several people had already tried driving on the shoulder to get around the accident, and deep tire tracks gouged the soft, loamy soil on the shoulders. A few had succeeded, but someone driving a Prius had gone a little too far off the road and gotten stuck in between the mangroves on the right and the accident blocking the road on the left. On the opposite side of the road, the metal barrier had been mangled as a pair of trucks smashed their way through, knocking down some of the dense tropical foliage in the process. But even then, a person driving a big SUV had been overconfident and gotten stuck in muck and sand up to the floorboards of their expensive vehicle. Shops and homes lined the street in either direction. Dozens of people milled about taking pictures with cell phones. Some rode bikes, others walked. But everyone seemed to be on the move somewhere, making a mess of the snarled traffic. Well, Wyatt sighed, looking at the mess. Looks like we're not going to find a car heading north. At least not on this road. The way south looks much better, Willow said, leaning around him to see to the left. The road cut through the mangroves and provided a clear sight line south where the pall of smoke hung in the air, darkening as it touched the horizon. That's a lot of smoke. Wyatt glanced south and sighed. And a lot of people. There's no way we can walk all the way to Miami for the rental car. Besides them, we'd have to fight all this traffic heading back north, he said with a wave of his arm at the line of traffic. We'll never make it. Looks like everybody in Miami's on this road, Willow observed. Horns honked incessantly like the cries of angry metal geese, and more than one driver stood next to their car yelling at someone they perceived to be blocking their path. "Is it me?" Wyatt muttered. "Or does it feel like this is going to turn ugly pretty quick?" "I think you're right. Let's get out of here," Willow said, pulling on Wyatt as she urged them north. "Here, you walk on the outside," he said, shifting position so that as they walked along the shoulder to the north, Willow was closer to the mangroves than to the angry, jumbled mess of cars and drivers. Several other people got the same idea and switched off their cars, grabbed backpacks, purses, or garbage bags of things, and started walking. "Hey," someone yelled. "You can't just leave your stupid car, not like it's going anywhere," was the laconic reply. Wyatt turned and looked over his shoulder as they walked. An older man in a bright shirt was arguing with a younger Hispanic man busy unloading his car for a long hike. The argument spiraled with shouted insults, and a dozen people chimed in, either supporting those who had left their cars or blaming them for making the traffic situation worse. When the sound of broken glass reached Wyatt's ears, he didn't even bother to look over his shoulder but pulled Willow forward. "Let's go," he muttered under his breath. "Wyatt, that man back there just took a baseball bat to that woman's windshield," Willow reported, breathless and wide-eyed. A woman's scream rent the air, and a split second later a gunshot rang out. Wyatt ducked, pulling Willow down. "Go, just go," he said, trying to keep beneath the windows of the car next to them. "I don't think they're shooting at us," Willow said as she tried to keep hold of her backpack. "I don't care, we need to get out of here." More people shouted and screamed, and more than one engine revved, producing more shattered glass and crumpled steel. Wyatt risked a glance over his shoulder. The simple traffic accident had been compounded by at least 3 other vehicles smashing into others as their drivers panicked and tried to escape the deepening mess. "Oh, this is not good," Willow said. "You're telling me? Keep moving," Wyatt ordered as he pulled her forward. Finally reaching the original accident, they worked their way off the road onto the shoulder, squelching through mud and sand-filled tire tracks as they squeezed past the stuck Prius. The driver, a bespectacled man with his hands still gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles, stared at them as they moved some mangrove branches out of the way and walked around the front of the small car. Willow waved slightly, and Wyatt offered a tight smile, but the man only blinked and didn't reply. "What's wrong with him?" Willow whispered as they stepped away from the steaming car and schlepped through more mud back up to the road. "I think he's in shock," Wyatt said softly, stomping his feet to remove dark mud from his toes. "This is gross. I don't know, it's kind of like getting a mud bath at the spa," Willow replied with a lopsided grin as she struggled up onto the road again. "Well, this isn't my idea of fun," Wyatt countered as they started walking down the road again, their wet, muddy flip-flops slapping with every step on the hot asphalt. At least now the traffic has lightened up. Willow said brightly. "Yeah, I'll give you that," Wyatt agreed, looking around. "The only traffic on this side of the road is people from the southbound lanes turning around," Wyatt observed as he stepped aside to let a car making just such a maneuver roll past them. The driver waved in thanks and sped down the road heading north. "Maybe we should try to hitch a ride with somebody?" he asked as a second car approached the accident, pulled out of the line of southbound cars, crossed the median with a scrape of metal on concrete, and headed north. The driver, staring straight ahead and leaning toward the steering wheel, didn't even see Wyatt and Willow, kicked up gravel in their wake and sped north toward Fort Lauderdale. "It's worth a shot," Willow said. "I don't really want to get into a car with a stranger," Wyatt hedged. "Well, I'd sure rather be in a car with a stranger than walking as we get closer to that," Willow said, pointing at the Fort Lauderdale skyline in the distance. Thick plumes of black smoke rose from the north side of the city and flattened out in the blue sky above the coastal metropolis. Wyatt paused, letting his injured leg rest as he stared at the smoke. "Commander Ocala was right. Fort Lauderdale is heading in the same way as Miami." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the long line of cars heading south at a snail's pace. "Maybe we'll have better luck if I stick out my thumb," Wyatt asked, eyeing the cars. "Might have better luck if I put my leg out," Willow replied with an impish grin. Wyatt gave her a look. "Let's try the thumb first." "Oh, you're no fun!" Willow laughed as she playfully slapped him on the chest. She stepped around him so she was closer to the traffic and stuck out her thumb. Another car pulled out of the southbound line, made the axle-popping transition over the median, then turned north and sped up toward them. Willow stuck out her arm a little further and smiled at the driver as she walked backward. The car slowed, and the passenger window rolled down. "Oh, it worked," she cried. They both leaned over to peer in, and an unshaven young man smiled back at them. "Where you headed?" "He called north," Willow said. "Way north," she added with a grin. "Well, I guess I am too. Hop in. I'll give you a lift as far as you're going," he said, and then hit the button to unlock the door. "Thanks, much appreciated," Wyatt said, as he moved to open the rear door for Willow. "Hey, no offense, bud, but I was only talking about her," the driver said, nodding at Willow. "She's my wife," Wyatt replied in an even tone. "We're kind of a package deal." "Never mind," the young man said with a sigh and a dismissive wave. He hit the gas and kicked up dust along the side of the road as he sped off. "Hey, watch it!" Wyatt yelled and jumped back just in time to avoid having his toes crunched. He then threw his hands in the air as the young man sped away. "Did you see that? Did you hear that?" Willow asked with a wide smile. "He only wanted to pick me up." "Of course he only wanted you," Wyatt replied, brushing road dust from his arms and chest. "This was such a bad idea," he grumbled, shaking his head. They continued walking, and Willow took his hand in hers again. "Come on, let's try one more time," she said. "Really?" Wyatt asked in a tired voice. "This is kind of fun," Willow said, sticking out her thumb again. "I haven't done something like this since I was in college." She stepped onto the road, waved her hand, and kept her thumb out, walking backward as she whistled at one of the cars. Wyatt sighed. This is going to be a long walk. Chapter 3. Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Kendrick residence. Once everyone had gathered around the table, Bill Kendrick cleared his throat. "We've all had something to eat, and we've all had at least a little sleep," he said with a nod of acknowledgement toward Jack, "and we've all got something hot to drink. As the oldest person here, I feel it's my duty to bring up the elephant in the room." The two bodies outside?" Hadley asked. "I'd say that's more of a hippopotamus than an elephant," Jack countered, rubbing his eyes over a steaming cup of Kendrick's cowboy coffee. "I'm not talking about the bodies. We'll get to those in a minute," Kendrick said. "We've got some ideas, but we can hammer out what we're going to do with them later. No." "For now," Kendrick said as he took a deep breath and settled back in his seat, "we need to discuss what we're going to do with our houses. And not just this house and your house. I mean the Nolan house as well. If they don't already know by the tracks." "What would tire tracks have to do with anything?" Hadley asked. "Shoot," Jack said. "Don't the tracks only go one direction?" he asked. "Your brother's right," Sierra said, rubbing her face. "Anybody with eyes in their heads can tell they left and never came back." "Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that," Hadley admitted, then crossed her arms and fell silent. Sierra reached out and patted her on the shoulder. "It's okay, honey. We'll do everything we can to make sure that house is protected, right?" she added, looking across the table at Kendrick. "Absolutely, our three houses, besides Sig Olafson on the other side of the Nolans, are the only ones on this cul-de-sac. If looters get a foothold in the Nolan house across the street, then we'll have somebody breathing down our necks, 24/7. And I don't know about you guys, but I can't stay awake that long." When no one spoke for a long moment, Sierra cleared her throat. "Does anybody have any ideas, other than emptying everything we can possibly use out of the Nolan house and bringing it here, Ruth?" Kendrick asked. "No," she added. "I don't think there are enough of us to maintain a presence in all three houses at the same time." "I mean, we could," Jack mused out loud. "But it would mean whoever is staying at the Nolan house would be by themselves. I don't know how any of us would like that. If we did that, I'd insist on at least two people in the Nolan house at all times. One person can easily just fall asleep," Sierra said. "Or be quickly overwhelmed by the looters if they show up," Kendrick added. "But we have guns. Can't we just shoot them from here?" Hadley asked. "You shot that guy way out in the street?" "Sure, we could shoot from here. But with all that snow," Kendrick continued, "it would take me at least 5 minutes to make my way across the street to help." He shook his head. "I think it's too dangerous." "Agreed," Sierra said. "But we've got to do something. We can't just leave it empty like that." Ruth nodded, cleaning a coffee mug with a rag. "She's right. That's why we need to pull everything out of that house. Leave it an empty shell with some furniture." "So we're just going to ransack Annie's house and leave it empty for bad guys to take over?" Hadley demanded. "Honey, we might not have much of a choice," Sierra said quietly. "No," Hadley pouted. "No, that's not fair, darling," Ruth said. "I know it's not fair. Nothing about any of this is fair, especially to somebody as young as you." I'm sorry, too. Kids shouldn't have to go through something like this, Kendrick said in agreement with his wife. But there's literally nothing else we can do. If you want to help your friend, you'll help us get all her stuff and anything else that the bad guys might use out of that house. Protecting her things might be the best thing you can do for her. I'll help you, Jack offered. We all will, Aaron said. Which brings me to another point, Kendrick added. I don't like the idea of us walking back and forth between the front doors of our house and your house, he said with a nod to Sierra. Yeah, Jack agreed. Anybody out there in the street can see us moving and know exactly what we're doing. But what else can we do? Well, I've been thinking about that, Kendrick replied, rubbing his chin. Seems to me if we can figure out a way to clear snow from the backyard, the privacy fence that stretches between our two houses should block anybody in the street from seeing what we're up to, right? Jack snapped his fingers. You're right. If there was a path through the snow in the backyards, all we'd have to do is get through the fence that separates the yards, then we could move between the back doors. I can help with that, Hadley offered, raising her hand. I shovel snow better than Jack does, she added with a grin. She's not lying, Jack replied with his own lopsided smile. Fastest shovel east of the Mississippi. I'm too old for all that. I'd have a heart attack, Kendrick said with a self-deprecating laugh. But if you kids can clear a wide enough path between the two houses, I can dismantle a section of the fence. It's just a wooden privacy fence. I have a reciprocating saw that'll cut through the fence post and a couple of the braces, and the whole section will just fall down. Great. So that solves that problem, Sierra said. What do we do about our house, though? She's right. All those windows broken over there? It's got to be dreadfully cold right now, Ruth said as she reached for another mug to dry. I mean, don't get me wrong, I really appreciate the hospitality, Sierra said. And the food. You're an awesome cook, Mrs. Kendrick, Jack added. You're welcome, dear. It's about time somebody appreciated my skills, Ruth replied with a kind smile. I appreciate your cooking better than anybody on this planet, Kendrick said in mock indignation as he slapped his rotund belly. And here's the proof, he said, laughing. Oh, hush, Ruth said as she slapped at him with her dish towel. She was smiling, though. She's right, though, Jack said, looking at Ruth. We have a lot of broken windows over there. Luckily, most of the damage is to the front of the house, except for the patio door. Sorry, Sierra said. Don't be. I'm not, Jack blurted. I'd rather that sliding door be busted wide open and that guy dead in the snow than all of us taken by surprise when he broke in the middle of that gunfight. Well, I've got some plywood, mostly scraps and offcuts from when we had the roof redone a couple years ago, Kendrick explained. Got it out back in the shed and probably a few more pieces in the basement. Dad has a ton of wood downstairs in his workshop, Jack added. But a lot of it's fancy stuff like walnut and the rest of it's just pine boards, I think. He didn't use a lot of plywood. Doesn't? Hadley insisted. Jack nodded and smiled at her. Right? Doesn't? He doesn't use a lot of plywood? Let me take a look at what we've got, Kendrick said. We can make a list of everything I've got in my shed. Then we'll go check out what your dad's got in your basement. Maybe between the two of us we can come up with a way to cover the windows and at least stop the snow from getting in. We'll need a way to insulate them. Otherwise the house is never going to get warm, Sierra suggested. You leave that to me, honey, Ruth said. We have an attic full of kids' clothes and old things that don't fit either one of us, but we're too stubborn to get rid of. You can have whatever you need to stuff in the cracks. Maybe if we seal it with some plastic, it'll hold the air better, asked Jack. Like garbage bags or something? Then we drop the blankets and stuff back over the windows. Would that work? Hadley asked the group. It might, Kendrick allowed. I don't think it's a permanent solution, but it should get us through the winter at least. In the spring, we'll have to do a better job of sealing up those windows. Let's not borrow trouble, Sierra said in a tight voice. Let's fix what we can with what we've got. We'll deal with the consequences later, Sierra said. Spring is a long way off, guys. I'm worried about what we're going to do tomorrow. Agreed, now isn't the time for long-term planning, Kendrick said. Once things settle down and we figure out what the new status quo is, then we can start planning. Yeah, like what are we going to do when our food runs out? Plant crops? Hadley asked. We don't have any seeds or anything. Like I said, let's not worry about that right now, Sierra said, patting Hadley on the arm. We have plenty of food in our house for now. We do too, Ruth said. However, I think it'd be a good idea for us to figure out exactly what we have, then decide how long we can go before we need more food. That'll give us an idea of how long we have before we need to start planning long term, or if we need to start gardens inside for the spring planting," Ruth added. "We've got plenty of seeds, though, enough for at least 3 gardens," she added for Hadley. Sierra looked at Jack out of the corner of her eye. What else did the Kendricks have that they weren't sharing? And who has enough seeds just lying around for 3 gardens? Kendrick began speaking and pulled Sierra away from her darkening thoughts. "So, you all know about the bunker in the basement. If things get bad at your place, you're always welcome to evacuate over to our side?" "If that happens, and I'm really hoping it doesn't," Jack added. "But if it does, and we're under attack or something, and we have to retreat into your bunker, is there a way out, or will we be trapped underground like in a tomb?" "There's always a possibility of getting trapped," Kendrick admitted, "especially when you're dealing with underground structures like that. However, I do have an escape route out of the back." "But with all the snow on the ground, the trapdoor is probably frozen shut," he said. "Where does it go?" asked Aaron. "It leads to a tunnel that pops out on the other side of the fence in the woods. I've never really used it myself, but had it built when we moved in." "You never checked it? Honestly, Bill?" Ruth chided. "What's the point in having it if you're not going to check it and keep it ready to use? That silly bunker of yours could end up being a death trap for all of us." "Sure, that's not the most reassuring thing I've heard all day," Aaron muttered. "Really?" Hadley said at the same time, her eyes as big as teacups. No, come on now, Ruthie," Kendrick said, gesturing for his wife to knock it off. "Look, if we do it right, nobody will know we're even down there." "I can close that bookcase door from the inside that I have tested," he said, pointedly looking at his wife. "Your father helped me test it. He couldn't tell anyone was in the bunker," Kendrick said to Jack. "Well, I guess that's something," Sierra said. "Hopefully we don't get to that point. But if we do," Kendrick said. "How do we make sure that it doesn't get that bad?" Jack asked. "I'm no good at this stuff, so I'm hoping, Mr. Kendrick, you'll have some ideas," Sierra began. "I was thinking we need to come up with some kind of alert system once we get the house fixed up." "Well," Kendrick said thoughtfully, "we need to make sure the bad guys don't set our houses on fire. That would be my suggestion. I mean, how do we stop them from doing that? I know we've got guns between your hunting rifle and the little .22. We can easily reach people across the cul-de-sac and stop them from throwing torches and stuff on the houses." "How do we tell who's a bad guy, though?" asked Hadley. "Everybody's all bundled up in coats." "She's right," Aaron said. "What if it's just a neighbor coming to ask for a wee bit of flour?" "Maybe we need a warning sign? Something to scare people off?" Sierra suggested. "In my experience, a warning sign tells people that we're here and we have weapons and we're not afraid to use them." "That might not be a bad thing," Kendrick said. "Yeah," Jack agreed. "But if we're willing to warn everybody to stay away, that could also tell people that we have stuff worth protecting." "Oh," Sierra said, drawing the word out. "I hadn't thought of that." "There's 2 sides to every story there is," Aaron said in her lilting accent. "I don't like the idea of advertising to anybody that walks down the street that we've got stuff to steal," Hadley said. "Especially after we empty Annie's house, we'll have even more stuff." "We can't just do nothing, though," Kendrick warned. "We have to establish some kind of rule, a no trespassing zone, call it." "Maybe we just have to take it one case at a time," Ruth suggested. "If we have enough people keeping watch, surely no one could sneak up on all of us." "We have radios," Sierra offered. "If you keep one, and we keep one, we'll be able to keep watch and coordinate when we're on duty. They're not much, but they're something." "Yeah," Jack said. "We used them when we went to the Nolan house the first time." Kendrick nodded, staring at the table as he thought. "That would work between us. We can cover the entire cul-de-sac, and if we have the radios on, it'll only take a second to alert everyone at the same time." He looked up at Sierra. "It could work. We should make a list of things that we want to look for, either at the Nolan's house or anything we happen to come across," Jack said. "Like what?" asked Aaron. "Well, for starters, we've only got the 2 radios and a limited number of batteries. I think we need to find spare batteries and more radios." "Once we make a list of the food we all have," Ruth said, looking at Sierra. "Perhaps we could go through the other things and figure out what we need and what we can keep an eye out for." "Wait a minute. You guys aren't suggesting we go looting, are you?" Hadley asked. "Because I'm barely okay with taking stuff out of Annie's house for protection. I'm certainly not cool with going into anybody else's house." "Nobody said anything about breaking into other people's houses," Kendrick said gently. I think your brother is just talking about if we're out and about and happen to find something. How long do you guys think this is going to last? Hadley whispered. If you're planning on going scavenging already? I don't know, Kendrick said. He paused a moment, then spoke again. That's the problem, isn't it? Nobody knows what's going to happen, or how long it's going to last, Jack added. But if we sit around thinking that this will all blow over in a couple days, or even a couple weeks, is there anything to suggest that this could last weeks or months? Sierra asked. There wasn't much on the nets last night, but after our meeting here, I was planning on firing up the ham rig to find out if there's any more news. Can I help with that? Hadley asked. Kendrick looked at Sierra, who nodded and smiled. Of course you can. I'd be happy for the help. Well then, Ruth said, folding the washcloth neatly in front of her. I'd say we all have something to do now. So what's our top priority? Jack asked. Somebody needs to be keeping an eye on the road. I didn't have to stand watch last night, Aaron said. I'll watch the road. I suggest that we clear the path between the two houses first so we can start repairing your place, Kendrick said. I can't get to that fence out there between our yards until the snow is cleared. I'll clear the snow, but I want to help you with the radio, Hadley said. Okay, how about this? He offered. You get the snow cleared by my back door to the fence. I'll cut the fence post down. Then while you get the snow cleared to the back of your house, I'll get the radio ready. When you're done, come find me and we'll check the airwaves for news. I can show you how to run it, cool, Hadley said with a smile. Ruth, I'll help you take stock of food supplies, Sierra offered. Guys, we didn't decide what we're going to do about those bodies, Jack warned. A dark mood settled over the table and everyone looked at each other in silence. Finally, Kendrick cleared his throat once more. I think you all know my suggestion. We burn them. He shook his head as he continued. Other than that, I don't know what else to do. What if, Sierra said, then hesitated. What if for the time being we just remove them and, I don't know, throw them over the fence or something? Have you ever moved a dead person? Kendrick asked. I'm not trying to be mean, just asking. No, Sierra admitted. I'd hope none of us have. I haven't either, Kendrick admitted. But I have dealt with unconscious people before. I was a bouncer in a college town bar a long time ago, he said with a grin. Sometimes the drunks would either pass out or start something, and I'd make them pass out. Really? Jack asked, leaning in. Either way, dragging around an unconscious body, limp and dead weight, is a lot harder than you think. And those corpses out there are probably frozen solid by now. We're going to have a real hard time moving them. Plus, if we just dump them over the fence, Jack said, that's just going to draw predators. No different from if we left them laying out in the open. I don't know about you guys, but we have a limited supply of ammunition for our weapons, Kendrick said. I'd rather spend those bullets on people that mean to hurt us than scaring off animals. Shoot, I hadn't thought of that either, Jack said. We've got what seems like a lot of ammunition, but it's not like we can go back to the store and get more, can we? As long as the power is out and the country appears to be shut down, we're not going to get any more of anything unless we make it, steal it, or grow it, Ruth said. Or find it, Aaron added. Okay, we've got to come to a decision. What do we do about the bodies? Sierra asked. I vote we burn them, Kendrick said, raising his hand. Me too, Jack said, raising his arm. I suppose I do as well, Ruth said, raising her arm. But I certainly hope it doesn't smell too much. Sierra looked at Hadley and Aaron in turn. I suppose it's up to us to decide, she said. I want nothing to do with it, Aaron said, folding her arms. So you're voting to let the predators come in? Got it, Jack said. I'm not. I don't want wolves or anything crawling around here no more than any of you do. Not voting to burn them or move them means they stay where they're at, right? Jack asked. Well, Aaron said reluctantly, that means predators are coming, Jack said. Fine, Aaron said, raising her hands. Burn them and the devil take your predators, really? Asked Hadley, looking to Sierra. So everyone wants to burn the bodies but us. I think they're right, actually, Sierra said with a sigh. It's the easiest, simplest solution that solves the problem with the least amount of effort and protects us from getting sick if they start to rot. I see why Jack likes it, Hadley replied. He's all about burning things. Come on, you know I'm a Viking at heart, Jack said with a laugh. Okay. So after we clear the path between the houses, get the radio set up and take stock of what we've got. We'll have ourselves a bonfire, Kendrick said. No one laughed. Jack put his hands on the table and stood. Well, come on. The sooner we get the other chores done, the sooner we can get this nastiness over with. Chapter 4, south of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, after a half hour of waving her thumb at cars heading north. No other driver had stopped. "I don't think this is working," Wyatt said, with no small amount of relief in his voice. "Well, it would have worked," Willow replied. "If you weren't walking next to me," she said with a laugh. "Ha ha! Now I remember why I married you. You're unbelievably funny." Willow slapped him on the arm, a little harder than he deserved. "Ow," he complained, feigning injury. "Well, you deserved it," Willow said, and stuck out her tongue. He grabbed her hand and they laughed and walked in amiable silence for a few moments as cars passed them heading north. "You know," she said after a while, "if we don't find some better clothing or sunscreen, we're going to be pretty burnt if we're out here walking all day." "Yeah, I'm not going to have feet left if we're out here walking all day. I need to find actual shoes. I'll worry about getting a suntan later. My point is, we've got to start taking care of ourselves, babe. Little things like blisters and sunburns aren't normally a big deal, right?" Willow asked as their flip-flops slapped the pavement, step after step. "I see your point," Wyatt sighed. "It's not like we can jump in the car and drive to the drugstore for Band-Aids. We've got what we've got, and any little thing could make this trip very, very uncomfortable." Wyatt eyed the line of traffic slowly rolling along the southbound lanes. Every other driver stared back at them. "I wonder how long it's going to be before the people over there snap," he asked nonchalantly. No sooner had he spoken than one of the rear passenger doors opened on a small rust bucket of a Toyota, and a long-haired bearded man got out. He ran forward, waving something in his hand, shouting indistinctly at people in the cars in front of his vehicle. "Don't make eye contact," Wyatt said, gripping Willow's hand tight. "Just keep moving. If we keep our heads down, maybe he won't notice. We're over here." "Oh my goodness, Wyatt, he's got a gun," Willow whispered. "I know, just keep moving. He seems more interested in the cars over there." "A car," the man's voice echoed across the road. "Get out of your car, I need your car," he shouted, smacking his weapon against side mirrors and windows of vehicles as he went. "Somebody better give me one of these cars," he yelled. "Mine broke down." He glanced across the road, made eye contact with Wyatt, then continued his tirade, running down the line of cars. "He's not messing with us?" Willow asked. "Even though we've got these backpacks? Do you want to get robbed at gunpoint?" Wyatt whispered. "He's looking for a car. The one he got out of probably just ran out of gas." The man drew even with them and continued running down the line of stalled traffic, yelling at people and waving the gun. Some people locked their doors or pretended they didn't see him, but no one responded, no one argued, and no one opened any doors. "You think I'm joking? Do you think this is a game?" he cried, then took aim at the rear window of a Jeep Cherokee and fired a shot from his pistol. The gunshot cracked and Wyatt ducked on reflex, then started running. It only took 3 steps to realize they were going to trip and fall in their flip-flops before he slowed them down again. Wyatt turned as the Jeep driver floored the gas. The medium SUV's tires chirped on asphalt as the 4x4 spun out of the line of cars, hopped the median like it wasn't even there, and turned north. "Wait a minute! I need that car!" the man with the gun yelled, waving his weapon as he chased the Jeep across the median. The driver of the Jeep kept the hammer down and sped north, wobbling as he tried to regain control. "Whoa, back up, Wyatt cried, trying to push Willow off the road. "This idiot is going to fist-color the Jeep top-heavy vehicle that it was listed to the left, then to the right as the driver continued to overcompensate for its sporadic movements, while at the same time picking up speed. The man behind the wheel spotted Wyatt and Willow at the last second, his eyes growing wide. His mouth opened in surprise before he spun the wheel to the left. The rear end of the Jeep fishtailed on squealing tires. Willow screamed, and Wyatt shoved her, lifting her off the pavement and out of the path of the careening Jeep. He turned to follow Willow's progress into the mangrove bushes, expecting in the next heartbeat that the Jeep would slam into him from behind. And though he felt the wind of its passing and gravel kicked up by its tires stung his skin, the vehicle missed him by inches and plowed right across the median in an uncontrolled bounce. Time slowed, and Wyatt turned his head to watch the Jeep lift off the ground as it bounced over the median like a bucking horse. His eyes shifted to focus on the driver of a yellow pickup as his opened mouth in shock at seeing the Jeep in the air flying headlong at his brightly colored vehicle. The sound of the Jeep's horrendous broadside impact with the egg yolk yellow truck snapped time back to speed for Wyatt. Glass, plastic, and twisted metal shot out to the left and right as the Jeep buried its nose in the door and front quarter panel of the truck. The force of the impact lifted the rear end of the small 4x4 before it came crashing down on the median in a shower of broken glass. Both vehicles' horns went off in a constant wail, but because airbags filled the truck's cabin, Wyatt couldn't see its driver. The next 3 cars in line after the Jeep had raced forward spun to the left and followed the panicked driver. One of them ran over the man with the gun. His unmoving body lay in the street, the gun on the far side of the road. "Watch it!" Wyatt yelled as he jumped off the median to avoid one of the cars roaring past. Several others followed suit, and soon half a dozen cars made the turn across the median, streaming north. "Help me get out of here!" Willow cried from the bushes. "Hang on, I'm coming!" Wyatt called, breaking branches and pushing greenery aside. Willow was tangled in her sundress and in a fury slapping at wet leaves and mud. Wyatt hauled her up and out of the bushes, then went back to get her flip-flops. Her anger at him evaporated when she saw the destruction spread across the street. As she put her flip-flops back on, the last 2 vehicles to try to run the gap north got into a fender bender and spun out. One smashed into the Jeep, blocking even more of the road, and the others skidded to a stop, but lost control at the last second. The rear end fishtailed out and they slid sideways, sealing off the road to any cars heading south. Before Wyatt could even open his mouth to tell the driver just to pull forward, several more cars from the north lane pulled up and became stuck. "Now there's no room for anybody," Wyatt said, throwing his hands up. "We can't even walk around that mess. Come on, man. Forget about the cars, we have to help the drivers," Willow said, turning Wyatt back toward the main accident. Steam or smoke hissed from the front of the destroyed Jeep, and its horn continued to blare. The truck's horn started to warble and grow faint. "Wait a minute," Wyatt said, as Willow took a hesitant step forward. "Don't go near that wreck. What if there's a gas leak?" "Wyatt, we can't just let them stay there. We can't just leave them. That fool almost killed us," Wyatt said, pointing at the Jeep. "Okay, but the guy in the truck didn't do anything wrong," Willow countered. Wyatt tried brushing off the leaves, twigs, and mud from Willow's dress and legs as he kept an eye on the growing drama in the street. More people got out of their cars shouting and arguing with each other. Others honked horns and tried to clear the road or gathered around the wrecked vehicles. "Stop! Stop! I got it!" Willow said, pushing away his hands as he picked at the leaves stuck to her dress. She hissed, touching her leg. "Something scratched the crap out of my legs," she complained, pulling up the hem of her dress to look at several red welts down the side of her leg. "I'm sorry," Wyatt said. "I just didn't want you to get hit." "No, I get it. Don't worry about it. Thank you, babe," Willow said with a forced smile. "At least it doesn't look serious," Wyatt offered.
"It sure feels serious," Willow muttered as she picked another leaf out of her tangled hair. "Good grief, I must look like a complete train wreck." "That's a complete wreck," Wyatt said, jerking a thumb at the jumble of cars blocking the road even worse than the first accident. "I think we better keep moving. I think we have to check on the drivers," Willow insisted. "Wills, there's plenty of people to do that," Wyatt argued as he watched the gathering crowd.
With nowhere to go, drivers and passengers left their vehicles to rush to the Jeep impaled in the side of the yellow truck. Several people worked on opening the truck's severely bent door to the truck, calling out for help. Others stood around, holding their cell phones in the air, trying to find a signal that didn't exist. Still others stood on the periphery, filming everything and not helping. "Come on, there's nothing we can do. There's nothing anybody can do. Those drivers are either alive or dead, but if they're injured, they're going to be dead soon enough without a hospital." "That's a horrible thing to say," Willow replied, but she didn't resist when Wyatt took her hand and they continued north. "Things are just going to get worse, babe. We've got to find shelter. We've got to get home," Wyatt said. "We've got to hold on to our humanity," Willow insisted. "Otherwise, what are we fighting for?" "Our kids," Wyatt replied stubbornly, but he knew by her tone he'd already lost the argument. Chapter 5. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick Residence. Jack hefted another door-sized piece of plywood and carried it through the trampled snow toward Kendrick's house. It was strange to think somewhere beneath him was Kendrick's survival bunker, and Wyatt had been put there in the first place. He passed his sister, digging a path through the snow, almost a foot deep in spots, from the back door of the Kendrick home to a section of the fence marked with a piece of ribbon. She was about 2/3 of the way there, red-faced but smiling as she scooped and threw shovels of snow. "Want me to clear a path for you to the shed?" she called out, resting on the shovel handle. "Nah, don't worry about it," Jack said, struggling with the awkward piece of wood. "A couple more trips and I'll have created my own path." "You're not going to carry that around to the front yard, are you?" she asked. I was going to. Yeah, when I have it all piled up on the patio here, Jack said, as he stepped up onto the cleared concrete pad behind the Kendricks' house. He propped the plywood against the wall next to the other random size pieces brought from the shed and stepped back to look at his handiwork. Mr. Kendrick thinks it's better if we don't advertise to anybody who's watching what we're doing, though. Kinda creeps me out to think people could be watching us, trying to decide when they want to attack even right now, Hadley said. She lifted her shovel and took a big scoop of snow. But I'm glad we've got this fence. I guess it wouldn't stop anybody from breaking in if they wanted to. But at least we're out of sight, you know. She asked, then turned back to her job and scooped another shovel of snow to clear the path. Yep, Jack replied. Unless somebody's in one of those trees out there in the forest preserve, nobody has any idea what we're doing, he said, looking at the bare trees, dusted with snow over the back fence. He took a few steps, then stopped, put his hands on his hips and looked back at his sister. Of course, I just realized that means we can't see what anybody else is doing out there either. Hadley paused, dropped her latest shovel full of snow to the side, and looked back at him. You had to go and ruin a good thing, didn't you? I guess that's what I'm good for, Jack said with a laugh. It took him another hour of slow, laborious trudging through the snow. But true to his words, Jack had worn down a path through the frozen backyard. As the morning wore on, emptying the wood from the shed became easier and easier. Likewise, the Kendricks' patio filled with pieces of wood, door-sized scraps of plywood, 2x4s, 2x6, random offcuts, and everything in between. Jack continued to empty the shed until Kendrick appeared with his battery-powered reciprocating saw and waved for Hadley to step aside. The Carter kids watched as Kendrick stepped forward, lined up his saw on a horizontal support, and after a few moments of loud noise, cut through the wood beams. Kendrick pulled the saw away and waited for the blade to stop moving. That seemed a lot louder than it did before we lost power to everything, didn't it? He asked. I'll say, Hadley replied. That thing sounds like a chainsaw. I bet they could hear it on the other side of the neighborhood, Jack added. Well, whoever is out there will know we're up to something, Kendrick said. Hopefully they won't know exactly where we are, though. He turned back to the fence, made short work of cutting the other horizontal supports, then motioned to Jack. Here, stand next to me, so when I cut the base support, this thing doesn't fall on top of me. Try not to push it, though. That'll pinch the blade. When it cuts all the way through, you can shove it into your yard. Got it? Ready when you are? Jack said as he stood next to the older man, bracing his gloved hands against the fence. Here goes nothing, Kendrick said as he activated the saw. Hadley covered her ears with her gloves and smiled when the bright sawdust flew. Jack stood above Kendrick, looking down and watching the blade as it made slow, steady progress through the 4x4 post. It took about 30 seconds, but the saw popped free in a cloud of sawdust. The section of fence, about 3 feet wide, shuddered and dropped straight down as Kendrick turned and pulled the blade free. Jack gave the cut section a little nudge, and it fell forward with a muffled whoomp, kicking up a cloud of powdered snow. Yay! Hadley yelled, clapping her hands. Here, Hadley, can you hold this, Kendrick? Asked as he handed the saw to her. If you grab that end, I'll step through and get the other end, Jack said as he pointed at the new opening in the fence. Unlike Kendrick's yard, which was crisscrossed with tracks and paths leading to and from the shed and to and from the fence, the Carter yard was pristine, other than a few small animal tracks. On the count of 3, Jack and Kendrick lifted the fence post and carried it to the side, placing it out of the way but near at hand. Are you sure you want to leave this here? Jack asked. Maybe we can use the wood to repair a window? I'd rather we leave it here next to the fence, Kendrick replied, brushing the snow off his gloves. If we ever need to put it back up in a hurry, I don't want to have to look for it, and I certainly don't want it taken apart for the same reason. Fair enough, Jack said with a shrug. We might have enough wood already, between your shed and Dad's workshop. Here you go, Mr. Kendrick, Hadley said, handing the saw back. It's not as far to our back patio as it was from yours. So I'll be done in a few minutes, she said, hefting her shovel. The aluminum flashed in the sunlight as she put her back into it and excavated the path from the Kendrick house to her own. Kendrick and Jack retreated into the older man's yard while Hadley moved forward, flinging snow. How much wood is left out there? Kendrick asked, eyeing the pile of lumber on the patio and the stack leaning against his house. Not much. I've already gotten most of the bigger pieces, Jack said, hands on his hips. I kind of want to hold off on dragging all the little pieces out. They might be useful, but No, that's a good idea, Kendrick said, clapping Jack on the back. If you think you've got enough, once your sister clears a path, you may as well start hauling it over to your house. I'll help, but I need to go finish with the radio. Inside, Sierra continued to work with Ruth and Aaron, sorting and cataloging the food in the Kendrick house. The extensive supplies in their kitchen were impressive enough. They had far more shelf-stable food than Sierra had in her brother's house. Yes, we do like our cereal, Ruth said as she rattled off the list of cereal boxes in the pantry, both opened and unopened. These things last months at a time if they remain unopened, Ruth said over her shoulder as she held up a box of Raisin Bran. The trouble is, Bill gets into them so often he doesn't like routines and gets bored with one flavor. He'll have a bowl or two during the week, then open another box on Saturday and have a bowl or two out of that for a few days, and on and on. That's quite an impressive stash of cereal, Sierra said, pointing with her pen. Impressive? Erin asked, her eyebrows climbing to her hairline back home in Ireland. This would be practically criminal. What's the need for having so much food in your pantry then? She asked. Sorting cans of soup. Well, mostly I'd say it's a matter of economics, Ruth replied. Every so often, about every 12 weeks, grocery stores put cereal on sale at huge discounts, for instance, she said, selecting 3 sugary cereals at random. I specifically remember these because it was a buy 2 get 3 free sale, and I had coupons, she added, raising her finger. In total, I walked out with 5 boxes of cereal for less than $1 a box. We were just at the store before everything went crazy, actually. As everything went crazy, Sierra said, and cereal was like $8 a box. Ruth nodded, closing the pantry. I know, I've been keeping track. This is the high point in the cycle. Every 12 weeks the prices go up, then they slowly come back down. Then there's sales to get rid of old stock, and then the prices go back up again. Don't ask me why, but I've been doing this long enough to know. There are certain times to hit the sales and use the coupons, and you can walk away with lots of stuff for a pittance. Again, Erin said as she knelt on the floor and pulled out a case of canned mushrooms. Whatever do you need this many mushrooms for? I could give you recipes, stews or soups or rice dishes, but I think looking outside at the end of the world is reason enough, don't you? Ruth asked with a strained smile. Oh, Erin said simply. She made a note on her list of the cans, their expiration dates and their types, then put them back on their neatly organized wire rack system. I suppose there's a reason for this fancy thing, then? She asked. I do have to say it is a wee bit easier to pull the cans out and put back. Ruth smiled again. Well, of course it does. That's what it's designed for. Technically, it's made so that we could follow the FIFO method. The what? Sierra asked. First in, first out, Ruth explained. When you're storing food long term, you don't want to fill up your pantry with stuff and then forget that it's there, only to have it go bad when you really need it, right? So just like most restaurants, we adopted the first in, first out method. Whatever food we buy goes to the back of the pantry. The next time I buy something, it goes in the back of the pantry and pushes the first thing toward the edge of the shelf. And so on, Ruth said, waving her wrist. This way, the very first thing that I bought is always the first thing that's at the edge of the shelf. So whatever has the earliest expiration date will be the first thing you see, right? Asked Sierra. Right, said Ruth. When I'm ready to make something for dinner, nothing goes bad. I know that whatever is in the pantry that I process and can myself in these jars needs to be used before the items behind it, she said, pointing at the neatly stacked rows of cans. These are the first things that need to be eaten. One of the few things my husband says that makes sense is store what you eat and eat what you store. As you can see from his waistline, he doesn't have an issue following his own advice. She laughed in good-natured jest at her husband's expense. That makes a lot of sense, Sierra said. When we get over to our house, it's going to be a whole different ballgame, though. She laughed. I don't think food has a chance to hang out long enough before the kids find it. Speaking of food, Ruth said, glancing at her watch, I'd say it's about time we start putting together something for lunch. I know some teenagers out there are going to be hungry any minute now. I'm fairly hungry myself, Erin said with a grin. Excellent, Ruth said with a smile. Come on over, dear, and let's whip up something for lunch. We need to use up what's in the fridge first, of course, she added in warning. To be honest, I'm surprised the food has lasted this long without electricity, Erin said as she followed Ruth over to the island in the middle of the kitchen. Oh, food will stay in refrigerators plenty long enough without power, the older woman explained. As long as you don't go opening the door every 15 minutes and letting all the cold air out. Insulation is a wonderful thing, she added with a smile. Sierra tapped her lip with the pen in her hand as she stared out the window. Insulation is going to be the problem when we get to our house. All those windows broken. We'll have to plug them up with clothes, blankets, pillows, anything to absorb the cold. We'll get to that, don't worry, Ruth said. First, we need to feed the troops. So, what's on the menu? Sierra asked as she put down her pen and paper. Well, we've got plenty of bread, Ruth said, standing in front of the counter with her hands on her generous hips. It's store-bought, so it'll last a good while longer. Shouldn't we try to save it? Asked Sierra. Aye. It's not like we can pop down to the market, Aaron said. Well, I'm not worried about using it up because I have plenty of supplies to make more, Ruth said with a wink. Granted, it won't be as pretty as what we can buy in the store or last as long, but it won't be filled with preservatives either. Ruth clapped her hands together. How about grilled cheese? That doesn't seem like we're using much out of the fridge, though. I mean, grilled cheese sandwiches aren't all that complicated, Sierra said. Even I can do that. Oh, but they are heavenly, Aaron said with a wide smile. More of a luxury, where I come from. Really? She added for Ruth. And that's the secret, Ruth said, smiling at Aaron. The toppings. We have lunch meat and fancier cheeses than plain old American. American is just fine for me, thanks, Aaron blurted. Ruth nodded but continued. All right then, I'm going to open the door and pull out the lunch meat and see what we've got. Sierra, be a dear and stand right there. I'm going to toss the stuff to you. I want to get it out as fast as possible, then shut the door. Every time we open the door, we reduce the amount of time the food will remain usable. Aaron, do you see those 2 frozen milk jugs by the sink? Aye, Aaron replied, moving over to examine the jugs. I saw you bring them in from the patio earlier. That's right. When I ask, I want you to hand those to me quick as you can, and take the melted ones from inside the fridge when I pass them out. I can do that, the exchange student said, smiling. Wonderful. Everyone ready? Ruth asked, looking at Aaron and Sierra in turn. Sierra got in the position next to the door and held her hands out. Ready! Aaron moved the milk jugs closer to the fridge and rubbed her hands together. Ready!
Okay, here we go, Ruth said. She opened the fridge and leaned in to pull open the cold cuts drawer. Roast beef, ham, turkey, she said, handing wrapped bags of sliced meat to Sierra. Ruth shut the plastic drawer and pulled open the cheese drawer. Gouda Swiss and provolone, she said, tossing the wrapped bags to Sierra. Got it, Sierra said, putting the cheeses on the counter next to the meats. Here come the water jugs, Ruth said, handing the thawed jugs to Sierra. Ice me.
Right you are! Aaron passed Ruth the 2 frozen plastic milk jugs, which she slid into place on the first shelf of the spacious fridge and shut the door. Stepping back, Ruth wiped her hands on her apron. How was that? 28 seconds, Aaron said, glancing at her watch. Not bad, but I think we can do better, Ruth said with a grin as she walked over to the back door carrying the water-filled milk jugs. I'll just put these outside to freeze, and the next time we need to get something out of the fridge, we can replace them. How long will the food last using those? Sierra asked as she carefully placed all the cold cuts and cheeses on the island. Well, I don't really know, Ruth said as she came back, bringing a gush of cold air with her. My goodness, it's absolutely frigid outside. Those jugs will freeze in no time, I believe. Wait a minute. Your griddle? How are you able to cook? Asked Sierra. The electricity's off? And you're not using your generator to run appliances. You said that earlier? My Bill thinks of everything, Ruth said with a sigh. I was never a fan of gas appliances, but he assured me in the event of power outages we'd still be able to eat. So, you have a gas range, Aaron said, as she watched Ruth use a match to ignite the griddle's burner. But don't they use electricity for the starters? Asked Sierra, bending down to look at the range. A comforting whoosh sounded a few seconds later, and Ruth blew out the match, then waved it in the air for good measure. Newer ones do, but as you can tell from my cast-iron stove, Ruth explained, looking at the squat black appliance, we don't do a lot of modern in the kitchen. This is a gas range. It's all manual. And there we are, she said, adjusting the flames. In no time at all, we'll have my famous goulash gourmet grilled cheese sandwiches for lunch. Now, let's get an assembly line going. I'll need someone to butter all the bread and someone to put the meat and cheese combinations together. Chapter 6. South of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the tropical sun beat down on them as Wyatt and Willow walked along US 1. Their flip-flops smacking the pavement with every step. Wyatt wiped sweat from his face. and swatted away a buzzing insect. To the right, more mangroves lined the roadway, interspersed with signs of civilization: a tire repair shop, a discount grocery store, and a low-rent apartment complex. These brief respites in the mangroves grew more and more frequent the closer they came to Fort Lauderdale itself, step by tired step. "Maybe we can find some shade and a spot to rest for a minute here," Willow suggested as the mangroves thinned out and a building emerged on the right. It was a standalone convenience store next to a bait and tackle shop. As they passed a ransacked convenience store, Wyatt paused and glanced at the parking lot, strewn with broken glass and streams of empty wrappers and packages. Pillagers had ransacked the store, and a thin tendril of smoke drifted up from the rear of the small building. Several shadowy shapes lurked inside to the sound of broken glass and laughter. "Never mind. We should keep moving," Wyatt said, as he pulled Willow along. "Yeah, you're probably right," Willow said, holding her Coast Guard-supplied cap on her head as he hurried them out of the parking lot and back onto the sidewalk that ran next to the highway. Once out of view of the convenience store, Wyatt looked up the road and sighed. Ahead of them, several more car accidents littered the road and people snaked their cars in and around the multi-car pileups. The four-lane highway was reduced to one lane in spots as traffic took turns coming from the north and the south, and the heat and tempers rose accordingly. To the noise of insects in the mangroves, Wyatt led his wife into a shady spot and sat on a section of undamaged metal guard rail. "Are you hungry?" he asked, as he swung his backpack off his shoulders and propped it on the ground between his aching feet. Wyatt took a moment and looked at his mud-stained, sweat-drenched, blistered feet. The skin between his toes was raw and red where it rubbed against the plastic toe thong of his flip-flops. "We seriously have to find shoes, or this is going to be the shortest hike ever." "I guess I've just walked a lot more in flip-flops than you have," Willow replied with a smile in her voice as she lowered herself to the guardrail next to Wyatt. "My feet are okay," she said, lifting one dainty foot after the other and inspecting the caked-on mud and scratches. "But I agree, your feet aren't looking so hot." Wyatt grunted and unzipped his U.S. Coast Guard-provided pack, then rooted around inside until he produced a lukewarm water bottle. "Well, it's not exactly cold, but I wouldn't call it hot either," he said, then twisted the cap off and offered it to his wife. "Aw, who says romance is dead?" she replied with a smile and took a sip of the tepid water. She made a face which caused Wyatt to laugh, then handed the bottle back. "Something cold is what I need," she said, wiping her mouth on the back of her sweaty hand. "Ew, I'm so gross," she complained, removing her big floppy summer hat and wafting stagnant air against the damp skin of her neck. "You're still the prettiest girl I've ever seen," Wyatt replied, then took a long swig of the lukewarm water. He put the cap on and handed the bottle back to Willow, then pulled out a vacuum-sealed package of survival rations provided by the Coast Guard. "Let's see here, 1 cookie per meal. Cookie?" "No one said there would be cookies involved," Willow said with a smile. Wyatt carefully tore open the package and removed a small brick of 4 cookies. "Seriously?" he asked, looking at the plastic-wrapped food. "It's not much bigger than a couple of shortbread cookies, but each one of these is supposed to represent a meal for an adult." He picked at the plastic with his fingernails, then caught the corner with his teeth and pulled it open. "Here you go," he said as he offered one of the crumbly, dense cookies to Willow. "No way, you first," she demurred. Wyatt shrugged and bit the cookie in half with one bite. He chewed, took a breath to say something, then coughed. After a quick swig of water, he wiped his eyes and grimaced. "It's dry," he said in a hoarse voice. "That's what you get for trying to talk with your mouth full," she replied while trying not to laugh. Willow examined her cookie, turned it over twice, then nibbled at the corner. "Kinda tastes like coconut. But yes, it's very dry," she said, then took another tiny bite. Wyatt popped the second half of his cookie in his mouth and chewed noisily, then took a long pull from the water bottle. "This is supposed to be a meal?" he asked, as he held the package up and read the instructions again. "Each one of these cookies is supposed to have 1,000 calories. I don't believe it." Willow continued to nibble at her cookie like a chipmunk and smiled when she took a sip of water. "I don't know, I suppose if we take our time and make it last, it could be kind of filling. But I'd need a lot of water to go with this." "And we don't have a lot of water," Wyatt replied, looking away from the package of survival rations into the open backpack. "I've got 2 more bottles in here." "Do you have any?" Willow used one hand to open her backpack and peered inside. "Looks like I've got 2. She moved the bottles aside and pulled out another vacuum-packed brick of rations. "But we have another one of these. How many do you think are in here?" "This says there's enough for 2 adults for 3 days," Wyatt said, reading the label. "But they're counting on us, only eating 1,300 calories a day. Survival ration?" "Survive is about all we'd be able to do on these things." "Well, it's best we make them last, then," Willow said. "I don't see any fast food restaurants still open, do you?" "I don't have my wallet, money, credit cards, or anything, so it wouldn't matter if there were," Wyatt said, with a sigh. On the street in front of them, 2 cars raced down the road, engines roaring as the drivers attempted to get to the open gap in the 1-lane passage. Wyatt and Willow watched the cars race by, and then Wyatt shook his head. "Idiots! If they get into an accident, it's just going to make things worse for." Before he could finish his statement, the station wagon in the right lane hit its brakes to allow the car in the left lane, a black Ford Mustang, to race forward, slip between the lanes, and shoot into the gap. The Mustang roared down the road, squealing tires and weaving back and forth through the traffic further down the highway. Unbeknownst to the driver in the right lane, a Subaru cut in from the left, attempting to squeeze in front and follow the Mustang. The 2 cars clipped bumpers, and the Subaru skidded to a stop sideways, nose against the guardrail. The vibration from the impact rocketed down the metal railing and made Willow squeal as she jumped off the guardrail in surprise. Wyatt stood as well, looking down at the vibrating metal, then back up at the 2 cars that had caused yet another accident. Some more vehicles pulled up behind them, and horns immediately started honking. Wyatt hastily packed up the food, handed Willow the water bottle, and slung his backpack on his shoulders once more. "Come on, now might be a good time for us to get across the road." "Yeah, but over there we're going to be in the full sun," Willow argued. "At least here we've got shade now and then," she said, gesturing down the road. "But to go any further, we're going to have to get around that new accident," Wyatt countered. 50 feet down the road, several drivers had already exited their vehicles and were pounding on the windshield of the station wagon. "Yeah, okay, maybe. I don't think it's a good idea to walk any further that way," Willow said, clutching Wyatt's hand. "Yeah, you might be right. It's probably time for us to get out of here." The driver who had lost the sprint suddenly backed up, smashing the front quarter panel of a car behind him to more indignant shouts. He spun the wheel, now facing south on the northbound lane, and hit the gas. Wyatt and Willow had just passed behind one car and stepped out into the road in front of the man, desperate to escape half a dozen men shouting insults and throwing rocks at his car. Wyatt swore and pushed Willow back between 2 cars. "Hey!" she protested as the station wagon bore down on them, swerved to their left, and hopped the median. The car smashed into a speed limit sign, snapping it off at the ground as Willow ducked between the cars with Wyatt. The decapitated sign clattered to the street as the car rumbled forward, partially blocking the nearest southbound lane. "Come on, let's get out of here," Wyatt said again, holding tight to Willow's hand. He pulled her out between the 2 cars. "Can they not try to run us over this time?" Willow complained, adjusting her floppy hat with her free hand. They rushed across the momentarily open left lane, making a beeline straight across the median, avoiding the station wagon to the left, one wheel in the grass, slinging mud and greenery in the air. Wyatt glanced to the right and kept Willow moving across the gravel shoulder despite her complaints. "Slow down, I'm going to trip," she said. "We have to keep moving," Wyatt insisted, as he watched several people assist the Subaru driver in getting unstuck against the guardrail. Within moments, traffic heading north was moving again through the gap, but the troublemakers weren't satisfied. 2 men exited vehicles in the southbound lanes to yell at the station wagon driver who'd smashed into their side of the road and stalled traffic. There weren't nearly as many people heading south to Miami as there were heading north to Fort Lauderdale, but it was just enough to cause a snarl when one lane was blocked. Wyatt paused to look at the driver of the stuck station wagon, silently wishing him luck, then froze. "That's not a guy," he muttered. "What?" Willow asked as she used her free hand to hold her hat down on her head in the breeze. Wyatt rolled his neck and sighed, closing his eyes as the 2 drivers continued to pound on the windows of the damaged vehicle. "Why are they doing that?" "Oh my goodness, Wyatt, she's little more than a teenager," Willow said, bending over to see in the broken, shadowed windows of the car. A young woman, clutching the steering wheel tight, sobbed as a man twice her size pounded on the windshield and another kicked the passenger door in frustration. "Look what you did!" The man kicking the door yelled. "How am I supposed to get out of here?" "Freaking idiot," the guy by the windshield yelled, then slammed his fist down on the glass. A spiderweb crack emerged under the palm of his hand, and he yelled in frustration. "We can't just leave her here," Wyatt muttered. "She's not Hadley," Willow warned. "But maybe we can defuse the situation." "Wait, what?" Wyatt began. "Hey, we saw what happened," Willow called as she walked up to the car, dragging Wyatt with her. "Stay out of this, lady," the man at the windshield yelled, pointing at Willow. Wyatt held his hands up to show he was unarmed. "Look, man, maybe if she puts it in reverse, we can help her back the car out of the way, then everybody can get moving again." "She's stuck," the other man said, still kicking the door, "and now she's stopped everyone from escaping and she's just sitting here crying." He yelled over the honking horns. "Help me!" The girl sobbed from inside the car. "I'm sorry." "Hey, just put it in reverse and apply steady pressure," Wyatt said to the girl through the window. He turned to the man and spread his hands again. "If we get on the front end and push, maybe she can rock it back and forth and then get out of the way." I said, "Back off." "We're going to teach this fool a lesson," hollered the man at the windshield. Inside, the girl blubbered incoherently until the passenger window shattered under the other man's assault and she screamed. "Hey!" Wyatt yelled, stepping forward. "She's just a kid anymore from you, and I'll take this out on you too," the big man by the front of the car yelled. "You shouldn't be threatening anybody, especially a girl," Wyatt argued, gesturing at the driver. "Okay, honey, we tried," Willow muttered, trying to stand behind Wyatt and pull him away. "I don't need lectures by some beach bum. I told you to get out of here," the bigger man yelled, then took a step toward Wyatt. Willow gripped his arm tight. "Wyatt!" she warned as the other man stepped around the side of the car. "You some kind of hippie surfer, is that it? Probably looking for your next score, right?" demanded the shorter of the men. "Fine, have it your way," Wyatt said, flexing his shoulders. "I've had a rough couple days." "Oh, here we go," Willow muttered and stepped back. Wyatt bent low, shifted his weight, and slid the backpack off his back. "What you got there, huh?" taunted the guy by the windshield. "Looks like a pretty young thing behind you, too. Hey, baby," he called to Willow. "Oh, hello," Willow replied. "You shouldn't taunt my husband," she warned. "Ooh, he's going to beat me up, huh? Both of us?" he said, gesturing toward the other man. As Wyatt's backpack dropped to the ground, he gripped a segment of the broken speed limit sign, and when the first of the attackers charged at him, he was met with the sound of the pole whistling through the air. The impact of the metal signpost smashing into the man's head with a loud bewong sent a painful shockwave up Wyatt's arms and almost caused him to drop his vibrating makeshift weapon. He cursed and followed through with a swing, gritting his teeth as he cocked his arms and readied himself for another strike. The man he'd hit dropped to the ground with a groan. The other guy paused, reconsidering his life's choices, then threw a stream of curses at Wyatt and Willow, flipped them off, gave the car one more desultory kick, and returned to his own vehicle. Wyatt approached the still screaming driver and politely tapped on the cracked window. "Ma'am, are you okay?" he asked. "Ma'am, can you calm down for me? You're okay." He tried again to calm the girl, but she wouldn't stop her hysterics until Willow appeared at the window, removing her Coast Guard cap. She smiled at the teen, brushing a lock of wind-blown hair out of her face. "Hi there, honey. My name is Willow. You're okay," she said. "My husband and I won't hurt you. This is Wyatt," she added, gesturing at her husband, who stood over the groaning man on the ground. He held his speed limit signpost like a baseball bat, daring anyone else among the gawkers to try their luck. "I'm Chrissy," the girl said, sniffing. "I just want to go home, please." "That's what we're trying to do too, Chrissy. Our kids are a long way away from here, and we're trying to get home, but we couldn't leave you to deal with those two guys." "Thank you," Chrissy said, starting to calm down. "Are you okay, honey? Did you get hurt in the accident?" "No." "But I'm stuck," Chrissy said, staring at the steering wheel. She peeled her hands off the wheel and looked at Wyatt. "I don't know what to do," she whispered. "For starters, how about we try to get you out of here?" Wyatt suggested over his shoulder. Willow waved at him to be quiet, then turned her attention back to Chrissy. "Okay, how about this? Can you put it in reverse?" She waited until the girl shifted gears, then nodded. "Okay, good, that's good. Now I want you to hit the gas and then let it go. Okay? The car is going to rock back a little and then forward. You need to time hitting the gas when the car rocks forward so you get your momentum back and forth. Back and forth, do you understand? I've been stuck in sand before." "Yeah," Chrissy said, sniffing and wiping at her nose. "Okay, I can do this," she told herself. "Let's go then," Willow said. "Need to move faster," Wyatt warned. "A couple more guys are coming." Chrissy checked her crooked mirror, gasped at the sight of a new pair of men walking down the street with murder written on their faces, and hit the gas. The rear tire squelched through mud and dirt. Then she let off the gas, and the car rocked forward again. "Now," Willow ordered, and Chrissy complied. The car rocked back again under the straining wheel, then forward, but it had moved a little further. "Again!" Wyatt yelled. The car rocked the third time, then moved about half a foot. "One more time, Chrissy. You got this?" Willow called. I'm gonna kill you," the guy on the ground said, struggling to get on his hands and knees. Wyatt stepped forward and held the busted street sign like a sword, putting the jagged, bloody end under the man's throat and lifting his head up before he could stand. "Not today, pal. If you'd like, I can jerk this pole back and the busted end of this thing'll tear your throat wide open. Is that what you want?" Wyatt said, holding the man in an uncomfortable position. The thug tried to twist his head to signal no, but winced as a piece of metal poked him in the throat. "No," he whispered in a hoarse voice. Behind Wyatt, the car rocked one more time and pulled free of its muddy trap. The engine roared and Chrissy squealed in victory. "You did it! She's out, Wyatt!" Willow called, with the damaged engine knocking. The girl glanced out the window at Willow. Thank you so much." She looked at the rear mirror, then out the side door at Wyatt, holding the other man at bay. "Quick, get in. There's a gap coming up. We can get out of here," she said, shifting her attention to the busted passenger window. Traffic pulled forward at a slow pace once more, but the cars abandoned by the two men now approaching on foot blocked traffic and left a sizable gap. They hesitated, then picked up their pace, rushing toward Wyatt and his captive. Willow didn't need any convincing. She opened the rear passenger door and slid in. "Wyatt, let's go!" she yelled, then leaned out and grabbed his backpack from the ground. "I got your pack. Just get in." Wyatt took a quick look over his shoulder, sized up the situation, then shoved hard on the signpost. The man screamed in pain and fell over backward with the pole clattering on top of him. But he was alive. Wyatt turned and jumped into the car, and Chrissy hit the gas before he could even close the door. The engine roared and the station wagon rumbled off the median and bounced onto the road once more. Horns honked behind them, but the girl ignored them, spun the wheel to the right and made a hard 90-degree turn, running straight across both lanes of traffic. She clipped the corner of the car on her left just as it pulled out of her way. "Sorry," she yelled out the broken window as they left the highway and raced down a side street. "Nobody's following us," Willow said, holding onto her hat as she peered over the rear seat out the back window. "You can slow down now, Chrissy," she added as the nervous teenager finally let her foot off the gas, and the car slowed to a stop in the middle of the road. "Maybe stopping here isn't a good idea, though," Wyatt suggested, looking between the front seats at the tree-lined street ahead of them. The engine continued to knock and gurgle and cough. Chrissy said nothing and just stared straight ahead. As they idled, Wyatt looked at Willow. "I don't know how much longer this thing is going to last," he muttered. "Thank you," Chrissy said at last. She shifted into park, then turned and looked over the seat at Wyatt, tears in her eyes. "I don't know what I would have done. I wasn't doing anything. I just thank you." "Don't worry about it," Wyatt said, offering an embarrassed smile. "It wasn't anything anyone else wouldn't do." "No one else wanted to help me," Chrissy said, looking at Willow. "I feel like I owe you." "Well, if you wanted, you could give us a ride north," Willow suggested with a smile as she removed her Coast Guard cap. "Hey, I'm headed north," Chrissy said, her face brightening. "Oh my gosh, I can totally give you a ride. You saved my life." "Where are you headed? Wisconsin?" Wyatt and Willow said at the same time. "Oof," Chrissy said, deflating. She shifted the struggling car back into gear. "I wasn't planning on going that far. I was just trying to get home. My parents live in Fort Lauderdale." "What are you doing out here on the road by yourself?" Wyatt asked as Chrissy started the car rolling again. "I go to school in Miami. Is it as crazy as everybody says?" Wyatt asked. "Oh yeah, we know how to party," began Chrissy. "No, the city," Wyatt insisted. "Like the end of the world stuff." "Not now," Willow said, nudging him in the ribs. "No, it's okay," Chrissy said as she turned north on the side street and wove around a pair of cars parked haphazardly on the road. As they rolled between the cars, a scruffy man emerged from a small ramshackle house to the right, carrying a cardboard box overflowing with clothing. He gave them a dirty look and continued to the car, dumping the contents inside with little ceremony, then running back to the house. "Miami is worse than what you've heard," Chrissy said with a 1,000-yard stare as she picked up speed down the road. "I just want to get home. I'm almost there. Just a few more miles. That's why I raced that guy back there. I don't know what came over me." I'm usually a good driver. Never had a ticket, she added, looking over her shoulder at Willow. That's good, Willow said, but can we keep our eyes on the road, please? Wyatt settled in the seat and let his head fall back, reveling in the shade and the sensation of movement without having to walk. How far away did you say your parents are? Babe, you're bleeding, Willow cried, looking down at his hands. His left hand was fine, but his right hand sported a nasty cut across the palm where he'd gripped the metal speed sign like a sword. Oh my gosh, Chrissy cried, trying to look. The car swerved and they took out a pair of metal trash cans with a clatter and a spray of garbage. Is he going to be okay? Chrissy asked, grimacing as she tried to bring the car back under control. Sorry, she said to Willow in the rearview mirror. No, it's fine. We have a little first aid kit. The Coast Guard gave it to us, Willow replied as she rifled through her bag. You guys are with the Coast Guard? That's pretty cool, Chrissy said cheerfully. I guess that explains the Hawaiian shirt. Wyatt grimaced, closing his eyes as he relaxed into the seat. No, we're not with the Coast Guard. They rescued us. We were on the cruise ship that blew up, he said. What? Chrissy blurted as the car weaved in response to her outburst. It blew up. Yeah, Wyatt grumbled, trying to hold still. Good times. Willow took his hand in both of hers and applied some of their precious topical antibiotic ointment.
You've got to be careful,
she chided her husband.
You can't afford to get cut this deep. We'll never find a doctor out here.
Well, I mean, my dad's a nurse, Chrissy said as they turned left and drove down a road that took them into a blue-collar neighborhood. Wyatt looked out the window as Willow tended to his hand and watched coral-colored single-story cottages zip by the window. They all looked tired, sun-baked and old, much like their residents. Almost every house had people either in the front yards packing cars or boarding up windows. How come everybody has so much plywood? He asked. Huh? Chrissy said. Oh, those look like hurricane shutters, Chrissy muttered as she navigated the crowded street. I guess people are just going to ride it out like a big storm, Wyatt cursed and pulled his hand back from Willow's clumsy ministrations. So you said your dad's a nurse? Yeah, Chrissy replied. Do you mind if we pay him a visit? Before my wife cuts my hand off. Hey, Willow said and slapped him on the arm. What happened to you guys? Chrissy asked as she took a closer look at Wyatt's haggard face, his scraggy, days-old stubble, the mud and blood caked on his face, and the torn, ragged shirt he wore. You look like you survived a war. I'll tell you all about it if you can get us to your parents, Wyatt said. Safely, Willow added, gripping the front seat as Chrissy swerved around another car. Chapter 7. Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Kendrick residence. As they were finishing up assembly of the first sandwiches, Sierra placed them, toasted and buttery crispy, on the plate. The back door opened, and Hadley came in, stomping the snow off her boots. I'm all done, she announced, walking into the kitchen in her socks, red-faced and glowing with excitement. I shoveled a path all the way to our house, she told Sierra. So now that Mr. Kendrick cut the fence down, we can go back and forth without anybody knowing we're there. Outstanding, Kendrick said as he entered the kitchen from the other door. I just finished setting up the emergency antenna. It's all hooked up. The only thing we need to do is go out behind the fence and raise the boom all the way up to the top of the tree. How do we do that? Hadley asked, blowing on her hands. Well, I rigged up a pulley system. It's not too hard. You just connect the antenna to the cable from the house, pull on the rope until the cable goes all the way to the top, then secure it. I usually leave about halfway down the tree for testing throughout the year, but pulling it all the way to the top will give us a better range. Hadley, be a dear and tell your brother lunch is ready, Ruth said while keeping an eye on the last of the sandwiches sizzling on the double-wide griddle. It makes me nervous to have one of us out there by themselves. He's fine, Kendrick protested. Indulge me, Ruth said. It wasn't a suggestion. A moment later, Hadley returned with Jack in tow, removing his boots and dripping snow in the entranceway. Sorry about the mess, Jack said. I'll clean it up here in a second. Oh, never mind that, Ruth said. Bill has left bigger messes than that when he comes in from cutting the grass, she laughed. Here, sit down and get something to eat. I'll put on a fresh pot of coffee for us. They sat at the table, crunching the toasted sandwiches and eating in companionable silence. Everyone except Hadley had coffee. She preferred water until they ate through the sandwiches and a bag of chips from the pantry. That was delicious, Bill said as he leaned over and gave his wife a quick peck on the cheek. As always, my dear. So, can we hook up the antenna? Hadley asked. I really want to know what's going on out there in the real world. I was thinking about that, Jack said, leaning back in his chair to scratch his head. The radio will tell you what's going on all over the planet. Right? In theory, Bill said cautiously. If there's a local repeater and someone's using it, then we could also find out what's going on locally. But generally, high-frequency signals are better propagated over really long distances, like global long-distance calling. What's long-distance calling? Asked Hadley. I think they had that before cell phones, Jack said. So in English, please, Sierra prompted. Before these two make me feel any older, it means he can talk to someone a long way away, but it's not as easy to pick up the signal of someone just down the street, Ruth said with a long-suffering sigh. I know it sounds crazy, but it's like he wants to go and buy a whole new radio set just to talk to someone 3 houses away who he could just speak with on his phone. Ruth said pointedly, What? It's a hobby, Bill replied defensively. So what you're really saying is that we won't have a good idea of what's going on in the next neighborhood or even in Mukwanago, Jack asked. But we can find out what's happening in Europe. How does that help us? Why do I feel like you're setting me up for something? Sierra asked. Oh, because he usually is, Hadley replied, sticking the last of her sandwich in her mouth. I was thinking, Jack said, ignoring his sister, that we ought to send somebody into town to find out what's going on, he announced, glancing at the others. See? Hadley said, chewing. Crazy. Absolutely not, Ruth said, shaking her head. It's far too dangerous out there to send someone into Mukwango alone. But how do we know that? Jack persisted, leaning forward. I mean, yeah, we've had some violence here. Some violence? Sierra asked, parroting him. Jack, I killed a man the other day. I haven't even processed that yet, Sierra said, looking down at her hands. Hey, don't you dare think like that, Kendrick snapped. You didn't just randomly kill someone. You're not a murderer. They forced you to defend yourself. If those fools hadn't tried to break into our houses and take whatever we have or hurt us or worse, he added, then we wouldn't have had to defend ourselves, and you wouldn't have had to pull the trigger that ended that fool's life. That decision was on him. Don't you ever forget that, he said, pointing a stubby finger at her. What you did more than likely saved the life of your niece and your nephew, well, Sierra said, feeling heat creep up her cheeks again. I wasn't trying to be a hero. I didn't want to do it, she began. Kendrick held up his hand. We all know you didn't want to do it, Sierra. We might all be in a similar situation before long. Well, aren't you just a sparkly ray of sunshine? Ruth said, crossing her arms. All I'm trying to say is that the world has changed. It's a much darker, much more dangerous place than it was just 48 or 72 hours ago. Things have happened fast, and we're going to have to process them, but not right now. If we take the time to sit around and grieve and examine our navels, the people out there will take advantage of us, and then it's game over before it even started. This isn't some kind of game, began Hadley. Exactly, Jack said quickly. This is do or die time, Jack said, and if we don't have some info on what's going on out there, we could be caught with our pants down. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to be surprised by a bunch of looters like that ever again. Do you really think you're going to find out if looters are headed this way by walking into town? Hadley asked. I don't know, but whatever happens in town will probably spread to us, right? I mean, it's not like we're 100 miles away. We're only a mile or two outside of town. There's another neighborhood just up the road from us, and another closer to town. I think it would be better for us if we knew what was coming. That's all. Kendrick rubbed his chin in thought, and Ruth shook her head. I don't like it, dear. I'm sorry. I think we should all stay here together where it's safe and we can look out for each other, she said. I think what Jack is saying makes sense, Kendrick replied in contradiction to his wife. Her eyes opened wide at his bold statement. Hear me out, he pleaded, raising his hands. Jack's right. We don't know what's going on in town. We don't know what's going on anywhere. Not really. If someone's broadcasting out there, we'll know when Hadley and I turn on the radio. But that's only if people are talking. If everyone's hunkered down or they're unable to get their radios on the air, then that radio upstairs is no more than an expensive paperweight. Expensive? You told me, Ruth began, however. Kendrick said quickly to cut off his wife. If we had boots on the ground and someone actually walking around Mukwanago, they could find out exactly what was going on far quicker. And because they're local, it might be more valuable for us short term. I don't like the idea of anybody going off alone, Ruth said again. Let's not go alone then, Jack suggested. Why don't we send 2 of us? If we're all together here anyway, 2 of us can head into town while the others guard the houses, right? There'd be 2 of you out there, Ruth said. I'd have to worry twice as much. Half as much, Jack corrected. With 2 people out there, they could watch each other's backs. And if we found supplies, it's easier for 2 people to carry stuff back than one. You're already assuming you're going to be one of the ones to go? Sierra asked. Well, it was my idea, Jack said. And is there anybody else here who can make the walk into town through all that snow and maybe carry stuff back? He has a point, Kendrick said to Sierra. I'm too out of shape to make that hike, not under these conditions, Kendrick said. I'm sorry, but I'm too old for such foolishness, Ruth replied sadly. And he's too old and out of shape under any circumstances. Close your mouth, Sierra said, pointing at Hadley. You're too young. Well, sure, I'm not too old, and I'm in good enough shape, and let's be honest, I'm expendable, Aaron said. What? Asked Sierra, as they all turned to look at the foreign exchange student turned refugee. Oh, let's look at the facts, then. You lot are either family or neighbors. I'm the only one that doesn't fit in this group. If something would happen to me, the rest of you would be right as rain. It's the logical choice. Sierra looked around the table, but no one argued. So, are we really going to send Jack and Aaron into town to find out what's going on? She asked. Not just find out what's going on, Jack added. We can try to make contact with the police. Maybe they can give us a solution to the bodies out there that we can all agree on, he suggested. That is the first bit of sense you've made since you started talking about this harebrained idea, Ruth said. I can get behind that at least. Sierra shook her head. I can't. I'm sorry, Jack. I'll go along with this if I'm outvoted, but there's no way I can agree to sending my brother's only son into. Who knows what he'll find out there. Alone? I won't be alone, Jack argued. Aaron will be with me and we'll both be armed. Not with one of your bleeding firearms, I won't, Aaron said defiantly. I've me shillelagh, and that's plenty. It's a stick, Jack countered. I heard what you said about your wee pop gun. Would you want to be shot by it? Aaron asked. The .22? No way, Jack said, shaking his head. Well, there you are then. Trust me, I've seen men break bones swinging a shillelagh, Aaron said. You don't want to be on the receiving end of that either. But, began Jack, you want to go on your little field trip or not, eh? I've a feeling no one's keen to let you go without me, boyo, and I'm not going without me shillelagh. Jack looked around the table and frowned. Kendrick laughed. She's got you there, son, he said. Let's take a vote. All in favor of sending Jack and Aaron into town to find information and any supplies they come across? Without the looting. Thank you very much, Aaron added pointedly. Yes, without looting. All in favor. Raise your hands. Kendrick raised his hand. Ruth reluctantly raised hers. Jack and Aaron both raised theirs, and Hadley raised hers last. Sorry, she said to Sierra, but I think Jack would be the best at this. Sierra shook her head and crossed her arms. I'm not voting for this. When my brother gets back, I want to look him in the eye and tell him that I didn't agree to anything that would endanger his children. Fair enough, Jack said. I won't tell Dad that this is all your idea. What? Sierra blurted. Before Sierra could object further, he steamrolled ahead. I think we should leave right away. It's just about noon, so we've only got 3, maybe 4 hours left of sunlight. I'd like to get there and get back before dark. You bet you will, Sierra said. I'm not going to allow you to wander aimlessly in the dark during the apocalypse. Relax, Sierra, Jack said. I don't want to be out there after dark any more than you want me to be. If we leave soon, it'll only take us about an hour to get to town, he told Aaron. That gives us like an hour, maybe an hour and a half before we have to head back. It'll take that long to walk the couple wee miles to town, she asked. Well, that's just a guess, Jack said. We have to assume that the roads aren't plowed and that there's snow everywhere, and I'd like to get to town without walking on the major roads. Come on, Hadley. You can help me whip together a couple sandwiches for them. I thought we weren't encouraging them to stay out, began Sierra. We're not, but just in case it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, Ruth said as she reached for the bread. Sierra, you said you had a couple handheld radios? Asked Kendrick. What? Oh yeah, we do, she said distractedly, turning away from Jack and Aaron, their heads together, plotting. I don't know what the range is on them. Well, since we're all going to be in this house at least for the rest of this day, this would be an excellent way to test that range. Let them take one, we keep the other, we can track them until they drop off range. If they drop off, he added quickly, some handheld units have a range of 4 to 5 miles. And like Jack said, it's only about 2 miles to town. There are some hills and trees to block the signals, he muttered, looking at his hands. But it's possible they might be able to communicate with us the entire time. Well, I suppose that's better than nothing, Sierra said. I'll head back to our house and get them. Oh, cool. Try out the path I made, Hadley cried. She looked at Kendrick and Ruth. Ruth, can I help you with the sandwiches in a minute? I want to get that antenna in the tree for Bill. If you want to, Ruth said with a sigh. I suppose I can manage on my own, she added with a smile. Come on, let's get our gear, Jack said to Aaron as they got up from the table. We've got a bit of a hike ahead of us. Chapter 8. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Pinner Residence. Chrissy pulled the beat-up station wagon into a small neighborhood filled with small, typically Floridian houses. They were mostly beige. A few had Spanish Mission-style tile roofs with a few contrasting colors on the window shutters. Some were brightly colored, but for the most part, they were a uniform, tired, neutral color. The modest-sized, single-story, single-family homes all clustered around the few larger houses like baby ducklings. Every block had its bigger house, and they all stood out compared to the other homes. A pair of leaning palm trees and an overweight man sitting on a cooler with a shotgun resting across his knees guarded the entrance to the neighborhood. He stood, pulled the wide-brimmed fishing hat back from his forehead, and waddled toward the car. Chrissy slowed to a stop and poked her head through the broken driver's window. Mr. Guilfoyle? Chrissy Pinner? The man asked as he huffed and puffed his way toward the car. It is you! Dadgum! I'm glad you made it home. Your dad is awful worried. Well, I wouldn't have made it if these people hadn't helped me out, she said, gesturing to Wyatt and Willow in the back. There was an accident, she began. Yeah, I can tell, the older man said as he looked at the vehicle close-up. You best get on back to your house now. Your daddy's about ready to go looking for you. A lot of folks have already left, you know. Where's everybody going? Wyatt called from the back seat. Away from Miami, I guess, the man said in a flat tone, staring at Wyatt. A lot of folks down here have family up north. Of course, everything is up north from here except Miami, I guess. My own neighbors left yesterday, would you believe? They're heading up to Georgia, though. I can't see no reason for anyone to want to do that. Family or not, he added, chuckling at his own joke. When no one laughed, he cleared his throat and looked at Chrissy. What about you? Chrissy asked me. Oh, I reckon I'll hang out here. Me and Josephine don't really have anybody left, and our kids are out west, nowhere for us to go, really. But you do have a place to go get on back home now, he said as he waved her through. Have you had problems with looters? Wyatt called as the car rolled forward. Not yet, the old man said as he lifted his shotgun and smiled. Don't think I'll have much trouble with this. None of this is real to me, Chrissy said as she drove forward in a daze. People stood in front of every other house they passed, loading cars or talking nervously with neighbors. Almost everyone stopped to give Chrissy's car a long, hard look as she rumbled past, the engine knocking and sputtering. Why do I get the feeling everybody thinks we're casing the place? Willow asked, struggling to fan herself with her sweaty Coast Guard cap. That's exactly what it feels like, Wyatt muttered as Chrissy turned down another manicured side street. By the time she pulled into the remaining space in the driveway at her house, Wyatt was thoroughly lost in the warren of side streets and cul-de-sacs. There must be 300 houses in the subdivision, he mumbled. I have no idea how to get out of here. Try opening the door, Willow whispered, which earned her a sour look. We made it, Chrissy said, sighing, and she sat back in her seat. Chrissy's home was as unremarkable as most of the other houses in the neighborhood. It was about 1,000 square feet and squarish with fake stucco siding. The yard was coated in bright green, freshly cut Bermuda grass, but the flower beds had been overrun with blooming plants and a boxwood bush that had been allowed to run free. The decorative shutters next to the windows on the front of the house needed paint jobs, and the front door was sun-faded. But the attached garage was open, and inside, a man sat surrounded by piles of supplies, backpacks, water bottles, and the biggest first aid kit Wyatt had ever seen. He jumped to his feet and rushed out the open garage door before Chrissy could get her damaged door open. Chrissy, the haggard man said as he rushed forward, wearing stained light blue surgical scrubs. Oh my goodness, Chrissy, he yelled, ripping open the door and pulling Chrissy out of the driver's seat. He embraced his daughter, checking her for injuries, and hugging her in turn. Dad, Chrissy protested. Are you okay? What happened? Let me look at your eyes. Do you feel any pain? Any bruising? Dad, I'm fine. You could have internal bleeding, he began, glancing at the car, his face changing expressions from joy to worry to fear as he noted the existence of Wyatt and Willow. Who are they, Dad? Honest, I'm fine, Chrissy insisted. She held him at arm's length, then turned to gesture at the car. I got into an accident on the south side of Fort Lauderdale, and these people helped me. They saved my life, really, you said? Her father began, then turned and looked sharply in the back seat. He paused to get a good look at Wyatt in the light from the car door, then pushed Chrissy behind him. What do you want, he asked. We don't have any food or anything to give you, Wyatt held up both hands showing Willow's attempt at first aid. We don't want anything. Honestly, although we wouldn't turn down a safe place to lie down for the night, he said. It's been a long day, Dad, Chrissy complained, stepping around him. She turned her back on Wyatt and pushed her father away slightly. I'm serious. These people saved my life. I promised we would give them a place to stay for the night. Can we get out, please? Wyatt asked. It's a little awkward having a conversation like this, he said with a smile. Just a second, Chrissy's dad said, frowning. He pulled his daughter to the side, but spoke loud enough for Wyatt to hear. You have no idea what things have been like, and now you go bringing these two people here? Do you even know them? No, Chrissy began. Sweetie, you don't know anything about these people? He hissed, then looked at Wyatt and realized they could hear him. No offense, none taken, Wyatt said amiably enough. I'd be happy to tell you whatever you want to know about us, he said, but it's getting a little warm in this car. The windows don't work because of the accident, Chrissy explained. Yeah, I got that, her dad said. Look, he said, exhaling. I'm sorry, I work at St. Francis. It's a hospital about 10 miles away, and ever since the power went out, we've been getting way more people than normal coming in for unnecessary treatments, some of them just to get the air conditioning. Wait, you have air conditioning? Willow asked, leaning around Wyatt to speak through the broken window. Yes, ma'am, Chrissy's dad said, but I don't know how long it's going to last. The hospital is on backup generators. He ran a hand through his short-cropped blonde hair, then shook his head. Okay, this is stupid sitting out here like this. Why don't y'all come inside and we can sort things out? I'm just happy Chrissy is home safe, he said, hugging his daughter again. I can't thank you enough for helping her, he added over his daughter's head. Wyatt smiled and tried the door, but it wouldn't open. I'd be glad to shake your hand, but could you open the door? Chrissy's dad opened the door to the sound of squealing hinges and shook Wyatt's hand when they both climbed out of the car. I'm Dennis, by the way, Dennis Pinner. Wyatt Carter, Wyatt said, shaking hands. This is my wife, Willow. Dad, they were on the boat that blew up. The what? Dennis asked. The cruise ship Emperor of the Seas, Wyatt said, looking down at his sunburned legs and flip-flops. It blew up in the port of Miami. We were on it. Not when it blew up, of course, Willow said with a nervous laugh. Of course, Dennis replied, giving them both a sidelong look. Okay, let's all just get inside, he said, glancing around. Things have been more and more strange around here lately, and I'd like to get the garage sealed up. You have a problem with looters? We saw the gentleman at the front of the neighborhood with his shotgun, Wyatt said. Guilfoyle? No, he's just a crazy old coot who wants to help out, Dennis said as he manually shut the garage door when everyone had come inside. I've got some battery-powered lanterns spread around the house. Chrissy, why don't you take everybody inside, and we'll head out to the lanai? Oh, you have a lanai, Willow asked. It's just a covered porch, Chrissy explained under her breath as she led them through the darkened house. The air was close and warm, but the tile floor radiated coolness as Wyatt and Willow trudged through, following Chrissy. So this is our kitchen, Chrissy said as she walked them through the little house. It's not much, but it's enough for me and Mom and Dad. I guess it's enough for them now that I'm at school, she added with a nervous titter. Bedrooms are down that hallway. Mom's office is over here, and here's the living room, she said as she did a little twirl, her arms out. Ta-da! You guys keep it pretty plain in here, huh? Wyatt asked as he looked at the bare walls in the living room. A single family portrait hung over the couch, but for the most part the rest of the house sported plain white walls. Willow elbowed him in the ribs. It's a lovely house, Chrissy, she said. No, it's okay. Mom and Dad are always gone so much. Dad works at the hospital, so he could be up and out at all hours of the night, Chrissy said as she let them out to the lanai. True to her words, it was a screened-in porch, but a fancy screened-in porch with high ceilings to let as much heat as possible escape. A single battery-powered Coleman lantern sat on the circular glass table in the middle of the open space. Several backpacks stood lined up next to one of the knee-high walls below the screened windows. Overhead, a wide-bladed ceiling fan sat dormant, moving slightly in the warm breeze. Wyatt took in the surroundings and stepped forward to a screen, peering out into the backyard. It was maybe a third of an acre, a rectangle with privacy fencing running all the way around. His eye immediately spotted weak spots in the fence where repairs needed to be made and had been neglected. The front yard had looked well manicured, but the backyard looked like Jurassic Park with tall weeds and shin-high grass. "I know. It's a mess," Chrissy apologized. "Usually I was the only one who ever did any work in the yard. Mom and Dad are just too busy, and Dad always seems to be called away right when we just had a storm, which I guess is like every day," Chrissy said. "I'm sorry, I'm rambling," she said, hugging herself. "I'm not really good at this hostess stuff," she added, turning red in the face. "Don't worry about it," Dennis said as he stepped out onto the patio carrying 4 water bottles. "It's not cold, but it's water," he said as he handed one to his daughter. "With that sunburn, you guys are going to be dehydrated. You need to make sure you drink plenty of water," he added as he handed out bottles to Willow and Wyatt. "Anyone need Tylenol or Advil? Much appreciated," Wyatt said as he took the bottle. "I wouldn't say no to a couple Advil," he added with a grateful smile. "My legs are pretty beat up." "Thank you," Willow said, taking the bottle, "and thank you for the advice." "So?" Dennis asked, cocking an eyebrow at his daughter. "You gonna tell me what happened to your car?" Chrissy quickly ran through, leaving campus early in the morning. The chaos in the streets of Miami and the smoke from the fires. The accident on the highway concluding with the 2 men who'd rushed her car. "When they started beating on the windows, I just kind of froze," she said, holding back tears. "I didn't mean to block the road." "It's okay," her father said, patting her hand. "What happened next?" "That's where Willow and Wyatt came in. Willow helped me get the car moving back and forth." At this, Dennis cocked an eyebrow at Wyatt. "Willow helped?" "Oh, he couldn't deal with that," Chrissy said quickly, seeing her father's gaze. "Wyatt was too busy going Conan in flip-flops on the 2 guys who were smashing my windows. He used a street sign to take them out," Chrissy said, her eyes bright. Not exactly," Wyatt said, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. "I only knocked down the one guy with the sign. The other guy left on his own." "Yes, but that's where you got that nasty cut on your hand," Chrissy said. "Oh my gosh, Dad, there was blood all over the back of the car." "Do you mind if I take a look? It's the least I could do for saving my daughter," Dennis said. "Be my guest, but I don't think it's as bad as everybody's saying." "Oh, it is," Willow said confidently. Dennis carefully unwrapped the bandage and sucked air through his teeth. "Well, it's not the worst I've ever seen, but it's certainly pretty deep. This is not something you want to mess around with, especially not now." "What difference would it make?" Chrissy asked. "Is it because the world is ending?" "Well," Dennis said, turning Wyatt's hand over, "cuts like this frequently get infected. Look at all the dirt in that wound. We need some antibiotics. And with the power out for the foreseeable future, the factories that make the antibiotics aren't." "I tried to clean it," Willow apologized. "No, it's fine. Unless you're in a hospital or a doctor's office, you're not likely to get it as clean as possible. You did great for a field dressing. You'd make a good battlefield medic." "See," Willow said to her husband. "That's what I told him," she added for Dennis. "Hang on," Dennis said, then moved to one of the bags propped against the short wall. "I've got stuff right here that can take care of it," he said, then returned and put the backpack on the ground next to him. "You guys planning on bugging out?" Wyatt asked. "Yes and no. These are field medic bags. Bugging out?" asked Chrissy. "He means leaving in a hurry and maybe not coming back," Dennis said over his shoulder. "I always have a couple stashed around the house. You never know when you're going to have to make a run to an accident or some other emergency. I'm part of the quick response team at the hospital. Combat-trained nurses and doctors who volunteer for extra hours," he explained as he pulled out bandages and vials of liquid. "What's that?" Wyatt asked. "I'm going to flush the wound. Irrigate it with this saline solution here. This might sting a bit," he said, without waiting for Wyatt's response. Dennis poured the vial of liquid into a plastic tube with a narrow neck nozzle and squeezed. The saline solution sprayed out in a jet and flooded Wyatt's deep cut. "Ow!" Wyatt yelped, struggling to keep his hand still. "That's got a bite," he hissed through his clenched teeth. "I said it would sting a little," Dennis replied with a lopsided grin. Okay, hold still. I don't think you need stitches, but I'm going to use some of this Dermabond and see if we can get that cut to heal a little faster. He added some antibiotic ointment, the Dermabond adhesive strips, and pulled the little cord to close the wound. Wyatt winced again, but didn't say anything. And a few seconds later, Dennis had expertly wrapped the wound with a clean gauze and bandage there, he said, sitting back to admire his handiwork. You'll want to check that every night to make sure that it's draining properly and not getting infected. Here, he added, handing over a small bottle. In the distance, gunfire crackled, and Chrissy gasped, hunching down in her chair. It's okay. It's a long way off, Dennis said without so much as a flinch. It's been going on all afternoon. They're looting the mall. That's a little more disturbing than a traffic jam, Willow said, scooting closer to Wyatt. Dennis grunted. It's only going to get worse here, he added, handing over a small plastic vial. This is a couple days' worth of antibiotics. If you see any sign of redness, especially small streaks, take these twice a day until they run out. It's pretty powerful stuff, so don't let anyone know you have it. Trust me. I've already seen a couple of gunshot wounds because of people fighting over drugs. Really? Asked Willow. Dennis nodded, the bags under his eyes stark in the fading light. And this is just the beginning. Chapter 9, Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick Residence. Sierra stood by the back gate in the snow-covered yard and hugged herself as Jack and Aaron gave one final wave. She and Kendrick, Hadley, and Ruth all clustered together by the wooden gate and watched the two disappear into the forest. It was a slow process and took a few minutes for them to trudge through the snow and vanish into the dense trees. But then, just like that, they were gone, leaving nothing but footprints behind. Kendrick leaned forward and pulled the gate shut, securing it with a heavy latch, then smiled at Sierra. I'm sure they'll be fine, he said. We still have the radio, remember? Testing, this is base, Hadley said with an impish grin as she looked at Kendrick. Hawkeye, do you read me? She looked at Sierra. That's a stupid name, by the way. Hush, your brother liked it, Sierra said, waving her to silence. After a moment, the radio broke squelch with a burst of static. Base, this is Hawkeye, reading you loud and clear. You're coming in good, too, Hadley replied. 5 by 5, Kendrick said with a chuckle. What? Hadley asked. You're supposed to say 5 by 5, Kendrick explained. Oh, okay. Hadley put the radio to her mouth again. I mean 5 by 5. What? Jack asked, his voice tinny over the little speaker. I wonder if this thing's signal gets blocked by the house? Hadley asked. Only one way to find out, Kendrick suggested. It's cold out here anyway, ladies, shall we? He asked, gesturing at the house. Oh, yes, let's do, Ruth said in a mock British accent. You three stay out if you want, but I'm going in to start a stew for dinner. Hadley tromped off through the snow radio to her mouth as she explained her plans to her brother. That girl is going to wear out the battery in the radio long before they run out of range, Ruth observed with a gentle smile as she followed Hadley. Kendrick made to follow his wife, but when he noticed Sierra was still at the gate, he turned back. Sierra? I can't help but feel like this is the last time I'm ever going to see my nephew, she said, arms limp at her sides. Kendrick put a gloved hand on her shoulder and squeezed. I don't think it's that bad, he said quietly. I think it's bad, don't get me wrong, and it's going to get a whole lot worse, I'm afraid. But I don't think it's that bad yet. If you think it's so bad, why did you pressure us to let Jack and Aaron head into town? Sierra demanded, rounding on him. I just told you, Kendrick replied evenly, removing his hand from her shoulder. Because it's bad, and it's going to get worse, but it's not bad enough to be afraid to head into town yet. He looked around his backyard and sighed, his breath coming out as a gout of vapor. Sierra, I think it's a good idea. I know it's a good idea to gather all the information we can about what's happening locally. While we can. While we can, she asked. Look, when things progress a little further, and I don't know what that tipping point is, he explained, holding up a hand to stop her argument, then I'll be the first one to stand up and say we shouldn't leave the property. But until that tipping point happens, I think it's our obligation to find out what's going on out there so that we're better prepared back here when it does happen, he said, pointing at the snow-covered ground at his feet. That's it, Sierra asked. We're just supposed to go after some hunch you may or may not have, but you'll know it when you see it, he shrugged. That's it. I'd go myself if I were 20 years younger. But he glanced at the house. Between you and me, I'm not sure my heart could take walking to the street and back. My last checkup wasn't very good, Bill, Sierra said in a tight voice. You can't drop that on me like that. Ruth knows, but she fluctuates between being overly protective and trying to ignore it. I just have to be careful, that's all. And maybe cut back on some of Ruth's cooking? Sierra asked. Kendrick started to walk to the house, and Sierra followed him. I don't know if I even want to live life without her cooking, he joked. This is serious, Bill, Sierra said, staring at the ground as they walked, following the dozen or so footprints back to the house. I'm serious, Kendrick said. If I lost Ruth, he let his words hang in the air between them, and they trudged back to the house in silence. Sierra, Hadley called from the door as they approached the patio. I can still hear them. And Jack says they're halfway through the forest preserve. I'm afraid I don't know what that means, but I'm excited that you're excited, Sierra said with a smile as she stepped inside and removed her boots. I've got a local map in the radio room. We can keep track of where they are from there. In fact, Hadley, you should probably be recording when you contact them and what distance they're at and where you are, whether you're in the house or outside. This is all information you'll need to know if we want to figure out just what the range is on these radios, he said with a nod toward the radio in her hand. Way ahead of you, Hadley said. She pulled the small notebook out of her back pocket and opened to the second page. I've been keeping track of the times and where Jack says they're at. We only contacted him 3 times, though. She looked down at the notebook, then grimaced. I just don't know where they are on the map. Well, follow me, Kendrick said. Let's take a look. He led them to his office and threw back the curtains, flooding the room with bright snow-reflected light. They were on the north side of the house, so Kendrick's view from his desk encompassed mostly trees and the north edge of the forest preserve. While he fussed with the map and spread it across his desk, positioning radio equipment to hold down the curling corners, Sierra moved to the window and peered toward the front of the house. You can barely see the Nolan's house from here, and hardly any of the cul-de-sac. Yeah, that's why we use the front room to keep watch, Kendrick said, not taking his eyes off the map. He traced his finger to the outline of a roughly triangular pond and tapped the crinkly paper. Here's our neighborhood. Let's make a star where the house is, he suggested, and handed a pen to Hadley. Do you want me to write on your map? Hadley asked. Why not? Kendrick replied with a shrug. I think I got it at the library. It's just a free map for nature trails and biking, both of which I'm too old for anymore. Okay, Hadley said, then leaned over the map and carefully made an extra neat 5-pointed star where Kendrick had pointed. Now, where did he say he was the first time you contacted him? He said they were even with the old dock, Hadley said. I know where that is if I'm standing on the shore, but, she mumbled, frowning as she looked at the map. Don't worry about it, Kendrick said. I know exactly where that dock is. I helped build it back before you were born, Kendrick revealed. He pointed at the triangular-shaped pond toward the smallest side, the point that aimed north-northwest. It's right here, he said, tapping the map. They just passed the northern bend in the pond. Did he say how close they were to the water? No, Hadley replied. He said they went straight from the gate into the woods, and the next thing he said was that they were passing the dock. Good, that means you can put your point right here, Kendrick said, shifting his finger and only moving it when Hadley put her pen to the paper. Now write down the time and date, and then draw a straight line. Here's a ruler, he said, handing her a plastic ruler. Draw it from the house to this point. Kendrick and Sierra leaned over Hadley's shoulders as she worked, then took a step back when she finished and straightened up. There, she cried. The next one was a couple of minutes ago, and he said they were halfway through the forest preserve. Did he say they changed course, or were they still going straight? Kendrick asked. He didn't say anything about changing course, Hadley replied. I guess I should ask about that the next time we talk. It'd be a good idea, Kendrick said, folding his arms across his chest. Also, I'd suggest setting a time like every 5 minutes or every 10 minutes, Sierra offered. That way, if you try contacting him and you only get silence, we at least know the general area where they're at. That's a good idea, Hadley said. She looked down at her notebook. That's all I've got halfway through the forest preserve. Well, that puts them about here, Kendrick said, shifting his finger on the map. They're making fairly good time for the amount of snow out there. Make your second mark there, and then you might want to make a little note to the side that we don't know exactly where they're at. I'll leave this to you two. I'm going to go check on Ruth. I think you've got this, Sierra said as she ruffled Hadley's hair and left the room. Now, after you make your next contact with Jack, I'll show you how to work the ham radio, Kendrick was saying as she moved into the hallway. Sierra walked into the kitchen and smiled as Ruth hummed to herself at the old cast-iron stove, cutting ingredients and stirring a cast-iron pot. "You've been in here like 10 minutes," Sierra announced as she walked in. "And the house already smells amazing. How do you do that? You're not even using a recipe." "Oh," Ruth said with a chuckle, not looking up from her work. "I learned from my grandmother. Everything is right up here," she said, tapping her head. "And in here?" she added, placing a hand over her heart. She looked at Sierra and smiled. "Want to help?" "I'd love to, but I'm afraid I'm no good in the kitchen. I can handle mac and cheese or hamburger helper." Ruth laughed, a sound that made Sierra think of her grandmother, and she couldn't help but smile. "Oh, that's no bother at all. Come on, grab that tray of carrots there," Ruth said, gesturing at a ramshackle pile of vegetables on the counter next to the sink. "You've got a pretty good view of the cul-de-sac from here," Sierra noticed as she picked up the carrots and glanced out the window. "I suppose it's why we weren't surprised by those awful people the other night," Ruth said. "I was in here working on breakfast, setting up an oatmeal batch to sit overnight, you know," she added. "As one does," Sierra said, shaking her head but smiling as she handed over the carrots. "Exactly," Ruth agreed. She picked up a knife and started chopping the carrots faster than Sierra could believe. The knife made a rhythmic tap, tap, tap as it kissed the cutting board and little orange wheels began to pile up, but Ruth continued talking as if she were doing nothing more than twirling a finger through her hair. "I can stand here and work on food and keep an eye out, so when I saw them moving out there, I immediately told Bill." "He wanted to go charging out there," Ruth said, looking up to stare out the window. She stopped cutting, reliving the night. "I begged him not to go out there." "Begged him," she said with a glance at Sierra. "Finally, I made him promise he wouldn't go out there. His heart, probably have a heart attack before he even found anyone in the darkness. But we knew they were up to no good, and when all the shooting started..." Ruth shook her head and looked down. "I'm sorry. We should have done more. I was so worried that those people would hurt you and those darling children." Sierra put her arm around Ruth's shoulders and felt them tremble, then squeezed. "Hey, it's okay. Bill came through exactly when we needed him. We're fine. Really." Ruth wiped at her face with the back of her hand and nodded, sniffing. She got back to work, attacking the vegetables. "Anyway, we all know what happened then." Sierra stepped away from Ruth and glanced out the window again, and what she saw made her heart skip a beat. A man struggled through the snow. He didn't carry a rifle or a gun, but a clipboard. He paused in the middle of the cul-de-sac and looked down at the dead body. He pulled his hood partially back and looked around at the houses, then scribbled something on the clipboard. "Looks like we have company," Ruth said, holding the knife like a weapon. "Yeah, but I don't know who's more dangerous, thugs with guns or someone from the HOA with a freaking clipboard." Sierra growled. She turned from the counter and rushed into the hallway, calling for Kendrick. "Bill, we've got company. Looks like one of those HOA goons is out there in the cul-de-sac checking out the dead body." Bill emerged from the office with a frown on his face. "I don't want them snooping around. They don't need to know what we're up to." "I'll go out and talk with them," Sierra said. She stopped halfway through putting her coat on at the back door. "Can you cover me?" "You bet," Kendrick replied. "I'll get my rifle and set up shop in the living room. But," he added, raising a hand to stop Sierra from leaving, "I wouldn't go out our front door. I think it'd be better if you slipped into your house then came out your front door. We don't need anyone knowing that you're staying at our place either. Why would that matter?" Headley asked that as she poked her head out of the radio room office. "I don't know that it does, but until we know we can trust anybody out there, I say we keep as much information as possible secret," Kendrick said. "Sounds good," replied Sierra. "I'm going to sneak back across into our house. Be careful," Headley called. "By the time you get through the house and out the front door, or what's left of it, I'll be set up and waiting." "Go," Kendrick said, shooing her out the back door. Sierra couldn't help but hunch over as she rushed down the cleared path in the backyard, through the gap in the fence, and up to the back door at her brother's house. She rushed right past the body in the snow, refusing to look at the blood-stained frozen corpse, stepped through the busted-open patio door, and pushed the curtains out of the way. Without bothering to remove her boots, she stomped through the ice-cold house, marveling at the number of spent shotgun shells and holes in the wall. It was a miracle. None of them had been hit during the gunfight. She got to the front door and peeked through one of the holes. The person in the street had turned and was halfway down the driveway, stepping carefully in the footprints left by the looters and Davenport's HOA committee. Sierra took a deep breath, exhaled to calm her nerves, then opened the door with a gentle push. The latch no longer worked, and stepped out onto the porch as if she had just noticed the man in the driveway. She tromped down the steps and, still following the trampled snow on the sidewalk, walked over to stop the person. "That's close enough!" she called out. The man, studiously watching his feet as he walked through the snow, froze and looked up, clipboard held across his chest like a shield. "Oh, you startled me? What do you want?" Sierra snapped. "That's not very neighborly," the old man rumbled. "I'm not in a very neighborly mood. Having a bunch of people try to kill you in the middle of the night will do that to you." "Yes," the old man said as he pulled his hood back and turned to look at the body in the cul-de-sac. A baseball hat and a shock of white hair emerged from under the hood as he looked at Sierra. It was the Navy veteran from the HOA meeting who'd caused so much grief for Davenport. Sierra's entire mood shifted, and the frown on her face melted like spring snow. She smiled.
Gene, right?
"Right," the old man said with a big grin. "I was hoping you'd remember me from that meeting." "That was kind of hard to forget," Sierra said with a bitter laugh. "What can I do for you?" "Well, there are some rumors going about. I just figured I'd—" He glanced down the clipboard and then looked at the cul-de-sac again. "I just wanted to see it for myself. I didn't quite believe the stories I've heard." "Believe them," Sierra replied, crossing her arms. Not exactly easy to do in her bulky winter coat. "A bunch of thugs showed up last night, told us we needed to give them food and shelter, and when we refused, they started shooting." "So I see," Gene said, squinting at the Swiss cheese front door. "It looks like one of them didn't walk away from that fight," he added, gesturing with the clipboard at the body in the street. "He's not the only one," Sierra said. "There's more?" "Another one, around the back," Sierra replied, looking up at the sky. It was cloudless, and the sun glowed orange, low in the sky to the west, casting long shadows. "What are you doing out here?" she asked. "I hope you're not here to catalog how many bullets we used or something." "No, nothing like that," Gene said with a wrinkled smile. Davenport was looking for volunteers to make the rounds and see what houses were ready for inventory specialists. "I decided to come check on you myself and use that as an excuse." He shrugged, the fabric of his coat making a noise with the movement. "And I wanted to warn you." "Warn us about what?" "Davenport sent those people to attack your house." "Well, maybe not to attack you, but he sent them here." "What?" Sierra breathed. "I was there when they showed up, before the shooting started," Gene said, looking down. "We watched it from over here. What happened?" "They threatened us, and we had to show them we outnumbered them, and, well, someone got a little trigger-happy. I don't know who fired first, but no one got hurt. I know that much." "Well, that's good, I guess," Sierra said. "It brought matters to a head quick enough," Gene said, scratching his nose with a gloved hand. His breath hung like a cloud in front of his face as he talked. "They wanted an easy score and were threatening Davenport." He pointed them in this direction and said some squatters were occupying this house. He didn't care what happened once the gang got here, as long as they were quiet and didn't leave any loose ends. His words, not mine. "Loose ends," Sierra muttered. "Why did Davenport allow them?" "Why did he send them? Why?" Sierra asked. "It was in return for them not ransacking his house, or any others," Gene explained. "It was, quote." A voice chirped out of thin air, and Gene paused, then held up a finger and warned Sierra to be quiet. He opened a zippered pouch on his jacket and pulled out a fancier version of the radio Hadley and Jack were using. "This is Gene. Say again, please." "Hey, you need to get back to the entrance. We got people coming down the street and they look like a bunch of hooligans. We're calling out the Minutemen. Hurry! What's that all about?" "Minutemen?" Sierra asked. "It's kind of a thing we call ourselves," Gene said in an embarrassed voice. He shrugged and smiled. "Couple of us are veterans and the name sort of took on a life of its own. We volunteer to come running if there's trouble, and it sounds like trouble's coming to us at the neighborhood entrance. It's not important. Look, I need to get going. You take care of yourself and those kids, okay? I don't think this business with the looting is done yet." "Agreed," Sierra said. "Be careful, Gene." She shielded her eyes from the setting sun as he hobbled away through the snow, talking on the radio. Chapter 10. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Pinner Residence. "Is it bad at the hospital?" Wyatt asked. "It's about as bad as the aftermath of a Cat 4 hurricane so far. We always have people coming in trying to abuse the system and get some free drugs after big storms hit.
The old-timers say this is about as bad as it was after Andrew in '92.
It's definitely the worst I've seen outside of the sandbox. You served? Wyatt asked. Yeah, Air Force paramedic. I was in the FOA. Dad was in the Special Forces, Chrissy interjected. I wasn't, honey. You've got to stop telling people that, Dennis said patiently. I was in the training program for the PJs, the Para-Rescue Jumpers. They're kind of like the Navy SEALs of the Air Force, only they jump behind enemy lines to rescue downed pilots, that kind of thing. But there was a training accident, and I broke my leg really bad. I was done after that. They washed me out, but I stuck around anyway and served as a combat medic. Once I got out of the service, I joined the traveling nurses program during the pandemic. He shrugged. Florida is a lot warmer than northern Montana, so I jumped at the offer. Yeah, Dad knows all kinds of cool stuff. Chrissy, Dennis said, then closed his eyes and sighed. It's okay. We have an 18-year-old at home, Willow replied. Our son Jack. We also have a daughter, Hadley. She's 14. Where are they? Where's home? Dennis asked. Wisconsin, Wyatt answered. My sister got into a bad car accident last year, and there was a hefty settlement. We took care of her while she recuperated, so as a way of saying thanks, she got tickets for us to go on a long-delayed honeymoon, Wyatt said as he took Willow's hand in his good one. If I'd known what was going to happen, though, I think I would have stayed home. Yeah, Chrissy said something about a cruise ship blowing up, Dennis asked. We heard about attacks like that on the West Coast, but I didn't think there was anything we had to worry about over here, Dennis said, his eyebrows drawn together in worry. Evidently, it was all part of the same plan, Wyatt explained. The terrorists who took over the ship? Terrorists? Dennis blurted. Nobody said anything about terrorists on the cruise ships out west, just that there were explosions. Well, these Middle Eastern guys and at least one Russian had different ideas with the Emperor of the Seas. They also had a dirty bomb on board. Are you kidding me? Dennis breathed, leaning back in his seat. Yeah, so you might be dealing with some radiation cases if people make it this far north, Wyatt said. Although I can't see that there's more than a couple hundred people who survived. Wyatt continued to relate the events after they jumped ship and were rescued by first the sailboat, then the Coast Guard cutter. We've been walking all day, Willow added. Yeah, and that's when we came across that stretch of US 1 where your daughter had her accident. Wyatt finished. People are acting crazy out there on the roads, Chrissy said, a haunted look on her face. It's like nobody cared that she had the right of way, Wyatt said. We saw the whole thing. They cut her off, then chased her when she tried to get away, and that caused her to crash and jam up the road going south. When those two goons started beating on her car, well, Wyatt said, then shrugged. We really didn't have much of a choice other than to help. It's what we would have wanted if our son had been in the same situation. Willow said, smiling at Dennis. Dennis held his daughter's hand and rubbed his face with his free hand. I can't thank you enough, he said, sniffing. I didn't realize I came that close to losing her, he replied. I'd hoped she was still at school. That's what I was doing in the garage when you pulled up. I was about ready to load up my car to go after her. No offense, but you wouldn't have made it, Wyatt said. The roads south of here are absolute nightmares, at least the highways. I know my way around the back roads, Dennis countered, but I think you're probably right. I saw how bad it's getting at the hospital, and I can't imagine the stretch between here and Miami is any better, especially if a dirty bomb went off in Miami Harbor. There must be thousands of injured. Killed? Yes, Willow interrupted. I bet it's closer to tens of thousands injured, Wyatt said. The Coast Guard captain told us that there were riots and fires decimating Miami. They've already declared it a no-man's land. They wouldn't take us back there to get our rental car. What? Dennis said, bracing his head in one hand. So now we've got to walk to Wisconsin, which is why we were so eager to take the ride. Chrissy offered us, you just saved us a day or two of walking. I'm sorry I can't do more for you, Dennis said. The hospital is going into lockdown tomorrow at 9 a.m., he said, glancing at his daughter. What about Mom? Chrissy asked in a whisper. My wife is a marine biologist, Dennis said for Wyatt and Willow. She works out of Seaport Station north of Fort Lauderdale. Mom will be okay, he said to his daughter. Turning back to Wyatt, Dennis continued. We've got a plan already set up in the event of an emergency. She knows to just go straight to the hospital. It has to be a pretty big emergency, but I think this qualifies. She knows her way back to the house, and she was raised back in Montana on a bison ranch, so she knows how to shoot. She'll be okay, he repeated, but Wyatt couldn't tell if it was for his daughter or himself that he spoke the words. She just needs to know where to go. We're leaving her a note or something, right? Chrissy asked. Of course, honey, he said with a tired smile. But I'm pretty sure when she comes back and sees the house cleaned out of food and supplies, she'll know where to go. So the hospital is just going to what? Shut its doors? Wyatt asked. Not exactly, Dennis said. We're going to set up triage in the parking lot, and any critical patients will be admitted, of course, he said. But any walking wounded will be sent on their way with the power out and likely not coming back for at least 2 months. Wait a minute. How do you know that? Willow asked, leaning forward. Oh, I'm sorry. The state has been in communication with us since the power went out. I was at the hospital just an hour or two ago, and we heard that the governor declared it a catastrophic state of emergency. Never heard that one before, muttered Wyatt as he glanced at Willow. Dennis nodded. Me either. We've never experienced that outside of a Cat 5, and usually that only affects one part of the state. This is for the entire state. It's some kind of new protocol they put in place after the pandemic. Anyway, they know the power isn't coming on. I don't know how, but they know, and they told us the only way we could keep our critical services functioning was to go into lockdown mode. Nobody comes in, and nobody goes out without express approval of the administrator. They're even sending down the National Guard to keep us safe. Once word gets out about that, Wyatt whistled, it's gonna get bad.
Real bad, he said, looking at Willow.
I'd appreciate if you wouldn't say anything, Dennis said. Technically, I wasn't supposed to tell you even that much, but I've been on my feet now about 36 hours straight. I just finished pulling a double-double before the power went out. They let me come home and pack up supplies, but with the streets getting as bad as they are, I was told if I didn't make it back by 9 tomorrow morning, they wouldn't let me in.
And you were still going to come get me, of course, honey?
I figured if I drove through the night, I could make it to your dorm and pick you up and be back tomorrow morning before 9 o'clock. It's only a couple hours south, in normal traffic, Willow pointed out. Chrissy laughed, a dark chopping sound. Dad, there's no way. You wouldn't have even made it to campus by tomorrow? I never want to go back out that way ever again. Well, now we don't have to, Dennis said with a smile. I'll find a way to get your mother through the lockdown when she gets here. But we're going first thing in the morning. You don't want to leave now? Asked Willow. I do, said Dennis. But if the roads are that bad, I don't trust myself not to get in an accident and make things worse. And like I said, I've been on my feet a day and a half now. If I go back tonight, as short-staffed as we are, they'll probably put me back on duty. I just can't. I'm not that young anymore, he said with a self-deprecating chuckle. None of us are, Wyatt said as he glanced out over the backyard and into the lengthening shadows. We don't have too much more light left either. You guys are welcome to stay here for the night, of course, Dennis offered. I'm sorry I was a little rough around the edges when you met me. Don't worry about it, Willow said. We're just grateful to have a roof over our heads and not worry about our safety for one night. Gonna be a long journey for you guys, Dennis mused. Yeah, Wyatt said, looking down at his feet. I know. Hang on a sec, Dennis said suddenly. He got up and left the lanai, retreating into the darkened house. Chrissy, can you come here for a second? He called a moment later. Chrissy excused herself and disappeared back into the house, leaving Wyatt and Willow to sit silently in the spreading twilight and listen to the myriad night creatures calling to each other. After a murmured conversation in the living room, Dennis reappeared carrying clothing. Here, this is a bunch of my stuff. We're about the same size, Wyatt. You might be able to find something in here you could use? I don't know when I'll be back at the house once we make it to the hospital. If the power really stays out more than 2 months, well, I've seen enough movies to know my house might not even be here in 2 months. You can't be serious, Willow breathed. I wish I wasn't. But here, seriously, take it, he said to Wyatt. I'll go see if I can find some shoes or boots or something. I sent Chrissy to go find some of my wife's things. She's a little taller than you, ma'am, he said to Willow. But I think you might be able to make some use out of her old stuff. Wyatt, 2 months? What about the kids? Willow asked. Sierra's with them, Wyatt soothed. And Bill and Ruth Kendrick will help too, Wyatt said. First things first, though. We have to make it through the night, and these clothes will help us make it through tomorrow, Wyatt said. Thank you, he added for Dennis. It's not much, but I'll give you guys some food too. Goodness knows we can't take it all with us to the hospital, and I'd rather you guys have it than let it just go to waste, or be stolen if somebody breaks into the house. We've kind of been living off these survival rations, Wyatt said, indicating the Coast Guard backpacks dropped by the front door. Little cookies. Really. They're supposed to have enough calories for people to survive being lost at sea in a lifeboat. Yeah, I think we can whip up something better than that, Dennis said with a smile. What do you think, Chrissy? He called into the house. Yeah? Hurricane nachos for dinner? Oh, yeah. Dennis chuckled and spread his hands at Wyatt's confused look. We call them hurricane nachos because I came up with them during Francis, back before Chrissy was born. Me and Mandy, my wife, had no clue what we were doing, but we hunkered down like everyone else, he said, gesturing for them to follow him into the kitchen. This was right when I got out of the Air Force and started the job as a traveling nurse. The money was great, don't get me wrong, but it was a little stressful to be on the move. At least with the Air Force, I was stationed in one place for at least 6 months at a time. How was the hurricane? Asked Wyatt as they all walked into the kitchen. Oh, it wasn't bad. We've been through some monsters since, Dennis said with a casual wave of his hand. He ripped open a bag of chips and popped one in his mouth, then examined a can of baked beans on the counter. The way you do it, see, is you take what you've got on hand and dump it all together. During Francis, all we had was some ground beef, shredded cheese, sour cream, baked beans, and nacho chips. So I cooked the meat, mixed it with the beans, then layered it over the chips with cheese as the glue and made a big pile on a tray. Then he popped it all in the oven and baked it nice and crispy gooey, Chrissy said, her eyes bright as she walked into the kitchen carrying an armful of clothing. Here, Willow, I picked some long-sleeve tops and some light skirts, too. I think Mom has bigger feet than you, but you can try these old hiking shoes if you want. Thank you so much, Willow gushed, taking the clothes. This is wonderful. I'm sure it will work. Why don't you two go get changed? You can use the spare bedroom down the hallway. There's a bathroom on your right, too. I've got a water jug by the sink to fill the toilet and for washing up. I'll get these nachos put together and then we can eat. How are you going to use the oven? Asked Wyatt. Oven roasted is just the fancy version of cooked over a fire. Chrissy can start a fire in the fire pit, and we'll do it old school, Dennis said. A gunshot popped in the distance, and they all froze, but it was a testament to their desensitized state that no one flinched. I can? Chrissy asked. If you want to eat, Dennis said, turning back to his ingredients. Want a fire attract unwanted attention? Wyatt asked, peering out the window. The neighbor across the street was installing heavy sheets of plywood over his windows. His car was loaded down with so much stuff the rear end sagged near the ground. A woman emerged from the house carrying another bag and tried to force it into the overloaded vehicle, which started an argument between the two of them. Another gunshot flared down the street, and they ducked and ran back inside, both the car and the plywood sheeting forgotten. There's still too much light for anyone to see the fire, Dennis said, plus we have all the fencing out back. Go on, Chrissy. It's fine. He turned to Wyatt and Willow. Y'all are fine, I'm telling you. He peered out the window while emptying a can of beans into a pot. Looks like the calm before the storm out there. The gunshots make me think otherwise, Willow said, clutching the clothing. Come on, Wy. Let's change. Chapter 11. Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Davenport residence. Winston Davenport sat in his den, feet propped on a footstool next to a crackling fire. He smiled as he read the latest report on the growing stockpile gathered in his garage. Volunteers, agents of the HOA had visited another 5 houses during the day and brought back several wheelbarrow loads of food, batteries, and ammunition. A gust of wind tried to force itself down the chimney, and the fire danced and writhed in response but kept the cold air at bay. Davenport glanced at the fire and smiled wider as he sipped his single malt scotch. He looked at the glass and smiled. Kuboken, his favorite small batch whiskey from a little distillery near Inverness, not easy to find in the States. The bottle had been a gift from one of his neighbors looking to curry favor with the new HOA. I could get used to this, he muttered, watching the flames. Something was missing, though. He was warm. He had a smooth drink in his hands, a good report to read. I need some background music next time I get up, he resolved, and went back to the report. He flipped the page, grinning at the remarkable amount of success he'd managed to shower upon himself so quickly. Never let a crisis go to waste, he murmured as he took a sip of whiskey and savored the warmth that spread down his throat. Not only had he finally pushed the HOA Association into existence over the long-standing objections of a handful of obstinate holdouts, but he'd placed himself at the head of it, and managed to navigate the deepening troubles that gripped the country with grace and aplomb. No matter what happened, Davenport would come out on top after all. He'd convinced the fools to put the entire treasury of supplies for the neighborhood in his garage. A gentle knock at the door made the smile on his face waver, but it didn't disappear completely. Davenport looked up from the paperwork and called out in an imperial voice, "Come in!" The solid wood door opened, and Gideon Strathmore, one of his most ardent supporters, stepped in. "Those guys are back." Davenport sighed and put the paper down on the couch next to him, giving the side eye to his older assistant. "I'm afraid you're going to have to be more specific than that, Strathmore."
What guys?
"Those vagrants that showed up last night before the shootout. They're back, though not as many of them. Looks like one of them got himself hurt." "What are you talking about?" Davenport demanded, as he tossed the report aside and got to his feet, tightening the plush robe around his waist. He shoved past Strathmore, gaping at him in the doorway, and marched to his front door, Strathmore in tow. Jasper Marwood, another supporter, visibly armed, nodded at Davenport and stood aside. "Well, don't just stand there, man," he barked. "Open the door." Marwood glanced over Davenport's shoulder at Strathmore, then shrugged and opened the door. The leader of the ruffians who'd showed up on his porch 36 hours earlier like a gaggle of mangy strays wore a haggard expression on his face and dried blood on his jacket and arms. He was tall, stoop-shouldered and hairy, with greasy locks hanging to his shoulder and a beard almost as long. He shoved past Strathmore and stomped right up to Davenport's face, tracking mud and snow across the pristine tiled floor foyer. One of his companions, a snaggle-toothed woman who appeared to be suffering withdrawal from some narcotic, stood next to him holding a sawed-off shotgun that pointed dangerously high from the floor, but not quite at Davenport. "Well, come in, Davenport said with mock graciousness. "You lied to me," the man growled in a deep voice that made the little muscles in Davenport's neck tighten. He pointed a grubby finger at Davenport's face. "You stood right in front of me and said that if we went down the street, we could have all the houses we wanted." "That wasn't exactly what I said, and it wasn't a lie," Davenport argued politely, refusing to back down. The man's finger hung irritatingly close to his nose, but he refused to flinch or show any emotion at all, though a bead of sweat tickled his shoulder blades on its way down his back despite the cold air wafting into the house through the still open door. "You never told us there were people in the house at the end of the cul-de-sac," the looming thug said in a dangerous tone. Davenport caught the barrel of the shotgun raised just slightly in the wild-eyed woman's hands out of the corner of his eye. "I got shot because of you," the barbarian grumbled. "I lost a good man because of you," he roared, flinging spittle from his reeking mouth. "He was my man, you son of a," began the woman as she raised the weapon. "I'm sorry. Who's the leader of this ragtag group?" "I don't know if I should talk to you or you," Davenport said, directing his stern gaze in turn at the taller man and the shorter woman. The woman had the good grace to blush and looked away. The man shoved her shotgun aside and took a step closer. He was almost as tall as Davenport, but much stronger and exuded malice with his very presence. The tangy, metallic scent of fresh blood hung in the air between them as he took a close, long look up and down Davenport's body. "I don't like being lied to," he breathed. Davenport tried not to flinch, but couldn't help the grimace that spread across his lips at the man's foul breath. Whatever he'd eaten last must have been quite ripe by the smell. The long-haired ruffian cocked his head like a dog listening to an unfamiliar sound. "What's to stop me from killing you right now?" "I could take everything you got," he said, shifting his gaze over Davenport's shoulder at the lights glowing from the kitchen and the smell of savory cooked meat that wafted down the hallway. At his words, the woman raised her shotgun and pointed it right at Davenport's middle. "All I have to do is twitch a finger," she offered. "You'll both be dead before my body hits the floor," Davenport said, then smiled. The soft click of the hammer being pulled back on Strathmore's revolver right behind the big man's head made both intruders hesitate. Marwood edged around Davenport and aimed his semi-automatic pistol at the woman's face. "You see, one twitch," Davenport said as he glanced disdainfully at the woman, "and we all die together. I don't know about you, but I'm not quite ready for that. What do you say? We could all fight, or we could all lower our weapons and go inside. Perhaps take a chance to get warm. Have a little food? Maybe a drink?" he said, turning slightly to gesture down the hallway. "We can talk this out like civilized adults, And perhaps get you some proper medical attention, he added. I have a fireplace going in there, plenty of scotch, and there is stew cooking in the kitchen. Won't you join me? The tall, bearded man stared at Davenport for a long moment, his piercing blue eyes seeking a trick. Finally, he grunted. We can talk, he said. The rest of my people are still outside. Well, we can't have that, can we? Now that we're all friends, they'll have to come in too, Davenport said, waving off Strathmore and Marwood with one flick of his wrist. His minions holstered their weapons and stepped back, but kept a wary eye on the newcomers. When you tell them to come inside, they can wait in the parlor and take refreshments while you and I discuss things. You ain't talking to him about nothing without me, snarled the snaggle-toothed woman. My dear, and I use the word looser than I've ever used it before, Davenport said with an oil-slick smile that made her blink in confusion. I make it a personal habit never to have a serious discussion with someone who points a gun at me. She blinked again, looking from Davenport to the leader like a lost puppy. It's all right, Maggie. You hang with the boys, the leader rumbled. But Eric, you keep an eye on these jokers and make sure they don't try anything? Yeah, all right, she said slowly, as if it was a struggle to put the words together. Excellent, excellent, Davenport said, clapping his hands. Strathmore, will you make sure their companions get inside and are given some refreshments? He turned to Marwood. Bring some stew to my study, none for me, thanks, and an extra glass. He glanced back at the looter. You drink scotch? I have other Scotch works, the looter said with a lopsided smile that made his beard ripple. Now then, Davenport said as he moved into his study, finally alone with the barbarian. Before we drink together, I simply must know your name. I'm Winston, Eric, said the bigger man. Haston, he pronounced it like heist, and Davenport cocked an eyebrow at the unique name. Is that French? Davenport asked innocently. Danish or Swedish or something, Haston said with a frown, and for a split second he did remind Davenport of a wet, wounded, surly Viking. You do your heritage proud, Davenport muttered, then quickly turned to Marwood, who'd walked in behind them. Jasper, is the food ready? Marwood handed over an empty tumbler with a curt nod. The stew will be ready in just a minute, he said. Are you sure you want to? Davenport took the offered glass and dismissed Marwood with a wave. Excellent, that'll be all. Thank you, Jasper. He turned back to his guest. It's good to know your name, Eric. You don't mind if I call you Eric, do you? No good. Now tell me what happened, he said as he moved to the liquor trolley and selected his cheapest bottle of scotch. Marwood hesitated, took a long look at Haston, who glared back at him under a mop of tangled hair, then stepped reluctantly to the door. I'll just be outside if you need anything, he announced, then shut the door. Sorry about that, Davenport said as he poured 2 fingers of scotch into the glass. It's so difficult to find good help these days. He doesn't mean to offend, but events lately have everyone on edge, I'm afraid. I'm sure you understand. Do you take ice? Davenport asked, holding the glass in one hand and ice tongs in the other as he looked at his guest. You have ice? Haston asked, turning away from the built-in wooden bookcase and the wide arrangement of gilded spines. I'm afraid I don't have quite the electrical capacity to run the fridge and ice maker 24/7. Yet, Davenport added with a smile. But I do know how to keep myself supplied with ice. It's all around us outside. Naturally, I have one of my associates break it up into somewhat uniform pieces. If you've got it, I'll take some, Haston grunted. Thanks. Not at all, Davenport murmured, then used the ice tongs to grip a few pieces of irregularly shaped ice chunks from a frosted metal bucket and drop them in Haston's glass with a magical sound. He turned and handed the drink over to his guest, then picked up his own, far more expensive version and raised it in salute. To new friends, he said. Haston ignored the toast and took a long gulp of the amber liquid. He breathed out, wincing, and smacked his lips.
Pretty good stuff, he allowed, looking down at the mostly empty tumbler. He brought it back to his lips, drained the rest in one gulp, and held it out to Davenport for a refill. Davenport forced a smile and turned back to the liquor cabinet. So you were saying about what happened, he prompted. I wasn't, the wide-shouldered hairy man said, as he collapsed unceremoniously on the sofa and propped his muddy, still wet boots on the footstool by the fire.
Steam rose from his feet in response, and a dark stain spread under his heels as water seeped into the fabric. Davenport resisted the urge to slap him. Haston might hit him back, and he was younger and stronger, so he held his tongue as he stepped over, handed the refilled drink to his new companion, and sat in the wing chair opposite the fireplace. So, what happened? Davenport asked again with forced patience. It was an ambush. That's what happened, Haston said, looking at the full glass in his hand. He raised it in mock salute and took a sip, slurping the liquid noisily. 2 or 3 people in that house had guns. A shotgun, probably 12-gauge, too. Peppered my hide, he said, indicating his crudely bandaged arm with a jerk of his chin. I'm not going to lose the arm, but my baseball days are over. More importantly, Mikey died. Gunned down in the street like a dog, and I lost Serrano trying to break in the back door. I assure you. Davenport lied in a serious voice. I had no idea that anyone was even at that house, let alone that they were armed. My records indicate that the owners are out of town on vacation. In fact, from what I understand, Davenport said, picking up the latest report again. Yes, here they are, Wyatt and Willow Carter, currently on a cruise ship out of Miami. They're not due back until the end of this week? You mean to tell me there's a bunch of squatters in that house? Haston growled, leaning forward. His crumpled jacket dripped on the rug under the sofa, but Davenport ignored it. Evidently well-armed squatters, Davenport sighed. The couple next door are retired, hardly anything I would consider a threat, and as far as we know, the house across the cul-de-sac is abandoned. Yeah, we figured that much, Haston said, leaning back as he watched the fire. How? Asked Davenport. I'm curious. Saw the tire tracks, Haston said, not looking at Davenport. Somebody left in a hurry and didn't come back after it snowed. Haston turned then and looked directly at Davenport, nailing him to his chair with a cold, steely gaze. You promised me I could keep everything in that house, Haston said, then took another noisy slurp of his whiskey. As payment for bad information, I'm taking that second house. The one with the retired couple? Davenport asked, his eyebrow raised. No, the empty one on the other side, Haston said. I ain't got time to deal with a couple of old farts. I don't have the patience for it, and I'm 2 men down as it is. Though Serrano was new and didn't speak much English, he was still pretty good in a fight. Quite understandable, Davenport said, with just the right amount of empathy. But I'm afraid the house across the street, the Nolan house, has been earmarked for the Homeowners Association's exclusive use. It's prime real estate, so to speak, and we're planning on using— You lied to me, Haston said in a tone that silenced Davenport. 2 of my people are dead, and I've been shot. I don't give a rip what your Homeowners Association wants, he said, mocking the words. I'm taking that house, and you'll be lucky I don't take this house before I'm done, Haston warned as he leaned forward, glaring under bushy eyebrows. Davenport listened to the fire crackling and let Haston's threatening words hang in the air while he calmed himself. It would do no good to explode in a rage and have his most valuable asset gunned down so soon. He decided to switch to Plan B. Then it appears we are at an impasse, Davenport said sadly. I have the entire community behind me if we wanted to. Even if most of us are a bit older than you, we could dispose of you and your entire gang in one fell swoop. There are plenty of us with weapons. You won't get out of it without more than a little bloodshed, Haston said coolly, leaning back and appraising Davenport through narrowed eyes. On that we can agree, Davenport said in a grim tone, but I promise you won't get out of it at all, he added. Before Haston could respond, Davenport flashed a smile and sat up. However, I am a man of peace, and I don't wish to see any bloodshed. There's enough of that going on all around the country, wouldn't you agree? We don't need to bring more of it into our neighborhood. Then what do you suggest? Haston demanded, suspicious. Before Davenport could answer, the door burst open and Strathmore rushed inside, breathless. Gene just got here, he announced, as if that was a revelation worth noting. The aging Navy vet had thus far been a minor irritant, but his unscheduled arrival raised his hackles. Nonetheless, Eugene? Davenport demanded, casting a quick apologetic glance at Haston, who stared at Strathmore with barely concealed malevolence. He says there's more people at the entrance to the neighborhood. He called it in, but we were messing with the new people and didn't hear until Gene what? What did Eugene say? Davenport said, enunciating the words carefully as he cut off Strathmore. They're demanding we let them in. Looks like they already looted somewhere else, and Gene's worried they're going to force their way past the barricade. He's on the HOA board of directors. A Navy vet tends to exaggerate, Davenport explained to Haston. How many? Haston asked Strathmore, ignoring Davenport. Strathmore glanced at Davenport, then to Haston. Only a couple, but we think there's more coming. Haston turned and offered a sly smile at Davenport. You got yourself a problem, friend, he said. Davenport's mind raced, and a smile spread across his face as the solution revealed itself to him like a bolt of lightning on a dark night. You haven't heard my proposition yet, Eric? I believe the correct term would be we have ourselves a problem. I'm listening, Haston grumbled, leaning back on the couch with his good arm spread over the back. I propose that you help us defend this neighborhood. Now, why would we do that? Haston asked. You sold us a bill of goods, and I lost a good chunk of my people and still haven't gotten any cheddar. You people got money in this neighborhood? There's bound to be something good in those empty houses. Look, Davenport explained. We both require security. We need security to live in peace, he said, placing a hand on his own chest. You need a roof over your head, fresh food, and a safe place to heal. I will provide all of that to you, if you help us repel this little invasion, Davenport added quickly. You already promised me that, Haston said. What's to stop me from just taking it? I've told you I've got plenty of people with firearms in this community, Davenport warned. If we wanted to, we could easily stop you, and you may have shelter, but you don't have access to food, medical supplies, or power, he added as he gestured at the desk lamp behind him. I can provide all these things, and more, if you provide me with some muscle. Marwood entered behind Strathmore, carrying a bowl of stew, which he placed on the footstool in front of Haston, then backed away and rushed out into the hallway. Excited chatter echoed from the parlor by the front door as more people encountered the cantankerous Navy vet and heard his tale of the engagement at the neighborhood entrance. I'm afraid time is of the essence in this matter. I'll need an answer. Will you help us and, in return, receive our help? Davenport asked as he nudged the footstool closer to Haston. The mouth-watering aroma of thick beef stew with savory chunks of meat and vegetables filled the room. Haston kept his eyes on Davenport but leaned forward, spooned out a chunk of meat, and shoveled it into his mouth. He chewed with his mouth open to let it cool, smearing his mustache, then swallowed. He wiped the back of his hand across his mouth and beard and sighed happily. This is good, he said, then scooped out another heaping spoonful. We need to discuss payment, though, he added, still chewing with his mouth open like a wild animal. And time is of the essence, like you said. Your people may outgun mine, but they're not killers like us. I think I've been most generous, Davenport said. Tick-tock, Haston said, then took another bite of stew. He scraped the bowl with the spoon, gathering up all the dregs while he watched Davenport. Davenport sighed. Not only will you have everything in the Carter and the Nolan houses, but... He looked up at the ceiling, as if trying to come up with a number on the fly. He'd already decided on what to give, but had to make it look like Haston was wresting more out of the HOA than they were willing to trade. We'll pay you a percentage of every item collected from the community at large, provided, that is, you back up my agents as they make their rounds through the neighborhood and enforce the HOAs. That is, rules. We've encountered more and more people who are reluctant, shall we say, to share their excess supplies. Haston laughed and dropped the spoon into the empty bowl with a clatter. I like the way you think. Yeah, we can do business together. 30% of the take is mine, he suggested, and reached out with his left hand to shake. Davenport narrowed his eyes at Haston and grinned. How he loved negotiating. 10%, he countered, holding his own hand out but not taking Haston's 20, began Haston. 15, Davenport said quickly. And you get the first take from any house we acquire in the future? The HOA acquires, that is, Davenport added. He flexed his hand, waiting. What do you say? Agreed, Haston said, and grabbed Davenport's left hand in a vice-like grip. You got yourself a deal. Davenport smiled and picked up his scotch, then clinked glasses with Haston. Deal, Eric, my friend. I just got myself an army. They drank to the toast, then stood. Now let's get that arm of yours tended to so you can take your people to the neighborhood entrance and start earning your keep. Chapter 12. Northwest of Mukwonago, Wisconsin, deep in the woods of the forest preserve south of his house, Jack discovered that the snow had not fallen nearly as deep as it had in his yard. The sheltering arms of the bare trees and the dormant undergrowth had prevented the snow from building up. Consequently, he and Aaron made better time than he'd expected, and his frequent check-in calls with Hadley were further and further away from the house each time. How far away is it again? Aaron asked as she trudged along, red-faced, clutching her shillelagh with an empty backpack over her shoulder. We're well over halfway, Jack said confidently. He had hardly broken a sweat. This is actually kinda nice, he said. Have you noticed that the snow isn't as deep in here? No, to be honest, I didn't, Aaron muttered. It's still cold and wet, and a struggle to get through. Oh, it's not that bad, he said as they forced their way through drifts and leaves and twigs. It's a good thing we're not hunting, though. We're making enough noise to wake the dead. Sure, your voice carries a long way, doesn't it now? Aaron asked in a somewhat quieter tone. For the first time, Jack realized she was right. They'd been talking as they walked, snapping through branches and kicking through leaf piles, trudging through the snow, their boots crunching with every step. I hadn't realized just how much noise we're making. He paused and let Aaron lean against a tree. Let's take a water break, Jack suggested. You're not even winded, Aaron replied with a sour look. Then how about you take a water break, Jack said, keeping his voice low. As she leaned gratefully against the tree and uncapped her water bottle, Jack kept his eyes moving through the empty, naked forest. Tree trunks, a few glistening with side-splattered snow, sprouted on top of each other in every direction. Nothing moved, and the birds were silent overhead. Even the wind had died to the point that silence reigned in the forest. Far off to his left, now somewhat behind them, the frozen lake glinted in the sunlight, just visible between two small hillocks.
Wee bit eerie, isn't it?
Aaron breathed, replacing the cap on her water bottle. Yeah, it kinda is, agreed Jack. Come on, let's keep moving. The main road to town is just over there, he said, pointing through a thick strand of maples and oaks to their right. I'd like to avoid crossing that hill. Anybody on the road will see us? Is anyone likely to be on the road with all the snow? Aaron asked as she pushed away from the tree and followed Jack further into the woods. I definitely don't want to attract the attention of anybody actually out there on that road, Jack said. What if it's a cop? Jack shook his head. I don't think so, he said. Normally, even with the road traffic, we can hear the snowplows scratching their way down the road from our house. We haven't heard anything. That tells me that the roads aren't even plowed. And if they're not plowed, the cops aren't getting through. Nobody's getting through, hence why it's so quiet. Sound theory, Aaron muttered. How much further do you think before we reach town? Not too much longer, Jack said, squinting into the distance. Hang on. The Golden Oaks neighborhood should be right up here. It's the last subdivision before town. It feels like we would have already walked into it by now. Is that your polite way of telling me that we're lost then? Aaron asked with an impish smile. No, Jack said slowly, motioning for her to stay put. At least I don't think so, he added with a grin. I'm going to walk up to the edge of the hill and look down. Just stay put for a second, okay? I don't think so, boyo, Aaron replied, adjusting the empty backpack on her shoulder. Where you go, I go, Jack sighed. Okay, just try to be quiet, as a wee mouse, Aaron said, running a finger over her lips. They crept forward up a slight incline about a dozen paces to a stand of dormant brambles with a handful of dried brown leaves still clinging to the thorny mess. The entire crest of the ridge was covered in low bushes, buckthorns, and brambles, so it offered a little more concealment than the bare oaks and maple trunks nearby. I feel a little exposed, Aaron muttered. I would have preferred a pine tree, Jack agreed. But we'll take what we can get. Stay low and stay quiet. Something's not right. What do you mean something's not right? You can't just say that and then expect me to be quiet, Aaron hissed. You smell anything? Jack asked, ignoring her indignation. No, me nose is plugged because it's so cold. I think I'm allergic to snow, Aaron muttered, then wiped her gloved hand across her nose. I'm not used to cold like this back home. Well, I can smell just fine, Jack said. And other than us, he added, I smell fire, or a recent fire. He carefully peeked over the ridge and peeked through the branches in front of them like a wall, resisting the urge to stick his hand in and move some of the branches for fear of the thorns. Jack squinted and focused through the tangle. The Golden Oaks neighborhood, a middle-class subdivision about the same size as the one his own house occupied, was half burned to the ground. A swath of charred black homes ran almost perpendicular to their position. Just about every house to the right of that line, in the direction of Mukwonago itself, was burned, damaged, or reduced to a few still smoking studs, reaching out of the ground like the blackened ribs of dead giants. I was afraid of this, Jack mumbled, Beside him, Aaron finally got into a good position to get a clear view and muttered something. "What?" Jack whispered. "I just swore a blue streak in Irish." "What did you say?" Jack asked, his eyes still searching through what was left of the subdivision. Several cars caught in the fires had burned to their hubcaps, left in the street as blackened shells. Homes along the dividing line were still steaming from the heat but mostly undamaged by the fires. Thin tendrils of smoke lazily drifted up from the rubble, and only 2 houses were actively smoldering. On the far side of the neighborhood, at least 17 homes lay in ruin. "It's me, native tongue," Aaron said, her accent growing thicker by the second. "This is bloody awful." "It is," she whispered. "Do you think anyone was hurt, that many homes destroyed?" Jack mumbled. "Somebody had to have gotten hurt, or worse. I think it was recent, too, see? Not much smoke is coming from those houses over on the far side. They burned all night, I'd bet. Why in the world didn't we see any of the smoke? It would have looked like the end of the world," Jack said, looking at her. That it would," she whispered. "Well," Jack sighed, following with his eyes the lazy trails of smoke rising in the distance to mingle over the ruined neighborhood. "See how the smoke is drifting that way?" he asked, pointing with his gloved hand. "That's the direction of town. Prevailing winds go west to east, so most of the smoke would have gone away from us. If it happened at night, we wouldn't have seen the smoke at all. And we've been kind of busy the last couple days. Honestly, there's a lot of forest and hills between us, too," Jack said, turning to look north toward home. "We didn't walk over that many hills," Aaron countered. "Yeah, because I know the bike paths that cut through the passes," Jack said. "Come on, there's nothing we can do here, and I really want to find out what's going on in town." They got up from their observation position and crept down the backside of the ridge to the bike path. Several gunshots echoed in the distance, and Aaron froze, her eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" Jack shook his head. "Don't worry about it," he whispered. Those were way off in the distance. He stopped and turned north as another gunshot echoed. "Where are they?" Aaron asked, looking around as if a man with a gun might jump out behind any tree. "If you only hear one shot, it's kind of hard to tell where it's coming from," Jack said, cocking an ear. "That's what makes hunting season so dangerous around here, but those shots all clustered together like that, they're coming from that direction," he said, pointing north toward the source of the sound. Another pair of gunshots crackled on the wind, and he nodded, pointing right where the sound had come from. "Yep, those might have come from our neighborhood. What do we do?" Aaron asked. "Do we go back?" "No," Jack said, setting his jaw. He slung the .22 from its position over his shoulder and carried it in both hands. "We're going to town. We need to find out what's going on so that whatever happened in Golden Oaks doesn't happen to us." "What if it's already happening?" Aaron asked, gesturing north. Another gunshot popped in the distance as if to emphasize her point. "Whatever is going on back there, we're safer here than at home, and I'm not sure how much we'd be able to help anyway." "Mr. Kendrick's rifle is a lot more powerful than this," Jack said, thinking back to the night when the looters had attacked their house. He could still see the man in the street crumple and fall over under the impact of Kendrick's hunting rifle. Jack had shot the leader of the group with a 12 gauge, but the man was far enough away that he was only injured and not even taken out of the fight. The hunting rifle had spoken once, and Kendrick's target was dead before he hit the ground. In a fight, Kendrick's long rifle would do the survivors far better than the simple .22 carbine Jack carried. "Come on, let's go," Jack urged. "I hope you know where you're going," Aaron said as they continued their trek through the woods. "I know where we're at. We're not too far from the edge of town." "Maybe you should call your sister on the radio then?" Aaron suggested. Jack checked his watch. "We agreed to check in every 10 minutes. "She should be calling me any second." They continued walking, step after step, pushing through the thin snow, both of them trying to be quieter, heading down a gentle slope toward town. Jack glanced at Aaron. "That's 10 minutes," he whispered. Hadley didn't call. They continued walking through a copse of birch trees, some still sporting bright yellow leaves dusted with snow, a thick patch of buckthorns, and up to the edge of the forest preserve. Still, the radio remained silent. Jack motioned Aaron to stop just inside the tree line. The strong scent of burning plastic permeated the air, and Jack glanced up through the naked branches. "I know sunset's only a couple hours off, but it seems a little darker now, doesn't it?" "Aye, it does at that," Aaron confirmed. "It's smoke," she whispered. Jack unzipped his jacket and pulled the radio from his inside pouch, then held it to his lips. Just as he opened his mouth, he heard voices echoing in the distance, not much louder than a whisper hidden in the slight breeze that made its way through the dense forest, but voices nonetheless. "You hear that?" Aaron whispered, standing from her crouch in excitement. Jack grabbed her and pulled her closer to the ground. "I do hear it. There's definitely people over there. Don't make any sudden moves and just stay still." "Yeah, we don't want to attract attention to ourselves. Not yet. We have to try to contact my sister one thing at a time." "Right you are," Aaron said. She adjusted her grip on the shillelagh from a walking stick to a two-handed carry like a weapon. The knob of buckthorn root at the end of the stick made a rough, ugly club. For the first time, it appeared to Jack like a primitive warhammer. "Base. This is Hawkeye," Jack said in a voice only a little above a whisper. "Base. Come in." When there was no answer after counting to 15, he tried again. "Base. Come in. This is Hawkeye." Jack was just about to press the transmit button for a third and final time when the tiny radio crackled and Hadley's voice announced, "Go ahead, Hawkeye. This is Base," his sister said, breathless. "Sorry about that. We had a little excitement here. What is it? Was that shooting we heard?" "We're fine," Hadley said, her voice breaking up momentarily. Jack frowned and shifted position, pointing the little radio's antenna toward the sky. "You're breaking up, Base. Can you hear me?" "You? Me?" Hadley asked. Jack swore under his breath, looked around, and slowly stood with his back to a thick shagbark hickory. He moved slowly and kept the tree between him and the voices. "Is that better?" Jack asked. "Loads," Hadley said. "Yeah, you're much better now." "Good. What the heck was going on?" "Sorry, Mr. Kendrick says we should get your location first," Hadley said. "Just in case we lose touch again." Jack nodded, though his sister couldn't see the gesture. "Fair enough. We're right on the edge of the forest preserve, just outside of town. We passed Golden Oaks to the west." He peered cautiously around the rough trunk of the hickory tree. "We're about 30 yards from the entrance to the forest preserve. You know the one right on the highway?"
You're almost to town,
Hadley said, excited. "We are. Now tell me what happened." "Oh, not much." Sierra and Mr. Kendrick were just talking to some people out in the street. "I think they were the looters from the other night." After a burst of static cut her off, he pressed the transmit button again. "Hadley, Base, come in." When her voice came back, she was still talking. "Something like they're the good guys now. I don't know, though. Sierra hasn't come back yet. But Miss Kendrick doesn't trust them. She's still working on fixing the windows, too." "Just be careful," Jack whispered. "Look, you guys need to know something happened to Golden Oaks. About a quarter, maybe a third of the whole neighborhood is burned down." "What?" Hadley said. "Jack," Aaron whispered. He glanced at her, but held up a finger for patience. "Tell Mr. Kendrick, Jack," he said quickly. "There was a big fire there, and it happened in like a straight line. I don't think it was natural. I think somebody set that neighborhood on fire." Aaron tugged at Jack's sleeve, but he waved her away, making a face to keep her quiet. "We don't have much time. We got to keep moving if we're going to make it to Mukwanago and get back before dark. I'll check in with you in about 10 minutes if we still have a signal." "Got it," Hadley said. "Be careful, Hawkeye. Base out." "You too," Jack replied. "Hawkeye out." He put the little radio in his pocket and zipped up his coat again. "Jack," Aaron hissed. He dropped back into a crouch and joined her at the base of the tree. What is it?" "I was trying to get your attention. The voices. They're closer," she whispered. "How close?" Jack whispered. "I don't hear anything." "Closer than you think," a rough voice said behind them. Jack spun, fumbling to get his weapon raised, but froze at the sight of a bearded man standing a few paces away next to a maple tree. He had a pistol in his hand, aimed at the ground. "What are you two snooping around here for?" he growled. His forehead was marred with soot, and part of the puffy winter jacket he wore had melted from exposure to extreme heat. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face caked with dirt and grime, cut through by tracks of dried sweat. "I asked you a question, boy." "Whoa," Jack said, as he slowly got to his feet, his back scratching against the rough shagbark hickory trunk. "Hey, we're not looking for any trouble." "Well, you found it. Now answer the question," the man said, taking a half step forward, but remaining close to the shelter of the tree trunk. "What are you doing out here behind my neighborhood?" "Hey, we didn't do anything," Jack said quickly. "We didn't start the fires," Aaron blurted. "You're not from around here," the stranger said, shifting his gaze between Aaron and Jack. It's a long story, Jack said with a shrug. Look, we're just trying to make it to town. I bet you are. You can't threaten us anymore, not after last night. What are you talking about? We don't want to threaten anybody. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. You already know what's going on? Don't lie to me, the man said. What are you talking about? Erin demanded. She took a step forward, but Jack grabbed her arm and held her in place. What? She said, angrily shrugging out of his grip. There's a guy to your left, Jack replied. Erin turned slowly and gasped as a second man stood leering at them, holding a baseball bat. Gotcha, he said. I told you I saw two of them, he added for his partner. You didn't say one was a girl, though, the man with the pistol snarled. You sure it's them? This is important, Danny? Whoa, wait a minute, Jack said, holding his rifle with one hand and spreading his other hand wide to show that he wasn't a threat. I don't know what you're talking about, but we just got here, man. Don't try to lie, the man with the bat said. I saw you last night sneaking around here before the fire started. I tried to chase you, but you got away and burned down half the neighborhood. You're not getting away from me a second time. Erin turned sideways and flexed her knees in what Jack could only assume was a fighting stance as she held her shillelagh with both hands like a quarterstaff. Do we look like we've been chuffing around these woods all night? She asked, her accent sharp. The British girl makes a good point, the man with the gun said. British? Erin said, turning to stare daggers at the man with the gun. Did you call me? Look, I don't know what's going on, Jack interrupted quickly, sensing Erin heating up for an explosion. We're going to take you back to Roger and let him figure it out, the man with the gun said. Who's Roger? Asked Jack. I'm Irish, Erin snarled. Do you not hear me bleedin' accent? Sounds English to me, the man with the baseball bat said with a laugh as he walked forward, the bat resting on his shoulder. He reached out a hand to take Erin into custody and smiled. Give me that stick, girl! It's a shillelagh, and you're no taking it, you oaf, Erin snarled. Don't touch her stick, man, Jack warned. I said gimme that stick, the man ordered, reaching. Shillelagh, Erin cried and struck like a snake, her hands moving in a blur of speed. The rough-shaped, root-topped head of the shillelagh whipped around, striking the man in the elbow with a vicious crack. He yelped and dropped the bat instantly. But before he could grip his injured arm, Erin jabbed forward with her left arm, swinging the other end of the shillelagh around to poke him in the chest. He staggered back, swearing and off balance. The motion of pushing her left arm forward naturally brought her right arm back, cocking the head of the shillelagh for another strike. In quick succession, Erin landed 3 lightning-fast blows, right, left, right, hitting the man in his right shoulder, ribs, and the right side of his head. She stepped forward and planted a solid kick square in the knee, and the man fell screaming, trying to clutch his leg and head at the same time. Jack and the man with the pistol had watched, both fascinated by the display of martial prowess, then came to their senses at the same time. Jack was faster, though, and had his rifle aimed at the man with the gun before the pistol could raise. Let's stop right there, Jack said. Toss that pistol over here. The man looked down at the gun in his hand, then back at Jack, and the hardness of his expression melted. Please, I have a wife and kids. I don't want to hurt anybody. This gun doesn't even have any bullets in it, he said, but it's the only one I've got. I need it, Erin. Jack barked as he kept his eyes on the man with the gun. Out of the corner of his eye, Erin had raised the shillelagh for a finishing strike against the crippled man on the ground. Don't kill him, for crying out loud. I'm not English, she snarled, slowly lowering the bloody shillelagh and stepping closer to Jack. Look, I'm sorry, the man with the gun said. I can prove to you this thing isn't loaded, slowly, Jack said. He reached forward with his thumb and cocked the hammer on the .22 Henry carbine. Ah! She broke my knee, the man on the ground cried. Oh, away with you, Erin said dismissively. I didn't hurt you that bad. The bearded man licked his lips and nodded, his eyes round. It's a little hard with the glove, hang on, he said, taking his eyes off Jack for the first time and looking at the gun. He fumbled with the weapon for a second, then successfully ejected the magazine at the bottom. See? He asked, smiling as he held the magazine up. Empty, just like I said. Put it on the ground over there, Jack said, jerking his head to the right. The man tossed the magazine instantly. I can pull back the slide, the beard man offered, then showed Jack an empty chamber. Jack relaxed and let his breath out, keeping his rifle aimed at the man with the gun, but pulling his cheek away from the stock. Okay then, he said. Okay, so can I keep it? The man asked. Yeah, you can keep it, Just so you know, Jack continued, we didn't do anything to your neighborhood, and I'm sorry for whatever happened. We're just trying to get to town to find out what's going on in the rest of the world. Gah! The man on the ground groaned. I think she broke my arm, too. I did nothing of the sort, Aaron snapped. You won't be running any races soon, but I promise you, if I'd wanted to break your knee, I'd have broken it. Where are you guys from? The man with the beard said, both hands in the air now. Jack glanced at Aaron, then stared him down. North, he said. Briar Ridge? He lied, using the name of the subdivision north of his own. That's quite the hike, the man with the gun said. Seen much trouble your way? Had some looters come through, Jack said. We killed a couple of them, but he shrugged one shoulder. Sounded like you were getting a little action up there a little earlier. The man replied with a nod. I don't know, Jack said. We weren't there. How many radios you got? The bearded man asked suddenly. Jack frowned. You and your friend need to go back home. I can't walk, the man on the ground complained. I'll have to help him, the man with the gun said, lowering one of his arms to point at his friend, still writhing on the ground and cursing like a sailor. Aaron smiled sweetly at the injured man. Serves you right, calling a green-eyed lass. Like me English, she said, spitting the word. You Americans all the same! Come on, Jack said, backing around the shagbark hickory. We're leaving, he added for Aaron and the man with the gun. And don't try to follow us, he warned. I promise I won't follow you as long as you don't shoot me, the man said. Sweat had formed several new tracks in the soot on his face. Trust me, buddy, I got 99 problems, but you ain't one of them. When I say go, run down the ridge behind us, Jack whispered over his shoulder to Aaron. Go straight across the road and behind that big oak tree, you see it? He kept the rifle locked on the man with his hands up and moved his gaze between him and the one on the ground. Come on, help me up! The man Aaron had beaten whined. My knee? Aye, I see it, Aaron whispered. Are we cool then? The man with his hands up asked. My arms are getting kind of tired. Go, Jack said to Aaron. Without a word, she disappeared behind the tree and crashed her way down slope toward the road. Good luck, Jack said to the two men. And I'm sorry, he added for the man on the ground. But you shouldn't have called her English. She's kind of proud of her Irish heritage. Yeah, I figured that part out, the man on the ground said, then groaned, holding his damaged knee. Hey, be careful in town, the other man said. I went yesterday. It's going downhill fast. Thanks, Jack said. He turned and half ran, half slid down the hill until he hit the ditch by the road. He grunted, almost lost his grip on his rifle, and bounced back up, trying to step through the tracks that Aaron had left in the deeper snow on the road. By the time he slid off the road and behind the big tree next to Aaron, his heart was racing and his breath was coming in short bursts. That was fun, Aaron said with a smile on her face as she hid behind the tree. Your idea of fun is kind of scary, Jack replied, peering around the edge of the big oak. I don't see anybody up there, he said. I think they're leaving us alone. I think it'll be a good long while before we see them again, Aaron agreed. Come on, Jack said. The closer we get to town, the better. Didn't sound like it to me, Aaron said, holding Jack in place. We need to be more careful, and the next time I try to give you a warning about something, don't bloody ignore me, You're right, Jack said. I'm sorry, I promise. I'll listen to you. She grunted, then shifted her shillelagh back to walking stick mode and took a step. This time Jack stopped her with a glove hand. Just do me a favor. Don't try to kill the next person that calls you English. Okay. Fire flared through her green eyes for a split second, then her face relaxed again. I make no promises, boyo, Aaron said sweetly. But I'll try. I will. Chapter 13, Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Carter Residence. Sierra looked down at the gathered tools in the frozen front room of her brother's house. Kendrick had brought over a selection of hammers, battery-powered drills, nails, and screws and left them on the coffee table in front of the fireplace. With Hadley manning the radio, Ruth constantly cooking, and Kendrick keeping watch, Sierra was left to her own devices. Painstakingly, she hauled the wood from Kendrick's house through the hole in the fence into her brother's house. She'd moved a sizable pile, about a dozen boards, then paused to catch her breath and stretch her back. I don't know how he does it, she muttered. Her nephew had spent a couple hours pulling wood out of Kendrick's shed, but he had hauled much more, much faster. Following Kendrick's advice, she'd gathered a couple of the boards, dropped the box of nails in her coat pocket, and hooked the hammer through a belt loop on her pants. She headed out the front door and grimaced, noticing that the temperature outside was almost exactly the same as inside. She walked across the front porch, hopped down into the shin-deep snow, and forced her way around the front of the house to the decorative bushes that partially blocked the broken front window. Use nails on the exterior of the windows and put up boards. On the inside, you can use screws in case we need to take them down, Kendrick had told her earlier that morning. Once the exterior shell is up, you can put a couple boards on the inside, then start packing clothing in the space between. Then cover it as you go with more boards until the window is sealed up. Jack had thought to put a vapor barrier up on the inside, so Sierra intended to seal up the clothing with plastic, then put the interior layer of wood over everything. It would require some tricky hammering, but Sierra was confident she could handle it. After the first board went up, her confidence wavered to the edge of doubt. It took her almost 10 minutes of cursing and pounding to force the nails through the wood and into the window frame outside the house. Each jarring strike of the hammer sent a shockwave up her arms. Not only was she using muscles that had atrophied since the car accident, but she was using muscles she'd hardly ever used before. Maybe hammering something laying on the ground was easy with gravity to help, but Sierra quickly began to struggle. Before long, she paused, stepping back from her botched handiwork to stare at the partially covered window. 4 boards crossed the window frame with a small gap between the 2 bottom ones. "Well, it's up there. I'm not changing it," she told herself. Then an idea struck. She climbed back up on the snow-covered front porch, scraped off a path as she went, and re-entered the house through what was left of the ruined front door. It wobbled drunkenly on its hinges as she passed, and Sierra didn't bother trying to shut it. The latch was gone anyway, disintegrated during the gunfight. She peeled off her gloves and rummaged through the little set of drill bits Kendrick had let her borrow and found a bit about half the thickness of the nails she was using. She chucked the bit like Kendrick had shown her, put her gloves on, and went back outside with the drill. After punching starter holes in the 4 corners of the board, Sierra found it was much easier to nail it to the window than before. Reveling in her own ingenuity, Sierra quickly slapped up the rest of the boards and covered the window. Inside, she stood with her arms crossed, her breath making little clouds in front of her face, and frowned at all the light coming through gaps. "Well," she sighed, "I suppose that'll all be blocked by the stuffing." Before she added the stuffing, though, Sierra took out a pair of scissors and cut a piece of black garbage bag from the kitchen to fit the entire window frame. Using Hadley's stapler, same one used to hang the curtains the first night. She tucked the plastic around the bottom third of the frame, then filled it with wadded-up old clothing, ripped sheets, and part of a bag of actual stuffing, donated by Ruth from a previous sewing project she never finished. In this manner, filling the gap with stuffing, rolling up the plastic and stapling it to the wall, then filling up the next section, Sierra had the entire window covered in about 15 minutes. Then she began the laborious process of attaching boards to the window frame on the inside of the house. Following her previous work outside, she pre-drilled holes in all the boards, then switched from the bit to a driver attachment and installed one board after another, trying to keep them as tight as possible all the way up to the top of the window. By the time she was done, Sierra was covered in cold sweat, and her arms ached from holding the boards and the drill. She plopped on the couch, put her feet up on the coffee table and sighed, examining her handiwork. The boards were straighter than they were on the outside, but knowing that the window was sealed, secured, and now hopefully weather-tight, gave her far greater satisfaction than anything she'd done in a long while. "I did that," Sierra said, looking around the empty room. "I did that," she shouted, "just at the window." "You did what?" Kendrick's voice rang out from the back hallway. Sierra jumped to her feet and rushed to the living room entrance where it connected to the foyer. "I'm up front," she called out. "You have to check this out, Bill. I think the window's done." "Excellent," he said, shuffling down the hallway, leaving snow on the carpet. For once, Sierra didn't care. "Check it out," she said as she ushered Kendrick into the room, breathing heavily from his journey across the backyards. Kendrick paused to catch his breath and let his eyes adjust to the darkness. "Would you look at this?" he cried, stepping closer and running his hands over the boards. "Sealed from the inside," he muttered, examining her work. "Gaps are pretty good. These boards weren't planed, so you're never going to get a perfect fit," he said over his shoulder. "I don't know what that means, but thanks," Sierra said with a grin. "See how these boards are kind of rounded on the corners?" Kendrick asked. "Yeah," Sierra said slowly. "When we plane a board, it slices off some of the wood and creates a sharp corner. That's the only way you're going to get these pieces to stick together without a gap. All in all, this is pretty darn good work." He stepped back and grunted. "I see you went with Jack's vapor barrier idea," Kendrick added, tugging on a piece of the black garbage bag sticking out under the wood. "I'm still worried we might get some mold growth in there, but I guess that's something we'll deal with when the time comes." "If the time comes," Sierra reminded him, "I'd rather run the risk of a little mold and stay warm rather than be cold and mold-free." "How's the outside look?" Kendrick asked. "A little rougher than the inside," Sierra admitted. "I was getting the hang of it outside first, but they're all nailed with those big nails you gave me, and everything is pretty secure." "It's going to take somebody a couple minutes with a crowbar to get that wood down," she said proudly. "Excellent," he said. "That'll give you plenty of time to discourage them from messing with your windows." "I've got another idea about that," Sierra began. "My brother left a binder filled with all kinds of information about what to do in an emergency like this. One of his suggestions is to take a board and punch a bunch of nails through it, then leave it with the nails up underneath a window." Kendrick grinned in the darkness. "That was my idea. Yeah, I've got some around the windows at our place too. Nasty little surprise if someone tries to get close enough to break in. I think I'd like to do that once the house is sealed up tight again." "Well, this is a good start," Kendrick announced. "Since that's the only broken window in here, you should be able to put the blankets back in place and get the fire going. At least this room will be livable." He glanced at the smaller window on the far side of the room. "That one wasn't hit. I think it was too small, and you can't see it from the street," Sierra said. Kendrick turned and looked at the wreckage in the foyer. "I'll have to help you get that big piece of plywood inside. Then we can put some up on either side of the front door if nothing else. It'll keep the weather out. You'll need another one for the back patio door." Before Sierra could respond, the alarm signal they'd worked out ahead of time sounded through the open to the elements house. A metal spoon banging inside a pot clanged 4 times in quick succession. It was the alert signal Ruth devised in the absence of more radios. "What the devil?" Kendrick asked as he moved away from Sierra and rushed to the front door. Carefully, he peered around the splintered doorframe and cursed. "There's a couple people out in the street." "What?" Sierra blurted. "Now, they're walking into the cul-de-sac," he reported over his shoulder. "Are they armed?" Sierra asked. She stepped back into the living room and grabbed the shotgun she'd used to kill the intruder, racking around into the chamber. "They sure are," Kendrick replied. "I don't think we want them knowing that I'm over here." He looked around the foyer, his eyes sweeping over the spent shell casings and holes in the walls. "Tell you what, I'll take my rifle and head back down the hallway. It's got a straight line of sight out into the cul-de-sac. Just make sure you leave this door open, okay? Don't step in front of me, but if you stay on your porch and move to the right a little, you can talk with them, and I'll cover you." "Got it," Sierra said. She waited for Kendrick to pull back from the door and retreat into the shadowy hallway. He grunted, getting down on the cold ground, then propped his rifle against the wall and brought his head to the stock. "Okay, I'm all set," he said, looking through the big scope. "I see them now. I'm going out on the porch. I'll tell them not to get any closer," Sierra said. "Remember, stay to the right. If I can't see you, I can't hit you," Kendrick warned. "Got it," Sierra said. She took a deep breath and exhaled, then looked out the door, hesitating. The 2 people continued to walk closer, one tall, one short. "You got this," Kendrick added, whispering from the depths of the hallway. "Thanks, Bill." Sierra pushed open the door, then used a chunk of wood on the ground to prop it open and stepped out under the porch, immediately moving to the right and out of Kendrick's line of sight. The 2 people in the cul-de-sac froze when she emerged, noticing her shotgun. "That's close enough," she called out, her voice echoing through the empty street. The 2 figures paused. The taller one took one more step forward and pulled his hood back, revealing a shaggy mass of dirty blonde hair and a beard. "Well, that's not very neighborly now, is it?" he called out, his voice strong and familiar. "Bill," Sierra whispered over her shoulder. "If you can hear me, I think that's the leader from the first fight." "Copy that," Kendrick muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Sierra cleared her throat and kept the shotgun aimed at the ground, but not so far down she couldn't snap it up in a heartbeat. "Well, after your last visit, I'm not feeling very neighborly. What do you want? So you remember me? I wasn't sure I'd made that much of an impression," he said, bemused. "What do you want, Sierra? Repeat." "We want to talk? Why?" Sierra called out. "You wanted to talk the first time, but I don't recall that ending too well for you." The man was close enough that when he grimaced, Sierra noticed the shorter person next to him said something, but he waved them off. That was when Sierra spotted one bandaged arm under his long coat. The right arm of his coat flopped in the breeze, and as he turned to say something to his companion, his heavy overcoat moved just enough to reveal his arm strapped to his chest. "We didn't get off on the right foot last time," he admitted. "This is crazy. Can I at least come a little closer so we don't have to yell at each other?" "Fine," Sierra said, "but don't try anything. I've got a sniper covering you right now." The shorter person looked around nervously and took a step back, but the tall man simply nodded and walked forward with confidence to the edge of the cul-de-sac. "All right, that's enough," Sierra said, raising the shotgun to point at his knees. He stopped at the end of the driveway and held one arm out to show he was unarmed. "I'd hold out my other arm, but you shot it, so it's kind of strapped to my side." He used his good hand to peel back the coat and show the truth of his words. "All right, let's see the hands from the other one," Sierra said, gesturing with the shotgun toward the second person. "I am unarmed, Pete. Please don't shoot," that person said, quickly throwing both hands in the air. "He's not with me," the tall man grumbled. "I am. I'm from the H Homeowners Association," the shorter man stammered. "Great," Sierra muttered. "See?" the big man asked. "Told you." "Fine, what do you want?" "I suppose you heard the shooting earlier." "We did," Sierra allowed. "Things have changed," the tall man called out. "Some things haven't," Sierra replied, conjuring up her brother's stubbornness. "We'll still kill anybody who threatens us." The man at the end of the driveway turned and looked back at the body still in the street. "I know," he said in a sad voice. "That man's name was Mike. He was a friend of mine." "I'm sorry he had to die," Sierra said. "I really am. But you shouldn't have tried to hurt us. We didn't want to hurt you. Not at first. Then you shouldn't have tried to take what was ours." Sierra snarled. "It's the same thing now." The big man nodded, his hair moving in front of his face with the movement. He raised his good hand and pulled it out of his eyes. "I understand that now, and trust me. Fighting is the last thing on my mind. I told you the truth. I just want to talk." "We're talking," Sierra said, "but I haven't heard anything worth listening to." "Well," the tall man replied, "we're yelling at each other down the length of your driveway. If he comes any closer, I won't be able to cover you," Kendrick warned from down the hallway, just loud enough for Sierra to hear. She sighed. She wanted to keep the man a good distance away, but her own voice was growing tired of yelling. "Fine. You can come as close as the sidewalk, but no further. You're not going to invite me inside?" the big man asked. "No," Sierra replied, indignant. "What are you, crazy? I've been called worse. Can I come forward now?" he asked. "Go slow, and if you make any sudden moves, you'll join your friend out there in the snow," she warned, gesturing with the shotgun barrel toward the cul-de-sac. "Can I come closer?" the shorter man with his hands up yelled. "I can cover him to the edge of the driveway," Sierra yelled. The big man looked more like a homeless person as he shuffled forward to the sidewalk and stopped exactly where Sierra had told him. Long blonde hair hung from his head, some of it tucked into the hood, some of it blowing free in the breeze. His bushy beard hung down to his chest and looked just as unkempt as his hair. His face bore the marks of a hard life, and his coat was splattered with dried blood, but duct tape patches covered the holes Jack had put into it a few nights back. "What is it you wanted to say?" Sierra asked. "My name is Haston, by the way, Eric Haston." "I'm Sierra Carter," Haston nodded. "There, now we can be friends," he said, then continued before she could argue. "The fighting you heard earlier. That was new people trying to come into the neighborhood." Questions flashing through her mind. Was he telling the truth? Who were the new people, and why did he care if someone was trying to get into the neighborhood? She settled on one and asked it. "New people like you? We don't know who they were." "Drifters, scavengers, refugees, maybe." Sierra snorted at that, but the man continued as if he hadn't heard her. "Whoever they were, they tried to force their way through the main entrance. But we stopped them." "Who is we?" Sierra asked wearily. "Me and my crew, what's left of them, and your friends in the HOA." "I don't have any friends in the HOA, and why would you help us stop people from getting into the neighborhood?" Sierra demanded. "Because, like I said," he replied patiently, "things have changed. There's an agreement between your leader and me." "My leader?" Sierra scoffed, then caught herself as the shotgun barrel wavered from its aim point on his chest. She adjusted her aim and frowned. "Who exactly is my leader?" she demanded, already knowing and dreading the answer. Davenport, the man said, smiling through his beard, his teeth lighter than this beard. He was never our leader, she spat. I don't care what you call him, but he's the boss man in charge, that's for sure, the tall man said. What's that got to do with us? She asked. This agreement. He looked over his shoulder at the HOA man in the street. Me and my crew will provide security to you, to the others, to everybody in this neighborhood. What? Sierra blurted, allowing the shotgun to aim toward the man's knees instead of his chest. What are you talking about, Davenport? He gave us shelter, so to speak, and payment. We'll be the muscle for a little while. So I just wanted to let you know we're all on the same team now, okay? Oh, and he's got a message, he said, jerking his head over his shoulder. There's an HOA meeting coming up. You're cordially invited, of course, the man in the street called. I'm not a member of the HOA, Sierra yelled back. The rules are flexible in this regard. We're asking every resident to come, whether you're an official member or not. When, Sierra asked the big man. I don't know. Not my problem soon, tomorrow at noon, the man in the street yelled, trying to see around Haston from a distance. Why did you want to come over here to tell me this? She asked Haston. Call it curiosity, he said, his head tilted like a dog listening to something new. I wanted to look the person in the eye who shot me and give them my own message. Sierra adjusted the grip on the shotgun and changed the aim to the man's chest again, and that is, things aren't over between us. I'll be looking for some payback. I'm sure you already knew that, he added with a grin. But for now, Davenport has impressed upon me the importance of unity. We've got bigger fish to fry, he explained, with a one-armed shrug. I know what you mean, Sierra said, but there's nothing between us. Haston stared at her to the point she looked away, distinctly uncomfortable with the man's soulless gaze. It was like looking into a vast chasm with no sign of a bottom, empty. I beg to differ, he said. We have unfinished business, you and I. But like I said, he said, smiling again, I'm willing to bury the hatchet for the time being, I guess. I came to ask you for a truce once all this is over, and the neighborhood is secured, then we can hash things out. But until then, I can't protect you people knowing that you're behind me, ready to stab me in the back. So I'm asking for a truce. That's not the kind of people we are, Sierra said, offended. I wouldn't shoot anybody in the back. No, I don't suppose you would, he replied. I look forward to working with you until I'm not. What makes you think we're actually going to trust you to keep your word? Sierra asked. A man like me, well, the only thing I've got in this life is my word, and I guard that zealously, Sierra. She shivered, hearing him say her name, and suddenly very much wanted a bath. He continued as if he didn't notice her revulsion. Whether you trust me is up to you. No harm will come to you on my watch until my watch is ended, he added, raising a finger. Then there's going to be a reckoning between you and me. Why are you telling me this? Sierra asked in a small voice. Whatever you may think of me, I consider myself a man of honor. I can't do anything other than tell you this. Ask him how long the truce is for, Kendrick whispered behind her in the darkened hallway. So how long is this truce going to last? Sierra called. I don't know, Haston said as he half-turned ready to depart. He glanced at the house, then looked across the street, then at the Kendrick residence. Maybe we chase the newcomers off today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe some more show up the day after that. I don't know, but I swear to you when the time comes, you'll know. Well, I suppose I should thank you for helping protect the neighborhood. But I've got something to tell you as well, Sierra said, setting her jaw and trying to stand as tall as possible. I don't care when you come back. If you do, when I do, Haston said with a wicked smile. We'll be ready, Sierra growled, ignoring the interruption. And if I have to, I'll line up you and all your friends in the street next to Mike, she snarled. If anyone that threatens my family, I'll do the same thing to them, too. Haston stared at her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Yes, I do believe you would. He brought his fingers to his forehead in a quick, mock salute. I've said my piece, now I'll leave you alone. I've got a neighborhood defense to plan. It's going to be in a little while. Be careful, he said airily, then turned and shuffled through the snow back to the HOA man. Sierra exhaled, her body shaking as she struggled to get back inside. Kendrick was next to her in a flash, breathing hard and sweating. Well, he asked. I could only hear every other word. What the heck is going on? I think it's time for another meeting, Sierra replied. Things have changed. Chapter 14, Fort Lauderdale, Pinner Residence. Wyatt and Willow sat in collapsible lawn chairs around the fire pit in Dennis's backyard. If it weren't for the gunshots and the occasional scream in the distance, it would have felt like any other November late afternoon in South Florida. "Just need a cold beer," Wyatt muttered. "You and me both, brother," Dennis said, poking at the foil-wrapped pile of nacho chips, beans, and cheese sitting on a piece of grating balanced over Chrissy's fire. "Thank you again for the clothes," Willow said, plucking at the sweatshirt she wore emblazoned with the University of Tennessee logo. "I went to UW-Madison, though," she added with a smile. "No one's perfect," Dennis grunted, not looking up. That elicited a snort from Wyatt. "Ow!" he muttered, rubbing his sunburned arm where Willow smacked him. "How about some bottled water?" Chrissy asked, stepping out of the lanai attached to the back of the house. She handed out the bottles to everyone and took one of the 2 remaining seats and tucked her feet up under her as she sat. "How much longer? I'm starving," she added. Dennis looked at her and then looked away. "Won't be long now. What's wrong?" Chrissy asked. She glanced at Willow. "Did I say something wrong?" Saying, "Your starving may take on a whole new meaning in the coming weeks." Wyatt said quietly, staring into the fire, "Every meal from this point on will be a blessing, I think." "Oh," Chrissy said, looking down at the water bottle in her hand. "I see what you mean." Another gunshot broke the silence that settled over the group. "That sounded really close," Willow said, scrunching her shoulders slightly. "How long is it until dark? Another hour, maybe?" Dennis replied, checking the clear sky, "But it'll still be plenty light enough for an hour or so after that. We don't get full dark for a while down here." "I don't know about you guys, but I'll feel a lot safer when we get back inside," Chrissy muttered. "You and me both," Willow said. "We've got time." "This isn't exactly a rich neighborhood," Dennis said, lifting the corner of the tinfoil with his charred stick. "The looters will hit Thousand Oaks first." "What's that?" Wyatt asked. "Fancy gated community just north of here, about a mile or so that way," Dennis said, pointing with the smoking stick toward the fence behind him. "Lots of money. Retired folks mostly. It's gated." "Well, at least they have a gate," Willow said. "I doubt that'll stop anyone." "They'll just walk around the gate," Wyatt mused. "Anyone with an old beater truck could probably run right through it." A pair of gunshots rang out, followed by the distant, ethereal wail of a police car or ambulance carried on the wind. "It was there 1 second, then gone, then back again, you know," Chrissy said, leaning back in her chair to look up at the sky. "I haven't seen an airplane for a while, maybe since yesterday. Reminds me of 9/11, Wyatt said. "And the pandemic," Willow added. "It's eerie," she said, looking up at the deepening blue dome overhead. "This is going to be different, guys," Dennis said, ignoring the sky. "The rest of the world is still fine, or at least it will be until the wars start." He lifted the foil, letting steam escape, and smiled. "Nachos are ready. Hand me the plates, sweetie," he said to Chrissy, his hand outstretched. "What do you mean until the wars start?" Willow asked. "Our military keeps people in line all over the planet just by being in the neighborhood. How long do you think Israel will wait to knock off Iran once our ships steam out of the Med, or India and Pakistan? How long do you think they'll wait to turn each other into glowing parking lots if the U.S. isn't around to put pressure on people to calm down? This list goes on without the 7th Fleet in the Pacific. China walks into Taiwan tomorrow. You think Ukraine was bad? Wait till Russia figures out we're busy making sure our own country is safe and not too concerned with Europe. Every dictator and wannabe emperor is drooling right now, just waiting for us to turn around and go home." "You think we'll be attacked now that we're on our knees?" Wyatt asked, leaning in. "No," Dennis said. "Well, not at first," he added, scooping nachos smothered in melted cheese and baked beans onto a plate. He handed it to Willow, then started on the next one. "But the rest of the world is going to go down the tubes real quick, and when they get tired of killing each other, maybe they turn on us." "Why do you say that?" asked Willow as she poked at her nachos. "He's right. We're the world's only superpower and peacekeeper police officer all in one," Wyatt said, looking down at his food but not eating. "Boy, you have a knack for ruining someone's appetite, don't you?" "I'm not sure I follow," Willow said. "Our military is still all over the place, right? The lights going out here doesn't affect an aircraft carrier on the other side of the world, right?" Dennis made a plate of nachos for himself and sat back from the fire. "Technically, no, but I guarantee you someone, the president or SecDef, has put in orders for everyone to come home with their hair on fire. If most of our military is overseas, then most of our country is undefended and in the dark. Could someone invade right now? Maybe, maybe not. Will they try? he asked as he popped a chip in his mouth and chewed. Again, probably not, but if we don't get the military involved, I think this country will tear itself apart before long. He cocked his head, listening to gunshots in the distance. Case in point, and we're only on what, the second, third day? Asked Wyatt. Only the second day without power, Dennis said, and shoveled another chip into his mouth. Thanks, Daddy, Chrissy said, frowning. Now I'm not hungry either. I'm sorry, Dennis said as he put his food down. He glanced at the sky again and sighed. I'm trying to be strong, but I'm worried about your mother. Mom's tough, Chrissy said, trying a nacho. This is good. I know she's tough, honey, but with what you're telling me about the roads and what I've seen just trying to get from the hospital to here earlier in the day? Where is she? Asked Willow. You said she's a marine biologist? Did you call it Seaport? Yeah, Seaport's just north of Fort Lauderdale, Dennis said. Maybe the traffic coming south won't be as bad. It's got to be better than what's coming north out of Miami, Wyatt said, pointing a chip at Dennis. There wasn't nearly as much traffic headed south. From your lips? Dennis said, looking up again. It is strange not seeing any contrails, isn't it? So you're going to wait until tomorrow before you head to the hospital? Asked Wyatt, glancing at Willow. That's the plan, Dennis said, still looking at the sky. If Mandy can get here before about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll be okay, unless the roads get way worse overnight. If everything is as it is now, we'll be able to make it to the hospital with time to spare. And you said your wife knows to go to the hospital if she comes home and you're not here? Willow asked. She popped half a chip into her mouth and chewed. We'll leave a note, too, Dennis said, nodding. He ate a few chips and looked around the yard. I was never very good at keeping this place in shape, he admitted. I did most of the work, Chrissy said, and when you went to school... Dennis sat back in his chair and sighed, rubbing his eyes. I'm so tired. The hospital is crazy right now. I'm surprised they let you come home, Wyatt said. I told them it was the only way they'd see me again, Dennis replied with a grin. We have something like half the team on my floor alone not coming back. A few even took supplies with them. They can all see the writing on the wall except for the ones with nowhere to go and Marcy. She thinks she's a saint or something and refuses to do anything until her patients are cared for, he said with a scoff. Then why are you going back? Asked Willow. It's not because I have some altruistic delusion of saving as many people as possible, like Marcy. I can assure you of that, Dennis said. Honestly, I don't know what else I'd do. What? He asked his daughter. Don't look at me like that. I don't have any hobbies, right? Not like anyone has the luxury of wasting time on hobbies right now. Anyway, we've all got to switch to survival mode, and the ones who do it first will be the ones who survive the longest. Wyatt looked at Willow. That's what we're afraid of. It'll take us. I don't know how long to get home. Willow took his hand and gripped it tight. We don't have a choice. We got to try. I understand, Dennis said. That's why tomorrow I'm going to give you whatever I can to speed you on your way. If you wanted to leave tonight, I'd do the same. But I don't recommend it. You don't know the area, and you could get lost pretty quick. Yeah, we're out of luck until we hit Illinois, at least, Wyatt said, looking at his plate of half-eaten nachos. Dennis, you over there? Called a voice from the other side of the fence. Wyatt started, but Dennis held up a hand. It's okay, just my neighbor. He's an old retired teacher. Hey, Chuck, he added, louder, and stood. You having a party over there? Called an older voice. And you didn't invite me? I'm hurt. Hang on, Dennis said, and moved to the rickety gate to the side yard. He swung it open and admitted a skinny older man wearing a straw hat and sunglasses, a bright Hawaiian shirt and shorts, and neon green Crocs. He marched over, gave Chrissy a hug, and extended his hand to Willow and Wyatt. Nice to meet you folks. I'm Charles Turner. You can call me Chuck. After hands were shaken, introductions made, and food offered, the old man flipped up his clip-on sunglasses and peered at Wyatt and Willow with a look that would have made students cringe. So why are you on the road at a time like this? We're trying to get home, Wyatt said. A logical reason, the old man said with a nod. We were on a cruise, and Willow began. The Emperor of the Seas, Chuck said, leaning forward in his chair, his eyes sparkling. My word, I bet that was exciting. Not the word I'd choose, Wyatt said, but yeah, something like that. How did you know? Did you see the fire? Asked Chuck. You mean the nuclear-dusted bomb that went off and blew the ship to Kingdom Come? No, I didn't see it. I was underwater when it blew, Wyatt said in a sour voice. I meant no disrespect, Chuck said quickly. I heard about it over the radio. There was an accident. I listened to shortwave broadcasts. I was a physics teacher, so it's a hobby, he said, shrugging. Once the president declared a state of emergency, a lot of the radio chatter turned to repeated emergency alert bulletins and people throwing rumors around like, "What have you heard?" Dennis interrupted. "The hospital's swamped, but it's more like a hurricane aftermath than whatever this is." "I heard it's bad," Chuck said sadly. "The government shut down air travel, pretty much any travel, really. Roads are closed, but everyone." Chrissy snorted at that. "They couldn't shut the roads down any better than the traffic did. There's also a nationwide curfew in effect. Sunset to sunrise," Chuck added, breathless. "It's all fascinating. Hasn't happened since World War II, I believe. Come walk with us tomorrow," Wyatt said, examining his legs in the growing twilight. "You'll get over that fascination real quick." "Sorry," Chuck said, holding up a hand. "It's just, you read books and see movies about things like this, but you never expect it to actually happen." "You almost seem happy," Willow observed with a frown. "I'm a student of, well, everything, really," Chuck said. "I find human behavior very interesting," he added, his head cocked to the side. "My wife was a sociologist, you see. I guess it rubbed off on me at some point." His smile was infectious, and Willow couldn't help but mirror the gesture. "I bet you were a good teacher," she said. "Well," he said, deflecting the praise with another smile and picking up a nacho chip. "This looks good. Wait till you try it," Chrissy said with an encouraging smile. "My, it is good," Chuck exclaimed, looking at Dennis, his hand over his mouth as he chewed. "You missed your calling, friend?" "I don't think so," Dennis said, slouching in his chair, his face propped up in his hand. "I make those out of desperation, but they're good," Chuck said, chewing on another loaded chip, and over an open fire to boot. "My compliments to the chef." A dark shape sailed silently overhead, flitting between the trees, gone in an instant. "Was that a bat?" Wyatt asked. "Haven't seen one of those in a while." "Yeah," Dennis said. "We should think about putting out the fire. If we can see bats, other people are going to see us soon." "Agreed," Chuck said, brushing his hands together over the plate. "As delicious as this is, I do need to hunker down for the night, bring in the solar chargers, and so on." He stood and handed the mostly full plate to Dennis. "I noticed you haven't put up your hurricane shutters yet." "We're leaving in the morning," Dennis said, standing. He pulled the grate off the fire with a stick and let it fall to the side onto some soot-covered rocks. He winced at the noise in the otherwise quiet dusk and the blossom of sparks it expelled, then put a hand on Chrissy's shoulder. "We're heading to the hospital tomorrow morning if you see Mandy." "I'll be sure to tell her she can move in with me," the wisp of an old man said, laughing at his own joke. "No, I'm kidding. I'm old enough to be your father. I'll be sure to tell her where you went. And you fine folks," he said to Wyatt and Willow. "Good luck on your journey. I'd strongly advise heading west as fast as you can. Follow Bloody 27 north, get away from the traffic along the coast. US 1 and I-95 are a hot mess, just north of us. According to the radio, and only going to get worse. Bloody 27? It's the old highway that runs north-south through the middle of the state," Dennis explained. "There were so many accidents in the 60s and 70s, we started calling it Bloody 27, Chuck added with a shrug. "It can still be pretty bad." "Well, maybe now it's worse," he muttered, turning to leave, and Dennis escorted him to the gate. "Here, we'll help you pick up," Wyatt said as Chrissy moved to gather all the plates and scraps of leftover food. "Which way is west?" Willow asked as Dennis rejoined them. The first mosquitoes buzzed in the gathering twilight and crickets chirped in the grass. That way?" he said, pointing to Willow's left. "That's what I was afraid of," she said, looking to right. "I'm almost afraid to ask, but why is the sky so bright over there?" They all stopped and looked east. Wyatt stood next to Willow, dropped his empty plate, and took her hand in his. Chrissy gasped, and Dennis sighed. "Because F.T. Lauderdale is burning," Dennis said quietly in the distance. Gunshots popped and rattled. Chapter 15, Mukwanago, Wisconsin. Jack picked his way through the trees by Lake Mukwanago, the biggest body of water near the town itself. On the far side, the old scout camp turned nature center occupied a wide peninsula, sheltered by leafless trees. The lake had only partially frozen, so the middle was still liquid and dark under the cloudy sky. A flock of geese huddled in a tight group on the cold, open water. "If they were a little closer, I'd try to take a shot," Jack said, looking at the birds. "Have you ever eaten one before?" asked Aaron as they worked their way around the lake, gradually angling toward the east following the curving shoreline. No, but I bet it tastes like turkey. Not chicken? Asked Aaron. I thought everything tastes like chicken over here. Jack looked at her. Then a pop in the distance made him freeze. The wind off the water was not only cold, but brought the sound of voices, lots of them from across the lake. Is that someone over there on the other side? Aaron frowned as she peered across the lake. Sure, there's more than one someone I can see. Come on, whatever's going on over there. We don't want to stand out like targets in case someone wants to get frisky and try a long shot. Jack turned from the frozen shoreline and led them up the shallow embankment back into the trees just west of town. The gunfire rattled back and forth, interspersed with a few louder shots. Sounds like a proper battle, Aaron said, looking over her shoulders as they entered the tree line. Whatever they're doing over there, I'm glad it's not over here, Jack replied. Are we not walking through someone's back garden then? Aaron asked as they approached a cluster of buildings in the shadows created by the forest. Nah, that's the local history museum. It used to be someone's house like 150 years ago or something. It's the little red brick building there on the left, he said, pointing as they moved through the trees. The further they went from the lake, the less snow was on the ground, the faster their progress. We should check in with Hadley, Aaron suggested. It's a little early, but sounds like there might be some people up ahead. Maybe you're right, Jack said, as he slowed to a stop, listening. That sounds like a lot of people, Aaron said. Sounds like a mob, Jack muttered, listening to the dozens of voices in the distance. He brought the radio to his mouth and ducked around the corner of the building. Base, this is Hawkeye. Come in. It took a moment, but Hadley's voice crackled over the little radio, not quite as clear or loud as before. Go ahead, we hear you, sort of. Yeah, same. Listen, I think we're getting to the limit of these things. We're downtown by the Red Brick Museum. There's a bunch of people in front of Town Hall, and we're going to check it out. Maybe talk to some cops. Mr. Kendrick says to be extra careful, Hadley warned. Will do. There's a few broken windows, and some of the shops look looted, but we'll be careful. I'll check back with you in 10 minutes. Copy that. Be careful, Hadley added. Base out. Jack signed off and put the radio back in his pocket, then looked at Aaron. You ready? I've been to a few concerts, and me fair share of pubs, Aaron said as they rounded the corner of the little museum and stepped onto the uncleared sidewalk. But this! What's a poob? Jack interrupted. Pub, Aaron said, stretching the word. You know a bar? She asked, overpronouncing the word. You sound like you're from Texas, Jack laughed. You mean a pub? Aye, a pub, you daft boy, Aaron said, smacking him on the arm. That's what I said. I was trying to figure out what a poob was, he chuckled. Aaron scoffed and shoved him away with you. All I'm trying to say, she continued in a lower voice, is these people don't sound friendly or particularly happy. They emerged from the tree line and appeared in the open next to the Red Brick Museum. One window was shattered, the rest boarded up with odd scraps of plywood. Across the street at the point of a three-way intersection stood the municipal building, a structure that belonged in a previous century, surrounded on two sides by streets and shops. A crowd had gathered in front, perhaps 20 people, all shouting and waving hands at a thin line of half a dozen cops standing at the bottom steps to the building. One of the cops stepped forward with his hands in the air, trying to calm the crowd and talk, but his words were drowned out. As they watched, a pair of men joined the gathering from the right, emerging between buildings to throw their voices into the mix. Well, Jack said, we came here to find out what's going on. I guess there's how, he said, gesturing at the crowd. Aye, we did. We've seen they're not happy. Let's go back, Aaron said as she turned and grabbed Jack's arm. He didn't move, and Aaron frowned. Well, come on then, let's go. Jack shook his head. We need to see what's going on, and maybe talk to one of the cops. Remember the bodies? He asked, pointing out one of their objectives. You and the bodies, Aaron muttered as she leaned on her shillelagh. All right then, if you're convinced we need to continue with this tomfoolery, by all means lead the way, she said with a grand gesture. Jack walked forward across the street and nodded at a woman bundled in a heavy coat who emerged from the barber shop opposite them. She glanced at Jack, then Aaron, and finally offered a weak smile before tightening her coat and rushing across the unplowed street to join the crowd. What's going on? Jack asked as he reached the back of the crowd. You gotta do something about these looters, a man in front of him yelled, raising his fist. Yeah, several others shouted. They're stealing everything, folks. We're doing the best we can, the cop in front yelled. He continued talking, but the crowd drowned him out. Broke into my house last night? The grocery store. Where am I going to find baby food? The woman who left the barber shop looked at Aaron and smiled weakly. We were told there would be a shipment of food today, she yelled over the noise. Nothing showed up? That's right, the man in front of her yelled, turning to look at her. He turned back to the cops and threw his fist in the air with the other people. How are we supposed to eat if there's no food? And whatever we do have is taken by these looters. When are you going to do something about it? What exactly do you want us to do? The cop yelled, red-faced. There's only 6 of us. Shoot 'em, someone yelled. Or we will, a voice cried from the other side of the crowd, which was met with a roar of approval from the group. I better not hear of any vigilante justice in this town, the cop warned, snarling at the group. He went on to threaten dire repercussions for anyone taking the law into their own hands. But Jack had turned to the man next to him. Is it getting worse? What are you living under a rock? The red-faced man said over the noise, his breath a puff of vapor. Of course it's getting worse by the hour. We just walked in. We're a little way north of town, Jack said, hoping that was good enough. Well, count yourselves lucky this place is going straight to do. So you're not going to do anything? Someone yelled at the cops. Look, if you're here to beg for food, you'll have to get in line. We were here first, the man Jack was talking to said abruptly, and turned his shoulder. Jack pulled Aaron to the left, and they worked their way through the crowd around to the outside. Ahead of them loomed the town hall dark, with the exception of a few candles in a front window. Most of the cops at the front of the crowd wore grizzled, stern faces, and more than a few were unshaven. The cop directly in front of Jack and Aaron, however, looked clean-faced and young. Jack took a chance and pushed his way forward until he emerged at the front of the crowd. The cop immediately saw him and shook his head, holding out a hand. Sir, you can't come any closer. I just want to talk, Jack yelled. The cop glanced at his compatriots, but when no one bothered to look his way, he stepped forward, hands on his utility belt. If you're here to beg for food, I'm afraid we don't have any yet. The shipment that was promised us it's been delayed? Who promised it? Jack asked. The governor, the cop said. Then he hesitated. I think that's what I was told. You guys still in contact with the governor? Jack asked. The cop glanced again at his comrades, but no one paid any attention to him, focused as they were on the mob agitators in front of them. More people called for violence, and the cops tensed in response, completely ignoring the young officer in front of Jack, relegated to the edge of the crowd. We're not here to beg for food, Jack announced. I just want information. Well, I think you're the first one, the young cop said with a wary smile. Go ahead, I'll answer your question. How long has this been going on? Jack asked, sweeping a hand to encompass the crowd. Pretty much all day, the cop said. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to report a death, Jack said loud enough for the cop to take notice. He stepped closer. Somebody died? Yeah, the men that tried to break into my house. They destroyed my front door and shot up my house. We killed 2 of them, though, me and my neighbors. Son, you shouldn't be telling me that, the cop began. Son, you don't look much older than me, Jack retorted. I just started a week ago. Okay, it's crazy enough that I just got out of the academy and then all this happens, he said, growing red in the face. But if you're going around shooting people in town, whoa, wait a minute. It wasn't in town. We live 2 neighborhoods north of here. We're on the other side of Golden Oaks. Well, that's, the cop said, then looked away for a second at a sudden shout and turned back to Jack. You're not inside the town limits. No, I guess we're not, Jack said with a shrug. What are we supposed to do? I can't call anyone, and there's 2 bodies in the street, man. Well, you're the county's problem, then. Consider yourself lucky, the cop warned. The chief isn't taking kindly to anyone playing the vigilante. We weren't going after anybody or looking for trouble. They broke into our house, Jack insisted. Technically, I should arrest you for carrying that rifle, the cop said, pointing at the .2 slung over Jack's shoulder and not quite hidden by his backpack. I don't think you are, Erin yelled as she forced her way beside Jack and pointed at the cop. Not today. You're not half the bloody people here have weapons, she added, jerking a thumb at the crowd. Must be your lucky day, the officer said, frowning. Jack glanced at his name badge, then met his eyes again. Look, Officer Matthews? When the cop nodded, Jack continued. We're not here for a handout. We're not here to start trouble. We're certainly not here to make things worse for you, he said. I'm just trying to find out what's going on so that I can protect my family. What's going on is it's getting close to every man for himself, Matthews admitted, glancing over his shoulder. You see those cops? We're only here because most of us don't have families. All the officers with kids and wives, they already left, cleaned out most of the station, too. They what? Jack blurted. We're all that's left, Matthews said, trying to be as quiet as possible. I don't even know what I'm still doing here, except I have no other place to go. My family's in Florida, and I only took this job because the pay was good and I've never traveled much. Sure, I said the same thing about coming over here as a foreign exchange student, Aaron said with a bitter laugh. Ireland? The very same, Aaron said with a flashing smile. We heard a little bit of news from around the world after everything went dark. There's riots in the UK, Matthews said. I don't know if that means anything to you. Somebody's always rioting about something, Aaron replied, her voice tight with emotion. I wish there was something we could do about Ireland, Jack said to Aaron with no small amount of sympathy. I know, Jack, Aaron replied with a sadder smile. But there's something we can do about your house, she prompted, looking at the cop. I'm trying to find out how dangerous it is, began Jack. Look around, kid, Matthews cried, sweeping his arm to encompass the crowd. We're on the threshold of anarchy. Whoever did this knew exactly how to hurt us bad, real bad. Then what are we supposed to do about the 2 people who were killed? Jack cried. Right now their bodies are just sitting out in the snow. You're not in the town, so technically you're not my problem, Matthews said. But if I was you, I'd get rid of the bodies. You don't want predators around your house. That's what Kendrick said. Aaron sighed. Who? Matthews asked. Wait a minute, Jack interrupted. You mean you can't call the coroner to come get them? You can talk with the governor, but not the coroner? We have radio communications with the state troopers, and that's about it, Matthews said. They're in contact with the governor, and even they're getting hard to talk to. Matthews shook his head. I can't blame everybody for heading home to take care of their families once we got word this wasn't going to be fixed anytime soon, he continued, looking at the darkened buildings and looted shops. Anybody who could headed for the hills, I should be long gone, but like I said, I have nowhere else to go now, Matthews said as he scanned the crowd. I don't know how much longer we're going to be able to hold these people back. You should get out of here. You said you came from a neighborhood to the north? That's right, Jack said. You might be able to find some assistance at the library. It's on the way out of town to the north. Take this road here and walk that way, he said. While you still can, yeah, and be careful. Jack ducked as a beer bottle sailed overhead and shattered against the steps of Town Hall. The shouting intensified, and more than one officer drew their sidearm, though they kept them professionally aimed at the ground. Go on! Get out of here before it gets out of control, Matthews said, his voice wavering as he struggled to unsnap the holster at his side. Matthews, get your weapon out, the veteran cop next to him yelled. Go! Matthews said, waving Jack and Aaron aside. Another beer bottle sailed overhead, along with a plastic Coke bottle. Glass shattered, and the Coke bottle bounced harmlessly off the steps. But the officers stepped back in unison. Their weapons shifted to the front, still aiming down. Come on, boyo, it's time we got out of here, Aaron said, dragging Jack away from the building. They rushed down the street from the nascent riot as best they could in the snow and reached the back of the town hall in time to see a uniformed police officer kick open the back door and rush down a set of wooden steps hauling 3 bags of gear. He got to the bottom step, slipped on a patch of ice and lost one of the bags. The black duffel tumbled to the ground, the zipper ripping open, and 3 tactical shotguns spilled out. The cop swore, looked at the bag, then at Jack and Aaron, and rushed away to a waiting squad car with his trunk up. He threw the other 2 bags he carried in the back, slammed the trunk, and then jumped in the front seat and started the engine. Jack and Aaron froze as the cop spun out of the cleared parking lot, plowed into the snow in front of them, and pulled out into the street, lights flashing as he turned. He turned left and raced south as a pair of protesters ran out to wave him down. But the cop merely honked his horn and drove straight ahead. The woman dove to the side with a scream, but the man held his ground and found out that a human couldn't stop a car. His body crumpled like a rag doll and flew up over the flashing dome lights to land with a muffled thud in the snow-covered street. The first gunshot rang out, quickly followed by several more. Then the screaming started and people ran, stumbling and tripping in the snow. Chaos erupted. A stray bullet whined as it ricocheted off the building across the street. Jack grabbed Erin and pulled her into the police parking lot through the metal gate that the escaping cop had left open. "Come on," he yelled, rushing forward. When their boots met the cleared pavement, they picked up speed and made a beeline for the abandoned bag of shotguns. "I know you're not thinking of taking those," Erin yelled. "I'm not, but I can't leave them here on the street for someone else to take." As gunshots and screams echoed around the front of the building, Jack looked left and right, seeking a spot to pitch the weapons. Finding nothing, he swore, scooped up the guns and threw them in the bag. It was heavier than he expected, and hauled it up over his shoulder. "Stay here. I'm going to throw these back inside the building." He turned and bolted up the wooden steps, 2 at a time, careful to miss the icy patch that the officer had slipped on. Jack got to the top just as Officer Matthews appeared at the back door, his gun drawn. "What are you doing back here?" he yelled, his face covered with a sheet of sweat and a few drops of blood. "I'm not trying to steal these," Jack said quickly, his hands up. "Another cop just took off, and he left these in the parking lot. I didn't want somebody else to get them, that's all. I was going to throw them in this door before we left. We're locking down the building. Come on, get in here," Matthews yelled as he grabbed Jack. "You too, hurry," he yelled over Jack's shoulder. Erin didn't hesitate but ran up the steps behind them. The first rioters emerged around the back of the building, murder in their eyes. "The door's open, let's go," they yelled to someone around the corner of the building. A second, then third person appeared, one of them carrying a lit Molotov cocktail. "What the—" Jack began. Officer Matthews shoved him back deeper into the building and slammed the metal fire door shut. A heartbeat later, the glass bottle smashed against the other side of the door, and Erin jumped back. Jack handed over the bag of weapons to Officer Matthews and stepped in front of her. "Look, I seriously wasn't trying to steal. It's all right, I believe you," Matthews said. The cop who took off was Jenkins. A real hothead. "I'm surprised he didn't go out shooting," Matthews replied. Another cop rushed into the back hallway behind them. "Matthews, you okay? What are 2 civilians doing in here?" "It's all right, sir. These 2 helped me retrieve some of the weapons that Jenkins took and then left behind out there in the parking lot." "Is that door secure?" he demanded, pointing at the fire door. "We just sealed it up," Matthews replied, holstering his weapon. "There's a couple people throwing Molotovs out there." The older officer narrowed his eyes as he looked Jack and Erin up and down, and either didn't see the rifle over Jack's shoulder or chose to ignore it in the face of Matthews' testimony. "All right, but we don't have any food to give you," he said, raising a hand in stern admonition. "We weren't looking for any handouts," Jack said. "Just information." "Fine. Matthews, they're your problem. Keep an eye on this door until we get things settled down out front," the older cop said. "You good?" "Yes, sir," Matthews said. The older cop grunted in reply, then turned and rushed from the back room toward the front of the building where gunfire still crackled. "Were you telling the truth that you really weren't looking for handouts?" Matthews asked. Jack pulled off his backpack and opened it for the officer to inspect. "We've got enough water and food in here to get us through tomorrow, at least. I wouldn't. I don't want to use it, but I'd like to be home before dark." "No, we're not looking for food." "Good, because we may deputize you before this night's out," Matthews said, listening to shouting and gunfire from the front of the building. "What are you going on about?" Erin demanded. "I'm Irish. I'm not even American. Surely that's against the law." "Lady, I don't care where you're from," Matthews said, a grim set to his mouth. "The law means less and less every minute." Chapter 16. Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Kendrick residence. Sierra was leaning over Hadley's shoulder, examining the map her niece had used while contacting Jack and Erin when Ruth entered Kendrick's office, her face red from being outside. "Something's going on out there," she announced, breathless. Kendrick looked up from his ham radio gear on the far side of the room. "Ruth, what's wrong?" She stepped further into the room, rubbing her hands together briskly. "I was just outside bringing in some more firewood, but that's my job," Hadley interrupted. "I know, dear, but I needed the exercise," Ruth said, then turned back to her husband and Sierra. "I'm glad I went when I did," she added. "There's a lot of gunfire out there. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but it sounds close." "When was the last time you heard from Jack?" Kendrick asked Hadley. "Over an hour ago," Hadley said. "He was by the museum right in the middle of town." She tapped the map and her handwritten note. "It's basically right across the street from Town Hall and the police station," Kendrick mused. Well, he did say he wanted to find some cops, Sierra muttered. Bill, Ruth prompted. All right, Kendrick said as he heaved himself to his feet from a squeaky chair. Let's go check it out, he said brightly. Not you, he added, waving Hadley back to her seat. You need to stay by the radio in case your brother makes contact? What if he doesn't? Hadley asked. He's overdue already. Kendrick looked at Sierra before answering. Well, we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. There's nothing we can do either way. And the last time you talked with him, he was right across the street from the police station. That has to be about the safest place in town, right? Sierra followed Kendrick to the front door where they put their coats and boots on, then stepped outside onto the covered porch. The gunfire Ruth had mentioned crackled and popped in the distance, but she was right. It was definitely close. The sound echoed and bounced off the houses up and down the street. I wouldn't exactly call it a battle, Kendrick said, narrowing his eyes in the glare of snow-reflected sunlight. What does that mean? Sierra asked. It means whatever is going on isn't an immediate threat to us, unless it comes closer, Kendrick said. You hear that? Sierra asked in a whisper. It stopped. What does that mean? Kendrick asked, repeating her question. Sierra crossed her arms, her jacket crinkling with the movement. As much as I hate to say it, I think it means somebody needs to go check it out. Kendrick glanced into the house and smiled at Ruth waiting in the foyer and fidgeting with her apron. Jack and Aaron are already out there somewhere. We're spreading ourselves too thin, Sierra, Kendrick said, trying to keep up his reassuring smile for Ruth. He turned from the door standing next to Sierra and put his hands on his hips, looking out across the cul-de-sac and the churned-up snow. Dozens of footprints crisscrossed the road, and one of the dead bodies still lay abandoned in the snow. You know, we still have to do something about that, Kendrick remarked. I have to believe Jack will get in touch with the police, Sierra said. The bodies can wait one more day. She pointed east toward the neighborhood entrance. When Gene stopped by, he said there were refugees coming from the interstate. That's probably what happened. They tried to force their way in. And our new protectors stop them? Sierra asked, shaking her head. I don't trust Haston any further than I can spit. You think he just let more bad guys in the neighborhood? That may be the fighting? We just heard people attacking homeowners? I don't know. That's the problem, Sierra complained. We don't know anything. Maybe the good guys rallied and kicked them out? Or maybe Haston actually kept his word, Kendrick suggested. Sierra sighed, dropping her arm. Maybe. Who knows? But somebody should go check it out? I don't like it, Kendrick said. Me neither, but do you see any other options? Sierra asked. Kendrick was silent for a long moment, disturbed only by the cawing of an unseen crow in the distance. Who are we going to send? We should send two, Sierra said automatically. That's really spreading us too thin, Kendrick said, shaking his head. Normally I'd go, but I'm too out of shape and too old I'd never make it to the front of the neighborhood, let alone do it in a stealthy manner. What does stealth have to do with it? Asked Sierra. It's broad daylight, at least for a couple more hours, she added. I can go by yourself? Kendrick blurted, because I don't think it's a good idea for Hadley to be walking out there with you. Oh, agreed, Sierra said. I don't even want to go. There's no way I'm risking my 14-year-old niece in the process. No, she'll have to stay here, Sierra said. And if you're staying, Ruth is staying, Kendrick replied. I can't ask her to go in my stead. She's as old as I am, and even if she is in better shape. Sierra put a hand on Kendrick's shoulder. It's fine, Bill. I got this. If I can't walk down the street in our own neighborhood in broad daylight, then we've got much bigger problems than a gunfight at the neighborhood entrance, Sierra said. And if we find out that's true, well, that's good to confirm, too. I don't like you going out there alone, he said, stubbornly, crossing his arms. Trust me, I don't either, Sierra said, looking across the snow. But at least I won't be leaving the neighborhood. If I get into trouble, the people who live here will help me out, right? Kendrick looked at her, but didn't say anything. I don't like it, he repeated. Bill, you were all for Jack and Aaron heading into town. How is this any different, except for the fact that I'm only going a couple blocks, and these are your neighbors I'll be walking around, not strangers? Because he has Aaron, he's not alone, argued Kendrick. He's also got a radio, and he's a guy? Sierra demanded, cocking an eyebrow. That's really what it boils down to, isn't it? I'm not a man. Jack's bigger and stronger than me, even though he's younger, right? Maybe, Kendrick said thoughtfully. Maybe that is what's holding me back, but you can't blame me for thinking that, Kendrick said, pointing at her. Do you think you could take down that Haston fellow in a fight? Do you think Jack could? Sierra shot back. I don't know, but I think he's got a better chance than you do. Sierra opened her mouth to offer a stinging retort, but hesitated. She closed her mouth and shook her head. I'm not arguing with you about this, Bill. You said it yourself. Times have changed. Well, it's time I changed, too. I can't just sit around here all day and hide. No, I suppose you can't, Kendrick said with a hint of a smile on his face. That's what Jack said before he went to town. Yeah, don't remind me.
He'll never let me live this down. Kendrick clapped her on the shoulder. Come on, we should probably go inside and tell the others.
Sierra shook her head and exhaled.
No, it'll just lead to another argument. I've only got a couple of hours before nightfall. If I'm going to be sneaky about this, it'll take time for me to work my way closer to the entrance. I'm just going to leave now. You don't even have a gun, Kendrick pointed out.
I'm not that good with a pistol, and we don't have any to spare anyway. The shotgun is too big and heavy. It'll just slow me down. I can move a lot faster without it if I need to, Bill, but I'm not even leaving the neighborhood, Sierra persisted. I shouldn't need a gun. You're willing to risk your life on Hastings' word that there won't be any trouble? Kendrick asked quietly. No, I don't trust him, Sierra said, closing her hands into fists. But I'd rather do this now than find out tonight there's a bunch of thugs roaming the streets, wouldn't you? Fine, Kendrick said with a sigh. When you get close to the entrance, at least try to hide yourself behind houses. But don't get too close, Kendrick warned. The homeowners might think you're trying to break in or something. It's not like you live here. They don't know you. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't recognize me all bundled up like this, Sierra said, looking down at her puffy coat and gloved hands. Exactly. Kendrick turned and glanced into the house again. Ruth had disappeared into the kitchen and Hadley was still in the radio room. Okay, I guess now's your chance. No tearful goodbyes, he said, holding out his hand. It was awkward to shake hands wearing gloves, but Sierra did her best, right? I'll go as fast as I can and be back before dark. She stepped into the snow off the porch, then turned back. If I don't come back before dark, don't come looking for me. Protect Hadley. With my life, Kendrick replied with a solid nod. Be careful. Sierra felt her confidence grow with every step as she tromped her way down the driveway out into the cul-de-sac. Whatever had happened, further east appeared to be over, as silence continued to blanket the neighborhood. The only thing Sierra heard was her own footsteps crunching through the shin-deep snow. She passed darkened houses, more than a few sporting boarded-up windows and lots of footprints in front yards. There were definitely people inside those houses, and she even waved at someone peeking out a window about a block from her brother's house. A pale, wrinkled face had watched from a second-story window, and when she waved, the person reacted as if they'd been slapped, stepped back, and closed the blinds. Smoke drifted up from most of the houses as people used their fireplaces to keep warm. One house sent up a stream of bright white smoke from its chimney, but the rest were all thin and gray. Somebody's burning green wood, Sierra muttered, thinking back to her brother's binder. He had made it very clear, complete with drawings, that burning, unseasoned, or wet wood could result in bright smoke, easily visible, and that could give away their position or the fact that they were cooking something. Sierra worked her way east, following the curve of the unplowed road, and passed the first block away from the cul-de-sac. Just across the intersection loomed Davenport's house, seemingly abandoned, but the clear driveway and flattened snow over most of the front yard told of dozens of people coming and going. Despite not seeing anyone, Sierra couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Hunching her shoulders, she worked her way forward, trying to follow tire tracks in the snow down the middle of the road. Keeping her feet in the ruts provided by a vehicle made the going easier, and Sierra picked up her pace. Only one more block to go, she muttered to herself, then felt an icy stab of fear as shouts echoed down the street. She was too far away to make out individual words, but with every house she passed, the noise of confrontation became louder. This was a bad idea. This was a bad idea, she muttered to herself. Finally, less than a block away from the main entrance to the neighborhood, the road curved north, and Sierra worked her way to where she hoped the sidewalk ran along the snow-covered road. Careful to keep the house on the corner between her and the main entrance, she slowed her pace and came to a stop. What was I thinking? She asked herself, looking around. Totally exposed, even on the sidewalk compared to the middle of the street. A blind man could take her out with a lucky shot from any of a dozen houses nearby. Inside her gloves, her hands grew clammy, and the urge to run, flee back to the house for shelter and hide in the closet gripped her and kept her frozen in place. Forcing herself to move forward until she could see around the corner of the house, Sierra took one step at a time, gathering her courage with every step and holding her breath. When the entrance to the neighborhood came into view, she exhaled. A line of men with their backs to her faced a group of people on the other side of the big decorative gateway. The houses on either side of the main entrance had thick living walls of shrubbery that provided a sound break and privacy screen from the main road that ran along the front of the neighborhood. Two massive brick columns with sloped bases stood on either side of the street. A wrought iron arch connected the two of them with the neighborhood name, Lakeview Estates. Underneath that arch clustered approximately a dozen people, some with backpacks, but all of them carrying garbage bags, suitcases, or sleds full of belongings. A few of them were small enough to be children. At the sight of the kids, Sierra's chest relaxed and her breathing came easier. Refugees with children weren't as likely to be a threat, she hoped. She let her gaze sweep across the worried faces and pinched expressions on the people trying to gain access to the neighborhood. Sympathy drew her forward, and she moved closer. Sierra stopped when she recognized the tattered long coat worn by Heston among the men facing the newcomers. His long blonde hair and towering height made him stand out as he blocked the middle of the street, his feet planted shoulder-width apart and his good hand holding a pistol aimed at the ground. Flanking him on either side were 4 men carrying rifles, one aiming at the feet of the newcomers, the others pointed at the sky. Sierra covered her mouth when she spotted 3 bodies lying in the snow in front of the refugees. "What are you doing out there?" a voice called from her left. Sierra practically jumped, then turned her head to look, but could only see the inside of her coat. She turned her torso, pulling down the fur-lined hood in the process, and looked at the man who had spoken to her, recognizing him immediately as one of the few OAA members who weren't openly hostile to her at the meeting. Alan George glanced at her, then looked quickly toward the main entrance and motioned her over. "I remember you from the meeting. You're Wyatt Carter's sister, right?" Sierra nodded as she walked up the man's cleared driveway, peering past him into his house. "Don't worry. My wife's not here. She's over there across the street helping with the processing." "Processing?" Sierra asked. George pointed across the street at the house closest to the entrance. "Martha and a couple of the others are over there in Bill Torrance's garage." She looked where he pointed at the house with the garage door up. Several people sat behind a folding banquet table while another stood in front of them, gesturing with their hands as they talked. "What are they doing in there?" Sierra asked, flicking her glance back to Haston, who maintained his presence in the middle of the street. "And what happened earlier? It sounded like a gunfight." "It was," George said. "This group over here," he said, pointing to the people on the other side of Haston. "They showed up earlier today and asked for supplies and shelter." "Who are they?" "Where are they from?" Sierra asked. "Most of them are from Milwaukee, from what I understand. The interstate's all clogged up, and this group either abandoned their cars because they ran out of gas or had other issues. Regardless, they walked from the interstate to town, but they were kicked out, so here they are." The haggard faces and filthy clothing the people wore lent credibility to George's words. "They sure look like they've been through a lot," Sierra observed. "They have been poor wretches. But when Haston and his people said we didn't have any extra supplies to give them, a couple of the hutheads tried to start something they couldn't finish." "Was that the shooting I heard?" "Yup," George said, crossing his arms as he stood in the doorway. "Now we've got a couple bodies we have to deal with, too. I'm on break, otherwise I'd be out there with them. You take breaks?" she asked. "Yeah, it's just too cold for us to stand around all day." "So half of us are inside warming up," George said, checking his watch. "I've got another half hour before I need to go back outside." "What are they doing over there then?" Sierra asked, pointing to the house with the open garage door. "Jean's over there with my wife and a couple others asking questions. They're interviewing people." "What for you guys hiring?" Sierra asked with a smile. "That's exactly what we're doing," George replied, a stony expression on his face. "If this really is the end of everything, I guess then we're going to need people with skills, right? Doctors mostly," he added. "The HOA wants to screen people and see if they have skills or supplies that could be of use to the whole neighborhood." "And if they don't?" Sierra asked, afraid to hear the answer. "We send them on their way," he said with a shrug. George rubbed his bare hands together and slipped them in his pockets, hunching his shoulders against the cold. "We can't take in everybody who walks by the main gate," he explained, almost like an apology. "We'd be swamped with 50 or 60 people, and there's going to be a lot more than that coming through here, according to what they told us," he said, nodding toward the people at the gate. "This is just the tip of the iceberg," they said. "There's hundreds, maybe thousands of people walking along the interstate, and who knows what's going on in town? It'll all just add to the confusion. We've got to draw a line somewhere, or we'll be overrun." "But there's several empty houses," Sierra began. "That's what they said," George replied with another nod toward the people at the gate. "And it didn't do them any good, did it? They tried to force the issue, but Haston and his watchmen put a stop to that." "Watchmen? It's what they call themselves. They're the neighborhood watch, so they're the watchmen. Technically, I am too, since I volunteer, but I think it's silly," he shrugged. "They can call themselves whatever they want, as long as they keep us from being overrun." "Have they accepted anybody yet?" Sierra asked, looking back at the garage. "Not up until I went on break, but that guy's been in there for a while. Maybe he's going to be the first," he said, looking across the street. "You coming to volunteer, George?" asked Sierra. "No," Sierra said, glancing around the street again. We wanted to know what was going on. That's all," she said. At the darkening expression on George's face, Sierra hurried to continue. "But now that I know this is how things are organized, maybe my nephew can come up and help out." George smiled. "We could use all the help we can get. Jake'll be a big help. Do you know Bill Kendrick?" Sierra's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly felt very cold, but she managed a fake smile. "I think he's my brother's neighbor, right?" "Yeah," George said, watching the people at the gate. "Tell him what's going on, will you? He hasn't been to any of the HOA meetings. I'm getting kind of worried about him, honestly." He glanced at Sierra. "I'm sure he'd want to know about all this too. Will do." "Hey, thanks for the information," Sierra said, then offered a small wave. "I should get back. Jack and Hadley will be worried. Stay safe," George said, then retreated into his house and shut the door. Sierra turned and headed back into the street, just as Haston turned around, as if he heard the door to George's house shut. He stared her down, and his gaze burned a hole right through Sierra. She froze, and he didn't move. Slowly, he raised his hand with the gun in it and pointed it at the sky, offering an awkward salute that doubled as a subtle threat. Unable to do anything else, Sierra offered a limp, half-hearted wave, then turned and hunkered down against the cold, rushing back down the street the way she'd come. Every step took her away from Haston and his goons at the main entrance, away from the suffering people and the dead bodies. But with every step, his eyes followed her, and she clenched her jaw against the overriding need that bubbled up inside her to run. "Yeah, this was a dumb idea," she muttered. However, when she looked back toward the main entrance, Haston had turned back to his primary duties, and Sierra stared at his back. She exhaled, forming a cloud in front of her face that slowly dissipated in the cold air. Sierra watched as one of Haston's men stepped forward and gestured for a person in the crowd to come closer. They had a brief conversation. Then he pointed toward Haston, and the refugee walked over, head down. Haston talked with the man for a moment, so Sierra stood in the street and watched. When he was done talking, Haston pointed to his left. The man reached to shake Haston's hand, found the bandaged arm, then simply nodded and rushed to the side of the street behind George's house where Sierra couldn't see. No one interviewing the man in the garage took any notice either. "I don't know what you're doing over there," she said, "but whatever it is, it can't be good." Sierra turned, pulled her hood up over her head again, and rushed home, once more keeping to the tracks and moving as fast as she could. Chapter 17, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Pinner Residence. Wyatt woke to a shaft of pale sunlight slicing horizontally through the stuffy gloom of Chrissy's house. He lay on the cool tile floor and stretched, groaning at the resistance in his tired, abused muscles. His skin burned, but was more sensitive than painful. The aloe vera lotion Dennis had provided worked its magic, but he hadn't planned on sleeping all night. His stomach growled angrily as he sat up and stretched. He stretched his shoulders and winced, then glanced at his wife, stretched out across the sofa, one bare arm dangling down to the floor. Wyatt allowed himself a small, sly smile as he watched her sleep. The world was falling apart around them, and if he could give her another few moments of peace. A gunshot sounded in the distance through the open windows, shattering the relative calm and snapping Willow to instant alertness. A trail of drool connected her chin to the cushion as she lifted her head, blinking like an owl. What? She blurted. What? What happened? She continued, sitting up and straightening her hair. Did I fall asleep? It's okay, Wyatt said, rolling his neck. It's just more fighting in the distance. And I fell asleep too. I guess we were both pretty tired. You two up? That sounded a lot closer than before, Dennis said from the kitchen. Wyatt sat up and stretched his shoulders again, then got to his feet. Has it been going on all night? Dennis looked over the small dinette table loaded with backpacks and canned food. Pretty much. I tried to sleep, but... He shrugged. The circles under his eyes looked even darker than they had the night before. I really appreciate you letting us crash here, Wyatt said, as he rotated one shoulder after another. How's the sunburn? Dennis asked, poking around in one of the backpacks on the kitchen table. I'll survive. I think I already got a nice base layer tan on the cruise. There's some more sunscreen on the counter over there. You guys are going to need it more than we will. You're welcome to it, Dennis said without looking up. Wyatt crossed the kitchen in one stride and picked up the sunscreen. I can't pay you back for this. You already did that information about the cruise ship. The dirty bomb, I don't think anyone at the hospital knows about it yet. Dennis looked up and offered a sad smile. There'll be a lot of hurt people heading our way, and you gave me a heads up. That means we can save time prepping. Somebody's life might be saved because of that. So, thanks. How are you feeling? Willow asked as she padded on bare feet into the kitchen, the thin crochet blanket she'd used the night before draped over her shoulders. I'm exhausted, but once I get Chrissy to the hospital, I'll be able to relax, Dennis said. There's peace in work, you know. I'm a librarian, Willow said with a smile. I was, she added as her smile faded. I suppose people won't have much use for libraries anymore if things are as bad as you say they are. On the contrary, Dennis said, pausing his work, I think libraries will be even more important than ever. You can't eat a book, Willow said with a self-deprecating laugh. True, Dennis said with a rare smile, but I bet you've got at least one book in there that tells you how to find food in a situation like this. Edible plant field guides, camping guides, maybe a copy of the Boy Scout manual? I never thought of it like that, Willow said. We have a whole section on gardening, actually, she murmured. Your library is potentially a treasure trove of information, even before everything fell apart, Dennis said, gesturing at his darkened, ransacked kitchen. Everybody always said knowledge was power. That was when the internet was at our fingertips. We're back in the dark ages, guys, and books are going to be worth their weight in gold or food. Wyatt, we need to get moving, Willow said. I thought maybe we could help Dennis load up his car, Wyatt began. I need to loosen up before we hit the road. My feet are still sore from yesterday, he said. She's right, man, Dennis said. The earlier you get started, the more time you'll have in the cooler part of the day. I'd recommend trying to find shade and resting in the middle of the day. It's November, Wyatt said. We're not in the Sahara, he added with a laugh. You're practically in the tropics down here, Dennis reminded him. And you said you're from Wisconsin, so you're not used to the heat or the sun at all, leaving aside your cruise, Dennis added quickly. The sun can creep up on you even for locals. Trust me, I grew up in Montana. It's a whole other type of heat down here, even in the winter. Good morning, everybody, Chrissy said, stepping into the kitchen wearing an oversized t-shirt and pajama pants. She rubbed her eyes and tried to fix her hair, then smiled awkwardly as everyone looked at her. I know, I look like a wreck. You're up early, Dennis said as he hugged his daughter and kissed the top of her head. I thought you were supposed to be in college. Gunshots always wake me up, Chrissy said as she hugged her dad. You guys leaving already? She asked Willow. I hear. It's good to get an early start, Wyatt said with a grin. We have a long way to go to get to our kids, Willow added. I can't thank you guys enough for helping me, Chrissy said as she embraced Willow. Before Wyatt could extend his hand, she rushed forward and gave him a hug, too. Dad, can we give them some food or something for the road? I was just getting to that, Dennis said as he put his hands on his hips. We've got plenty of medical supplies and food. My car's mostly packed already. There's not much more I can take, and I know they're not going to let me come back here once we make it to the hospital. So pretty much whatever you can carry, you can have, he said with a shrug to Wyatt. If you don't take it, I have a feeling somebody'll break in and steal it over the next few weeks and months anyway. I still can't believe it's going to get so medieval, Willow said, shivering. You need to make sure you keep that aloe vera and the sunscreen on you, Dennis said, pointing at Willow. I think your sunburn is worse than Wyatt's. I have some of your wife's tops, Willow said. There's 2 long-sleeve ones that'll help cover my arms. Wyatt plucked at the clean t-shirt he wore, emblazoned with USAF in block letters. I never served, he said, looking down at the shirt. But I really appreciate the clothes. Stolen valor is about the last thing you need to worry about right now, Dennis said with a snort. Besides, who knows? Maybe somebody up to no good sees that t-shirt and thinks you were in the military. Maybe they'll leave you alone. You guys are really gonna walk all the way back to Wisconsin? Chrissy asked as she picked up a can of baked beans and examined the label. Looks like Wyatt said. Unless we can beg, borrow, or steal a car on the way, he added, looking at his wife. I'd offer to give you a ride as far as the hospital, Dennis said, but I only planned on me and Chrissy. The whole back of my car is filled with the supplies I was going to take to find her. But now they're going to the hospital. That's okay, began Wyatt, holding his hand up. No, it's not. Take my car, Chrissy blurted. What? Dennis asked at the same time as Wyatt. Chrissy, we can't take your car, Willow objected immediately. Why not? It's on its last legs, and it's not like I'm going to be driving it to the hospital. Chrissy, Dennis said in an embarrassed tone, shrugging at Wyatt. Dad, I paid for that car with my own money. It's mine, right? It is, Dennis said slowly. Then I want to give it to Wyatt and Willow. It might not last them all the way to Wisconsin, but it'll at least get them down the road a little, won't it? It might, Dennis said, then hugged Chrissy. I'm proud of you, girl. I don't know what to say, Wyatt said. How about thank you? Willow responded with a wide smile. Chrissy, thank you so much. Well, it doesn't have all that much gas in it, maybe 1/8 of a tank. You're welcome to use whatever gas we have in the garage for the lawnmower, Dennis said, but it's probably not much. They saw the backyard, Dad. They know you're busy, Chrissy said. It doesn't matter. We're more than grateful, Willow said, shaking her head as she blinked away tears. Wyatt stepped to her and put his arm around her shoulders gently because of the sunburn. Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter, Dennis said, his voice thick with emotion. Giving you a beat-up car that might kill you on the road or run out of gas in 5 miles may not be repayment for that, but it's all we can do at the moment. I'll help you load it up with whatever food you want, Chrissy said brightly. Your daughter is a real blessing, Willow said as she picked up a handful of bottled water and canned goods from the kitchen table. She gets it from her mother, Dennis said with a tired smile as he hefted a red backpack with a white cross patch. I've got at least 3 of these kits. I'm throwing one of these in the car for you. No, don't argue. We've got plenty. And this kind of stuff isn't what the hospital needs anyway, he said. You're taking it, he added, and shoved the bag at Wyatt. Yes, sir, Wyatt said with a grin. Then they all followed Chrissy outside to load her car. The sun had risen above the rooftops across the street by the time they finished loading Chrissy's car with enough food, clothing, medical supplies, and water to get Wyatt and Willow a good chunk of the way down the road home. Wyatt shut the dented rear hatch and winced as the window cracked in a spiderweb pattern. I don't know how many more times we can open this thing before it falls apart, but it's secure for now, he warned. Thank you again for everything, Willow said as she gave Chrissy and Dennis a hug. Wyatt walked over and shook Dennis's hand, then accepted another tearful hug from Chrissy. I'll never forget you guys, Chrissy said as she leaned into her dad. You saved my life. We'll never forget you guys either, Willow said. You may have saved our lives as well. Go get your kids, Dennis said and waved Wyatt. And Willow climbed into Chrissy's car, had to fight the doors to close them. Then he started up the abused vehicle. The engine coughed and sputtered twice, then finally caught and settled in, rumbling to life with a sickening rattle. Be careful, Dennis called. That thing doesn't sound too good. It's still better than walking, Wyatt said. Dennis walked over to the door and looked in through the broken window. Are you sure my directions are okay? He asked. Willow unfolded a scrap of paper with a quickly drawn map of the neighborhood and arrows pointing in the right direction. I think we got it, she said with a smile. Thanks again. You bet. Good luck, Dennis said as he backed away from the car. Wyatt shifted into reverse and, after a momentary squeal of belts, the injured station wagon bounced into the street. Here we go, Wyatt muttered as he shifted into drive. The vehicle groaned again but rumbled forward when he applied gas. I wish we could have found more fuel in that lawnmower gas tank, Willow said wistfully. Well, we've got enough to get us out of Fort Lauderdale, I think, Wyatt mused as they wobbled down the street and made the first turn. Once we get out of the city, We might be able to find an abandoned car or something. To find gas? Willow asked. There's nothing we can do about it now. None of the gas stations are open, and I bet any of them that were open have already been drained dry, Wyatt said. You're right. We need to focus on making sure this thing doesn't fall apart on us. Willow laughed, giving the passenger door an affectionate pat. Just hold together a little longer, please, she muttered. They wound their way through the still-sleeping neighborhood, past the few houses that had already been broken into. They rolled by in silence as a hooded figure spotted them, then ran away carrying a box from a gutted house. Willow provided directions, and they navigated their way through the warren of streets and eventually emerged at the entrance. Wyatt slowed the car to a stop and glanced out the window at the large cooler by the side of the road. I guess Mr. Guilfoyle isn't on duty this morning, Wyatt, Willow said with a trembling voice. I think there's blood over here on the ground. Wyatt craned his neck and peered out his wife's window. That's a lot of blood. He reached for the gear shift. But Willow put her hand on his. No, we have to get to our children. We can't stop to help everyone we meet. And what are we going to do? Anybody who lost that amount of blood, they need a hospital, not us. Wyatt began, then settled in the seat and clenched his jaw, staring ahead. It feels wrong. Think of Jack and Hadley, Willow said gently. Is it wrong to get to them as fast as possible? You're right, Wyatt said. He stared straight ahead and put Guilfoyle's fate out of his mind. Let's go home, Chapter 18. Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Town Hall. Officer Matthews led Jack and Aaron into a back room in the rear of the old town hall. He reached inside the door and flicked the switch, illuminating the room with a single light bulb that hung from a chain on the ceiling. Y'all can sleep in here tonight, he said. The chief isn't letting anybody leave the building, not with that crowd out there, and it'll be dark soon. Trust me, you don't want to be outside after dark. I have so many questions, Aaron began as she stepped into the room looking up at the light bulb on the ceiling. How do you still have power then? Generator, it's out back, fenced in by the squad car corral. We don't have a lot of fuel, but there's enough to get through about a week or so, according to what I've been told. He turned and pointed down the hall. I'm spending the night down there. We've converted a meeting room into a barracks for those of us staying here. How many officers left already? At least half of the force, Matthews replied with a pained expression. It's not like this is the Milwaukee PD. We don't have hundreds of employees. We've got maybe 15 officers. We're down to 7, actually, since Jenkins left. Do you have anything we can sleep on? Aaron asked. I don't mean to sound ungrateful. The floor will do in a pinch, but me back is a wee bit sore. Yeah, we've got some surplus cots in storage, Matthews said with a smile. I'll go fetch a couple. You said it wasn't safe to go out after dark? Jack prompted. Matthews crossed his arms and glanced at the floor. Last couple nights have been pretty rough in town, he said, looking up at Jack. There's 3 kinds of people we've been running into. 1, he said, raising a finger. They're outright criminals. They're up to no good just to be up to no good. Now, they're always out there, but in situations like this, they come out like roaches. He held up a second finger. 2. Then you've got people just out looking around because it's something new and they're curious. They want to see how their neighbors are doing. Maybe they're just bored because they don't have any internet at home. For whatever reason, they're out roaming the streets and trouble always seems to find them. At least that's been our experience. He raised a third finger. 3 people who are just plain desperate. They've already run out of food. Their kids are starving. Maybe they have no other options. Looters ransacked the only grocery store in town over the last 2 days. So people have turned to breaking into empty homes, stealing from neighbors, and outright armed robbery. I don't think there's a shop that hasn't been looted yet, Matthews said, rubbing his face. We've been pulling double and triple duty since the first attacks. It sounds awful, Aaron said. You're a good man to have stayed, she added. Matthews shrugged off the compliment. I don't have anywhere else to go. There's no way I'll make it home to Florida. We've heard reports about how bad the roads are, not only from people coming here looking for help, but from the state troopers. When they were actually broadcasting? You mean they've gone silent? Jack asked. He pulled the radio out of his pocket and glanced at the little LCD screen. No signal flashed, so he didn't bother trying to raise Hadley. Yeah, the last word we got from Madison was that the governor declared a catastrophic state of emergency. All local authorities were given blanket permission to do as they see fit for the duration of the crisis. and that Wisconsin Emergency Management would be in touch with us to marshal resources and distribute what was needed where it was needed. "What's Wisconsin Emergency Management?" asked Jack. "Never heard of it. It's the state agency that handles all hazard threats and coordinates government response. They set up shelters and hand out aid, food, clothing, water, that kind of thing, after a natural disaster," Matthews replied. "But what's it mean then?" Aaron asked. "All this taking and distributing?" "It means," Matthews said, "the state's going to swoop in, find small-town police forces like this one with extra rations or weapons, take it all and ship it to either Madison or Milwaukee. Either way, they're taking from people like us and giving it to the big cities. I understand why, but I don't like it," he added. "I can't imagine being a cop in Milwaukee right now. They have maybe 1,800 officers to police 500,000 people. It's crazy. And you said earlier that the governor expects the power to be out for at least a couple weeks? Make that a couple months," Matthews said. He shook his head sadly. "Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We're in uncharted territory, guys. My old man used to tell me about what would happen if we ever got hit with an EMP, how power plants and substations and all that jazz would go offline, and we'd be in the dark for weeks and months. I never took him seriously, never paid attention to what he was trying to tell me, and now we're living it. But we didn't get hit with an EMP," began Jack. "I don't know how they did it." Matthews cut him off. "And I don't think it matters. The state troopers passed on word that the feds think there were hundreds of snipers across the country shooting up substations and transformers. They knew exactly where and how to hit us, and all it took were some hunting rifles. They had reports of shootings near dozens of relay stations. They were all within 5 to 10 minutes of each other and spread out over a huge area. It had to be a coordinated attack." "That's it? That's all you've got?" Jack asked. Matthews shrugged. "All our lines to the outside world went silent after that," Matthews said with a shrug. "We're just as much in the dark as you guys." "I don't know if I'd consider this in the dark," Erin said as she held her hand up near the light. "You never know how you appreciate something like this until it's gone." Matthews up front. "Let's go," a voice called out down the long hallway toward the front of the building. "I'm on my way," Matthews yelled back. He turned to Jack and Aaron and grimaced. "You guys should be safe enough here for the night, but you'll have to get moving in the morning." "What do we do about those bodies?" Jack asked. "The people we shot who were trying to break in. If you're worried about being arrested and charged with murder or something, you can forget about that. We've got way too much on our plate here, just trying to keep the town from tearing itself apart. And I promise you the sheriff isn't going to care that you dispatched a couple of hoodlums who tried to break into your house in the middle of the night and take advantage of this mess. He'll probably give you a medal for making his job a little easier." "It's like law and order doesn't exist anymore," Jack muttered, looking at his rifle. "For all I can tell, society itself is breaking down," Matthews said, half out the door. "Law is more of an idea now. People don't care about what you're supposed to do when they're running out of food. This is like all the worst parts of the Civil War, the Great Depression, and World War II, all rolled up into one stinking mess." "What are you going to do?" Jack asked. "Stay here, I guess," Matthews said with a laconic one-shouldered shrug. "I can't make it home and people here still need help. If you ever change your mind, you could come stay in our neighborhood. There are several empty houses near us, or you could stay with us," offered Jack. "I don't think anyone would mind." "Thanks," Matthews replied, "but my place is here." He walked out the door and gestured for them to follow. "Come on, follow me. I'll show you where the cots are. I guess I need to get back up front. Sounds like that crowd isn't gone yet." As they approached the conference room that had been turned into a barracks, gunfire rattled again, followed by shouted orders, screams of pain and broken glass. "Stay here," Matthews ordered, then drew his service pistol and raced down the hallway. "But we can help," Jack called. "No," Matthews replied, stopping to point at them both. "You guys are civilians. You need to get into a room and shut the door. Breach! Breach!" someone yelled from outside the hallway. The gunfire ramped up exponentially. "They've broken in! Get back to the storeroom and shut the door. Maybe if you barricade yourself in, they won't come after you," Matthews yelled, then turned and ran down the hallway, disappearing through a doorway that led to the front of the building. Jack immediately rushed after him, carrying his carbine. "Where do you think you're going?" snapped Aaron. "He told us to stay here." "I just want to take a look," Jack said over his shoulder. At the doorway, he peered out into the open foyer behind the sergeant's desk at the front of the building. Office chairs lay on the ground, and scattered papers littered the floor and desks. A large weapons locker stood mostly empty. Inside there was only a single pistol and a couple of boxes of ammunition. On the other side of bulletproof glass above the sergeant's desk, 3 cops faced off against the angry mob, throwing beer bottles, rocks, and the occasional Molotov. Gunshots crackled and puffs of plaster erupted from the walls, sending officers running for cover. Jack rushed forward, ignoring the screams and heat from the fires on the outside of the building. "Jack, come back!" Aaron cried. "They need help!" He hollered back and crept to the sergeant's desk, crouching to stay hidden from the rioters. A bullet smacked the bulletproof glass and whined as it ricocheted, making Jack flinch. But he continued working his way toward the desk. "Cover the left flank! They're heading around the back!" A gruff voice hollered from the foyer. Matthews ran in front of the desk on the other side of the glass, taking up position on the right side of the room. Another window shattered, and a flaming Molotov sailed through, trailing fire. It hit the floor and shattered, spreading gelatinous flames in every direction with an ominous whoosh. One of the cops put his weapon down and rushed to fight the fire, licking at the firewall, while the others fired into the crowd, dropping a few of the agitators. "Burn it down!" someone yelled from the front steps. Dozens of voices roared in approval, and more glass broke as incoming bullets and rocks shattered the other windows. The 2 remaining cops guarding the busted-open front doors were distracted as a rioter tried to climb through the window to their left, and a fat man dressed in hunting camo with an AR-15 burst through the door, raising his weapon to shoot the cops in the back. Jack slid forward, brought his smaller carbine up, aimed through the opening in the bulletproof glass where the sergeant would slide paperwork through, and squeezed off a shot. The .22 barked, a high-pitched snap compared to the thunderous roar of the other weapons being fired, and the fat man staggered, grunting in pain as Jack's round hit home. He screamed and dropped his rifle, then, leaking blood down his side, staggered back through the open doors and disappeared into the faceless crowd. One of the officers at the front, his uniform just slightly fancier than the others, turned and spotted Jack, then nodded his thanks. Jack waved in reply, then worked the lever action, ejecting the casing and chambering another round. "For the love of all things good and holy, get back here and stop playing cowboys and Indians, you daft fool," Aaron snarled. 3 more people rushed through the front doors, firing guns as they went. One of the cops grunted and fell back, clutching his chest, and the others returned fire to cover him. Jack joined in, and in a renewed volley of gunfire, the rioters retreated, dragging their own wounded out the main doors and down the steps. "That's it!" The older man Jack assumed was the chief of police cried out. "Secure every opening on the ground floor. Someone bring a desk over here, and we'll block the main doors." Men rushed to fulfill his orders, tipping over tables and any flat surface that could be lifted and propped up to block a window. The door was braced with several benches and desks, leaning against the battered doors to secure the front of the building. Jack pulled his carbine back behind the bulletproof glass at the sergeant's desk and rushed to Erin. "Did you see that?" he asked, grinning. She slapped him hard. "Ow! Hey! I saw it!" she shouted, her eyes wide and her face flushed. "And if you ever do something so stupid again, I'll help your auntie kill you myself." Matthews burst into the secure reception area and grabbed Jack by the arm. "I said to stay back out of the way," he said, dragging Jack back down the hallway. "Come on!" Jack shrugged out of his grip and pulled away. "I wasn't going to let you guys fight out there all by yourselves. You were outnumbered." "You're not trained for this kind of thing," Matthews said. "You're just a kid, and how old are you?" Jack fired back as they walked down the hallway to the barracks room. "It's not like you guys are trained for the apocalypse either. I'm 25, and I may not be trained for the apocalypse, but I've got more training than you, and I'm a sworn officer. What if you had hit one of us?" he demanded as he stepped into the squad room and grabbed a folded-up cot on wheels. He shoved it toward Aaron, then reached for another. "You could have gotten killed or shot one of us." "But I didn't," Jack argued stubbornly. "And he saved your bloody chief of police, so a bit of gratitude might be in order, don't you think?" Aaron said as she grappled with the ungainly cot. "You're right," Matthews said, pausing to look at them. "But that doesn't mean that I have to like it. Look, I appreciate what you did, and I'm sure the chief does too, but you can't risk yourself like that." The older man Jack had saved appeared in the doorway, holding a bandage to the side of his head. "Matthews, you okay, Chief?" Matthews said, coming to attention. "Yes, sir. I'm fine. Were you hit?" Just a ricochet, I'll be all right, the chief said, keeping the bandage pressed to his face. These the 2 civilians you brought in? Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I know I was supposed to keep them out of the way. Don't worry about it. I came back here to thank this young man, the chief said, extending his hand to Jack. That guy came in behind us. If you hadn't been there, I'm just glad I could help, sir, Jack replied solemnly. I'm sorry you're trapped in here with us, the chief continued, smiling at Aaron. This is the end of the line, though, he added, glancing at Matthews. Madison isn't giving us any guidance, and despite my emergency request, the state troopers haven't replied either. We're totally on our own, and this town doesn't want to be saved. Things have gone too far. What are you saying? Aaron asked, taking a step closer to Jack. You can spend the night here tonight. We're locking down the building, and the sun's setting in about 30 minutes. I think we finally scared off the malcontents outside. But come first light, I'm issuing the order to evacuate. Sir? Matthews began. I'll be the last one out, the chief said, holding up a hand to stop Matthews. But we're taking everything to make sure those rioters can't get hold of any supplies and use them against the citizens. We can't just leave, Matthews said. Son, we don't have much of a choice. This fight is over. Barker and Ellis were killed on the steps outside. The town hall steps, he stared past Matthews and his voice dropped to a whisper. We couldn't even get their bodies. The barbarians out there dragged them off in the fight, the chief said, pounding his fist into the wall. This town is turned on itself and there's nothing more I can do. Tomorrow morning, I want you to take whatever supplies you can. Take a squad car if you want. We have enough for everybody now, and get out of here. Save yourself. That goes for you two as well, he added for Jack and Aaron. I can't in good conscience give you any weapons, but we can set you up with other supplies if you need them. I don't know what to say, Jack stammered. Just say you'll get out of here when you get the chance. Go home, the chief said, and swept from the room. We're evacuating tomorrow morning, he repeated from out in the hallway. Get ready. Chapter 19, Mukwonago, Wisconsin, Davenport residence. Sierra nodded politely to the man at the door to Davenport's house. He held it open for her, albeit with a sour look on his face, but let her pass. Thanks, she said as she stepped across the threshold. He ignored her and turned to the next person coming up the driveway. Hank, good to see you, he called out cheerfully. Sierra paused, taking off her coat and boots, glanced at the man at the door, then put him out of her mind, whatever. She walked in her socks across the marble-tiled floor of the ostentatious foyer and into the living room that Davenport had left, set up from the last OSHOA meeting. She worked her way through the ring of chairs and sat along the back wall as close to the corner as possible. She received several nods of acknowledgement from people already in the room, and more than one look of surprise, but a few turned their heads and ignored her on purpose. So that's the way it's going to be, huh? Fine. Sierra crossed her legs and arms and waited for the meeting to start. It was probably a waste of time, but George had encouraged her to come, and he'd been one of the few voices against Davenport at the first meeting, so she attended. His wife, though, I'm surprised you had the nerve to show up to this meeting, an icy voice said to her left. Without turning, Sierra knew it was Martha. She sat primly, one seat over from Sierra, and busied herself adjusting her top. You have no business being here, the older woman muttered under her breath. I'm surprised you have the nerve to sit next to me after last time, Sierra muttered in exactly the same tone. Martha turned her head to give Sierra a sharp look, then plastered on a fake smile and pretended to laugh at a joke Sierra uttered. She turned and whispered something to her husband, who gave a non-committal snort in response. The room filled quickly. One of the last people to enter was Gene, sporting his Navy vet hat. He saw Sierra and his face split into a wide smile. He waved and took his seat in the special section reserved for the council, just in front of the fireplace. Sighing in contentment, he held his hands up to warm them by the crackling fire. Davenport, of course, was the very last to enter. He swept into the room in a robe of all things, and stood before everyone holding a sheath of papers. If we're all ready, he called out in his nasal voice, I propose to call this meeting of the Homeowners Association to order. Do I have a second? Yeah, sure, Gene said, raising his hand. Very well, Eugene, seconds the motion, Davenport replied, glancing at the secretary, the man who visited the Carter residence with Haston. He pushed his glasses further up his nose and scribbled studiously on his notepad, then flashed the thumbs-up sign as he finished writing. Excellent. Davenport continued. I'm sure you're all curious as to the reason why I've called this emergency session of the HOA. Not really, George, replied on the other side of Martha. But I have a feeling you're going to tell us. Several chuckles rippled around the assembly, and Davenport's cheeks flushed momentarily. He regained control quickly, however, and responded to the taunt. Good. Since I have your attention, I'll proceed. I want to remind you all of what we agreed to during our first session, he said, holding up one of the papers from his hand. And I quote, the council shall be authorized to pool resources and combine all excess food supplies and other necessary items to be determined by the governing council for disbursement to those in need in the community in the coming days. Davenport looked around the room, purposely ignoring Sierra. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as his gaze passed over Martha. This was passed by a vote of the membership. You all were here. You all had your say, he said, holding the paper aloft. Doesn't mean we all agreed with it, a man said from the corner opposite Sierra. Certainly doesn't mean we all agree with it now, Jean added to a round of light clapping. Sierra turned and looked at Martha, then scoffed and settled back in her seat. In response, Martha shifted in her seat and gave the quietest of humps. Irrelevant, Davenport said, dismissing Jean's argument. Since the motion passed, I assumed there would be no problem with the aspects of said motion, he continued, shaking the paper. Yet, time after time, the duly appointed representatives of this assembly have been met with stonewalling, obfuscation, and outright denial of assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unacceptable. We all agreed to support one another during this crisis. Point of order. Some of us didn't agree, Martha said as she raised her hand. In fact, I question why some people who aren't even members are allowed in this assembly in the first place. Davenport glanced at Sierra and frowned, then turned to the rest of the group once more. As this matter falls under the purview of the entire neighborhood, the council has decided to include everyone in the neighborhood in this assembly, regardless if they are permanent residents. Jean winked at Sierra, and she pretended to scratch her chin to hide a smile. What exactly is the problem, then? George asked, in a tired voice. Some of us are volunteering at the gate, and if this is some kind of popularity contest to waste time, I assure you it is not, Davenport responded, looking at George down his nose. This meeting was called to discuss matters of the utmost importance. Then I moved to suggest that the president kindly get on with it. George grumbled. Second, Jean called out across the room. Do not make a mockery of parliamentary procedure, sirs, Davenport said in a low voice as color crept back into his cheeks again. He visibly struggled to maintain his composure, but pressed on. Very well. I'll come straight to the point. Representatives of the Homeowners Association, specifically the ruling council, have been turned away from entering certain houses in this neighborhood and conducting their mandatory assessment.
Wait a minute. You mean some people in here refuse to let them come in and count all their stuff?
A man said, jumping to his feet. That's not right. I had to let them in my house. You're telling me somebody told them no and it worked? Martha stood and adjusted her dress. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Representatives of the HOA are supposed to be allowed in our houses to assess how many supplies we have. Supplies that can be used for the greater good. That's exactly the point. Your goons came in and took most of my food, the man yelled at Davenport. Now my kids are hungry. What am I supposed to do? Come back to beg for food from you? My own food? Yes, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, Davenport began. A round of shouting erupted as people took objection to the fact that they were expected to beg for their own food back from the council. What do you mean I have to come to you? You're supposed to be dividing everything up and splitting it among all of us? Another man called out. You said you wouldn't just be taking our stuff? Theft? That's what it is, a woman yelled. Is this your form of taxation? Another man demanded. Davenport looked flustered as he flapped his arms, trying to maintain order in the face of all the shouting. Sierra let a smile spread across her face. It was the first entertainment she'd had since the electricity went out. You should be ashamed of yourselves, Martha shrilled, pointing fingers at the people who were standing and shouting. Be quiet, she yelled, her sharp voice cutting through the argument like a hot knife. Everyone felt silent, sending dark glares at her, but they waited. This man has done more for all of us to get through this crisis than anyone else in this room. Martha took a moment to glare at everyone in turn except Sierra. He and the council are doing their very best to ensure we all survive this. And what do you do the first chance you get? Try to stop him from doing his job, block him at every turn, then raise spurious accusations in this assembly? And Lady, there's nothing spurious about it, the first man who stood snapped. This guy sent a couple of Vikings to my house. I insist that we refrain from childish name-calling, Davenport said, stomping his foot. This assembly will act with decorum, he shouted, his voice cracking. The color in his cheeks deepened, but he didn't back down. Mr. Haston is a duly appointed representative of this council, and as such, you will treat him as if I am standing before you, he shouted. Is that understood? One by one, the others, the complainants, sat. The last man standing, the one who'd started the shouting match, glared at Davenport with murder in his eyes, but eventually sat without another word. Now, in order to facilitate Mr. Haston's mission to secure excess supplies for the good of the neighborhood, I propose we set up a volunteer sign-up. Volunteer to give up our food? Someone asked. Volunteer to help collect the food or patrol the neighborhood? Davenport explained patiently. First you want to tax us, then you want to conscript us? A wiry, white-haired man wearing a jacket that had bold red and yellow letters on the back, USMC.
William Torrance, you have no right to interrupt you of all people, began Martha. What did I do? Asked Torrance as he turned to look at the others. Sierra noticed the NRA patch on his jacket. He was the NRA certified firearm instructor Kendrick had told her about. I don't understand it with you people, Davenport was saying as he shook his head. The council and I have worked around the clock to make sure this community survives, and this is the best plan we've come up with to do just that. I understand it's not agreeable to everyone, and I fully admit that it's not the best plan in the world, but it's what we've got, and we don't have time to argue and debate over something better that would leave us vulnerable that much longer. This is the very beginning of the crisis. It's been going on for days now, Torrance countered. And it's only going to get worse, Davenport said, ignoring the interruption, meaning the time we have for setting up infrastructure and routines is quickly disappearing. He said, we have to come together or we'll all end up on our own, and this whole neighborhood will devolve into the Lord of the Flies. I will not let that happen, Davenport said, pointing at the floor dramatically. Jean started a slow clap, a wide sardonic smile on his face. When no one other than Torrance joined, he stood and rested on his cane. Fine speech, Your Highness, but as a member of the council I move that we address the legitimate questions homeowners have for you concerning the tactics of your duly authorized representatives. Second, Sierra called out, raising her hand. Denied, Davenport said immediately, pointing at Sierra. You're not a member of this homeowners association and are here by the good graces of the council alone. You may listen but not interfere, young lady, he snapped. Sierra compressed her mouth into a tight line at the dressing down but held her tongue. I second it, then, George said from the other side of Martha. He leaned around his wife and smiled at Sierra. Davenport took a moment to compose himself but nodded innocently. Very well, we can proceed. Thank you, Jean said. I ask for the president to give an account of exactly what the duly authorized representatives are supposed to do when they encounter residents to collect food supplies. When Mr. Haston arrives at any of our houses, Davenport began. Except yours, right? George asked. Yes, except mine. Honestly, why would he come to my house? This is where all the supplies are being stored. What's he going to do? Davenport asked, firing back. Remove some of the items from the garage, then tally them up and put them back. Of course he's going to your houses, and when he gets there, Davenport snarled, you will let him in to do a thorough accounting of what supplies you have on hand, be they food, medical, or otherwise. He has been given broad discretionary powers by this ruling council. I might remind you to do exactly what and when he pleases. Davenport glared at the assembled homeowners and waited for someone to challenge his assertion, but no one responded. He tugged on his robe, rolled his neck, and continued in a calmer voice. Now, does anyone have a problem with this process as I have explained it? No? Then what, may I ask, is the issue? It's not the fact that he's taking stuff from us that bothers me, George said, standing. It's how much he's taking, right? How am I supposed to feed my kids with half a box of cereal? I have 3 kids. Not like I can run to the grocery store, announced a woman on the other side of the room. I'm quite sure that Mr. Haston didn't take. The woman produced a crinkled piece of paper from her pocket and waved it in the air. I wrote down exactly what that scumbag took. A half dozen eggs, 3 boxes of cereal, a box of crackers, a full bag of chips, a half bag of chips, 3 cans of tuna fish, she said, reading from the list. And did he leave you with enough to survive? Davenport asked, interrupting.
Yes, but in these dark times, we're all going to have to tighten our belts. But I remind you, there is no more food coming to the grocery stores, at least for the time being. All the more reason what I've got is so important to my family, the woman said. I understand your frustrations, Davenport said soothingly.
We all feel them,
He added, placing the papers in his hand over his chest as he swept his other arm out in a grand gesture encompassing the room. Sierra had enough. She stood and cleared her throat. The room went deathly quiet, and Davenport turned to stare at her. Some of us feel it more than others, she said. I don't see you tightening your belt too much. Looking around this room, I see plenty of empty glasses, and there's a bottle of scotch over there in the corner. And it sure smells good when you walk in here, doesn't it? She asked, looking around the room. More than half of the people looked away from her or stared at her with resentment. But a good number of men and women nodded along and murmured to each other. Smells like beef stew to me, the woman who had her groceries stolen said. My stomach's been rumbling since we walked in the door. Is that for us? Another man asked. I'm quite sure I don't know what you're talking about, Davenport demurred, then rounded on Sierra. Besides, she's not even a member of this association, and she was one of the first to deny access to Mr. Heston. Sierra put her hands on her hips. You bet I denied access? She snapped. He and his goons showed up and tried to break into my brother's house. They flat out threatened to kill us and shot up my brother's house. The front door is now a piece of plywood, and the inside is just as cold as outside. My dear, do you deny that you wouldn't let them in then? Davenport said, bouncing slightly in his excitement. I'll deny it till I'm blue in the face, Sierra spat. And so help me, the next time somebody tries to break into my house, I'll line them up in the street with the other 2 thugs we killed. The room fell deathly still, and a woman in the front gasped. Several men raised their hands and spoke at once. You mean to say you killed somebody? 2 people, Sierra said, setting her jaw. And I'll kill any other man or woman that threatens my family? She snarled. You mean to tell me we're living with a murderer? Martha demanded as she jumped to her feet. George grabbed her arm and immediately pulled her back down into the chair. Be quiet, Martha. Wait a minute. Who did she kill? A voice rang out. Why didn't somebody call the police? The cops are taking care of their own families, someone replied. The questions flew fast and furious, one over top of each other as the residents opposed to Sierra's even being in the meeting tried to shout each other down. Finally, Davenport raised his hands and waited until he had silence again. I think it is quite past time for you to leave this assembly, young lady, Davenport said. I thought you wanted to hear everybody's voice. I guess you don't want to hear from people who don't agree with you, do you? Not from people who don't live here, Davenport snarled. And yet here I am, Sierra said, spreading her arms as she stalked down the aisle away from Martha. I'm taking care of my niece and nephew who do live here, and my brother and my sister-in-law's house, and they also live here. Please leave, Davenport said, biting off each word. Gladly, Sierra spat. She held her head high, controlled her anger, and walked stiff as a board through the middle of the room. She ignored the mutterings, unwilling to listen, and forced through the press of people in front of the door. She never reached it, though, because the door flew open and Haston filled the frame, his long coat billowing as he shoved his way into the room like a bull. When he spotted Sierra, he froze and let the excitement die down as people cleared a path. I wondered if you'd be here, he said in his gravelly voice. He straightened up to his full height and looked down his nose at her, pushing a lock of dirty blonde hair out of his way. Mr. Haston, Sierra said, formally with the slightest incline of her head in greeting. I was just leaving. If you'll excuse me, she said, taking a step forward and trying to hide the fact that her legs trembled. I think everybody needs to leave, he said, tearing his eyes away from her and sweeping across the entire assembly. He found Davenport in the middle of the room and pointed at him, one long, accusatory arm. We need to talk. What's the matter? This is the full assembly of the Homeowners Association. Anything you say to me can be said to them, Davenport replied. Haston cocked an eyebrow, but Davenport waved him off. Only a few people saw the movement, but Sierra did. The crowd at the front gate is getting rowdy. They're demanding answers. Haston looked around the room at the able-bodied people. We need more volunteers. One of the younger men in the neighborhood stood and put his hands on his hips. I saw you allow people from the outside to join your little neighborhood watch, he said. Why should we risk our necks alongside these people we don't even know? Sierra looked at the man, incredulous. You don't know this guy either? She wanted to shout. I'm just doing my job, Hastings said. It's your houses they're going to loot, not mine. He turned in a swirl of dirty, ragged coat and prepared to leave. Wait, Mr. Hastings, please be patient, Davenport said, holding up a hand to stop his hulking enforcer. He turned and gestured to the rest of the group with the papers in his other hand. I think we can safely say this meeting needs to be adjourned. Everyone, let's please consider volunteering some time at the front gate, Davenport added as the room began to clear. Sierra pushed her way out and emerged into the foyer before anyone else. I'd like to speak with you in private, Mr. Hastings, Davenport was saying as she grabbed her coat and boots. You're taking off awful fast, aren't you? George said as he shoved his way through the crowd to find Sierra at the front door. Doesn't look like anybody in there wants me to be here, so why bother? She said over her shoulder. Hey, George said, grabbing her arm to stop her. Just because a couple loudmouths had their say doesn't mean all of us don't appreciate what you're doing. What you've already done, George said before she could argue. He stepped closer and whispered. Jean told me. I think you're doing the right thing, he said, glancing down the hallway. Keep it up. You've got friends out there besides the Kendricks. He let her go and smiled. Alan! Alan George! Martha snapped as she stood in the doorway to the meeting room. What are you doing talking to that woman? She demanded, spitting the word. Escorting her to the door, darling, he replied, putting just as much acid into the word as she had. Sierra narrowed her eyes at Martha, pulled her hood up in silence, and stepped out into the cold. Chapter 20. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Davenport residence. Davenport led Hastings into the private study and shut the door behind them. He closed his eyes for a moment before he spoke. Well, I suppose that could have ended a little better. Now that you've got me alone, what is it? He asked, turning from the door, then froze. Hastings was already at the liquor bar in the corner, pouring himself a tall drink from Davenport's best bottle of scotch. The sheer insolence. Well, what is it, man? Davenport snarled. Hastings took a long pull from the drink, the ice cubes clinking in his glass. He smacked his lips and exhaled, then refilled his drink and turned, offering it in a salute to Davenport. We have a problem, he muttered. Well, you have a problem? He added, pointing with the tumbler. I have a problem? Davenport asked as he walked forward, adjusting his robe and throwing the papers from the meeting on the couch. I have a problem. Is there an echo in here? Hastings asked, looking around the room. Don't get smart with me, Davenport snapped. He pointed an accusatory finger at Hastings. And what's with the dramatic entrance? He demanded. You had one job, and one job only, protect this neighborhood. That includes blocking people from coming in and removing items as needed from residents' homes. Hastings shrugged, and a clump of snow fell from the hem of his long, filthy coat. That's what I've been doing. Then why am I receiving so many complaints from residents that I was forced to call an emergency meeting over your tactics? You take too much, sir. Nah, Hastings said dismissively, then sipped from his glass. He flopped down on the couch, ignoring Davenport's glare as he reclined in his dirty clothing. Do I really have to explain it? He asked with a sigh. Fine, he said, leaning forward to put his elbows on his knees. You wanted me to protect this neighborhood? I am. Only a couple people have gotten past the barricade, and we've taken care of them. Yes, I've heard you let them join your little posse, Davenport said. You didn't say anything about not letting people join after I've vetted them. How could you have vetted them so fast? Davenport asked. I have my ways, Hastings said cryptically as he leaned back against the sofa and took another swig from his drink. Kindly explain your ways to me, then, Davenport said, switching tactics and sweetening his tone. Hastings glared up at him under his bushy eyebrows and long, manky hair, but answered just the same. The ones I think can hack it with my crew. I ask for their loyalty. If they can prove it, they're in. If they can't, they die. But how exactly do they prove it? Davenport asked. How many have you killed? Wait, I don't think I want to know. Hastings smiled his predator's smile. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't. Davenport sat in the wing chair opposite Hastings, sighing as he adjusted his robe. Very well. What is this problem I have? We've turned away a fair number of people from the gate, but more keep coming. And word's spreading that we've got something worth protecting in here. You wouldn't have had anything to do with that now, would you? Davenport asked. Who? Me? Of course not, Hastings said with mock indignation. How do you think we'll find the right kind of people to join the watch? He asked, as if talking to a child. That's not the problem. The problem is I need to know what to do with all these people we're not letting in. What do you mean, just turn them away? Davenport said, as he leaned back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't particularly care what happens to them. As long as they leave, they're not our problem. So you're telling me just get rid of them? Haston asked carefully. Davenport thought about the man's words, opened his mouth to answer, then stopped. He sat up, adjusted his robe again, and stared straight at Haston. I'm telling you to make the problem go away. That's it. Haston held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. He drained his glass and put it carefully on the end table next to him. There's just one more thing, he added, then let loose a loud belch. Be still, my beating heart, Davenport mocked. What is it? You better tell your people to stop giving me so much pushback. I'm only taking what's mine, he growled, the sudden menace in his voice taking Davenport by surprise. You said I get 15% of the take, right? Well, I'm doing that, and no more. And these people are all up in arms over it. I had somebody punch one of my men the other day. Old man straight up hit Andy in the face. That kind of crap can't stand, Mr. President, Haston said in a low, quiet voice. A wave of fear washed over Davenport, and for the first time he truly saw the threat Haston posed. The man was terrifying when he spoke in that soft, emotionless voice. Okay, Davenport said slowly, so tell your people to suck it up or I'll handle it myself. They're just nervous, Davenport said. The residents are used to the same old routines, and this situation is constantly changing, and they're not used to you and your men. We prefer to call ourselves the Watchmen, Haston said with a wolf-like smile. Davenport inclined his head in acquiescence. Very well. The people are simply not used to you, but you're having a positive impact at the gate, he said quickly, and that will be taken to heart by everyone in the neighborhood. Except that Carter woman, Haston said, licking his lips. Well, yes, I suppose there are a few that don't appreciate what you're doing, Davenport said in a sour note. As long as we understand each other, Haston rumbled. The main problem is I don't have enough people to police this neighborhood. I've got all my guys working around the clock at the gate. I wasn't kidding when I said we need volunteers. There's no reason you people can't get off your butts and get out there and help secure your own neighborhood? I can't very well, conscript people. Remind me again why I risk my neck to protect all you people? If everyone's so ungrateful, maybe I should just tell my men to stand aside and see what happens. No, you can't do that, Davenport said quickly, then regained his composure. It's complicated, he explained weakly. It ain't that complicated, Haston retorted. Either you're out there with me or you're not right now. It's a whole lot of not, and I don't appreciate being left to hang in the wind. Then get a lot of grief from a bunch of old farts who have too much stuff to begin with, Haston said. Very well, Davenport said, looking down his nose at Haston. I'll figure out a way to entice people to join the volunteer efforts. You do that, Haston said as he stood. Davenport jumped to his feet and stuck out his hand to shake. Thank you for stopping by, he said. I'll work up a list of suitable people we can ask to volunteer. Haston glanced at Davenport's hand, then met his eyes again, but didn't say a word. Obviously, the council will be exempt, Davenport said, slowly retracting his hand and looking at his nails as if that was what he'd intended to do all along. As well as myself. And we'll have to factor in the aged and the infirm. They won't be able to help out, or they could, but they'd be more in the way than anything I would think. Just get that list, Haston said, and turned his long coat swirling around him. And make sure I get what's mine. Davenport stared at the man's broad back as he swept from the room and disappeared down the hallway. Oh, you'll get what's yours, Davenport promised in a whisper. I assure you. Chapter 21. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wyatt stared at the two small children fighting with each other in the back row of the SUV directly in front of them. Traffic had once again come to a complete stop and they sat idling, sucking up what precious little gas they had left in the tank. The two kids, seemingly oblivious to the end of the world, poked and prodded each other, restrained only by their seat belts. Wyatt smirked, imagining the arguing inside the SUV. The two heads moved back and forth, and occasionally an arm appeared, holding some toy that the other one reached out to grab. I remember when our kids used to do that, he muttered. Used to? Willow asked with a tired smile. Wyatt grunted, then tried to stretch while strapped into the driver's seat. This car certainly doesn't have any spare leg room. I didn't know they even made station wagons anymore, Willow said, examining the glove box. I thought everything moved to SUVs years ago. She picked a piece of broken glass out of the door frame on the passenger side and flicked it out the open window. This thing has been through the ringer, that's for sure, Wyatt said, as the engine coughed and sputtered. Come on, baby, don't die on us now, he muttered. We're just sitting. This ought to be easy. The terrible knocking noise they'd heard when they first started the engine in Dennis's driveway came back, then just mysteriously faded. That noise, Willow muttered, staring out the window. Do you want to check and see if there's a map in the glove box? Wyatt asked. We may be walking soon, sure, but I hope we won't need it, Willow said. While Willow rummaged through the insurance papers and folded up receipts from past oil changes, Wyatt took a closer look at the nearby cars. They had tried to avoid the major north-south routes through Fort Lauderdale, but the traffic patterns had forced them onto side streets, which ran slightly northwest. It didn't seem to matter what road they turned on, though, because there were cars everywhere. Bumper to bumper, people packed the roads in numbers Wyatt had never seen. He stuck his head out the broken driver's window and looked up and down the line of traffic. Heat shimmered off the blacktop and made the vehicles wave and tremble further up the road, but cars stretched off into the distance and around the corner with no end. See anything? Willow asked, still digging in the glove box. This girl has a ton of stuff in here. Nothing but brake lights, Wyatt muttered. In the southbound lanes, traffic moved at a snail's pace with plenty of honking, starts and stops. They're still moving in the southbound lanes, but not very fast.
Faster than us, Willow grunted. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. I don't see any movement at all on our side, Wyatt reported. I wonder if those people heading south know how bad it is? He asked, as he settled behind the wheel once more. At least they're moving, Willow said as she discarded another receipt. Find anything useful? No, Willow said as she shuffled through old insurance cards. I don't think Chrissy threw out anything ever. Willow paused.
Oh, wait, here's something, she said, holding up a crinkled piece of paper. What is it? Asked Wyatt, grateful for the distraction from the knocking engine, the fighting kids in the car in front, and the hot exhaust all around them. Well, it's not a real map, I guess, but Chrissy printed out instructions at one point. Willow handed the paper to Wyatt. She printed out driving directions to whatever this address is. Looks like it's on the north side of town. There's a partial map, Wyatt said, looking at the faded paper while Willow began the tedious job of stuffing everything back into the glove box. I don't know how useful it'll, Willow said. I don't know where we are on this map, Wyatt replied, turning the map around. Yeah, it's the best I can do, sorry, Willow said as she closed the glove box. Well, maybe when we come to a crossroad, Wyatt said, eyeing the traffic ahead. There's not many of those marked on here, though, he said, as he turned the map upside down and tried to locate their position movement. Out of the corner of his eye drew his attention away from the page as someone walked down between the line of cars heading south. The man was disheveled, but wore a sweaty business suit, his tie hanging loose around his neck. He carried a backpack over one shoulder and walked with a limp, his eyes staring straight ahead in a vacant, 1,000-yard stare as he shuffled down the street. Wyatt watched the man and grimaced. If this traffic doesn't get moving, that's going to be a soon enough, he grumbled. Willow leaned toward him, took a look at the dwindling fuel gauge, and glanced at the man limping down the street as he passed the car. Poor man, she said quietly. He looks like he's totally lost hope and just walking because he's got nothing else to do. I hope he doesn't have far to go, Wyatt said. Wyatt, Willow said a moment later as Wyatt continued to watch the man in the side view mirror that dangled by a few wires. His view was distorted by the large crack in the mirror, and he had to twist his head a little to follow the man as he retreated behind them. Yeah? Wyatt asked, not taking his eyes off the sad, solitary figure continuing to struggle against the odds. One step at a time, he moved south among the cars. There's more people walking, Willow warned. Wyatt blinked sweat out of his eyes and looked forward through the busted windshield and spotted another man walking down the street. This one was younger, his clothes just as battered and worn as if he hadn't taken a shower in several days, but with a completely different look about him. Oh, that's not good, Wyatt said, gripping the wheel tight. Where the businessman had been plodding along one step after another, his mind on autopilot, seeing nothing but his goal. The young man walking down the street glanced at every car he passed, as if inspecting them. He had an easy, loping gait, almost a swagger, as he moved with confidence between and among the cars, Now and then letting his hand trail along the side of a vehicle, Wyatt clenched his teeth. The young man walking down the street was breaking the unwritten rule to not touch other people's vehicles. "Look at that! He's checking out these cars." "I can see that," Willow said. "He's looking in each one he passes. That guy's a predator. He's scoping out vehicles. He's looking for an easy score." Wyatt instinctively tensed as the young man drew closer, his eyes drifting lazily between vehicles, but stayed locked on their car just a little too long. "I really don't like how we can see through these untinted windows," Willow whispered as the young man strolled past. Wyatt heard her, but didn't say anything, as the stranger locked eyes with him for a split second, held his gaze just a little too long, then looked at the next car. "You're not fooling me," Wyatt muttered as the walker drew even with their rear door. The drifter looked away and then did a double take as he noticed the water bottles and supplies stacked in the back seat of Chrissy's car, parting gifts from the Pinners. 2 cars back, the young man stopped in the middle of the road and put his hands on his hips, turning as if surveying the sea of vehicles for the first time. "What's he doing?" Willow asked. "I can't see him. He's still watching us," Wyatt said, narrowing his eyes at the man in his busted side view mirror. Eventually, the walker turned and continued between the vehicles in the southbound lanes, his hand brushing every other car as he went. Wyatt exhaled when the young man was 5 cars away and turned to Willow. "That was weird. I think I liked the business guy better. He looked like a zombie, but at least he didn't look hungry." Wyatt shifted his gaze back to the mirror, then sat up in the seat. "He's gone." "Yeah, I'm glad he went away," Willow replied as she adjusted her Tennessee sweatshirt. "I wonder if it's going to be as hot as it was yesterday. I suppose I can take this off and tie it around my shoulders." "No, I mean, he's gone," Wyatt repeated. "1 second, he was there walking down between the cars. I looked at you, and when I looked back, he's gone. He was only 4 or 5 cars back. Do you see him on your side?" Wyatt asked as he turned in his seat, looking through the shattered rear window. The driver of the car behind him briefly made eye contact, then turned away. "Don't worry about it. They're moving," Willow said, pointing at the SUV in front of them. "What?" Wyatt asked, then turned his attention back to the front of the vehicle. The SUV with the fighting kids rolled forward, and for the first time in over an hour, the taillights that stretched off into the distance ahead of them began to twinkle and switch off as more and more cars started moving. Wyatt happily shifted back into drive and let the car roll forward at idle, knocking and coughing as it went. Finally, he exhaled. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as they moved forward steadily but slowly, minute after minute. Wyatt kept checking the distance to a large oak tree with Spanish moss hanging down over the road like an old man's beard. When the 2 people walking down the road had passed them, the oak tree had been about a half-mile up the road. They passed several more people walking, another young man who looked like he'd walked off a college campus, and a small family pushing a stroller. They cut the distance to the tree in half, still creeping along the road. At one point, a guy wearing a cowboy hat, carrying nothing at all, walked past them, heading north. "Really, it's faster to walk?" Willow said, shading her eyes with her hand to watch the cowboy saunter down the shoulder. Insects buzzed in the bushes and trees that lined the road. Tired, unwashed faces stared at them behind windows and front porches of the small, tired houses they crept by, still heading north. "There's just too many cars," Wyatt said, drumming his finger on the steering wheel. "We're going to run out of gas long before we even get halfway through Fort Lauderdale," he said, checking the fuel gauge for the 1,000th time. The needle hovered a hair's breadth above the empty sign. "We're eating up too much gas, just crawling along," he observed. He peered up through the busted windshield and frowned. "I don't like all that smoke either. I can taste it in the air," Willow complained. Wyatt rubbed his face with one hand and steered with the other. "We can't shut off the engine and save gas because we keep moving." "But we're not moving fast enough to get anywhere," Willow added. "So we just sit here sipping gas until it runs out, then we're stuck and our problems get worse," Wyatt complained. "Yeah, then we have to walk," Willow sighed, propping her elbow against the doorframe to rest her head against her hand. "It's worse than that," Wyatt said. "We'll become a target." "What? You see the way that guy looked at us when he passed? The one that was checking out all the cars? He saw the water bottles, the food, all that stuff in the back," Wyatt said, lifting his shoulder to indicate the back seat. Willow turned and glanced at the supplies Dennis had given them. "I mean, it's not like the car is totally filled," she said. "It's still a lot more than what that guy had," Wyatt replied. "Probably a lot more than what most of the people around us have," he added, looking at the cars in front, behind, and next to them. Most of the drivers stared straight ahead, focused on the road north, but a few consulted maps or argued with people in their cars. "Well, something's going on up there to the right," Willow said. "See where the road curves in the distance." Wyatt shifted in his seat, attempting to find what she was looking at. "Yeah, but all I see is cars." "On the right side of the road, way up there, I see a bunch of people walking," Willow said. "Looks like they're leaving the road." "Is it a side street or something?" Wyatt asked. "Might be an on-ramp." "Yeah, I think it's an on-ramp," Willow said, shielding her eyes from the sun. "There's an overpass up there in the distance, too, just beyond where I see the people." "Yeah, I can see the overpass," Wyatt said, squinting. "That big truck up there really blocks my view. But there's definitely an overpass. I've seen 3 cars pull off and disappear to the right up there about where those people were walking." "What kind of people?" Wyatt asked. I can see a few kids. It doesn't look like a biker gang, that's for sure," Willow said with a laugh. "Curiouser and curiouser, sir," Wyatt muttered. They settled back into companionable silence as the car knocked and rattled and coughed and stuttered with every foot they rolled down the road. Slowly, like a melting glacier, vehicles trickled forward inch after inch. The sun crept higher in the cloudless sky. The heat gradually increased. The noise of the birds, flying insects, and idling vehicles mixed with the occasional honk or shouted insult from frustrated drivers. Still, they crept forward. Mid-morning came and went, and noon approached as the sun coasted overhead, bright and searing, baking the roadway. The southbound lanes continued to pick up speed, and traffic approached what was almost normal for those heading south. The northbound lanes continued at a snail's pace, but maintained a steady, if slow, movement. Wyatt watched as the oak tree continued to get closer and closer, and then they passed it. The trees that lined the road were less remarkable than the oak with its beard of Spanish moss, so he continued to use that tree as a landmark, keeping it in sight in the busted side mirror until they approached the curve in the road. "Well, there it goes," he muttered, as the last vestige of the oak tree disappeared from the mirror. "What?" Willow asked. "The oak tree I was watching kinda like our distance marker. I've been watching it for about 3 hours now." "Well, I don't know about the oak tree," Willow said, "but whatever is drawing people off the road up ahead is a lot closer now." "It looks to me more like a party," she said, then turned to Wyatt and smiled. "Look, I think there's people standing around holding plates of food." Wyatt was about to speak, then caught a sound on the breeze that filtered in through the broken windows. "Is that music?" Willow sat up in her seat as they drew closer to the turnoff. "It is? That sounds like a band and maybe a choir." The 2 vehicles in front of them turned suddenly, drove on the shoulder about 20 yards, and disappeared to the right, turning off the road and vanishing behind a bank of trees. The open space created by leaving encouraged Wyatt to hit the accelerator. Chrissy's little station wagon struggled to move into the gap and voiced its displeasure at moving more than 5 miles an hour. "Oh boy," Wyatt said through clenched teeth. "What?" Willow asked, straining to see down the street as they approached the intersection. "The check engine, oil, and gas light, just all lit up at the same time," he reported. "I think you better turn off here then," Willow said, pointing where the other cars went. "I don't think we have much of a choice," Wyatt replied, fighting the steering wheel. "This thing is either dying or suddenly has a mind of its own." The engine rattled louder than ever, a hideous knocking sound that, when paired with the squealing of the timing belt, made the car sound like a dying animal. Steam rose from the front left corner of the hood, and Wyatt swore. "Hang on! We have to get off this road or we're never going to go any further." He swung to the right, and they pulled off, pushing through a bush and bouncing over the curb before the station wagon died. The engine coughed one more time, fell silent, and the steering wheel locked up. Wyatt let the car come down off the curb with a sickening crunch and roll to a stop. He checked the side mirror and watched the car behind them pull forward into the gap he'd created, and then crawled down the road, continuing north. Traffic filled in after that, and the wall of cars closed ranks as if they'd never been there. A man in the passenger seat of the car behind them watched with a blank expression on his face as they left Wyatt and Willow behind. Wyatt kept his hands on the wheel as steam continued to leak out from under the hood and turned to Willow. "Well, we got a little further down the road. Maybe we just need some gas?" Willow suggested. "I'm no mechanic, but I'm pretty sure this thing needs a lot more than gas," Wyatt said as he unbuckled. "Come on, we may as well check out whatever's going on over there." "We're just going to leave all the supplies here?" Willow asked. "I don't want to," Wyatt admitted. But I don't want to become a target either. We don't have any weapons, so we can't defend this stuff. Let's take the backpacks at least, Willow suggested. Fair enough, Wyatt said, handing Willow her backpack. He slung his over his shoulder and shut the door to the car, squinting in the sunlight. Well, whatever's going down over there, somebody's waving at people to come closer, Willow said, forcing open the passenger door and ignoring the squealing hinges. Each took a bottle of water from the back seat and walked away from the car. The station wagon partially blocked the eastbound lane, but there was no traffic at all coming the other direction, so they walked hand in hand down the road toward the music and the sound of people talking. Is this a block party? Wyatt asked as they approached a crowd of about 50 people. There was a band, people playing actual instruments, 2 people playing guitar, a tall, skinny man playing a trombone, a shorter, bearded man playing a saxophone. A half-dozen people sang, their words mostly drowned out by the instruments. Wait a minute, Willow said, coming to a stop. More than a dozen people stood in front of the band, half of them holding books, singing along out of tune. Is this a church? Looks like a gas station, Wyatt said, but sure sounds like a church. At the back of the group of singers, a young man turned and waved them closer. When they didn't move, he waved more enthusiastically, and a big smile spread across his face as he encouraged them to come closer. Well, he looks friendly at least, Willow said. Just because somebody's waving and smiling doesn't mean I trust them, grumbled Wyatt. Okay, Grizzly Adams. Look, there are families here. Why kids? I don't see anybody with guns yet, he replied, still taking in the scene. They were all gathered near a run-down gas station, filling the parking lot with people, music, and tables and chairs. Looks like they're setting up for a party. Do you smell that? He asked, sniffing. Hamburgers, Willow asked. What in the world is going on here? Wyatt demanded. Don't these people know it's the end of the world? Willow looked at him. Maybe they do. Either way, that young man seems quite insistent on meeting us, Willow said. Maybe he can tell us what's going on, she suggested, as she pulled Wyatt toward the group of singers. I have a bad feeling about this, Wyatt muttered. These people shouldn't be so happy. That's just your sunburn talking, Willow teased with a smile. Come on, Chapter 22, Mukwonago, Wisconsin Town Hall. Jack and Aaron slept lightly on their borrowed cots in the supply room. It had been a long night, filled with the occasional shout, gunshot, or commotion caused by people outside the building. The rioters had given up trying to breach Town Hall, but around 2 a.m, they succeeded in disabling the generator. The entire building went dark, and the cold crept in soon after. At some point, Jack dozed, then woke again to the sounds of what was left of the police force preparing to evacuate. Jack stepped carefully out into the hallway, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as a disheveled cop rushed by, carrying a black duffel bag bulging with equipment. Watch out, the man said brusquely, and pushed past Jack. Top of the morning to you, too, Aaron said with a yawn as she followed him out into the hallway. I didn't mean to wake you up. Not much of a chance of sleeping in around here, boyo, she replied. What's the to-do? I think they're getting ready to leave. Officer Matthews rounded the corner, carrying a cardboard box. He smiled at Jack and Aaron and turned to the older man who followed him. I'll catch up with you in a minute, okay? Don't take too long, Matthews, the older man warned. Chief wants one final briefing before we head out. He offered a sad smile for Jack and Aaron, stifled a yawn, and disappeared toward the front of the building. What time is it? Jack asked as Matthews approached. Time for you to get a watch, the young cop with bags under his eyes said. Ha! That's a real zinger, Dad. I lost it sometime in the last 24 hours, Jack said, looking down at his bare wrist. Maybe when we were ambushed in the woods before we got to town. Or maybe when we were trying to escape the riot. Look. Sorry, Matthews apologized. I've been on my feet now like 36 hours, I think it's like 8:30, something like that. The sun's up at any rate. Here, he said, changing the subject and handing the box to Jack. What's this? Jack asked. I grabbed a couple radios. Nobody wants them, so I figured I'd take them, but I don't really need them all. Maybe you could use the chargers too, he suggested. This is great, Jack beamed. Thank you. Where will you go? Aaron asked. I don't know. The chief said he's going to stay here for a while and see what he can do to help the town. Matthews shrugged. I guess I'll just stick around here. Look, I was serious. If you need to get out of here, here's my address, Jack said, handing a slip of paper to Matthews. I don't think anybody would have a problem having a cop around, he added with a smile. I'll keep that in mind. Oh yeah, here, Matthews said, looking left and right down the hallway. I managed to snag a couple of these from the break room. It's been pretty well ransacked, but nobody likes these things, so I figured you could have them if you want them. What is this? Erin asked as she took the individually wrapped breakfast bar. Personally, I think it's cardboard wrapped in plastic, Matthews said, making a face. But, oh, these things are awesome, Jack said as he took the cereal bar. Tons of protein, he said to Erin. Thanks again. You're welcome. Enjoy, and stay safe. I hope you can make it back home. Don't try coming back to town again, okay? I think yesterday proved this place isn't safe anymore. Don't worry about it, Jack said. Now that we know what's really going on, I won't be coming anywhere near town again, not for a good long time. I'm ready when you are, Erin said as she picked up her backpack and slung it over her shoulders. Jack put the radios and chargers in his backpack, which added to the bulkiness, but not much in terms of weight. He zipped it up, put it on his back, then grabbed his boots and rifle. I guess this is goodbye, he said, and shook Matthew's hand. I guess so, Matthews said, shaking hands with Jack, then Erin. We haven't seen any activity this morning from yesterday's troublemakers, so the back should be clear. I'll get the door for you. Jack and Erin stepped out onto the wooden platform at the back of the building and looked down at the charred boards. That Molotov didn't do much, did it? The building doesn't look as nice, that's for sure, Erin said, examining at the blackened brick around the door frame. Good luck, Matthews said with a smile, then shut the door. Jack waited for the heavy click of the lock engaging on the other side, then took a deep breath and exhaled into the still cold air. You ready? Let's go home, Erin said with a smile. All right, it's that way, Jack said, pointing north with his rifle. The town, a typical small Midwestern village, had an orderly street plan laid out in perpendicular grids. It had been planted decades earlier with trees along the streets in every direction, and though their branches were bare, they still lent a cozy feel to the dying town. They stuck to the middle of the road, walking through tire tracks to make their going easier. They made fairly good time, and before the sun had risen above the tops of the trees, they had already gone 5 blocks. The library is down that way, Jack said, pointing with his free hand to the right. Should we go check out some books? Erin asked. Not like there's much else to do for fun at the house, she said with a laugh. Jack stopped in the middle of the road and sighed. I don't think so, he said, looking down the street toward the library. Several vehicles parked in a ring around the front of the building blocked off the street. A jumble of chairs, boxes, desks, and tables filled the parking lot, and several shadowy figures milled around. I don't know what's going on down there, Jack said, but I don't think I want anything to do with it. On second thought, let's skip the library. Reading is boring anyway, Erin agreed. They continued on their way, Jack pointing out different landmarks and areas of interest as they went. The local chiropractor. What was left of the grocery store, really just a burned-down husk and steaming piles of wood and stone. The local elementary school, Centennial Park, and one of the town's 3 churches. Seems like there's quite a few people over there at the church, Erin said as they trudged along through the snow. Tracks through the streets made their walk relatively easy, but Jack was under no delusions that the road, once it left the town, was cleared at all. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for praying, Jack said, eyeing the church down the block. I don't know who those people are, but I don't like the looks of them. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Jack took another glance down the street at several men in hunting attire lounging against the side of the church. More than one of them was armed with a rifle, but they either didn't care or didn't notice 2 figures several blocks away walking down Main Street. It seems fairly quiet, though, Jack said, compared to yesterday. I mean, it does at that, Erin agreed. I would have thought there would be more people out and about. Most people probably think we're crazy wandering around out here like this, Jack replied. As they passed another residential block, 3 young men exited a house, rushing out the open front door carrying bulging garbage bags. They were laughing as they went, then froze when one spotted Jack and Erin out in the street heading north. Hey, what are you doing? One of them called to the snickering of the others. Why are you walking in the middle of the street, man? Just ignore them, Jack said, and kept walking. They're coming this way, Erin whispered, adjusting the grip on her shillelagh. Hey, I'm talking to you, the looter said in a loud voice that echoed down the street. Jack kept walking, Erin right by his side. Maybe they're deaf? Asked one of the others. That true? You deaf? the self-appointed leader called out. The three young men dropped their loot, rushing through the snow with the awkward gait of people trying to navigate knee-deep snowdrifts as fast as possible. I said stop. Jack glanced over his shoulder at the three men. They'd cut the distance in half. No, you didn't, Jack said, but continued walking. What? One of the three called. Hey, stop. We just want to talk, the leader said again. One of the others laughed like a hyena, confident in superior numbers. Jack frowned at the smile of the man's voice. They want to do anything but talk, he muttered to Aaron. Be ready. A gunshot rang out, and a puff of snow erupted to Jack's right, about 6 feet away. Next time I say stop, boy, you better stop, the leader growled. Jack finally came to a stop, and Aaron stood stiffly at his side. He turned and in one smooth movement dropped the .22 carbine from his shoulder and raised it to his cheek, aimed right at the chest of the man with the gun. The leader of the group started laughing. Oh, look at that, guys. He's got a BB gun. Don't shoot your eye out, the shortest of the group taunted, laughing. You raise that gun in my direction again, and then it'll be the last thing you do, Jack said. Is that a fact? The man with the gun said, still aiming to the side. I've already dropped men bigger than you, but I don't want to add to my body count this morning, Jack warned. So if you'll just leave us alone, we'll be on our way. You hear that? He's got a body count, the shortest of the three looters said. They all laughed, but Jack kept his aim steady. What's it going to be? Jack asked in a voice far calmer than he felt. His heart was racing, and his hands were clammy inside their gloves, but he forced his breath to remain even and held the rifle steady. There's 3 of them, Aaron whispered. Jack! Ooh, I see you got a girl there, the leader said. He licked his lips and smiled. Why don't you come hang with us, sweetie? We can show you a real good time. This whole town is ours, you know that? How do you figure that, then? Aaron called out, jeering. Don't antagonize them, Jack whispered, shifting his gaze between the 3 men, trying to predict which one would move first. On account of the cops all packed up and left, the short looter said, smacking his comrade in the arm. Ha! They didn't know. It's true, the one in the middle added. We were there yesterday during the riot. Cops all ran inside in the middle of the night. Most of them took off. The town is open for the taking. This town is open for anybody who wants to take it, the leader said with a shrug. That's what we've been doing all night. Figure we'll just keep on doing it. Nobody here to stop us, right? What about the people who live there? Aaron asked, pointing at the house they'd just emerged from there. The man with the gun said, looking over his shoulder, Ain't nobody in there. If there were, we'd take care of them, then take what we want. Speaking of which, why don't you toss that pretty little bag over here and we'll forget your boyfriend pointed that BB gun at me. No can do, Jack said as Aaron scoffed. The leader shifted his gaze from Aaron to Jack. Listen here, kid. I've about had enough out of you. You don't drop that pea shooter right now, I'm gonna drop you, understand? Jack's only response was to thumb the hammer on the .22 carbine with an audible click. Oh, the other looters crowed at the same time. The leader narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the pistol. Have it your way, he said with a shrug, then started to raise the weapon toward Jack. The sharp crack of the .22 split the still morning air, and though the rifle technically kicked, Jack didn't notice. He smoothly worked the lever action, watched the brass casing sail through his field of view, and squeezed the trigger again. The rifle barked once more, a high-pitched, sharp crack that surprised the looter with the gun, almost as much as being hit by the first round. The second round slammed into his shoulder, and he staggered back, crying out in pain. His pistol fell into the snow and vanished as he fell into his shorter partner. Jack worked the lever action again and sent a third round downrange, scattering birds down the street. The leader doubled over, clutching his stomach and screaming in agony. His short comrade turned and sprinted, then tripped and fell face first into the snow. He looked over his shoulder as he scrambled to his feet and ran as fast as he could through the knee-deep snow for the safety of the house they'd robbed. The remaining looter grabbed his wounded leader and started dragging him in the opposite direction across the street. Don't shoot me, bro. I don't even have a gun. You're crazy. Go, Jack said, keeping the carbine aimed at the 2 men. Start walking. I'll catch up with you, he added out of the side of his mouth. Aaron backed up down the street, and Jack followed her a few moments later. He waited until they were all a block away from each other, then signaled to Aaron, and they turned and headed north once more, leaving the broken party of looters behind them. Sure, didn't they think that would turn out differently? Aaron laughed nervously. You're a fair shot with that wee rifle of yours, boyo. Thanks, Jack said, trying to hide his shaking hands. He exhaled a deep breath and tried to let the fear leave him, but it didn't. I hope I don't have to do that again, he said quietly. Hey, a woman called out to their left. Now what? Jack moaned, turning and raising his rifle. The woman who called out screamed in terror, then ran back between the two houses and disappeared. Let's keep moving, Jack said, glancing up and down the street. We need to get out of here and back into the trees before we find some more trouble. How much farther is it then? Aaron asked. We're close, Jack said, eyeing the road ahead of them. The town pretty much peters out after that last intersection up there. Once we cross that road, there's really nothing between us and home except Thousand Oaks. Which is still burning, I see, Aaron said, pointing northeast at the pillar of smoke that hung in the air above the trees. Do you think you killed that man? Aaron asked softly, as they made it to the final intersection in town without incident and said goodbye to the silent houses and the people hiding inside them. I don't know, Jack said. I feel like I need to throw up. Did I kill him? He shook his head. I mean, it's a .2, not a .308. He could have easily survived. That's why I like me, Shillelagh, Aaron said lightly. I didn't feel like I wanted to throw up when I gave that beating to the fool who jumped us in the woods. It definitely has its uses, Jack said, glancing at the knurled branch she held. I won't make any jokes about your stick anymore, he added with a shaky grin. Such a gentleman, she said, laughing. Fine, I won't make fun of your wee rifle either, Aaron replied. Can we go home now? Chapter 23, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wyatt held Willow's hand as they walked closer to the gas station just off the highway where dozens of people had gathered. What in the world is going on here? A revival? He asked, then looked over his shoulder at Chrissy's car parked haphazardly off the road behind them. Beyond that, the unending line of traffic continued north. Cars bumper to bumper, horns honking and exhaust filling the air, moved incrementally down the road away from Miami. A few more people walked north between the cars, but no one else had pulled off to join them at the impromptu gathering. Yet an older woman stepped away from the people singing hymns. Wyatt was sure it was a religious song they were singing, but couldn't tell exactly what it was. Welcome, welcome, she said, spreading her arms wide. She was dressed simply in a flowery top and shorts that barely covered her roly-poly figure. Her thick legs ended in dumpling feet stuffed into flip-flops that looked 2 sizes too small. Welcome, weary travelers. My name's Marcia, she added, and gestured for them to continue walking toward the larger group of people behind her. Hello, Willow said, smiling broadly. I'm Willow. This is my husband, Wyatt. The church is still setting up right now, but we'll have food and water available shortly. Please, go on over, Marcia said, then stepped aside and rejoined the hymn. Wyatt tried to smile and relax, but his subconscious kept him on high alert. This is a cult, or I don't know, but something isn't right, he muttered to Willow. Hush, she said back. Why does it have to be dangerous? Why can't these people just be out here doing good? I think that's what we all need right now, she said with a wistful smile. Because look around, honey, Wyatt said, smiling and nodding at people who greeted them as they walked. Isn't this a little creepy to have so many smiling people suddenly show up as if they don't have a care in the world and it's another beautiful Sunday when the whole world is falling apart around them? Can't they just be trying to help? Willow asked. Wyatt stopped and looked back at the highway behind them. I mean, look at all those cars back there. There's people walking on the highway now, dragging suitcases. That means there's going to be abandoned cars all over the place. It's chaos out there. Why is it such a bad thing that we have a little peace and quiet here? Willow asked, hugging his arm. Come on, she pleaded. It's not going to hurt to at least go talk to these people. Maybe we can buy some gas off them. Trade for some of our supplies? Hello, travelers, a skinny man said as he stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. I'm Keith, he added, sticking out his hand to Wyatt. He's being modest. That's Reverend Keith, an older man said as he walked by carrying a case of water. Well, the young reverend said, deflecting the title. We're all friends here, he said, shaking Wyatt's hand. I'm Wyatt. This is my wife, Willow. It's very nice to meet you, Reverend, Willow said, shaking hands. What's going on here? She asked, looking around as she adjusted her Coast Guard hat. With all the bad news we've all heard lately, Keith said, his hands on his skinny hips as he looked around, surveying his flock with pride. The church decided. Our church, that is, the Holy Shepherd. We're about 2 blocks away, he said, gesturing down the street. We decided to try to ease the suffering of those stuck on the highway or anybody nearby, really, who just needs a helping hand or someone to talk to. He glanced at the gas station's large canopy, underneath which they'd set up tables and stacked coolers and bins of bottled water. I talked with the owner yesterday morning, and he allowed us to camp out here to make sure people don't swamp it with cars. It'll give us a ready-made shelter from the sun, and anyone walking like yourselves, he added with a smile. You can even find some shade. My goodness, where are my manners? Are you thirsty? We've got bottled water. I'm afraid we're still setting things up for the day, so it hasn't had enough time in the ice to cool off yet, but it's water. Wyatt shrugged, feeling the contents of the Coast Guard backpack shift on his back. Well, we've got some water, he began. You're better off than most we've encountered. Blessed, really? We'll have food set up in a little while, too, Keith said, looking past Wyatt for a moment, then focusing on him again. You two look like you've been on the road a while. Please, come sit, he said as he gestured for them to follow him toward the nearest gas pump. A line of folding chairs had been set up in the lane between the 2 rows of gas pumps, and several elderly people were already there, fanning themselves and watching younger folk move about, enjoying the music. It's actually gas we could use, Wyatt said, looking at the fuel pumps. Willow glanced at him sharply, then turned to the pastor with a sweet smile on her face. Excuse my husband, please. He gets cranky when he has sunburn. We were just curious what was. Well, there's still gas left here, Keith said with a hopeful smile, pointing at the pump. We convinced the owner to allow us to dispense fuel to those in need in return for watching over the station and making sure no one looted it in his absence. If you could spare a couple gallons, that would be great, began Wyatt. We, of course, would be happy to help you set things up in return for some gas. Willow offered quickly with another glance at Wyatt. He gave her his own side-eye look and pressed his mouth into a thin line. Of course, wonderful, Keith exclaimed, clapping his hands. Follow me, there's always work to do, and many hands make light work, as the saying goes, he said, laughing as he led them toward a cluster of people gathering supplies. What are you doing? Wyatt whispered to Willow as the group singing the hymn came to a crescendo and cried out, Hallelujah! 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 The gathering crowd, maybe 15 weary, bedraggled people, clapped weakly as the choir launched into another song. Of course we can help, Willow said, elbowing Wyatt. Yeah, Wyatt added quickly. We'd be happy to help. Wonderful, Keith said, clapping again. Grace, can you take Willow over to the tables, please? Willow was immediately rushed off to join several women setting up folding tables and attempting to put tablecloths out as the wind picked up. Greg, this is Wyatt. He's volunteering, the Reverend said to an older man who looked like he hadn't showered in 3 days. Good, follow me, Greg said, and they hauled supplies from a box truck that was parked on the backside of the gas station to the ladies at the tables. It's better no one sees us back here, Greg explained as he handed Wyatt a case of water. Several businesses have made donations, and we're donating what we had stored away at the church for an upcoming event, Keith said as he pitched in and helped haul 2 boxes of chips. Wyatt hauled the water to the front of the gas station and deposited it next to a stack of industrial-sized cans of beans and packages of meat. Are you seriously going to have a barbecue? He asked one of the parishioners. Oh my, yes. There's no better way to spread a sense of friendship than by sharing a good meal, the man said with a grin. We'll all work up an appetite before we're done, he called over his shoulder as he hurried off to a parked van and grabbed more folding chairs. Before long, Wyatt was asked to help set up one of the 3 portable grills that had materialized out of the back of the box truck. By the time Willow joined him, he was sweaty and sporting soot and grease marks on his forearms and hands. You don't look like you're having too bad of a time, Willow commented with a smile, tucking a stray lock of hair over one ear as the breeze whipped around the corner of the gas station. I've always liked working with my hands, Wyatt admitted, standing up and wiping his filthy appendages on an old dirty rag. It's all set, Lester. You can fire it up any time, he called to an older man carrying a tray of meat over to the grill. Outstanding, the old man said, then fired up the propane grill, humming a nameless tune to himself as he scraped the grating and fiddled with the BBQ tools. Willow pulled him aside and handed Wyatt a bottle of cold water. Here, drink this. You don't need to get dehydrated. Can you believe they've got ice in the coolers? There's an ice machine out back running on a solar generator. These people are really set up. Once word spreads that these folks have food and drink, this place is going to be overrun, Wyatt said, then drained half the water bottle. The choir started up yet another song, accompanied by live instruments, and the group watching them swelled to more than 20 more people trickled in off the highway, and a few of them made their way over to the gas station, drawn by the smells from the grill. We haven't been here that long, but more and more people are showing up, Willow noted. It's like they've created a little oasis here for people stuck on the highway. Yeah, well, there's a couple people over there that look like they haven't gotten the fellowship message, Wyatt said. Don't look. But when you get a chance, they're over there to the left of the choir, sitting by that tree at the edge of the parking lot. Bikers. Wyatt drank the rest of his water and tossed the bottle in a recycle bin someone had set up near the gas pumps. Another woman approached and asked Willow if she'd help adjust the floral arrangements on one of the tables, so Willow took her leave, careful to glance in the direction Wyatt had indicated before she left. Wyatt had spotted the two bikers almost immediately. Where everyone else at the gathering was either dressed in their Sunday best, like most of the parishioners in Reverend Keith's flock, or they were bedraggled road warriors who walked from the interstate looking like something the cat dragged in. The two men standing aloof and watching the people singing with narrowed eyes, and the occasional joke, however, did not fit in with anybody. They were big, hairy, loud, and wore leather vests covered in patches. Wyatt didn't see any motorcycles. It was a complete surprise when he looked up from the grill and found them watching him like hungry strays. Do me a favor and grab the hot dogs, will you? Fred, the self-appointed grill master, called to Wyatt. Sure thing, I'll be right back. Wyatt kept his worries about the bikers to himself and went to fetch the requested hot dogs from a large blue cooler under the shade of the gas station canopy. After handing the package of dogs to Fred, he turned and glanced inside the convenience store. Hey there, friend, Reverend Keith said in his cheerful voice. Wyatt turned from the window and jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Is this where you guys are getting the food for the box truck? He asked in a quiet voice, not wanting to cause a scene. Goodness, no, the Reverend said with a wide smile. Everything in that truck out back was donated from our congregation and local businesses or was left over from a church function last month. Wyatt nodded, since it was the same answer he'd heard already, but his attention was drawn by a pair of parishioners who were talking to the bedraggled man Wyatt had been partnered with when hauling water bottles. Thought about your salvation? One asked the man who sipped a bottle of water and stared into the distance, as if he'd just survived the shelling in World War End. Our congregation is always open to new members, hinted the other man. Was something bothering you? Reverend Keith asked, drawing Wyatt's attention back from the recruitment drive. Is your church hoping to gather new members today? Wyatt asked. Well, I won't say no if anyone decides to join. Keith laughed. But seriously, we're not here to pressure anybody, he added, turning away and leading Wyatt back toward the grill stations. If anyone is moved to join us in helping the people along the highway during these dark days, we'll, of course, be happy for the help. But it's not required, he added quickly. Oh, don't worry about me and Willow. We're doing it for the gas, Wyatt said. The car salesman's smile on Keith's face wavered for an instant, but he was good. We all have our reasons, friend. I'm not here to judge anyone. We're here to help offer fellowship, respite from the sun, he said, gesturing at the canopy. And some food, Reverend. We've got a good-sized group coming in. Someone called out by the gas pumps, pointing toward the highway. A loose collection of about 20 people, all shapes and sizes, races and genders, with a handful of kids, trundled away from the highway, walking with empty eyes and bleak expressions as they moved forward under the increasingly hot sun. Wyatt checked his watch. It was approaching noon. He plucked at the sweat-soaked, borrowed USAF t-shirt he wore and rolled his sunburned shoulders. Are you okay, friend? Keith asked, concern on his face as he reached out toward Wyatt. My wife and I got sunburned pretty bad yesterday while we were walking north. I think it's about time we put some more aloe vera lotion on. Wyatt chuckled. Of course, of course. If you'd like a little privacy, the left side of the gas station over there is well sheltered with trees, Keith said, gesturing toward the embankment on the far side of the parking lot, overgrown with small bushes and a collection of decorative, deciduous trees. Thanks, Wyatt said. Seriously, thanks for everything, he added, especially the gas, he didn't say out loud. Of course, we have been blessed with abundance, and it's our duty to share that abundance with any who are in need, Keith said, inclining his head and spreading his arms. Now, if you excuse me, I see another flock worth rescuing, he said, flashing his trademark smile, and moved through the gathering crowds to meet the newcomers. Wyatt pulled Willow away from her work at the table and apologized for interrupting the decoration process. "I think it's about time we add some more aloe vera," he said, opening his backpack. "Yeah, my shoulders are burning again," Willow said. "Excuse me, ladies, I'll be right back," she said. "No problem. Take your time," they called back. "Everybody is so nice," Willow said. "They are," Wyatt agreed, as he pulled out the aloe bottle and handed it to his wife. "But they're going to get a bunch of people killed. How do you figure that?" Willow asked, holding the bottle above her hand. "Nobody's threatening anyone? There's plenty of food and water?" "Yeah, for now," Wyatt said, as he slung the backpack over his shoulder again. "There's what, 50 people here, including the newcomers? There's plenty of hamburgers, hot dogs, and drinks for everyone. But what happens when 100 or 200 or maybe 300 people suddenly show up from that highway? The food will disappear in minutes, and then what? They'll get more," Willow asked as she slathered her arm with lotion. "I asked around about where the food came from and was told that all the food came from donations supplied by the congregation. Isn't that wonderful? I was told the congregation donated some, but a lot came from local businesses and the church itself," Wyatt said, taking the bottle Willow offered to him. As he squirted some of the green lotion on his hand, he looked up at her. "But I also see that they're cleaning out that convenience store behind us," he added. "Do you mean they're stealing?" Willow asked. "Nothing surprises me anymore," Wyatt grumbled. "Wars have been started over religion for a lot less than taking supplies," he said. "Something doesn't sit right with me. These people are too nice," suggested Willow. "Don't tell me you're being fooled by any of this," Wyatt grumbled as he applied aloe to his own shoulders. "Here, let me," Willow said as she massaged the lotion into his neck. "No, I'm not being converted or anything, and I don't want to join them," she said with a laugh. "But I do think these people are genuinely nice. They just want to help those in need." Wyatt smelled the scent of cooking meat and his stomach rumbled loudly. "I'll settle for a hamburger or two and some gas. This place is seriously creeping me out." "Why?" Willow asked, gently putting the lotion on Wyatt's shoulder. "I can't put my finger on it," Wyatt said, shaking his head. "I don't know, but there's something off here. Everything just looks too. I don't know, like what I would expect." "What do you mean?" Willow asked. "I did notice that the tables and chairs were all brand new," she admitted. "But I seriously doubt, and the coolers, even the box truck," Wyatt continued. "It all looks new. 2 of the 3 grills, I think, are brand new." "They don't look like they've been cooked on before," he said, looking down at the grease he hadn't managed to wipe off his arms. "There," Willow said. She capped the bottle and put it back in Wyatt's backpack, then zipped it up. "Well, a couple hours' work setting up an aid station I think is fair payment for some gas and food. We even have music to listen to while we sit in the shade." "Yeah, I suppose you're right," Wyatt said, "and nobody's messed with the car yet. I've been keeping an eye on it." He turned and peered around the corner. The 2 bikers, sitting alone and watching the festivities, had been joined by 3 more. Only the original 2 had the same patches. The rest certainly looked the part, but they didn't quite have the same rapport as the first 2. "Yeah, this party's attracting the finest people. There's 5 bikers out there now. They're all joking and laughing, sitting around watching." "Nobody said they had to help," Willow pointed out. "They didn't, but I guarantee you those guys are going to be first in line to get burgers and dogs. You watch," Wyatt said. A few moments later, he was proven right. As soon as it was announced that food was starting to come off the grill, the bikers rushed over and grabbed paper plates and loaded up, each of them taking 3 hamburgers and 2 hot dogs. Wyatt stood in line behind them and listened to the witless banter as they joked about their plans for the future and places they visited in the past. They completely ignored the strained looks from the parishioners who served them and moved down the line, taking bags of chips, sodas, and water bottles as they went. "Just one for me, please," Wyatt said as he held out his paper plate. "Thank you," the older woman who served him said. Her eyes followed the bikers as they moved away. "I'm glad to see some people still have manners." "Will there be enough for everyone?" Wyatt asked. The church lady smiled benevolently and nodded. "Oh my, yes, we have plenty for everyone. I just wasn't expecting the first few people to take so much," she said, a little louder than necessary. The bikers turned and glanced at her. Then one of them made a joke, and they all laughed and moved back to the original spot in the shade across the parking lot. 2 of them high-fived to another round of laughter. Then they settled in to feast. "Not a single one of them said thank you," the older woman said, clucking her tongue. Before Wyatt could respond, she'd already switched her attention to the next person in line, Willow, and asked what she'd like. "1 hot dog, please," Willow said with a smile. Once they had gathered a plate of food, a hamburger for Wyatt, a hot dog for Willow, some baked beans and potato salad, a bag of chips and pretzels to share, and a bottle of water each. They retreated into the shady side of the parking lot as far away as possible from the bikers and found a spot to sit and eat. "I don't see any motorcycles anywhere," Willow said. "They probably parked them in the trees to keep them out of the sun," Wyatt replied around a mouthful of hamburger. "This is actually pretty good," he added. "Look, more people coming," Willow said as she covered her mouth while she chewed. She nodded toward the highway, and Wyatt shielded his eyes to look. "That's a pretty sizable group. Couple more like that, and they'll run out of food real quick," he observed. "How did they know we were here?" Willow asked, then took another bite of hot dog. "I'm guessing from the smell, people can smell cooking food a long way away." "It's going to draw everyone around here, and I bet a few people from the neighborhood behind us are going to show up too. Look," he said, indicating 2 men in line as they shoved each other. A snarled argument led to a few sharp words before they separated. "Somebody's getting their hackles raised over there," he said, then took another bite of the hamburger, watching the entertainment. "If they'd just wait their turn," Willow suggested. Folks, my name is Reverend Keith, and there's plenty of food for everyone. Just take your time. Everybody will get something. Please, just stay in line," he said, standing on one of the tables, his hands spread wide with a pair of parishioners on either side of him like bodyguards. The choir chose that moment to start another song, singing like wailing cats. Wyatt shook his head and looked at Willow. "Are these people for real?" "Why is it so hard for you to believe that there are people out there that just want to help?" she asked in a reproving tone. "I certainly hope somebody is putting together some kind of aid station like this in our neighborhood back home." "I hope the kids are smart enough to stay away from it if they do," Wyatt said. "Babe, there's going to be violence here before sundown. Mark my words." "I hope you're wrong," Willow sniffed. "But I understand where you're coming from." "I don't like the way those bikers are looking over there." "Me neither. Let's just stay under the radar over here. Once we're done eating, I'll see about getting the gas, Keith promised, and maybe we can get out of here." "I don't think we're going to go very far," Willow said, glancing at the highway and the cars creeping along in the distance. Chapter 24. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Jack led Aaron off the main road out of town and checked over his shoulder once more, frowning at the lingering smoke from the south side of Mukwonago. "Something's burning," he said. "That whole town is a powder keg. Who's to say it isn't the hooligans playing with matches? Once the cops leave, the whole place will go up like a bonfire." "It will," Aaron muttered. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it," Jack said, exhaling. "Come on." He hopped across the snow-filled ditch on the side of the road, struggling up into the forest preserve on the other side. Turning back, he caught Aaron's hand and helped her climb up the slight hill. Once they were safely ensconced in the trees hidden from view, Jack leaned against a dormant maple and signaled they should take a break. "I don't know about you, but I got to catch my breath," he said, breathing hard. "It was all uphill," Aaron panted, looking down at the road some 20 feet below them. "Sure, I didn't realize this place was so bloody hilly. Reminds me of home. It does without all the snow, of course." Jack nodded and pulled out the little radio from his coat pocket. "Base, this is Hawkeye. Come in." Hadley's response was almost instantaneous. "There you are. We've been worried sick. Do you know how long it's been since you checked in?" "Yes, and I'll explain everything when we get back." "Look, we're close. We'll be back in an hour or so." "All right. What's your location?" Hadley asked, reluctantly giving up the argument. "Just stepped off of 87. We're in the woods. I think due west of the old dock." "Okay, got it. I can tell you're close because your voice is loud and clear. Sorry, 5x5? "You too," Jack said, smiling. "It's good to hear your voice, Mr. Gandalf says he's very excited too. We can't wait to see you. Hurry home. We'll do Hawkeye out." "Gandalf?" Aaron asked, her eyebrows raised as she leaned on her shillelagh. "I'm guessing that's Mr. Kendrick. It's probably a good idea not to use names over the radio. You never know who's listening." "Isn't Gandalf the old graybeard?" "Yes," Jack said, holding up a hand. Jack nodded. "For the record, that's Hadley's idea, needing out. I never read the books, okay? I like thrillers," he said with a smile. "Couldn't she just pick a made-up name? Something like, I don't know, Condor?" "Well, yeah. Jack said, pushing himself away from the maple trunk. "But where's the fun in that? Come on, we're not far from home. I thought you said we were more than an hour out." "That's another trick from Dad's binder," Jack said, grinning as they walked. "We cut in half whatever time frame we talk about. If we radio that, it takes us an hour to get to a place. It really only takes half an hour. But somebody listening in on the radio won't know that and would assume that we really do mean in an hour." Aaron nodded. "That would mean they assume you're in the wrong starting position. You'd keep your location secret while talking in the open. Sneaky? I like it." As they worked their way through the snow-blasted forest, the path leveled out at the top of the ridge and they followed animal tracks through the snow. The going got easier and their pace increased, just as it had on the outward-bound journey. Jack glanced up at the trees, listening to the squirrels chatter and puffed-up blackbirds call to each other.
"I don't like that smoke up there," he said. "It looks like the smoke from town, but it's on the other side of the neighborhood."
"Fire is all around us now," Aaron agreed. "Can't be good. As long as the fires don't get started in our neighborhood, we'll be okay, but I'm not going to lie," he said, picking his way through 2 snow-dusted pine trees. "This is making me nervous. Everything smells like burnt wood. Where is that neighborhood we passed on the way to town?" Aaron asked. "I can't see anything in this bloody forest." "It's over that way," Jack said, pointing to the right. I think that means the lake is there," he said, swinging his arm a little to the front. "And home is that way on the far side of the lake." "First thing I'm going to do is take off these wet boots and dry me feet before the fire," Aaron said wistfully. "I just want some hot coffee," Jack replied. "But a fire wouldn't be bad," he added. "Shouldn't we be going round the lake by now?" Aaron asked, peering through the bushes and tree trunks. "I think I see it over there." "Yep, we can angle to the right now," Jack said. "We're only a few minutes out." A branch snapped in the distance, and Jack froze, bringing his rifle up. Beside him, Erin crouched, readying her shell-a-leg. "I don't see anything," she whispered. "Hang on," Jack said quietly, scanning the woods as he shifted his aim. "There's definitely something over there. I see movement." "Oh," he announced in a loud voice and stood lowering the weapon. "It's just a deer." "Look at that," Aaron whispered. "Beautiful. And tasty," Jack said. "That's a lot of venison right there." "That's a beastly thing to say," Aaron said reprovingly. "Hey, we're going to run out of food at some point. It's good to know that the deer are still here another couple weeks and maybe they won't be. We need to think about hunting and preserving meat. Well, we can bloody well think about it later. All I can think about is that fire on me cold feet. Come on then," Aaron said, shooing Jack forward. By the time they rounded the corner of the lake and came to the edge of the forest preserve, Jack slowed their pace and stepped carefully, 1 foot at a time. "Go slow. Take your time," he whispered over his shoulder. "That's the fence behind Kendrick's house, is it not?" Aaron asked quietly. "What are we waiting for? Let's just go. I want to make sure there's nobody lurking around out here," Jack said. They paused about 100 yards away from the wooden fence that surrounded Kendrick's backyard, surveying the forest. From their vantage point, on a ridge slightly higher than the roofline of Kendrick's house, they could see out into the cul-de-sac, including the dark smudge that represented the dead body and the houses on the far side. The Nolan house was still dark and empty, but the house next door had a trickle of smoke drifting from the chimney. Jack shifted his gaze and pointed at his own house. "Look, there's smoke coming from my house." "Aye," Aaron said, pointing at the patio door to the Carter house. "Look there, a great big piece of wood for a door." "Somebody's been busy," Jack said in appreciation. "We have been gone almost an entire day," Aaron muttered. "Can we please go inside? I guess it's safe," Jack said, eyeing the forest once more. "Let's go." They may have been safe from roving bands of looters, but Jack wasn't safe from the bear hug. Hadley threw at him when they opened the back door and she crashed into him at full speed. Laughing and brushing snow off, Jack disentangled himself from his sister's embrace and accepted a much gentler hug from his aunt, a handshake from Kendrick, and another bear hug from Ruth. He took off his coat and boots as Aaron went through the gauntlet of welcoming. "Come on," Kendrick said. "Let's get you two into the living room. You two look half frozen," he added, ushering them down the hall. "I'll bring you something hot to drink." "Go on and get situated," Ruth said as she made her way to the kitchen. "What is the town like?" Sierra asked, as Jack and Aaron sat on a couch and accepted warm blankets from Hadley. Erin stretched out her thin legs and wiggled her feet in front of the fire, sighing in contentment. "Finally," she breathed. "The town's in pretty bad shape," Jack said, frowning as he investigated the fire. "For starters, the cops have all but given up trying to maintain law and order when we left the police station. You spent the night at the police station, Kendrick?" "That was smart. We didn't have much of a bleeding choice now, did we?" said Erin. "Filthy, stinking rioters." "Rioters?" Kendrick asked. "You were in a riot?" Sierra demanded. "Not really," Jack said. "We got inside town hall before the Molotov cocktail started flying." "Aye, but John Wayne over here couldn't help but join in the fighting," Erin announced. "What?" Sierra blurted. "I think you'd better start at the beginning and tell us everything," she said, crossing her arms and sitting back in her chair, taking a pose that made Jack sit up straighter. "Yes, ma'am," he said as Ruth entered the room, handing out coffee mugs. "There's some coffee for you. And a nice Irish breakfast for you, Erin," she said, handing a second mug to Erin. "Bridget, bless you!" Erin said, taking the mug with both hands and sighing as the heat seeped into her frozen fingers. Jack was finishing up his second cup of coffee by the time they ended their tale of the trip to Mukwonago. "But there's one more thing," he said. "What else?" "You've already told us how you were ambushed in the woods, got caught up in a riot, and shot a man in cold blood," Sierra said, ticking off fingers. "When my brother gets home, he's going to—" "I shot that guy to save some police officers," Jack interjected. "And gunned down someone in the middle of the street," Sierra said, shaking her head and ignoring the interruption. "What else could you possibly have done in one night?" She looked at Erin and her eyes flew wide. "You—" "He invited one of the cops to come stay here," Erin said casually. "And that's it. You did what?" Kendrick asked warily. "And in return, Officer Matthews gave us these," Jack said, quickly unzipping his backpack and pulling out the police radios and chargers. Kendrick's face lit up. "These will really help us stay in communication with each other." "Are they that good, then?" asked Erin over the rim of her mug. "These things probably have 4 times the range of the radio you and Hadley were using, Jack, and there's 4 of them. And chargers?" "Yep," Jack said, as he pushed the bag toward Kendrick. "Merry Christmas?" "Well, I'm glad you're back, although I'm not glad you took so many risks while you were in town," Sierra said with a reluctant smile. "We're all glad you're back," Hadley replied, plopping on the couch next to Jack. "I didn't have anybody to fight with." "From what you're saying," Kendrick began, "it sounds like we should bump up our efforts to make your house habitable again. The longer we leave it empty, the worse it'll be. We already have a problem with refugees and looters." "They're certainly running roughshod over Mukwonago," Jack said. "But we didn't come across any refugees," Erin added. "Well, we've been dealing with them here," Sierra said. "Or the neighborhood has our dear watchman," she said, spitting the word. "What?" Jack asked. Sierra spent the next several minutes explaining the events that had taken place since Jack and Erin left, including the HOA meeting and the appointment of Haston as the protector of the neighborhood. "We weren't gone that long," complained Jack. "I'm glad you were, though," Sierra said. "People were asking about you at the HOA meeting. George Allen wants you to volunteer to help protect the neighborhood entrance." "I could do that," Jack mused, looking into the fire. "Nobody thinks you couldn't," Sierra said quickly. "But that will put you in very close contact with Haston, and he's already promised to get revenge on us once this all settles down. I think your energy would be better spent getting your house fixed up and moving back in," Kendrick said. "Not that we want to kick you out, not at all," Ruth added quickly. "It's been an absolute joy having someone to talk to other than Bill." "I'm right here," he said, a look of indignation on his face. "And it's certainly fun to cook for more than one person, who only likes the same thing over and over again," Ruth said, smiling at Erin. "I'm still right here," Bill complained. "Okay," Sierra said, reining everyone back in. "So I've made good progress on the house?" "We noticed you had a fire going in the fireplace earlier. Do you think that's wise to leave it unattended?" asked Erin. "Well, it's mostly banked," Sierra said. "I just wanted to get some embers in there and figured we'd stoke it once we all got back. I only really had it going while I was working over there." "That's good. The last thing we need to do is burn down the house. There's enough fires out there," Jack said. "Thousand Oaks is gutted, and they've had the same issues in Mukwonago. They've got more now because we saw smoke on the way out of town. Not to mention the neighborhood north of us." "There's a fair bit of smoke up there, too," Erin added, massaging her cold feet. "Fire is going to be a bigger threat than any looters or refugees, I think," Kendrick muttered. Well, fire doesn't shoot us or kick down our doors in the middle of the night, Sierra said. So right now, looters and refugees are at the top of my list, and Hastin. She crossed her arms, watching the fire with everyone else. The living room windows are sealed up, but that's as far as I got. Bill helped me put some plywood up to loosely cover the patio and front doors. But we've got a way to go to make them airtight and secure. I can help with that now that I'm back, Jack said. It's a bit late in the day, Kendrick said, eyeing the window down the hall. It would probably be better if you rested and warmed up and we pushed the final repairs off till tomorrow, he added. Agreed, Sierra said. No arguments from me, Aaron said. Well, now that's taken care of, Jack said, smiling. Do we have anything to eat? I'm starving. Chapter 25, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wyatt and Willow spent the afternoon cleaning grills, tending the injured blisters and sunburn mostly, and preparing food for the evening meal. At first, the request for extra effort after a long, sweaty day of work was discouraging, but the promise of fuel for the car continued to motivate him. It was the third time he'd been told just a little while now after the next meal, by the charismatic young reverend, that he decided enough was enough. We can't afford to stay here any longer, Wyatt said to the reverend. Our kids need us. We are all God's children, Reverend Keith said, spreading his arms wide. But we're not all my children. My children need me, and that means I need to get home to Wisconsin. I need fuel for that, Keith. I'm not saying we're ungrateful for the food, shelter, and water you've given my wife and I while we've worked for you. But it's time we parted ways. I need that fuel you promised me more folks coming in, Reverend, a lookout shouted. The younger man quickly turned from Wyatt, a smile already on his face as he looked toward the new members of his flock. If you'll excuse me, he began. Wyatt grabbed Keith's arm and held him in place. I don't excuse you. I'm sorry, but I need that gas. Hey, get your hands off the preacher, boy, a rough voice shouted from the right. Wyatt turned and spotted the 5 bikers watching him, sitting around in the shade, picking over the dregs of lunch. The one who spoke smacked the arm of another, and they got to their feet. Wyatt reluctantly released his grip on the wiry pastor's arm and smiled at the bikers. We were just talking. Well, talk with your mouth, the biker snarled. Ain't nobody messing with that preacher. Long as he feeds us, he's under our protection, the biker warned, thumping his broad chest. Just let me handle these new people, Keith said to Wyatt. We'll get your fuel, I promise. That's all I ask, Wyatt said. He turned after one desultory glance at the bikers and headed over toward the women and their makeshift triage station. A handful of kids sat around with feet propped up and bandages on ankles and toes. One man had a bandage wrapped around his head, and a few others were resting in the shade with water bottles. Children stood by laughing as they fanned the injured with a large palm frond. Willow wore a bandana tied around her forehead to keep her hair in check while she worked, her Coast Guard cap discarded on the ground next to her. She was squatting next to a small child, gently applying aloe vera lotion to the boy's sunburned neck. Wyatt smiled at first, then frowned. The bottle was almost empty. And it was the bottle. Dennis had handed them. He waited patiently for Willow to finish. Then, when she sent the child on his way to play with the others, she straightened her dress and wiped her hands on a rag. Is that the bottle Dennis gave us? Yeah, Willow said. I couldn't just let that boy suffer. His sunburn was worse than ours. You know, we can't just run to the store to get another one, Wyatt said quietly. I realize that, Willow replied, her voice tightening. But I'm not just going to sit around doing nothing for these people. If we're stuck here while we work for gas, then I intend to be of good use. Nobody said you weren't, Wyatt said diplomatically. It's just we're working a lot here. When are we getting our gas? Willow asked. We've been working the entire day. Tell me about it. I'm exhausted. I never realized there was this much work involved feeding 50 or 60 people, Wyatt said. They watched the Reverend interact with newcomers, explaining where they could get help, shelter, food and drink, and, of course, asking for volunteers. He says he'll get us the gas after he deals with these new people, Wyatt said. That's what he said about the last group, Willow said, rubbing her lower back. And before lunch, Wyatt added. It's got to be getting close to dinner time, Willow said, glancing at the sky. Don't I know it? Wyatt replied. Fred's already asking me to bring more meat around to the front. I don't know where they're getting it all. I'd rather not spend the night here, Willow blurted, looking at the lengthening shadows across the parking lot. Me neither, Wyatt agreed. That's why I want to nail this Reverend down. Get our gas and get out of here. We could at least get a little way up the road. Maybe get out of Fort Lauderdale altogether before we hole up for the night. Willow, would you be a dear and help me? Marcia, a choir member, said as she assisted an older woman to a chair. I'll be right there, Willow said. Duty calls, she added for Wyatt and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Let me know when you get the gas. I'll be ready when you are. Wyatt turned and saw Reverend Keith striding over toward the men, setting up the barbecue for dinner, and headed him off. Everybody settled? Wyatt asked as he caught up to the younger man. Keith sighed and turned to look at Wyatt with a smile that was clearly disingenuous. They are. Thank you for asking. Although I wonder if you actually care? Of course I care, Wyatt said immediately. I was one of those people walking in from the highway early this morning, remember? And yet lately the only thing you've been able to say to me over and over again is, where is the gas you promised? Wyatt, taken aback by the Reverend's sudden change in demeanor, blinked at him in silence. I tell you what, the Reverend said, his smile looking more genuine by the second. Let's get through dinner, and then I promise. I swear, he said, holding one hand up solemnly. You'll get your fuel deal. He extended the hand that was in the air and waited. Wyatt shook the offered hand and smiled. Deal. So Wyatt helped Fred grill hamburgers and hot dogs, and Willow helped serve. The volunteers had wised up to the fact that the refugees were taking far more than they actually needed, and volunteers were set up to hand out portions and make sure everyone got the same amount. Plates of food were prepared with exactly the same amount of beans and potato salad, and one bag of chips and a bottle of water each. They made all the plates the same, and Wyatt and Fred dished out a hamburger or hot dog for either plate. People then walked in line and selected which one they wanted. Wyatt grinned to himself as the bikers filed by one at a time. This is ridiculous, their leader grumbled, looking at the plate of food. Hey, we're going to starve to death, another whined. Everyone gets the same. It's only fair, Fred, the old grillmaster said, then swung his greasy tongs to the left. Keep moving, boys. There's a lot of people behind you. But this ain't enough to live on, a fat biker complained. I'll waste away on this. Oh, you won't waste away, young man, a little old lady with blue hair said behind him. She patted him on the back. You can have mine. I'll make sure you get enough to eat. The bikers stared at her for a second, then burst into laughter at the fat man who'd complained. He went red in the face over the top of his bushy beard and tried to smile down at her, but she was already pushing them forward to keep the line moving. After everyone was served, the volunteers took their food and moved over to tables set up underneath the gas station canopy. Wyatt and Willow found seats next to each other across from the Reverend and several of the other volunteer leaders. So does anyone have any news from the road? Wyatt asked around a mouthful of hamburger. Oh, there's always news, Reverend Keith said, covering his mouth with a napkin. He swallowed, took a drink of water, then looked around the table as everyone stopped eating to listen. Well, I wasn't planning on giving a speech or anything, but since you're all paying attention, I guess I may as well share it with everyone at once. Have you heard about Texas? Any news? Someone asked. What about California? My parents are out there. Keith stood and dropped his napkin on the table, holding up his hands for silence. Friends, I'm afraid I don't have news about specific locations outside of Florida. What I've gathered from talking with the different people who have come through today isn't good. Even a few people who just walked through took a bottle of water and continued on their way. Told me the same thing. The news, my friends, is not good at all, Keith said, looking down at the table. Wyatt took another bite of his hamburger and rolled his eyes as he waited while the Reverend drew out the drama with unnecessary pauses. Willow caught him and kicked his heel under the table in reprimand. What do they say? Asked Fred, his scrawny elbows on the table as he leaned forward. The people I've talked with coming from Miami said there was a nuclear explosion. They don't know exactly where or how big, Keith said quickly as people started gasping and mumbling. But everyone I talked to confirmed that whatever hit Miami was different from the rest of the country. Wyatt and Willow shared a glance. No mention of the cruise ship or the port of Miami. That was interesting in itself. But word had already leaked about the dirty bomb, and now the rumor mill had spun it into a nuclear bomb. Air travel is still shut down, as are all the trains and buses. People with private cars have been told to stay at home and a nationwide state of emergency has been declared, Reverend Keith said. Honestly, that's not a surprise. We all saw what had happened on the news, and I think most of us were around when September 11th occurred. As you can see, however, he said, gesturing toward the highway in the distance and the ever-present line of cars creeping north. The cops aren't really enforcing that stay-at-home order. Many of the people around the tables were nodding their heads in agreement, but Wyatt stared incredulously at the young reverend. "There's no way he was old enough to remember 9/11, he whispered to Willow. "I was just thinking the same thing," she whispered back. "Sss." The old woman on the other side of Willow hissed. Wyatt nodded in apology and cleared his throat, then brought his attention back to the reverend. "None of the people I've talked with have been able to contact anybody outside the state of Florida," Keith continued. "And once the electricity shut off, news has been scarce to come by. However, they did tell me the rioting and looting running rampant in Miami seems to have started in Fort Lauderdale. It's happening all up and down the coast." Sadly, Keith said, shaking his head at the sheer volume of sin. "No one knows what the governor is planning, but cops have been few and far between," he announced. "It appears that several communities, both north and south of us, are on their own. After all, the cops have families that need protecting too." Wyatt's eyes shifted to the bikers and their spot in the shade. They had fallen silent and were listening as well. As Keith relayed what he'd learned about the police, the bikers smiled more and more. Two of them put their heads together and whispered, pointing toward the west, toward the highway. "Despite my best attempts to convince anyone walking away from the highway to spend the night here, rest, recuperate, and start fresh in the morning, a group of about a dozen people intend to leave soon." He let the muttering die down, then continued. "I've told them they're free to go, but we fed them," one of the volunteers complained. "You'd think the least they could do is help clean up after dinner." "Don't worry about that," Keith said, keeping his hands up. "There's more than enough of us to handle that. We're just going to let them go," another volunteer asked. Wyatt couldn't help himself. "I'm sorry, I'm a little confused," he said to the person who'd spoken. "Why are you worried about them leaving?" A fresh round of mutterings erupted across the table, and Keith had to clear his throat and clap a couple of times to get everyone's attention. "I'm sure our friend Wyatt didn't mean anything by that," he said, placating the other volunteer. Wyatt glanced at Willow. Her gesture said the same thing he was thinking without saying a word. Nobody said that we couldn't stop them from leaving. "So in light of the mood around here, after dinner when we've all had our fill, I'm going to ask everyone to help clean up. Then the choir is going to put on a performance while we wait for sunset and prepare for nighttime." Keith sat down to finish his meal, but Wyatt's stomach had turned. He picked at the food on his plate while everyone else ate, unable to take his mind off the turn of events and the dilemma he and Willow faced. Do they spend the night at the gas station with the other volunteers? Or should they strike out on their own as soon as they get the gas, though darkness would be upon them shortly? And what were the bikers planning? Whatever it was, they seemed excited about the news that the police were struggling to maintain law and order. Their reaction did not give Wyatt any comfort. As people were wrapping up dinner, the familiar call of newcomers on the way broke up the tables of volunteers faster than Wyatt had expected. Willow sidled up next to her husband and whispered in his ear. "What do you notice about the newcomers?" "They're all young and they're all men," Wyatt said, watching the group of youths approach from the highway. "What do you think, some kind of gang?" he asked, keeping a wary eye on the 6 or 7 kids that sauntered down the street toward Keith's welcoming arms. "I don't know, but the bikers don't like them. Check it out," Willow said as she packed up first aid supplies. "You're right," Wyatt said, watching the bikers. They all stared at the young man, frowning and muttering to each other. Wyatt caught the Reverend in a calm moment when he wasn't talking with anyone before the newcomers arrived. He rushed to the younger man's side. "Reverend Keith, about that fuel," Wyatt began. The same false smile from earlier spread across Keith's face, but the skin around his eyes was tight, and he looked nervous. "The thing is," he began. Wyatt cut him off. "You don't have any gas, do you?" "I know," Keith exhaled. "The gas station was drained dry before we even got here. The owner gave us permission to set up shop, but he laughed and left just the same." "You lied to me?" Wyatt breathed. "You lied to me this whole time?" "Friend, please, let's not make a scene," Keith soothed. "Not make a scene," Wyatt demanded, a little too loud. Several people stopped what they were doing and turned to watch the confrontation. "Me and my wife have been slaving away for you since this morning. We've cooked, we've cleaned, we've moved supplies. She's even been tending to the wounded," Wyatt cried, pointing at his wife. "You promised me over and over again that you would give us gas for our car in exchange for all this work. And now you're telling me you never had any to begin with?" I said you would have fuel for your journey, friend. I never said you'd have gas for your car, Keith replied carefully. Are you kidding me? Wyatt roared. Then Willow was at his side, grabbing his arm. Wyatt, now is not the place, she warned. You asked for fuel in exchange for service, Keith countered. You were fed, were you not? 2 meals, if I remember correctly, Keith said, his voice loud and strong. More people stopped what they were doing and gathered to watch. The bikers ignored the newcomers and got up from their shady spot, jostling each other as they walked closer. You knew, Wyatt hissed, ignoring everyone else and jabbing an accusatory finger at Keith. You knew we were trying to get home to our kids, and you still kept us here under false pretenses, he shouted. You were doing the work of the began, Keith. His face turned up to heaven and eyes closed in a beatific gesture.
Don't give me that!
Wyatt snarled. Wyatt, that's enough, Willow snapped, as she tried to smile at the gathered crowd and pull her husband away at the same time. Let's just go, she pleaded. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Wyatt said, pointing at the Reverend again as he let Willow pull him aside. All of you people are delusional, he said, gesturing at the rest of the crowd. What we're doing here is nothing but putting a Band-Aid on an amputated arm. Friend Wyatt, there's a group of people heading north. They're over there on the far side of the parking lot, preparing to leave. Keith closed his eyes as if saddened by the very thought. I think it would probably be best if you and your wife went with them. Your wife can stay? One of the bikers taunted to the laughter of the others. But you should go, friend. I go where he goes, thank you very much, Willow said, tightening her grip on Wyatt's arm. I guess you two better hit the road then? Looks like you done wore out your welcome, the biker said, smirking hand in hand. With one last furious look over his shoulder, Wyatt and Willow left the gas station and approached the group, already walking toward the highway. Chapter 26. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick residence. As Jack and Aaron sat before the fire and continued to warm themselves, Kendrick joined them, and they shared a companionable silence. Hadley had gone back to the radio room, and after they'd all eaten, Sierra helped Ruth in the kitchen with cleaning. You know, Kendrick said, glancing out the window to make sure the cul-de-sac remained empty. We can't do this alone. What do you mean? Jack asked. We're not alone. We've got each other. No, I don't mean us. Not you and your aunt and your sister and Aaron. I mean the other people in the neighborhood. From what Sierra's been reporting of these HOA meetings, more and more people are lining up behind Davenport. And now that he's made that Haston guy official protector of the neighborhood, Jack muttered. Exactly. We're getting marginalized, Kendrick said, sighing. He leaned forward and poked the fire with a long blackened rod and watched the sparks. We should reach out to other people and see if anyone wants to join our group. What? Invite them here? Won't it be a wee bit crowded? Aaron asked, tightening the blanket around her shoulders. No, I don't mean we invite people here or even to your house, Kendrick added for Jack. I mean just joining us, you know, like we help each other out if someone is sick or injured or under attack or has food to share, that kind of thing. A mutual assistance group, Jack said, nodding. Dad talked about joining one. Who do you think put the idea in his head? Kendrick asked with a smile, his face lit by the fire. Sierra walked in juggling a coffee mug and a hand towel, drying her hands. Who did you have in mind from what I saw at the meetings? The pickings are slim. Well, there's Bill Torrance, Kendrick began. The guy who lives at the front entrance? Sierra asked abruptly. Yeah, I think he's got enough trouble on his hands with Haston basically camping out in his front yard. I feel bad for him. Why? Asked Aaron. Because not only does he have to deal with that Pisco Haston breathing down his neck, but all the refugees are also showing up on his doorstep, and the HOA is using his garage as an interrogation center. I wonder if they've found anyone they want to bring into the neighborhood, Sierra asked, no one, looking at the fire. We'd know that if we had someone in the HOA, Kendrick suggested. You can go if you want, but I'm done with that circus, Sierra scoffed. And no, I don't think you should go either, she said pointedly at Jack. They're already sniffing around hoping you'll join this silly watch of theirs. Hey, I can, Jack began. I think there might be another option, Kendrick said, interrupting Jack. What if we reached out to Gene, the guy with the Navy hat? Sierra asked. He seems okay, she added. You said Gene backed you at the meetings, Kendrick prompted. He did, Sierra said, sitting on the couch next to Jack. She sipped her coffee and looked out the window. He also stopped by the house and gave me the warning that the HOA was in cahoots with High-Heaston. You're saying you trust this old codger, then? Aaron asked. No offense, she added for Kendrick. None taken, my dear, he blurted. Gene's not really active in the community. He's like me, a hermit, sort of. He's into radio-controlled boats and planes, I know that much. Lives over on the other side of the pond from us? What? Where we walk? Aaron asked. Don't recall seeing any houses over there. No, the other way, Kendrick replied. You and Jack went west, Gene and his wife. Kendrick frowned. Ruth? Yes, she answered from the kitchen. What's Gene Flamino's wife's name again? That would be Priscilla, dear, Ruth called. Right, Priscilla, he said, snapping his fingers. Don't ever get old, you'd think I'd remember her name. You're welcome, Ruth yelled. Priscilla and Ruth are friends. They do coffee and whatnot after church sometimes, Kendrick explained. In happier times, we've visited each other's house, but it's been about a year. I remember Gene showing me his model room once. He's got a replica of each ship he's served on, complete with radio controls. He likes to sail them in the lake in the summer. But can we trust him? Aaron asked again. I think so, but that's for you to decide, Kendrick said. Well, why don't we go say hello? Asked Sierra. He's had my back at both meetings now, and he's definitely not on Davenport's team. He seems to enjoy making life difficult for Davenport, actually, Sierra said, smiling over the rim of her mug. Who's this now? Ruth asked as she trundled into the room, drying her hands on her ever-present apron. She stood behind Kendrick and put a protective hand on his shoulder, smiling at the others. Gene and Priscilla, Kendrick replied. I think we should contact them, see if they want to form a mutual assistance group with us. Oh, that would be lovely, Ruth said, smiling. I'd be happy to visit with Priscilla. Where do they live? Asked Sierra, pulling Kendrick back on track. Right. They live on the other side of the lake, the east side, he said, pointing toward the corner of the room. Closer to your house. There's a path along the lake through the woods. I know that path, Jack said. Over by the new dock, right? That's the one. So we passed the old dock on the other side of the lake, Aaron said, waiting for Kendrick to nod. Okay, I'm starting to get the hang of the layout here, she replied. I don't want you going alone, Kendrick said, reaching up to take Ruth's hand. Well, you're not going, she said to him. Count me out, I'm afraid I've had my fill of excitement and cold, Aaron apologized. I'll go with you, Sierra blurted, stopping Jack in his tracks. Don't look at me like that, she added. You just had a hair-raising adventure into town. It's my turn to take a risk besides. I'd rather you stay here. You're stronger and can make the repairs on our house faster than I could. And Hadley's a non-starter? Jack asked, eyeing the doorway to the corridor. Absolutely, Sierra said. Your mother will skin me alive for what I've let you do. I can't imagine what she'll do to me if I let your sister gallivant off around the neighborhood while we're basically under siege. There's no one even out there, Jack complained. Irrelevant, Sierra said, dismissing his argument out of hand. She's not going anywhere, end of discussion, and you need to warm up and rest. We can't afford anyone overexerting themselves in this weather. It's too dangerous. But it's okay for you to go, Jack demanded. I don't think it's okay for anyone to go, actually, but I'm more expendable and capable than you at the moment. At the moment, she repeated, as he opened his mouth to protest. You're tired, Jack, and probably a little dehydrated from your trip. I'm not going nearly as far, and there's no threat in our neighborhood right now. If we leave in the next hour or so, Ruth said, looking out the window, I bet we could be back well before dark. Take some food, Aaron warned. I've heard that promise before. What? I'm just saying, she said, as everyone turned to look at her. Jack said we could make it back from town before dark. No, she's right. It's a good idea, just in case, Sierra said. It's settled then, Ruth said. I'll pack us some food and we can take some preserves to Priscilla. Take one of the radios you brought back from town, Kendrick said. We can communicate with him that way. That's a great idea, Sierra said. So he's on the other side of the neighborhood, basically. Well, sort of in the middle, Kendrick explained. I believe they have a partial view of the road that leads to the entrance, but he's on the next street east of here, another cul-de-sac. Maybe you should take 2 radios, Jack suggested. And if he can get one to Mr. Torrance, we could expand the network to cover almost the whole neighborhood. Not a bad idea, assuming he isn't compromised by Heston, Sierra said. William Torrance is the most honest, capable man I've ever met, Ruth said, lifting her chin. Other than you puddykins, she cooed to Kendrick. Oh, stop it, Nurse Ratched, Kendrick replied with a smile. He accepted her peck on the cheek. Then she left for the kitchen in a swirl of skirts and aprons. I'll pack us some food, she called over her shoulder. I'll get you the radios, Jack added, throwing off his blanket. If you're not going to use the bleeding thing, I will, Erin said, taking Jack's blanket and layering it on her own. What's going on? Hadley asked as she came into the room. Your Aunt and Ruth are going on a little hike to visit a neighbor while there's still light, Kendrick said. No fair, I want to go, Hadley said, rushing forward. I've been stuck inside and haven't gotten to go anywhere yet. Hadley, I'm sorry, Sierra said.
I'm too young.
Yeah, I got it, she said, crestfallen. That's what you said the first time? She turned and rushed from the room. Wait, where are you going? Asked Sierra. Nowhere, I guess, Hadley snarled and stalked down the hallway. Sierra pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. This is why I don't have kids. Don't worry about it, Jack said as he handed her a couple of police radios. I'll go talk with her. Once someone starts transmitting on the radio, she'll forget all about it, Kendrick added, getting to his feet. She's very excited about the radios. When I get back, I'll have a talk with her, Sierra promised. She took the radios from Jack and headed for the kitchen. Ruth, can I help with anything? I've got us some snacks for the road, Ruth said with a smile. Want to run to the basement and grab a selection of Perseveres? Just pick anything that looks good, will you? Maybe 4 jars? Of course, Sierra said. She put the radios on the kitchen table and headed for the basement. Going down into the dark, damp floor below ground seemed more inviting than dealing with her teenaged niece. It'll be fine, she told herself as she switched on a flashlight. Once I get back, it'll be fine. Chapter 27, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wyatt and Willow stayed at the back of the group, heading out on foot from the gas station. They made quick introductions, but Wyatt forgot most of their names before he moved on to the next handshake. The group was understandably wary of him after witnessing his loud argument with Reverend Keith. The volunteers at the gas station had all but shunned them as they left. Even Fred, the grill master, wanted nothing to do with someone who'd get into a verbal altercation with his beloved minister. So Wyatt and Willow walked in silence down the street, back toward their car, following the other outcasts. I can't believe we have to leave all of that behind, he said, staring at the dilapidated station wagon as it rested in silence, half on and half off the curb. I have a feeling somebody will make use of the supplies pretty quickly, Willow said. Wyatt glanced over his shoulder back toward the gas station. The choir was gathering to start singing again, and only a handful of people paid any attention to those leaving. It's like they don't even care that we help them at all, he muttered. It really chaps my hide that Keith lied to us, Willow grumbled in commiseration. They're going to take all our stuff, Wyatt muttered. Well, Willow said, it's not like it's our stuff, I guess, after all. Dennis gave it to us. It's his stuff, right? I know it just, Wyatt exhaled in frustration. Wait, I've got an idea, Willow said with a mischievous grin. Excuse me, everybody, she called out loud enough for the group they followed to look back in curiosity. What are you doing? Wyatt whispered, smiling at the others. Just follow my lead, she hissed, then louder. You see that station wagon up there to the left? She asked, pointing with her free hand as she walked with Wyatt. That's our car, and it's packed with supplies since it broke down. We'll have to abandon it. Y'all are welcome to take whatever you'd like, she offered. The group paused, and a tall man, one of the handful with a family, worked his way to the back and joined them. Truly? He asked, with a soft Indian accent. Yeah, Wyatt said with a shrug. Why not? The whole reason I got into an argument back there was because the good Reverend promised us gas. But he lied, Wyatt said, and spat to the side. Without gas, that car is useless. There's way too much stuff in there for us to carry, so if you guys don't take it, I guess someone from the highway will, or the Reverend will lead his flock to the harvest. My name is Arjun, the Indian man said, sticking his hand out. Wyatt shook it, a firm grip. I'm Wyatt, this is Willow. I'm his wife, she added with a smile. It's very nice to meet you. This is an unexpected blessing, Arjun said, flashing a smile, his teeth bright white against his skin. A shorter woman had approached him cautiously, with 3 small children in tow. She smiled hesitantly at Willow under a beautifully colored sari wrapped around her waist and over her head. Allow me to introduce Deepa, my wife, and our children. Jai Rayanch, and Vihan. "It's very nice to meet you, ma'am," Wyatt said, shaking Deepa's hand. "You have lovely children," Willow said with a wide smile as she shook Deep's soft hand. "Thank you," Deepa said graciously. "Our building caught on fire and we had to evacuate. We've been walking most of the day and have only what we could carry," Arjun added. "Hey, you guys coming or not?" a man said from the rest of the group as he led the way forward. "We'll be there in a second," Wyatt called out, lifting a hand. "We ain't gonna have the light forever," the heavy man complained as the rest of the group congregated around him. "Come on," Wyatt said as he led Arjun and his family over to Chrissy's station wagon. He unlocked the doors and opened the loudly protesting rear driver's side door. "It's not much, and we don't have any bags or anything, but you're welcome to whatever you can carry," Wyatt said as he stepped aside. Deepa closed her eyes, placed her hands together, and looked toward the sky, mumbling in Hindu. "Let's go," Arjun said to his children. "Everyone, grab 2 water bottles." "Do you have any rope or string?" he asked Wyatt. "Yeah, I do." "Hang on a sec," Wyatt replied, then removed his backpack and pulled out a small section of paracord provided by the Coast Guard with the other emergency supplies. Arjun produced a wicked-looking pocket knife, snapped it open with a flick of his wrist, and cut off 3 sections about 1.5 feet long each. He folded the knife again and pocketed it, then handed the extra rope back to Wyatt. As he put the rest of the paracord back in his backpack, Wyatt watched while Arjun expertly tied pairs of water bottles together, then draped the hanging bottles over the necks of each of his children. "Everybody can carry 2 bottles plus what they've got around their neck, okay?" he told his children. He was rewarded with a chorus of, "Yes, Papa. That's genius," Wyatt said. He glanced at Willow. "Why didn't we think of that?" Willow shrugged and smiled. After the children and their parents stuffed as much of the packaged dried food in every available pocket they possessed, Willow and Wyatt loaded up on a few more supplies, filling their backpacks and taking a pair of water bottles each. "Are you sure you guys don't want any of this?" Wyatt asked the rest of the group. Only a couple more people took him up on the offer, taking water and food and returning to the group. "Nah," the new leader of the group called from his spot in the shade on the curb across the street. "We're not going far, man, and the government shelter has everything we need. What's the point in carrying all that stuff, too? It's just going to make us a target for people on the road. You about ready?" he asked, standing up and stretching his back so that his beer gut stretched forward like a massive ball. "We're ready," Arjun replied. "Good, let's get out of here." "I trust them Bible thumpers back there about as far as I can spit," the heavy-set leader complained. Then he heaved his bulk forward on the road, followed like a shepherd by the rest of the people heading north. "So," Wyatt said, making conversation to pass the time as they walked toward the highway, "where were you when it all went down?" "I was at work. I'm a banker," he added quickly, glancing at Wyatt as if expecting a reaction. "What?" Wyatt asked. "Nothing," Deepa said with a shy smile, glancing at her husband. "We just expect people to assume he works in IT." "It is frustrating," Arjun said. "What do you do, Willow?" asked Deepa. "I'm a teacher," she said, smiling. "Special needs, especially the little ones, kindergarten to 1st grade. I'm a librarian at our local high school," Willow replied, and the 2 women moved off to chat. "She makes friends so easily," Arjun said to Wyatt under his breath, glancing at his wife with a smile. "I know the feeling," Wyatt replied. "Were you downtown Fort Lauderdale when it happened?" "No, we live in North Miami," Arjun said, watching the back of the group in front of them. "The markets went crazy for a while. Once word of the first attacks out west hit the news, it's like everything just stopped," he added, his eyes taking on a far-off look. "We didn't hear anything. We were on the cruise ship in Miami," Wyatt said. "The one that blew up?" Arjun asked, his eyes wide. "I saw that from my office." "Yeah?" Wyatt replied, remembering the blast of air that had knocked him below the surface of the water when the dirty bomb buried in the bowels of the ship detonated. "Willow and I had just jumped off the back of the ship along with hundreds of other passengers. We knew the terrorists were planning on blowing it up." "Terrorists?" Arjun asked. "We never heard anything about terrorists." For the next few minutes, Wyatt gave Arjun a brief rundown of the events aboard the Emperor of the Seas, from the initial explosion at the port of Miami that sent shockwaves of fear through the ship, through the terrorists rounding up passengers, the executions, the fighting, and the resistance to when he and Willow jumped off the back of the massive ship in a desperate attempt to save their lives. Eventually, we were picked up by the Coast Guard and put ashore somewhere north of Miami. We started walking and met the girl who drove that station wagon, he said, jerking his thumb over the abandoned, ransacked car they'd left behind. We spent the night with her family, actually. Then they gave us the car this morning and we came here. He shrugged. It's as far as we got, and we still have a long way to go. Arjun shook his head in sympathy. Where is home? He asked as he ruffled the hair of one of his children walking next to him. Wisconsin, Wyatt said. We've got a long walk ahead of us, he added with a rueful laugh. I would imagine that the roads will clear out eventually, once you get far enough away from the city, Arjun said as they approached the highway. I hope so, Wyatt replied. What about you and your family? Where are you headed? We will rest at the shelter set up in Fort Lauderdale, the one we're walking to, at least for a day or so to give my children time to get their strength back. Then we will head for Atlanta. Deepa has family there, he shrugged. We have nowhere else to go. They walked in silence, trying to stay in the shade along the road, and Wyatt's gaze swept north and south, taking in the unending line of cars clogging the road, unlike before where at least the traffic had moved on the southbound lanes. Now all lanes headed north and no one was moving. The air was thick with the reek of exhaust and the constant rumble of engines at idle and the occasional horn. All right, let's everybody stay together now, the big man leading the group ahead of them said as they turned north and started walking down the side of the road. Arjun followed along with his family, but Wyatt lingered a moment to take one last glance toward Chrissy's car and the gas station in the distance. He frowned. The newcomers who'd arrived just before Wyatt and Willow were ejected also walked toward the highway. They carried plates of food and water bottles, and as they finished their meals, tossed trash, wrappers, and plates aside without a second thought. I don't like the look of that, Wyatt muttered to Willow as they disappeared around the corner. The littering? No, they're definitely heading to Chrissy's car. They're welcome to it as far as I'm concerned, Willow said as they rounded the corner, and the people following them disappeared behind the bushes that lined the highway. It's not like we can use the food and water in that car. I say they're welcome to it. Whatever they don't take will probably get stolen by people from the highway. Or Keith's group, right? Arjun, Wyatt said. Did you see that group of people show up right before we left? Arjun nodded, making a guttural sound deep in his throat. Troublemakers. I've seen their type before. Probably part of some local gang, he said, eyeing the road. They looked us over as they headed toward the gas station, he added. We didn't have anything, so they ignored us. But they noticed the backpacks. The people in front of us are carrying and paid attention to what Jackson has in his back pocket. Jackson? Willow asked. The fat man up there, Teddy Jackson. He thinks he's everyone's leader, but he's really only in charge because no one else cares to be, Deepa replied. I've seen it 1,000 times in my classrooms, she added with a grin. He has a big handgun, Arjun explained. He showed it to us. It's why Reverend Keith wouldn't allow us to join their group. Wait, they didn't allow you to join, Willow asked. They told us you didn't want to join, that you just wanted to pass through, Wyatt said. No, Arjun said, shaking his head emphatically. We were desperate to join Keith's group. We don't follow his religion, but we have nothing and no shelter. The last thing I want to do is take my family back out on the road as night falls. I was desperate to find shelter, but because Jackson has that stupid gun, Keith decided we were all a threat to his congregation and said we had to move on. They did offer to feed us, Deepa added. Yes, so we can walk on a full stomach at least, Arjun grumbled. I'm tired, Mommy, one of the little boys said, pronouncing the word mummy, which brought a sad smile to Willow's face. I know, sweetie, Deepa murmured. Mommy and Daddy will find us a place to stay for tonight. Don't look now, but I think those guys are going to give us trouble tonight, Wyatt said to Willow. I hope you're wrong. We've had enough trouble for one day, Willow said, adjusting her backpack. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but I have a feeling they'll be going after Jackson and his friends first, Arjun said, putting the potential threat aside. Wyatt glanced over his shoulder again as they worked their way down the highway and spotted a youth from the worrisome group standing at the corner, his hands in his baggy pockets, just watching them. The hairs on the back of Wyatt's neck went up as his subconscious began ringing an alarm bell. They're watching us, he muttered to Arjun. Something's not right. Arjun looked, then shrugged. Let him watch. It's not like we're going to get very far, is it? They know which direction we went. If they want to find us, they're going to find us. Looks like the rest of his friends aren't even there, though. Hey, we might have a problem with those guys behind us, Wyatt called to Jackson. Bring it on, Jackson said with a cheerful boast. I got a little surprise for him, he added, patting his pocket. Besides, we're not that far from the shelter, just another mile or so, according to the flyer Keith gave us. Wait, Willow said, so that only Arjun, Deepa, and Wyatt could hear. They told you to move on and gave you a map, and they told us you decided not to stay and never mention this shelter, Wyatt said, picking up the crumbs Willow dropped. I don't like the way this sounds. He glanced over his shoulder. There are 2 of those guys back there now, just watching us. Let them watch, Arjun said without turning around. I'm too tired to care anymore. Chapter 28, Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Flamino Residence. Sierra smiled and adjusted the backpack of food as the door to Jean's house opened, and the old man welcomed her and Ruth into his home. They hadn't even worked up a sweat after the short walk through the woods behind Kendrick's house along the pristine, picturesque frozen lake. Well, hello there. Come on in, Ruth. Sierra, good to see you outside the HOA, he said with a wink. You have a beautiful home, Sierra said as she took off her boots, like the Kendricks' home. The air was cold, but the house had enough insulation to keep it from turning into an icebox. Priscilla, we have company. Will you get us something warm to drink, please? Of course, his unseen wife called from further inside the house. Please, follow me into the living room, Jean said to his guests. The house was tastefully decorated with pictures of Priscilla and Jean throughout the years of their long marriage, showing vacations they'd taken all over the world. Tropical beaches, alpine forests, mountains, deserts, and everywhere in between. The living room was decorated with heavy wood paneling and several bookcases. It was in size similar to the Carter and Kendrick houses, for the developer had kept the same style in the entire neighborhood. I feel right at home, Sierra said, holding the strap of her backpack as she entered the room. This layout reminds me of my brother's house. The developer was good, but a little unimaginative, Ruth remarked. But we like it, she added with a smile for Jean. The bookcases were filled with books, some on warfare, others on naval history, and others on sailboats and sailing. An impressive model of a sailing ship, almost 3 feet long, stood in the corner, protected by a large glass cabinet. Have a seat, Jean said as he directed the 2 women to the sofa opposite a crackling fire. He sank onto a love seat perpendicular to the sofa and sighed. What ship is that? Sierra asked as she pointed at the model, then removed her backpack. It's gorgeous. Thanks. It took me almost 10 years to put together. That's the USS Constitution. Priscilla and I visited her back in the 80s. You ever been to Boston? Jean asked. Once, Ruth said with a smile. A long time ago? No, I've never gotten that far east, Sierra admitted, placing her backpack on the floor between her and Ruth. Well, you're not missing much other than the ship, Jean's wife, Priscilla said as she swept into the room carrying a tray of steaming coffee mugs. Where Ruth was tall and stocky, Priscilla was short and trim. Her silver hair tied back in a long, thick braid that hung down her back, belied her age. Her movements were filled with the grace and strength of youth, taking Sierra off guard. Thank you, Sierra said, as she took the offered mug. Wait, is this hot chocolate? Yes, it is. Drink up. And you're Sierra Carter, you're Wyatt's sister? I know all about you, Priscilla said with a smile. Jean can't stop talking about you. He really admires you, you know, she added as she handed a mug to Ruth. Hello, dear. Good to see you again. How's that scoundrel of yours holding up? Ruth smiled as she took the mug and sat back on the sofa. Oh, you know, Bill, he's got plenty of things to keep him busy, and he's happy as a clam in mud as long as I can keep food on the table. And the Carters moved in with us after that horrid first night and all the fighting. It's been fun, actually, having someone other than Bill to talk with. The 2 women shared a short laugh. Then Ruth continued, Speaking of which, I brought something for you, she said as she unzipped the backpack at her feet. Oh, Priscilla asked. You shouldn't have, she said with a smile for Sierra. I know how much you like my strawberry preserves, Ruth said as she pulled out a couple of jars filled with the sweet fruit spread. Sierra was kind enough to grab a few things from the basement. You shouldn't have, Priscilla said again with a smile that masked the disapproval. You've got kids you need to feed, Ruth. You don't need to be wasting food on me and Jean. We're well stocked, she said. But this is a welcome addition. Thank you, she added with sincerity. I missed you at the HOA meeting this morning, Jean said after they all had a chance to sip their hot chocolate. I didn't think I was invited, Sierra said. I had no idea there even was another meeting. Probably for the best, Jean said with a snort. Davenport was on a tear. He called you everything but a good person. I don't know what the bad blood is between you two, but that man does not like you, he added with a chuckle. The feeling's mutual, I assure you, Sierra said over the rim of her mug. I like her, Priscilla said in an aside to Ruth that was heard by everyone. This is delicious, Sierra added for Priscilla. I really like her, Priscilla said to Ruth, smiling. Thank you, honey, she directed to Sierra. Most people just use the pre-made mixes, but I make my own. To be honest, I was kind of expecting coffee or tea, Sierra said. Oh, it's much too late in the day for us to be drinking coffee, Priscilla said, glancing at Jean. It'll keep us up till 4 a.m, which might not be a bad thing if we were in your shoes, Jean said. But so far, other than Haston visiting us and snooping around, we haven't had any issues with nocturnal troublemakers. Any news from the neighborhood entrance and the refugees, Sierra asked. Not really, Jean said, shaking his head. The room grew quiet as he paused. More people are showing up at the entrance. Seems like every hour. They're still interviewing the group that came through this morning, though. Probably won't finish until tomorrow. The people who showed up this afternoon will just have to wait their turn. It certainly sounds like they're being thorough, observed Ruth. Oh, they are, Jean replied. Davenport may be an absolute nut-job egomaniac and a control freak, but he's sincere about making sure we only let in people who will provide some benefit to the community. I'll give him that much. So far, we've snagged a couple carpenters, a mechanic, and a nurse. Oh, they'll come in handy, Ruth said. Assuming they haven't been corrupted by that Haston fellow, Jean said. Every person that comes out of Bill Torrance's garage with a smile on their face goes to volunteer for the watch until we find a place for them to stay. Are there that many homes that are open? Sierra asked. Fair number of people never came home from work the day all the attacks started, and a few like your brother are still out of town. I doubt they'll ever come back, Jean said, looking at the fire. Priscilla gasped, her eyes widening as she looked at Sierra, then elbowed her husband in the ribs. Hard. Ow, what? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean your brother. I was talking about those people who I'm sorry, Jean said, shaking his head and giving up. Sierra smiled behind her mug. It's okay, my brother's going to make it home. I have absolute faith in him, Sierra said, taking a sip of the warm, chocolatey drink. Ruth patted her knee and gave Sierra a matronly smile. I've known your brother a long time now, and I don't think there's anybody in this neighborhood who has a better chance of making it back. Amen, Jean said, nodding. He took a long drink from his mug and held it with both hands in his lap as if afraid to speak. What is it? Sierra asked. I'm worried, Jean said with a heavy sigh. I'm worried about this Haston. His group is twice as big as it was just a couple days ago, and we know next to nothing about the people he brought into the neighborhood before we started the interview process. The only thing I know is that there's 2 less of them, Sierra said. One's behind my brother's house and one's in front of it. I don't trust Haston at all. I don't care if he's doing a good job protecting the neighborhood. He's protecting himself, I guarantee it. That would be in line with the complaints. The council has been hearing about him taking more than his fair share when collecting supplies for the HOA. Yeah, Sierra said. I figured you guys must have been hearing a lot of complaints for Davenport to address it at that meeting I went to. Haston's moving fast. He's hitting at least a house or 2 every day. And the more people he adds to the watch, the more houses he'll be able to hit and still maintain control over the entrance. Have there been any other incursions into the neighborhood? Asked Sierra. We keep a pretty good watch, and we haven't seen anyone sneaking around since that first night, Jean said. I have to hand it to him. He is doing a pretty good job of locking down the neighborhood, but I'm not sure I appreciate being watched over by his type of watchman, Jean said. His watch chimed, and he put his coffee mug down on the end table between the sofas. Pardon me. I need to check my cameras. Security cameras? Sierra asked nonchalantly. Jean reached over the side of the love seat and pulled an iPad out of a small bin. Sort of just not anywhere you'd expect, he said with a lopsided grin. He pulled up an app on the iPad, then turned it around to show Sierra and Ruth. The image on the screen was a bird's-eye view of the neighborhood from at least 100 feet in the air. That house there in the center, that's my house, Jean said, pointing to the roof. I've got my drone up there, keeping watch on the neighborhood. I check in every 10 minutes, but she's about ready for a battery switch. You have a drone up there? Right now? Sierra asked, barely able to resist looking up. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either. Those drones are noisy little devils, Ruth said. You don't think I trust that, Haston, do you? It's got a motion-activated alert built into the operating system. It's really quite handy. Every time it sees someone walking around, I get a notification, he said, holding up his wrist to display a smart watch. But the power's out. I didn't hear a generator when we walked up, Sierra said, glancing at Ruth for confirmation. The older woman simply smiled and sipped her hot chocolate. Oh yeah, Jean said, smiling. I've got a whole bank of solar panels on the roof. See those black lines there? He asked, pointing at the iPad. Not to mention a few others hidden here and there, he added. The stupid things pop up like mushrooms all over the place, Priscilla said. Makes cutting the grass a little difficult, but I have to admit, being able to read on my Kindle at night sure does make this whole situation feel more like a power outage than the end of civilization as we know it. I don't understand, Sierra said as she handed the iPad back. I didn't think drone batteries could last that long. Oh, and the toys you can find on Amazon, probably not, Jean said. Now those things are toys? All those years you convinced me they weren't just toys. And those toys convinced Hastings' goons to move on, Priscilla said, patting her husband's leg. I'm sorry, what? Asked Sierra. You chased him off with a drone? No, Jean said, laughing. Not really. He switched off the iPad screen and placed it back in its storage bin. When he came by to raid our supplies for the greater good, he said in a sour tone. He expected us to have a large stockpile of food and medical supplies. Everything he would want, since I'm on the council and all. He said most of the others on the council had huge amounts of food. All I really have are my drones, my toys. And I didn't divulge the fact that I have plenty of solar chargers and batteries enough to keep things charged without too much trouble. So as far as he knew, I was sitting on a pile of worthless junk. He took more than what he should have taken from our food supplies. True enough, he admitted, with an apologetic look at Priscilla. But other than that, he shrugged, smiling. It could have been a lot worse. He's an absolute brute, Priscilla said with a shudder. No arguments, my dear, Jean said. But he's also not the smartest man. He only saw what he wanted to see. 2 old pensioners living in a house by themselves with nothing but a bunch of gadgets and hobbies and books. We don't eat a lot, so we don't have a lot of food. I'm not a hunter, so I don't have a bunch of guns lying around either. I'm just an old man who likes to put ship models together and play with radio-controlled toys, he said with a wink. And keep to myself. Oh, and cause trouble for Davenport, Sierra laughed, then took another sip from her hot chocolate. Well, I'm glad you're okay. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know if I'd have any support at all at those dreadful meetings. You got more support in there than you think. People just aren't willing to speak up as much as I am. That's never been a problem, Priscilla muttered over the rim of her own mug. What? Jean said. I'm an old man. What are they going to do? Scare me to death? We grew up not having much at all, so even without electricity, this still isn't all that bad, he said, putting an arm around his wife. When I was in the Navy, I stayed in a lot rougher places than this. At least we've still got bathrooms. You have running water too? Sierra asked. Yeah. Our well pump has solar power. Ours does too. Well, technically it doesn't, but my brother kept solar panels for the pump in the shed, and Jack hooked it all up once the power went out. It doesn't supply much electricity to the house, but at least we have running water and plenty of wood for the fireplace. I'd say you're better off than most people in this neighborhood. They're all willing to kowtow to Davenport to get a chance at some supplies, Jean said in disgust. Makes me sick to my stomach to even consider the idea. I don't care if we're starving to death, Priscilla added. The day I get on my hands and knees for anything from that man will be the day that I die. On that note, I think it's time we come to the matter of why we paid you a visit, Ruth said. I figured there was an ulterior motive, Jean replied with a grin. Ruth's right. We came up with the idea of banding together, Sierra said. Outside the HOA, we're looking for people to form a mutual assistance group, Ruth said. Naturally, your names were the first on our list. You mean like a counter to the HOA? Priscilla asked. We're in, Jean said, nodding his head vigorously. I may be on the HOA council, but that's only to act as a thorn in Davenport's side. It keeps me informed of what's going on and allows me to check his imperial aspirations at the same time. But it's not providing us as much protection as I would have thought. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Haston took stuff from you. I figured the council would have been exempt, Sierra said. The only one who's exempt is Davenport, Jean growled. He says it's because his house is the warehouse now. and that does make some sense, but I haven't seen him give up any of his supplies for the greater good. So, are you planning on forming an anti-HOA of your own? Priscilla asked. Good heavens, no, Ruth said. We're simply looking to reach out to like-minded individuals to see if they're interested in joining our group. We're not going to have meetings or anything like that, Ruth said, holding up her hand to forestall any argument. More of a group of close friends. If something happens and you need help, maybe you're out of food or someone's attacking you, things like that. We all agree to help each other out in the event of some catastrophe other than the end of the world. We can all shelter each other, that kind of thing. That all sounds like a fine idea, Gene said. What are my membership dues? He asked, pretending to pull his wallet out of his pocket. Ruth and Sierra laughed. A handshake is all we need.
Well, I'm sure glad that you reached out to us, Gene said with a smile.
Priscilla glanced out the window, then looked at her watch. Goodness, it'll be getting dark soon. You two need to head home, she said, standing up here. I'll take the cups, she added, gathering the empty mugs. It was lovely visiting with you, Ruth said, then hugged Priscilla. Wait a minute. I have an idea, Gene said abruptly. He jumped up and rushed from the room. A moment later, after Ruth and Sierra had donned their boots and stood by the front door saying goodbye to Priscilla, Gene emerged carrying a small black suitcase. Here, I want you to have this. What is it? Sierra asked, eyeing the case. Gene placed it on a small end table in the foyer and opened the lid. Inside was a quadcopter drone about the size of an 8½ EX-11 piece of paper. It's one of my toys, Gene said with a mischievous grin. Now I've got spare batteries in there. The charger, the remote, the drone, and a couple of spare blades as well, he said, pointing out each item as he went. This thing has a working altitude of around 1,000 feet, but the camera won't be able to give you any heads up unless you keep it below, say, 200 feet. I found somewhere between 100 to 150 feet is the sweet spot. These batteries will each last about 20 minutes. They're upgraded heavy-duty models, he said, touching several gray blocks embedded in the foam packaging. It'll take about an hour to charge each one with this fast charger, so be careful. Don't use them all up at the same time unless it's an emergency. You've got 4 batteries here, so it'll last you at least an hour by switching them out. If it's windy, they drain faster, by the way. Gene, this is very gracious of you, Sierra said. But I don't know the first thing about drones. Don't look at me, Ruth added, holding up her hands. I've never so much as touched one of those infernal things. Don't worry about it, Gene said with a laugh. Give this to Jack or Hadley. One of them will have it running in 10 minutes, I guarantee it, just in case, though. The instruction manual's tucked in this pocket here, he added, pointing at a zippered pocket on the outside of the case. These things have come in pretty handy. Oh, it doesn't have an infrared camera like the one I use for our house, but as long as the sun's out, you'll be able to spot somebody coming a mile away. Gene, I can't, Sierra said, looking at the drone. This thing must have cost a fortune. I'm sure it did, Priscilla said in a snippy tone. But I suppose that doesn't matter now. It's not like you can go to the store and buy anything with your money anyway, right? That's even if you could get it out of the bank, Ruth added. Take it, Gene insisted. I've got another one, plus the one that's hovering over my house right now. If we're going to support each other, we need actionable intel. And right now, this is giving us a big advantage over everyone else. Take it, he said again, pushing the case towards Sierra, and keep it secret. Don't let Hastings' goons find it. I think Gene's being a little paranoid, Priscilla said. He likes to fly the thing up from the forest and bring it down close to land before. I don't know. It's all very silly. I've got a little note in there, Gene said, tapping the case. Don't worry about it. Jack'll understand. Just make sure you don't take off and land right in the front yard and no one will know where it's coming from. Shoot! Everybody knows I'm into radio-controlled stuff and they still haven't figured out the drone up there is mine, he said, pointing at the ceiling again. Dear, it's starting to get dark, Priscilla warned, glancing out the front window by the door. Right, Gene said, as he hurriedly shut the case and locked it here. And good luck, he said, as he handed it over to Sierra. Thank you, Sierra said, as she took the surprisingly heavy case. I don't know what to say, you just did. And you're welcome, Gene said. Now get home safe. Oh, Sierra said, turning to Ruth, we almost forgot about the radios. Here, she said, handing one of the police radios to Gene. This is for you, and this one, she said, giving him the other radio. Bill says to give to someone named Torrance. Does this say Mukwonago PD? Gene asked, adjusting his glasses. We kinda took in a couple cops and they came with presents, Sierra said. I'll help us all stay in contact. Jean held up the radios in salute. I look forward to playing with these. Tell Bill thanks a lot. Now you two get on out of here before it gets dark. Chapter 29. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. When the attack came, it was as sudden as it was violent. The group of refugees walked another hour before their overweight leader, Jackson, called a stop for a water break. Several of the people with him had children, and they were starting to lag behind. He gathered his little flock in the shade of a large magnolia tree in front of a ransacked home decoration store, and they sat on the curb watching stalled traffic across 4 lanes. Horns honked, insects buzzed, and people shouted as the traffic crept north, slower than they'd been walking. Wyatt, Willow, and Arjun and his family were still at the tail end of the group when the first shot rang out. Deepa screamed and crouched, gathering her children to her. Arjun immediately moved his family to the side of the road. Wyatt did the same, forcing Willow to the right. As they stepped over the guardrail, Wyatt risked a glance south and spotted 2 of the young men who'd followed them, aiming pistols at the group. They didn't demand anyone surrender or give up weapons or supplies. They didn't talk. They just started firing. Shot after shot after shot after shot, Wyatt swore as he hurdled the guardrail, knocking Willow to the ground in the process. Her complaint fell on deaf ears, though, as he pressed her down, keeping her below the metal barrier that pinged and whined as bullets struck it. The refugees were not without their own weapons, however, and return fire rocketed back toward the 2 thugs who'd started the fight. We have to move into the bushes, Arjun yelled over the noise, motioning toward the greenery behind them on the other side of the mucky ditch. Stay low, Wyatt yelled to Willow. Her eyes were wide with fright, but she nodded. The fat man leading the group bellowed in rage, drew his pistol, a .50 caliber cannon of a gun, and fired 1 shot. The report sounded more like an artillery piece than a pistol, and it practically flew from his hands. Jackson staggered back, trying unsuccessfully to steady the gun, and was instead struck by one of the rounds fired by the 2 thugs. A red patch blossomed over his hip, discoloring the white t-shirt that strained to cover his beer gut. He staggered back, roaring even louder, and finally regained control of his gun. Beside him, 2 other men in the group and 1 woman leveled their own weapons and began firing back at their attackers. Wyatt turned to move across the ditch and spotted movement through the trees. He put his hand out and stopped Willow, but Arjun had already left the ditch and was reaching back for his family. No! Wyatt screamed, but it was too late. The rest of the group of young thugs who made such a brief appearance at the gas station emerged from the bushes behind Arjun screaming fury in a mixture of English and Spanish. They'd completely flanked the refugee group and burst from the greenery like demons, clawing their way up from the underworld, screaming obscenities and firing blindly. Arjun arched his back and screamed before falling forward into the ditch, a red smear across the middle of his back. Then the raiders were upon them. Wyatt tried to pull Deepa back and was clobbered on the side of the head with a pistol as the thugs pushed forward. They were too close to shoot at Deepa and the kids or Willow and merely bypassed them, vaulting the guardrail and firing right into the midst of the rest of the group. One of the thugs was shot in midair and collapsed over it, tangling up the legs of his partner. The distraction allowed the 2 men to the south to sprint forward, gaining ground and closing the trap. They continued to fire as they ran, their bullets flying wild but forcing people to stay low. Deepa! Willow screamed as she got to her feet, pushing past Wyatt. One of the thugs had grabbed Deepa around the neck to use her as a human shield as he pushed forward down the guardrail. Wyatt's world was still blurry, but the swirl of his wife's sundress snapped him back to focus. He was a split second too late to grab her as she flung herself at the younger man's back. Willow clawed at his neck and swatted at the gun in his hand at the same time. The firearm discharged right next to Deepa's head, which made her scream even louder. Her 3 boys scattered into the bushes, yelling for help that would not come. Wyatt ignored the rest of the desperate gun battle on the street as the dwindling refugees fought back against the onrushing thugs. His whole world shrank to his wife, clinging to the back of a man with a gun who in turn had one arm locked around Deepa's neck. Wyatt charged forward, his legs pumping, fury burning in his chest. Willow clawed her fingernails at her attacker's face even as he swung back with the gun, attempting to brain her with the weapon. Then Wyatt was on him, and using both his hands, grabbed the gun and wrenched it back, breaking one of the thug's fingers in the process. The young man screamed in pain, finally released Deepa, and spun around to face Wyatt. Wyatt was in no mood for any more nonsense. Wyatt used the captured pistol to smash the man's forehead, then shouldered him in the chest and swung around once more to crash the pistol against the side of the younger man's head. His eyes rolled up and he crumbled to the ground, causing Willow to fall backwards into the ditch with a shriek of surprise. "Wyatt!" she screamed to his right. Wyatt switched the position of the captured pistol until he could hold it properly and turned. A single gunshot rang out, and Willow grunted. Time slowed to a crawl, and Wyatt opened his mouth to scream, but no words came out. Willow blinked very slowly and looked down at her arm. Blood splattered her summer dress, and a ragged hole just to the side of her biceps leaked blood. She took one halting step toward Wyatt, then sank to her knees and whimpered before fainting into the ditch. Time snapped back to normal, and before the young man who gunned down his wife could even shift his aim, Wyatt drew a bead on the thug. He didn't know and didn't care if the younger man had aimed for Willow in the first place or not. Wyatt emptied his captured pistol as he marched forward, flinging spent brass with every step. He stood over the twitching, blood-soaked body of the man who'd shot his wife and continued to pull the trigger until the slide kicked back and the pistol ran dry. He dropped to his knees and delivered one vicious punch to the corpse's face, smashing the nose and ruining one eye with the empty pistol, then left the weapon embedded in the man's face and ran to Willow. Women screamed, men yelled, and guns continued to erupt all around him. By the time Wyatt reached Willow, several people in the cars lining the highway had also engaged in the gunfight. Tempers flared, and someone smashed their car into the rear end of another, eliciting a fistfight that turned into a brawl in the middle of the gunfight. Wyatt ignored it all. He dropped to his knees in the damp muck of the ditch and rolled Willow onto her back. He gently wiped the mud and slime from the side of her face and checked her wound. It was still bleeding, but not bad. He lifted her arm and saw the clean hole in the back. A pass-through wound was far easier to deal with than a bullet embedded in her arm would have been. But because she'd fallen into the ditch, the wound was twice as susceptible to infection. Wyatt pushed all thoughts about infection, antibiotics, surviving the fight, and taking revenge aside. He held on to one thought: get Willow out of the fight. She'd lost her backpack in the struggle, but Wyatt still wore his, and as he stood, he staggered forward when a bullet hit the backpack, tugging it to his left and throwing him off balance. He crouched again as another bullet crackled through the trees in front of him, dropping bits of leaves and twigs. "This is gonna hurt. I'm sorry, baby," Wyatt said to his unconscious wife as he threw her injured arm over his shoulder, hauled her up in a fireman's carry, and with a surge of adrenaline crossed the last few feet of the ditch, ran up the embankment, and crashed into the greenery. Such was the tangled growth along the roadways in South Florida that he'd only gone 3 strides before the world vanished into something more primeval. He crouched and gently lowered his wife to the ground, then pulled her close to a pine tree's rough trunk. He swatted away a curious centipede that emerged from the leaf fall on the ground and pulled the backpack off his shoulders. Checking all around as he ripped the backpack open and dug through the bottled water and food to find the first aid kit packed by the Coast Guard, he flinched as a bullet impacted the tree trunk above him with a solid thunk. Gunshots still popped, though they were far less frequent than the initial assault. Whatever the result, the battle was about over. Someone was crying off to his left, and a woman wailed a long, low, mournful sound, keening over a loved one's body. Wyatt didn't have time to think about Deepa, the kids, or even if Arjun was still alive. He'd been writhing weakly when he fell into the ditch after being shot, so Wyatt assumed the worst and focused on his wife. He knew he'd taken out at least one of the thugs, and one had been shot trying to cross the guardrail. So by his reckoning, that still left 4 for the other refugees to deal with. There were at least a dozen refugees, but Wyatt had only remembered seeing 4 with weapons, 3 men, including the rotund Jackson, and a woman. Wyatt shook his head to clear his thoughts and free his eyes of stinging sweat. He had to focus. Willow was still bleeding, but he didn't dare risk bandaging the wound without at least cleaning it a little. He ripped off the cap from a bottle of water and splashed it liberally on the wound. Satisfied there were no visible clumps of dirt and mud inside it, Wyatt used his teeth to rip open a packet of antibiotic ointment and spread it liberally around the outside and into the wound itself. Even unconscious, Willow flinched and hissed, moaning in her dreamless sleep. "I'm sorry, sweetie," Wyatt said through clenched teeth, then spit the rest of the antibiotic wrapper aside. Hang in there, he added, applying a bandage to the wound and looking back toward the road. Someone ran by, heading north, a blurred shape on the other side of the bushes. They didn't stop, though, and continued out of his line of sight. Another gunshot rang out in the distance, and someone screamed. Then the world was quiet, save for the sound of idling engines, a few less honking horns, and distant shouts of alarm. A twig snapped directly in front of Wyatt behind an oak tree. He froze. At that moment, Willow's eyes fluttered open, and she opened her mouth to speak. Her eyes flew wide as she came fully awake, and she inhaled a deep breath, but Wyatt clamped his filthy hand over her mouth. "Shh," he hissed at her. "I know it hurts, baby, but somebody right over there wants to kill us," he whispered, leaning close. Willow scrunched her eyes shut, tears leaking out as her body tensed. Footsteps crunched through the undergrowth, and someone mumbled in Spanish. Wyatt slipped his hand into the backpack, moving as little as possible. His fingers worked their way through the supplies, and he winced as a package of food crinkled, the noise loud in his ears. The footsteps stopped. "Someone there?" a man said in heavily accented English. "I'm not playing, essay. When I find you—" Wyatt ignored the stream of threats or profanity in Spanish. He didn't understand the language and couldn't tell what the man was saying to begin with, and smiled when his fingers finally found the object he sought. Slowly, he retrieved the large folding knife the Coast Guard coxswain had hidden as a parting gift. Wyatt pulled his gaze away from the trees and glanced down quickly in order to snap open the gleaming 4-inch blade. It wasn't much, but it was all he had. Willow stared at him, her eyes round as she trembled. Wyatt brought his finger to his lips, making sure the knife blade stayed well away from his face. Willow nodded, barely perceptible, and he removed his other hand from her mouth, shifting the knife to it and tightening his grip. At that moment, one of the thugs staggered around the tree, one bloody arm hanging limp at his side, his baggy pants barely hanging from his skinny hips, smeared in blood and filth and leaves. His skin was pallid, his face a mask of pain. Sweat poured down his face as he looked left and right, peering through the woods, swinging his pistol back and forth looking for a threat. "I know you're out there," he muttered. Wyatt shifted to the other side of the tree and hated that he was forced to do so. It left Willow exposed with her back to the man. "There you are," the gangbanger said as he spotted Willow and stepped forward. "Don't move or I'll shoot," he said as he staggered forward. Wyatt reached down and grabbed a damp pine cone and flung it far to the left. The noise of the pine cone crashing through bushes made the man look, and Wyatt surged forward in silence. He covered the distance in one stride and plunged the Coast Guard blade into the man's neck, just under his jaw. A bright spray of arterial blood coated Wyatt's face as his momentum carried them both back. The gun went off, harmlessly aimed up into the canopy, and then they were on the ground, and the young man was dead. Wyatt laid there, panting while the light left the young man's eyes as he stared into the trees, then ripped the knife free with a sickening squelch and staggered to his feet. He rushed back to Willow and collapsed to his knees, dropping the bloody knife to the ground. "Are you okay?" he breathed. "Oh, Wyatt," Willow whispered, reaching out with her good hand to touch his face. "The blood!" Wyatt shook his head, trying to hold back tears of relief. His vision blurred as he leaned in and hugged Willow. "It's not mine. Thank God you're okay." "What happened?" Willow asked as Wyatt sat on his heels and wiped blood, tears, and mud from his face. Willow gasped, and he looked down at his hands. "They were covered in the young man's blood as well," he laughed then, a short, brutal sound as he pulled the borrowed USAF shirt up to wipe his face. "There's blood on this, too," he mumbled, then gave up and wiped his fingers on his shorts as best he could before cleaning his face. "What happened?" Willow asked again. "The end of the world," Wyatt said. "Hold still. I've got to finish wrapping your arm." Chapter 30. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick residence. Hadley stood on Bill Kendrick's back patio, staring at the shielded screen of the drone that Sierra and Ruth had brought back from Jean's house above them, some 100 feet into the woods. The drone whined, holding position in the air. "See?" she asked Jack, standing next to her in his winter gear. "Yeah, it's hovering. That's pretty stable, Hads." She pushed a button with her thumb, and the remote control made a camera sound. "Oh, that was easy," she said, watching the screen. She looked up and squinted at the drone. "It's starting to get a little darker, and those running lights stand out, don't they?" "Yeah, we should probably figure out how to turn those off," Jack said. People will be able to see those red and green lights a long way off in the dark? Watch this, Hadley said. She threw another switch and the gray quadcopter all but vanished against the overcast sky. Whoa, stealth mode, I like it, Jack said. Hadley focused on the screen and manipulated the controls, slewing the camera mounted on the drone to the left and right while the vehicle remained steady. This auto station keeping option is pretty sweet. I can just park it there and move the camera. See? She asked, holding the remote so Jack could lean over and look. Can you turn it left? He asked. No, the other left. That's right, Hadley said, laughing as the view shifted. There we are, wave. Jack looked up and waved at the drone while Hadley watched him do so on the screen. This is so cool, she breathed. The high-pitched whine of the four motors was nearly impossible to hear, so she pushed the drone another 50 yards back and it vanished. I can still see the house, us, the backyards, everything, and you can't see the drone at all, can you? It's amazing. With this, there's no way someone can sneak up on us, Jack said. As long as it's in the air and we have batteries left over, yeah, Hadley agreed. Yeah, but that's going to put a lot of wear and tear on those motors, and other than what Gene has at his house, we won't be getting spares anytime soon, Jack said. So we only use it when it's necessary, Hadley replied. I'll make her last her, sure, Hadley said with a smile. I'm naming her Clementine. Jack rolled his eyes. Okay, well, can you have Clementine swing over the house so we can see what's going on at the front of the neighborhood? Hold on, moving now, Hadley said, and the little drone buzzed overhead and disappeared over the cul-de-sac. You're pretty good at this, Jack said, squinting as he tried to follow the little drone as it buzzed overhead and hovered over the cul-de-sac. Hadley glanced at him quickly, then turned her attention back to the drone. Thanks, she said, grinning. Watch this. The pink tip of her tongue stuck out of the corner of her mouth as she concentrated, throwing the little quadcopter through an aerial maneuver that brought it back to visual range for a split second. It looped down low, whined as the engine strained to lift it up again in a barrel roll that careened out over their house and disappeared to the east. I take it back, Jack said, his eyes wide. You're a natural pilot. That was awesome. Whoa, check it out, Hadley said, looking at the screen. The drone was spying on the group at the neighborhood entrance where Hastings' men were confronting a smaller crowd than before. I can see way down the road from here. There are other groups walking from the north and the east. See? She asked. Then panned the camera as the drone hovered in midair. Man, they're going to have their hands full in about 30 minutes, Jack said. He looked at the sky again in a vain attempt to spot the drone. Maybe you should bring it back so we can go warn them? You want to warn that guy Sierra hates? Jack frowned. Well, we should tell Sierra and Mr. Kendrick at least. Hang on, I'll bring her back, Hadley said. Though I'd rather keep practicing for the next 7 minutes before the battery gets too low. Okay, well, why don't you check out the lake, Jack asked. See if there's any open water or if it's frozen over yet. Okay, sure, Hadley said, smiling. She shifted the control sticks and within a few seconds, they heard the buzzing whine overhead, but never saw the drone itself. Man, that thing is fast, Jack said. Where'd it go? She's over there, Hadley said, taking her hand off the throttle and pointing toward the woods near the lake. She turned, following the drone, and put her back toward the houses. I'm over the lake now. Looks like there's still an open spot in the middle. See? She said, shifting again to let him look. Yeah, but that's not very big. The ice grew since I went to town. I'll be able to do some ice fishing soon. Wait, what's that? She asked, bringing the remote screen closer to her face. Can you tell? Looks like a car, but there's no road over there, just the park access path, Jack said. Me and Aaron hiked through there this morning. I'm going to get a closer look. We still have a couple minutes of battery left, and Clementine has a lot of range. Don't get too close, Jack said. Stay up, stay up. We don't want them knowing she's there. Oh, you called her she, Hadley cried. Pay attention, Jack said. You almost clipped that tree, he added, pointing at the trees that passed through the bottom of the field of view on the screen. Relax, it's an illusion. Those trees are like 20 feet below her. I figured that out on the second battery, Hadley said nonchalantly. Hang on, I'm almost in position there, she said. Wait a minute, that's a cop car. Can you zoom in, Jack asked. That looks like a local cop. I can't zoom, but I can get lower, Hadley warned. He may see us. Do it. Just be ready to get out of there fast. Don't come this way either. Head west and get out of range first if you have to, Jack said.
Right. Don't want him knowing where Clementine lives,
Hadley said. She stuck the tip of her tongue out again, and manipulated the controls, watching the screen. Halfway to the highway that ran north out of town, where Jack and Aaron had climbed across the ditch and up the hill into the forest preserve, Clementine soared over the bare trees. The little drone, oblivious to the cold air and cloudy skies, lowered obediently and hovered over a pair of oaks, sliding sideways to give her camera a clear view down to the ground. 100 feet or more below a dirty white cop car. Its broken, dangling light bar broken and dangling by wires, wedged itself between some birch trees, sliding to a stop in the snow. The access road cut by the forest rangers had stopped some 20 yards back, but covered by the snow. The driver hadn't known. Clementine watched in silence as the driver's door opened. The dome lights inside came on, then switched off quickly. In the gathering gloom of the deep forest, a lone figure, an officer in uniform, stepped out of the car and looked around. "Can you get a little lower? The light's failing, and I can't quite see him," Jack said, leaning in to see the screen in Hadley's hands. "He's gonna hear us," Hadley warned. "And I'm running out of battery. We've got maybe 30 seconds on station, mister." "Kendrick taught me that," she added with a grin. "Just do it. Drop down quick. Get a picture and get out of there." "Okay," Hadley said, drawing out the word. "Here goes." Out of sight of her controller, Clementine obeyed the controls to bring her dangerously close to the reaching, bare branches of the oaks. The noise from her 4 little electric motors reached the ground, and the cop looked up in a sudden panic, drawing his service pistol at the same time. Clementine's electronic eye snapped 3 pictures in quick succession as the officer aimed up. But before he could fire, she dipped her rear rotors and sped away like a bullet out of sight to the west. Hadley executed a tight turn and brought the drone back out of the forest preserve well to the west and north, skimming the trees to preserve speed. The battery level light blinked and a warning chimed on the remote, indicating the drone was approaching critically low battery strength. "Low battery," Jack warned. "I see it! I see it!" Hadley said in a distracted voice as she fought a sudden gust of wind and used her thumbs on the control sticks to bring Clementine back over the woods a little to their south. Safely out of view of both the cops and Heiston's men at the front gate, almost there. Hadley said, watching the altimeter display on the screen quickly dwindle in time with the battery percentage. 20 feet? Let's go, Hadley said, and started walking toward the rear of Kendrick's yard. "Where is she?" Jack asked as they left the yard through the gate and stepped into the trees. "I found a little clearing in the trees about 15 yards that way," Hadley replied, veering off the path to the west. "And in touchdown," she cried, then ran as fast as she was able through the snow and snagging underbrush to the little clearing, sitting with 3 landing feet buried in the snow and 1 in a remarkably clear spot. Clementine waited patiently for them, her motors off and the rotors silent. The remote beeped 3 times to indicate the battery was too low to take off and suggested they remove it for charging. Hadley switched off the remote, then picked up Clementine and turned her off, grinning like it was Christmas morning. "I gotta admit, that was pretty cool," Jack said as they started back. He glanced to the southwest and peered into the quickly darkening woods. "That cop's over that way. Can you show me the pictures?" "Sure," Hadley said as she pulled out her cell phone. "I charged it with Mr. Kendrick's solar rig. You connect it to the remote and it sends all the pictures and videos to my phone here. Hold Clementine." Jack held the little drone and smiled, turning it over in his hands to stare at the camera that hung from the nose. "Hi there, Clementine." She can't talk, you know," Hadley said, swiping open her phone. "Ooh, my hands are cold," she added, handing the phone to Jack and taking the drone back. "Okay, so you got a couple pics, but the first 2 are just blurred messes." "I hope the last one," Jack began, then swiped to the right to get the last picture. He stopped in his tracks and Hadley took 2 more strides, fussing with the drone before she noticed he'd stopped and turned back to him. "What is it?" Jack looked up from Hadley's phone. "I know this cop. That's Officer Matthews, really. What's he doing out here?" Hadley asked. "I don't know, but we have to tell the others. Come on," he said, rushing to catch up. Chapter 31, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wyatt tightened the bandage on his wife's arm and tried to ignore her grimace. "I'm sorry," he muttered, his voice thick. He wiped his face, smearing sweat and blood and dirt, and looked away from her at the body of the young man he'd just killed. Willow gripped his hand in hers and squeezed, the reassuring strength of her touch bringing Wyatt back from the darkness that threatened to consume him. "I killed him," he muttered. "I know you did it to save me, and I'll never forget it," Willow whispered. She pulled him down into a tender kiss and smiled, tears in her eyes as they separated. "I didn't want to kill him," Wyatt said as he got to his feet. "I know," Willow said, struggling to sit up. She looked around their little clearing, taking in the trampled greenery, the broken branches, the blood-stained leaves. "We sure made a mess of this place, didn't we?" Wyatt peered back toward the highway. Cars continued to honk, but the noise of hundreds of engines had been reduced to a background rumble. "It's quiet out there. I don't hear anyone." "I know you have to check it out," Willow said in a weak voice. "I'll be on," she grunted, shifting position to take the weight off her injured arm. "I'll be fine, just be careful, okay?" "I'll be right back," he said, then ducked under the branches and crept toward the road. The fight was indeed over, and so were the lives of almost everyone involved. Wyatt's breath caught in his throat as he emerged from the bushes along the road and peered across the ditch. Several bodies lay in front of him, mostly the thugs who'd attacked them, from the looks of their matching bandanas and low-slung jeans. Interspersed with the dead youths were people from the group heading north toward the shelter. Wyatt stepped carefully through the blood-soaked ditch and climbed up the other side, his head on a swivel, looking for surviving gangbangers that were waiting for one last target. He counted 3 dead thugs in front of him. Another was still draped over the guardrail where he'd last been seen, and a 5th was in the woods behind him near Willow. That left 1 more. Wyatt looked up and down the road, ignoring the scared faces in the cars that did their best to get away from the scene of the fighting. "There you are," Wyatt muttered, finding the last thug sprawled on his back about 10 yards to his right, closest to the main group of refugees. He sighed, relaxing his shoulders. "It's over." He turned his attention to the refugee group, but didn't at first see Deepa and the kids. "Thank God," he breathed. They'd gotten away. He stepped down into the ditch again and knelt in the muck next to Arjun, still face down, his back smeared with dark blood that soaked through his linen shirt. "Arjun, can you hear me?" Wyatt asked, keeping his eyes up, scanning the ditch to make sure he wasn't surprised if someone else decided to pay a visit to the grisly scene. He put his hands on the young father and jerked back when the man moaned. "Where? Where's my family?" Arjun mumbled. "Help me, please. I can't move my legs." "Hang on," Wyatt said quickly, grabbing Arjun's shoulders and rolling him over as gently as possible. Arjun screamed in pain, then fell silent, staring at the sky and panting. His eyes came to focus and darted left and right, then settled on Wyatt in time with his grasping hands snagging Wyatt's forearm. "Deepa, my children! Easy," Wyatt said as gently as he could. "I don't see them. Okay. That means they're not here. I think they ran. They're safe." "The man who shot at us," Arjun began, his eyes round. "I've been shot." "I know. Hang in there, buddy. They're all dead. It's okay. It's over," Wyatt soothed. "Try to relax, Arjun." "I've got to see what I can do for you," he lied, looking down at his new friend. Arjun closed his eyes and shook his head. "I am dying, my friend," he whispered in a hoarse voice. "I can't feel my legs, so cold. Look, you've lost a lot of blood and took a round to the lower spine. Wyatt looked up at the line of cars. "You need an ambulance. Hang on, I'll see if I can get someone to take you to a hospital. No one is moving." Arjun cried out, then arched his back and growled as pain racked his body. "My children," he moaned. "Deepa," he whispered. "I'll be right back," Wyatt said, and stood clambering up the slippery side of the ditch to the road. He stepped over the guardrail and waved his hands, flinging mud and blood as he went. The first car he came to was occupied by a pair of young women. Even with the windows up, he could hear their screaming as he approached. He held out his bloody hands to assure them he wasn't armed, but caught a glimpse of his reflection in their windows and froze. His face was smeared with grime and bright red blood, Willow's blood, and his clothes were soaked in the dark gore sprayed from the throat of the man he'd slain in the bushes. His forearms were covered in a mixture of mud and blood and leaves, and he wasn't sure whose blood it was. Wyatt shook his head. He looked like a demon straight from Dante's worst nightmares. Okay, he said, and turned to the next car. The man in the driver's seat pointed a snub-nosed revolver at him with shaky hands. Wyatt threw his own hands up and backed away slowly. "Don't shoot, I just need help." A man in a pickup truck leaned out the driver's window a few cars to the south and yelled something, beckoning Wyatt closer. He shuffled toward the rust-decorated truck as it inched toward him and met halfway. "I need help," he cried. "We all do, brother, but you look like you've been in a war," the driver called. He wore a trucker hat advertising a greasy diner somewhere in Georgia, sported a long beard and longer hair. "What happened? You in that gunfight I heard?" "Yes," Wyatt cried. "There's an injured man up the road. He needs to get to a hospital. Please, can you take him?" "No can do, compadre," the man behind the wheel said as he rolled forward with traffic while Wyatt walked along the side of the truck.
"Look around, man. I ain't going nowhere. Right on the side of the road," Wyatt suggested.
"Please. He's been shot in the back and he has a wife and kids." The driver lowered his sunglasses and looked at the bodies lining the side of the road, then whistled. "What happened, man?" "Our group was attacked. There was a big gunfight. I can see that. You hit?" "No," Wyatt said, shaking his head. "Look, my wife was shot, but she'll be okay." "My friend needs an ambulance and a hospital, though. You're the only one who'll even talk to me," Wyatt said, grabbing the passenger door through the open window. "Please, I'd like to help." "Really, I would," the driver said. "But look it. If I head up the shoulder sooner or later, I'm gonna get stuck. I seen it 1,000,000 times already this morning. Ain't no one letting people back in the lane when they get stuck on the shoulder." "I have to do," Wyatt began, when a gunshot silenced his plea. He ducked on instinct and the driver swore, hit the gas, and swerved to the left, only to bump into the car next to him about 3 feet away. Wyatt jumped back as the driver overcompensated and brought his truck away from the next lane, the driver screaming obscenities. Another gunshot rang out behind him toward the scene of the fight. Wyatt turned and ran for the guardrail, thinking to jump it and get into the ditch. Then he saw a mud-covered thug struggling to rise next to Arjun. The injured man had his hands on the thug's arm, trying to prevent him from aiming his pistol. Locked in a muddy struggle, both men injured, it was impossible to tell who would win. "Get down, man!" the truck driver yelled, running as fast as he could. Wyatt cleared the guardrail and flew over the ditch, slamming into the gangbanger from behind. They crashed into the far side of the ditch in a flurry of curses, grunts, and swinging arms. The man threw a knee and hit Wyatt in the ribs, but it only made his fury more intense. Arjun, an innocent man caught up in the fighting, had lost his home, his wife and children, been shot in the back and left to die in a ditch, only to be attacked again. The injustice of it all drove Wyatt to slam the thug's arm down so hard he heard a bone crack, and the youth roared in pain but dropped the gun. With his good arm, he swung a sucker punch that hit Wyatt awkwardly in the side of the head, knocking him away. As the world came into focus again, Wyatt heard the thug screaming in Spanish as he clawed for the shiny gun in the muck and leaves between them. Wyatt scrambled for the weapon, too, and they both grabbed it at the same time, their hands slipping and grasping. "No!" Wyatt growled, struggling to gain control over the weapon. The younger man snarled something in Spanish and spat at him, clawing at Wyatt's face with his injured hand. The gun went off again, and Wyatt flinched, expecting a flash of pain, but felt nothing. He gripped the barrel and pulled it back, away from them both, until the younger man started to lose his tenuous grip. The slimy mud that coated the gun made it impossible for Wyatt to hold on any longer either, though, and in the quick fight to regain control, the gun went off again. Wyatt screamed, but the younger man had gone still. He stared up at Wyatt, his eyes blinking slowly. A trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, staining his gold fillings crimson. His body stiffened, then relaxed, and his eyes stared up at the sky, seeing nothing. Wyatt pulled himself off the younger man and looked down at the body. He pulled the gun from the limp hand and checked the magazine. It was empty. He tossed it aside and turned back to Arjun, but he also stared at the sky, seeing eternity. A blood stain on his chest blossomed where the thug had shot him again. "No," Wyatt said, crawling to Arjun and checking for a pulse. "No!" he yelled to the uncaring sky, ignoring the cars and drivers who tried to get away as fast as the slow-moving traffic allowed. Not one of them came to help. Not one of them got out of their vehicles. Wyatt, Willow said from behind him. He turned, looking up out of the ditch at his wife as she stood at the edge of the bushes and trees. Her borrowed jeans and top were smeared in mud, and her shirt was torn and bloody where she'd been shot, her hair a tangled mess of leaves and mud. But the look on her face broke Wyatt's heart. She slipped and slid down the slope and came to him, enveloping him in a one-armed hug and holding him while he buried his face in her chest and screamed. "Are you hurt?" she asked. After a long moment where all he could do was breathe, Wyatt finally sniffed, wiped his face again, and pulled back. No, I'm not hurt. I tried, he said, gesturing weakly at Arjun's lifeless body. I can't find Deepa. What about the children? Asked Willow, looking around at the carnage, the horror of what she saw written across her face. She turned back to Wyatt, her eyes shining with tears. I don't see them. I think they got away. I think only a couple of people from the group made it, though. Jackson's up there with the others who had guns. They all died. Come on, Willow said as she helped Wyatt to his feet. We should leave. I know, Wyatt said, sighing. He stretched his back. We have to keep moving. Willow extended her hand. I brought the backpack, she said, glancing to the other side of the ditch where the Coast Guard backpack, smeared with dirt and blood, waited. And this. She handed him the gun from the man he'd killed with the coxswain's knife. I think it's still got bullets. Wyatt took the dirty little 9mm semi-auto and racked the slide. A round popped out and fell to the ground. While Willow picked it up, he ejected the magazine and counted 3 more rounds. He put the round Willow gave him in the magazine, inserted it, and racked the slide again, then tucked it in his waistband at the base of his spine. Once he'd retrieved the backpack and let Willow try to clean at least some of the gore off his face and hands. They clambered up out of the ditch and onto the road again. We shouldn't just leave them, he said to the bodies. There was so much blood staining the ground and grass, he couldn't look away. They deserve better than to just lay out here in the sun like this. Maybe someone can help? She asked, looking at the drivers. I already tried, Wyatt said, spotting the truck he'd run to in the distance, now about 100 yards north. The driver waved out his window. We're on our own. No one's going to help. We can't bury this many people, Willow whispered. I wasn't thinking of burying them, Wyatt said. We should see what other weapons they have, take their food, anything we could use, you know? He shook his head. I know we shouldn't just leave everything, but I can't. I just can't. Come on, Willow said, turning him away from the battlefield. Let's just get off this road and find a place to rest. I think there's a neighborhood over there just up the road a bit to the left, she said, pointing toward a few pillars of black smoke that hung in the air. Wyatt nodded and without another word started walking. They cut off a car on their left, trying to go north, and the driver honked. Wyatt stopped directly in front of the car and turned slowly, looking at the driver. The man's angry visage melted on seeing death itself standing in front of his car. He swallowed and gripped his steering wheel but didn't make another move. That's what I thought, Wyatt muttered. He took Willow by the elbow and they walked. They walked across 2 lanes of northbound traffic without stopping, without looking, and the cars stopped. They crossed the grassy medium, stepped onto the southbound lanes filled with northbound traffic, and walked across the next 2 lanes. When an impatient driver honked along low blast, Wyatt simply pulled the gun from his belt and held it, looking at the driver. The message was received, and they crossed the rest of the road unmolested, stepping onto a cracked sidewalk on the west side. Wyatt put the gun back at the small of his back and sighed. I can't believe no one helped, Willow complained as they walked north toward the neighborhood, matching the slow pace of the cars crawling in the northbound lane. They're scared, Wyatt said, his voice hoarse. We're all scared here. Let's see if we can find a place to rest, Willow said, turning him into the neighborhood. They stopped, staring at the burning houses down the street and people looting a house on the far side of the block. Several cars had crashed into each other in the road, sealing off the entrance, and in the distance people were hurrying from houses to waiting vehicles and driving away. What a wonderful place, Wyatt breathed. Look, there's a house right there, Willow said, tugging Wyatt forward. It looks looted, Wyatt warned. It was a small 1-story house with a single gable over the attached garage. The front door was smashed open, the windows broken and curtains blowing free in the breeze. Spray paint tagged the garage door that looked like someone had driven a car through. Debris and clothes littered the front yard. Good, then no one will want to come in and look around. She glanced up and down the street and, satisfied no one was watching, hurried Wyatt across the yard and into the house. Wyatt closed his eyes in the darkened house, relishing the sudden release from the day's heat on his neck. The calm, close air soothed his frayed nerves. Hello? Willow called loudly. Outside, horns honked and a gunshot cracked in the distance, but no one answered her call. Wyatt pulled the gun from his belt, told her to be quiet by holding a finger up to his mouth, then went room by room, clearing the house. He found scenes of looting everywhere, broken bookcases, smashed TVs, closets ransacked, clothes strewn across the beds. The kitchen was especially messy and looked as if a tornado had formed in the dining room, swept through the kitchen, opening every door and spreading what was left in the house across the floor. He circled the gutted residence and met Willow again at the front door, or what was left of it. "It's empty," he said. "The windows at the back are smashed open and there's some blood by the back door. I think they came in that way." "It's awful," Willow breathed. "It's home for now," Wyatt said. "I'm so tired it's stifling in here," Willow said, clearing clothes off the bed in the only bedroom they found. She opened the windows in the room, one on either side of the bed, and wiped her hands. "There, that's better. You lay down. I'll go close the front door and try to secure it. Rest, honey." Wyatt didn't argue, but collapsed on the bed. He opened his eyes and stared up at the wall by the headboard, looking out the window at the blue sky overhead. Movement caught his eye, and he ignored the gunshots and honking and occasional shout and sat up. Slicing through the sky was a small plane, not a jetliner, a corporate Learjet. It banked sharply, as if the pilot were reliving days flying off an aircraft carrier, and disappeared from view behind the wall. Groaning, he hauled himself out of the bed and looked out the window across the street. A family was rushing from their home, throwing suitcases and bags into the back of a spray-painted minivan. The man looked around, ushered his kids into the vehicle, and helped his pregnant wife get into the front seat. Then they pulled out and turned away from the main road, tires squealing as they headed deeper into the neighborhood. Wyatt looked up over the smoldering houses in the distance and the palm trees and flowering bushes that looked in stark contrast to the destruction and death all around them. Another plane was clawing its way into the sky following the first. Willow came back into the room and shut the bedroom door. She put a plate full of food on the dresser, dragged a chair from the small makeup desk in the bathroom over, and propped it under the handle and brushed her hands together, wincing as she moved her injured arm. "Look, honey, I found some Vienna sausages," she said, showing him the tray. "There's even some crackers here, too, and with the water we have." "What is it?" she asked, watching her husband stare out the window. "I know how we're getting out of here," he said, smiling as he turned from the window. "Planes, there's an airport over there somewhere to the northwest. We don't know how to fly, though," Willow said. "Someone does. I've seen 2 planes take off. That's our best shot," he said, smiling again. "Where'd you find that? I'm starving," he added, pointing at the tray before snatching a few sausages and shoving them in his mouth. "I'm glad you're feeling better," Willow said with a laugh, then joined him in their feast. "But I'm not going anywhere with you yet." "What?" Wyatt asked around a mouthful of crackers and sausages. "Why? You need a shower, you stink, babe. Maybe we should start a fire to heat some water?" "No," Wyatt said, shaking his head. "I don't want to let everyone know we're here. Let's just lie low for the night. Well, at least let me use some water to clean your face and arms. You look like death warmed over." "It's not my blood," Wyatt muttered, looking at his filthy forearms and hands. "Ew, that's even worse. I don't care. I can't lay down next to you if you look like an extra from a horror film. There's one of those water cooler things in the kitchen that someone was kind enough to knock over. It's still got a couple gallons of water in it. We can use that and save our bottled water," Willow said, getting up to get a washcloth from the bathroom. She tripped over something on the floor and crashed into the wall. "You okay?" asked Wyatt, peering into the gloom. Willow appeared as a shadow against the darker background. "I'm fine. It's just dark in here." "Whew! Something smells over here." "I think it's coming from the bathroom." I wouldn't open that if I were you," he warned. "Hush, or I won't clean you," Willow laughed as she opened the only door in the room. A wave of foul odor marched into the bedroom, and Wyatt coughed at the smell. "Oh, that is disgusting," she cried, slamming the door. "What?" "I changed my mind," she said. "I can sleep next to you. Filthy as you are." Wyatt held out his arm for his wife, laughing as she worked her way back to the bed in the dark. Chapter 32. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick Residence. Jack pushed the loading port up on the bottom of the shotgun and made sure a round was in the chamber, then turned to Aaron. "You ready? You sure you want to do this?" Sierra asked. "We could just wait for them to what? Maybe make it here on their own?" Jack asked. "Maybe stumble into one of Hastings' patrols? Get shot? Get lost?" He shook his head. "That's Officer Matthews. He helped us out and gave us shelter when he didn't have to. He doesn't have anywhere else to go, and I invited him here. We have to go get him before it gets dark. We have to, right? You are, Aaron said. It'll be good to have a cop around, if nothing else, Kendrick added. This is going to cause all kinds of problems with the HOA, Sierra warned. But all right, I guess you're right. Be careful and hurry back. Will do, Jack said, flashing a smile. You got the radio and flashlight? He asked Aaron. Aye, and me shillelagh. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, she muttered, tightening her coat. And yes, I have the bloody torch and radio. They crossed Kendrick's backyard, closed the gate, and started off through the woods. Aaron snapped on the light, and they angled off the path, heading toward the cop car. Hadley had spotted with Clementine. Sierra crossed her arms and stared at the back door after Jack and Aaron left. I have a bad feeling about this. They're going to be fine, Kendrick said. They'll be back in half an hour or so, you'll see. What am I supposed to do until then? Sierra asked. Maybe we should get the fire going in our house, Hadley asked. That's an idea, Kendrick replied with a smile. It's almost time to set up for the night shift, he added, glancing at the darkening sky out a window. All right, are you and Ruth? We're fine, he told Sierra. Go on. When Jack and Aaron get back, we'll all sit down and meet the cop he's bringing home, Kendrick said with a smile. And I'll have food ready, Ruth added as she turned for the kitchen. All right, call me when they get back. Okay, Sierra said, lifting her own police radio. Like you won't be listening to them anyway, Hadley joked as they donned their winter gear by the back door. They hurried through the snow path across the yard and went inside her brother's house, hidden from view of the street, and set to work starting the fire in the living room. After a few minutes, the fire crackled merrily, and its glow and warmth spread quickly through the battle-scarred room. Looks a little rough around the edges, huh? Asked Sierra, glancing at the bullet holes in the wall behind Hadley. It's still home to me, she replied, her face glowing from the firelight. She smiled. And it's good to be back. I like Mr. and Mrs. Kendrick well enough, but it's like spending the night at Grandma's house. It has a smell, you know. Hey, that used to be my house growing up, Sierra said with a laugh. But I get it. Come on, let's see if we can put the kitchen back together. I think we should just let the fire warm things up for now. They headed across the hallway toward the kitchen, but Sierra paused to make sure the front door, what was left of it, was properly secured and reinforced with plywood. This thing was shot to pieces, she muttered, running a hand over the rough plywood surface. Yeah, but it looks good now, right? Hadley asked. I mean, I tried to open it earlier, and it's heavy. I hope so, Sierra muttered. Come on, let's check the kitchen. Jack and Aaron approached the cop car carefully. Matthews hadn't seen her flashlight yet. He was too busy digging in the trunk of the car, talking to himself. Jack stopped them short of the clearing where the car sat and looked around one last time to make sure they were alone. He nodded at Aaron, and she smiled back, her face illuminated by the light reflecting off the snow. Officer Matthews? Jack called. Matthews jerked upright as if he'd been bitten by something and smashed his head into the underside of the trunk. Staggering back while Aaron snorted, he reached for his service pistol and ducked. Who's there? It's me, Jack Carter, and my friend Aaron. You met us at the station, remember, Jack? Matthews said, straightening up and standing next to the car. I didn't even see the flashlight, he added as Jack and Aaron walked to the car smiling. What are you doing here? Jack asked. I need help. The chief and I were going to stay. He's hurt, Matthews said, rushing around the car to the rear passenger door. Aaron shined her light through the open door on an older man under an emergency blanket, who groaned and turned away from the light. Shut that thing off before you blind me, he growled. Sorry, Aaron said, and turned off the light. What happened? Jack asked. The mob came back, the chief said in his gravelly voice. They found out most of the others had left, and it was just me and Matthews and Jones. And, Jack asked, watching Matthews. Now it's just me and the chief, the young cop said quietly. For the first time, Jack noticed the black eye Matthews sported and the dried blood across his cheek. He had a bandage around his neck as well, dark with dried blood. You're hurt too. I'll live. That's what I said, but he insisted on dragging me out here, the chief complained from the back seat. At least I can still walk, Matthews shot back. Sir, the older man laughed, which turned into a cough. What are we going to do? He asked. We're out here in the middle of the woods. You're coming back to my place, Jack said. Come on, I'll help you up. Matthews unloaded several bags of gear liberated from the police station and shut the trunk. I still have a few things in here. We can come back and get them, right? No problem. We should get you guys inside first, Jack said. Matthews and Jack carried gear and helped the chief limp along through the snow, while Erin lit the way with her flashlight and carried the last bag. Don't lose the keys to that car, Jack said as they shuffled slowly away from the abandoned police cruiser. Why? Matthews asked, grunting with the effort of helping the chief hobble forward. Because a working vehicle might be useful. I think what's in the trunk is a lot more useful, Matthews replied. What's in the trunk? Jack, Erin, and the chief all asked at the same time, the rest of the gear. Matthews replied matter-of-factly. What? You think we were going to bug out of the police station and only bring 3 duffels of gear? The chief laughed, then groaned. Stop making me laugh. Just keep going. We're about halfway back. See that light there in the distance? Jack said. That's Mr. Kendrick's house. He's my neighbor. He's been helping us out since the attack. Attack? Asked the chief, looking at Jack with one eye while he concentrated on limping forward. Sir, it happened a couple days ago. Remember I asked what we were supposed to do about a couple of bodies? Matthews asked. Are you the one who was asking about the dead body? The chief asked Jack. 2, actually, but yeah, Jack replied. I'm getting too old for this, the chief muttered. They shuffled forward in silence, Erin leading the way, constantly looking over her shoulder to make sure the men were still upright and moving. Almost there, boyos. Yeah, I remember now. Out of our jurisdiction. Did you ever get hold of the county? The chief asked. No, sir, Jack grunted as they navigated a tangle of roots. What's in this bag? It weighs a ton. Extra ammo and weapons, Matthews said quickly, trying to catch his breath. We were overrun. We were the last ones to leave, the chief mumbled. Couldn't leave weapons for the mob to take. They'd kill half the town. Erin turned to check on them and stopped in her tracks. Looks like they may have already done that. Jack and Matthews paused, the chief hanging between them, barely standing on his own. Jack looked south where Erin pointed and sucked in a breath at the sight of the orange glow on the horizon. Is that Mukwonago? Yes, Matthews said. We don't know how the fire started, but it's spreading fast and the fire department can't stop it without water pressure. Why don't they have water pressure? Erin asked. That pressure is supplied by the water department, and without electricity, their pumps don't work, the chief said. What about the water tower? Jack asked. That thing is huge. I was going to climb up it for my senior prank, he said. And do what? Asked Matthews. Nothing, Jack said, looking away. It doesn't matter, the chief said. That tower's gravity fed, but one of the last calls I got from the water department said it was already 3/4 drained. So many people were using water in the homes in town that they probably sucked it dry yesterday. The fire department has nothing to work with. So, the town's going to burn. Come on, we're almost there, Jack said, turning away from the burning town. Hadley burst into the living room, red-faced and out of breath. They're here, and they've got 2 cops with them, and one's the chief of police, and he's hurt. Whoa, there, Sierra said, grabbing her jacket. Why didn't they use the radio? Jack says it's because they were carrying the chief. Come on. Hadley was supposed to have been bringing in another load of firewood from the backyard, and when Sierra followed her out the patio door, she found the wood scattered on the ground. This needs to be picked up. In a minute. Hurry, Hadley said, already running for the hole cut into the fence between the 2 houses. The Kendrick house resembled a kicked-over hornet's nest. Ruth was directing traffic in the living room as Sierra and Hadley arrived. Leave him be! I'll tend to him in a second. Oh, good, Sierra, honey. You're here. Be a dear and fetch me some hot water and clean towels. I was starting to boil water for pasta. It should be plenty hot, she turned to her husband. Where's that first aid kit, Bill? I have a medical kit from the police station, ma'am, Matthews offered, standing to the side as everyone rushed to carry out Ruth's orders. Lovely. Please bring it here, she said as she sank to her knees in front of the chief, who was stretched out on the sofa, his eyes closed, his skin pale despite the warm glow from the fire. Oh dear, she muttered as she examined his wounded side. Did someone hit you with a bazooka? The chief grunted a laugh, then grimaced. Felt like it. I think he was shooting an AK-47, ma'am, Matthews said, as he gave her the large medical kit stamped with MPD across the top. Oh, this should do nicely now. Where's that hot water? Ruth called. Right here, Sierra said, depositing a cast-iron Dutch oven on the floor with steam rising from its open top. Here's the towels. While Ruth worked on cleaning the chief's wound and administering first aid, Matthews collapsed into the recliner and closed his eyes. Kendrick peppered him with questions, and he answered, relaying the events of the last day. They breached the rear door, came in the front. They were everywhere, Matthews said, his eyes still closed as he lay back in the chair. More than when you were there, he added, opening his eyes to look at Jack and Aaron. Where'd they all come from? Don't those people have homes in town? Jack asked. They do, but they're desperate, Kendrick said. That's it, Matthews added. They were yelling for food, like we'd have that at the police station, Matthews said, shaking his head. We gave them everything we had. In the end, all we had left were guns and ammo. And we didn't give that to them, the chief growled. Stay still, Ruth snapped. It's been a while since I've had to suture, and I won't have a jagged line. Yes, ma'am, the chief said. Might I ask how you know to do this? Are you a nurse? No, I grew up on a farm now. Hold still. So the town's on fire and it's just going to burn. And there's nothing anyone can do about it? Aaron asked. That's bloody awful. That about sums it up, Matthews said. Was it arson? Kendrick asked. I doubt it, the chief said, then gasped in pain as Ruth worked. Beads of sweat on his face caught the firelight and sparkled like diamonds. More likely someone was just trying to keep warm, and it got out of hand without firefighters. There's nothing to stop it. A lot of Mukwonago is pretty old wood siding and so on. It's turning into a firestorm, Matthews whispered. Well, you're welcome to stay here, Kendrick offered. I have nowhere else to go, and Jack said, Matthews began. We have plenty of room, Sierra said. Chief Tarkin, do you have family? I have, Ow, he hissed. I have 2 kids, but they live in Minnesota with their families, my wife. He closed his eyes again and waited for Ruth to pause. She passed away a few years ago. That settles it then, Ruth said, wiping the wound again, then standing on popping knees. The both of you are staying here for a while until we can figure out what's to be done. We can't just take over part of your house, Matthews objected, sitting up. Then use Annie's house, Hadley blurted. Everyone in the room turned to look at her, and she blushed furiously. What's that? Tarkin asked from the sofa. Her friend's family, the Nolans. They live across the street, Sierra explained. Well, across the cul-de-sac anyway. They left a couple of days ago. They're not coming back. Not any time soon, at least, Hadley added quickly. We can sort that out in the morning, Ruth said. For now it's food and rest. For both of you. Just wait right there. I'll bring you something hot to eat. You two look exhausted. She always like that? Tarkin asked Kendrick, craning his neck to see. Kendrick laughed and slapped his gut. How do you think I got like this? Chapter 33, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, sometime in the deep, dark night when it was safer to be asleep than awake. Wyatt opened his eyes. He stared up at an unfamiliar ceiling in an unfamiliar room on an unfamiliar bed. The entire world had been turned upside down in the last week, and the only stable thing in it, his only constant, was Willow. She slept beside him, breathing softly, the warmth of her body easing the pain in his ribs. In the close confines of the room, the humidity and heat of the day caused them both to sweat as they fell asleep. Locked up in the only bedroom in the house, they were hot, but at least they were safe. He peeled himself away from Willow and stood, letting the cool air from outside dry his damp skin as he stood before the open window. Wyatt leaned over, resting his hands on the wooden frame and sighed, lowering his head. He'd seen enough of the new world to know that he didn't like it one bit, and he liked it even less knowing that his children faced the same hardships he did, only 1,000 miles away alone except for his sister. He loved Sierra, after all. She was his only sister, but she wasn't a survivor. She knew how to fish and camp. Their father had taught all his children the basics. But Sierra didn't have the killer instinct, the will to survive despite the odds. And the odds don't look good for any of us, he muttered, peering out into the dark night. An owl hooted and a dog barked once in return, the sound echoing down the war-torn street. Wyatt swallowed and looked away from the window. He'd always known he had the instinct to do what it took to survive, but until he'd killed those terrorists on the cruise ship and the 2 thugs who'd attacked the refugee group the day before, he'd never known just how deep his own instinct to survive really was. He blinked and saw the surprised expression on the face of the man when he shoved the knife under his jaw. He blinked again, feeling the warmth of tears on his cheeks as the blank eyes of the man who died in the ditch stared up at him. Wyatt shut his eyes tight and clenched his jaw, holding his breath as he tensed his shoulders, willing the weakness to leave his body. I will not weep at the loss of 2 people who wanted me dead. I will not mourn the deaths of those 2 animals. They wanted to kill Willow. His heart rate slowed and his breathing returned to normal as the guilt washed over him. Wyatt accepted the guilt and eventually let it pass, to be replaced with a sense of calm. "I will not feel guilt. I will not feel shame," he muttered to himself over and over, careful to keep his voice low so as not to wake Willow. "I did what was necessary, and I'd do it again without hesitation." He repeated it until the word sank in and took root in his heart. When Wyatt looked up and stared out at the darkness beyond the abandoned house they'd occupied, he saw himself swallowed by darkness. "If that's what it takes to make sure Willow survives," he swore, "if that's what it takes to see my children survive, so be it." Blinking lights in the sky caught his attention, and he looked up and watched another small plane sail the horizon over the roof of the house across the street. There was an airport over there somewhere. He didn't know how far away. He didn't know what stood in his way, but he was going to get to that airport. Wyatt swore to the stars he'd bring Willow safely to the airport, where they'd find a plane and fly north. He flexed his right hand, and the dried mud cracked and peeled from his skin. Wyatt turned and carefully picked his way across the room, stepping over clothing and discarded personal items left on the floor by whoever had either abandoned or looted the house. He stubbed his toes on a book and cursed under his breath, then reached for the door to the bathroom. Yet before he even opened the door, Wyatt got a whiff of whatever foulness Willow had found on the other side and froze. The sour, sweet smell of decay, excrement, and death lingered in his nose as his hand hovered over the handle. No, whatever had happened in the house, whatever was on the other side of that door, did not deserve to be disturbed. Wyatt flexed his hand again, and more mud and dried blood cracked and flaked off. He turned away from the bathroom and worked his way back to the window, picking at the dirt on his hands as he went. The clouds up above, heavy with rain, parted for a moment, and moonlight filtered down, illuminating the bruised landscape. A gunshot popped in the distance, and though the noise was loud, Willow didn't stir. Wyatt's chest tightened at the thought that even his gentle wife had grown so accustomed to lawlessness and gunfire that she wasn't woken in the middle of the night. It was a sad commentary on the situation, but Wyatt was determined to see it through to the end. He would find a way to get them to that airport, and he would find a way to get them home. But first, he thought with a wry smile, he would figure out a way to clean his hands so that at least when Willow awoke, she wouldn't be terrified to look at him. So he leaned on the windowsill and picked at the dirt from his hands, waiting for the dawn. Chapter 34, Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Carter residence, Jack swept Kendrick's rifle in a wide arc, scanning left to right through the kitchen window toward the cul-de-sac. He'd turned his kitchen into a sniper den, with the rifle propped on the countertop, and the kitchen table moved over so he could lie down in a more comfortable position. The night vision scope attached to Kendrick's massive hunting rifle allowed them to watch the street all night long with an efficiency they never could have dreamed of those first couple nights. "How's it going?" Officer Matthews said as he stepped into the kitchen. Jack looked down at the table and tried not to lose his grip on the rifle. "Other than you just about giving me a heart attack, not too bad. What are you doing?" Jack demanded, glaring into the darkness at the cop standing in the doorway. "Sorry, I guess I should have knocked or something," he muttered. "I can't sleep. Too much adrenaline?" Jack asked as he settled himself behind the scope once more. "I'm worried about the chief," Matthews said as he sat on one of the abandoned chairs at the far side of the kitchen. "How are you doing?" "It's about 1 o'clock. I'm fine. Sierra's going to relieve me in about 2 hours, Jack replied. "Then I'll try to get some sleep again." "So how's this system working out for you guys?" Matthews asked. "Feels like you're stretched pretty thin," Jack shrugged as he swept the rifle back to the right. "Meh, not too bad," he said. "I'll be a little tired tomorrow morning, but I'm getting used to coffee." "I wouldn't rely on that if I were you," Matthews replied, "once supplies run out." I know, Jack grumbled. "Once our supply is gone, that's it. At least until somebody gets the power back on and people can go back to work, right?" "Yeah," Matthews said. He shifted in his seat, the fabric of his clothes rustling. The sound was loud in the dead, silent house. "What you guys have done here, the blankets over the windows, all that stuff, it's pretty smart." "I doubt many people in Mukwonago thought of that, probably why I can still see it burning when I look out the window," Matthews said. "What are all those people going to do?" Jack asked as he took his face away from the scope. He heard rather than saw. Matthews shrugged in response. "I have no idea. I know it's eating the chief up inside, though. He's lived there his whole life. He knows everybody in town, but there's nothing we can do." The people who decided to use violence far outweigh those who chose not to. There's limited resources, you know, and that set up a real bad situation. Now you throw in this fire, I don't know what's going to come out the other side, but it won't be the Mukwanago I knew, even if I only knew it for 6 months. Jack grunted in agreement and swept the rifle back to the left, scanning the front of the cul-de-sac, and froze.
Hey, I got movement.
What? Matthews said as he got up and moved next to Jack.
Oh, wait! It's just the watch! How can you tell?
Matthews asked as he leaned over Jack to peer out the window.
I can barely see a couple shadows out there. Because,
Jack said, looking through the scope. He watched as a bright flare erupted in front of the man in the middle.
For starters, that's Pete, Matthews asked. You can recognize him through that scope?
I barely see 3 people.
Yeah, here, take a look,
Jack said as he moved away from the rifle and rolled off the table. He stretched his back and flexed his arms while Matthews leaned over and put his eye to the glowing screen of the night vision scope.
Wow,
he muttered.
Yeah, I recognize that guy too. Wait, what?
Jack asked as Matthews stepped away from the rifle. Jack slid onto the table and got back in the position, wrapping his arm under the rifle and nestling his cheek against the stock.
What do you mean you recognize him?
He asked as he shifted his aim to follow the group of 3 men. They casually walked the beaten path down the middle of the street, glancing left and right.
I can see their mouths moving, but can't hear them talk, Jack mumbled.
It's like watching a silent movie.
Yeah, I remember him, Matthews continued.
Tall guy with a big scar across his face? He showed up in town the day before yesterday? Was he a problem? Jack asked.
No, he didn't give us any trouble,
Matthews admitted. But he sure looked like he wanted to. Didn't have any money or belongings and walked into town with a group of people from the interstate. I remember because it was the first batch of people who showed up right as the power went out. We were all trying to figure out what was going on and didn't have time for refugees.
What'd you do? Jack asked.
We gave them some water and a little food and sent them on their way.
Well, at least he was telling us the truth, Jack said.
From what we heard, he showed up at the front entrance with the first group of people. After the council people talked with him, he joined the watch.
Do you trust him?
Jack scoffed. I don't trust any of them, man. That's why I'm sitting here with this rifle.
Fair enough,
Matthews said. They waited in silence as Jack watched the men make a loose circle in the cul-de-sac. They paused in front of each house, clicking on a flashlight to scribble a note on a pad of paper before shutting off the light and moving on.
What are they doing?
Matthews whispered. According to Mr. Flamino, every night the watch has a checklist. They have a list of addresses they're supposed to check on. After they make sure the house is quiet and nobody's calling out for help or trying to break in, they check off that they were there and move on to the next house. I find it hard to believe that these guys are actually following a checklist, Matthews grumbled.
Believe me, we do too. Their leader doesn't mess around, though, and Mr. Davenport, he's the guy in charge of the HOA. He's a real stickler for details. I don't know how those two ever became friends, but I have to admit they're running a pretty good operation. I heard the same thing from Mr. Kendricks, Matthews said. Well, see you later, boys,
Jack muttered as the patrol continued walking and exited the cul-de-sac. Jack settled back into his routine of sweeping left to right, looking for threats heading their way from the road. He and Matthews fell into a companionable silence again.
So let me get this straight,
Matthews said, breaking the quiet after a few minutes.
You have people stay up to keep watch every night?
Jack reached out and patted the radio sitting on the countertop next to him.
Thanks to you, we don't have to worry about all of us staying awake, though. We take 3-hour shifts, and whoever's on watch uses Mr. Kendrick's rifle here. If I spot something suspicious, I get on the radio and wake everybody up. Easy. And if you don't see anything...
Matthews said, everybody gets a good night's sleep except for the 3 people on duty, Jack said. But even they get enough sleep to make it through the day with a nap in the afternoon. It's been, 3 or 4 days now? Jack asked. Seems to be working all right. So your aunt doesn't live here? Matthews asked a moment later. Jack rolled his eyes in the darkness and took a deep breath before answering. No, she doesn't. You sure do ask a lot of questions, he added over his shoulder. I can't help it, cop, remember? Jack grunted. Yeah, she's my dad's younger sister. She lives up north in Wisconsin, somewhere in the woods. Up in the woods? I wouldn't have thought that based on talking with her. She had a bad car accident last year and went through a lot of stuff. I don't really know much about it, but I know my parents basically brought her back from the grave. She got this big check from the insurance company and went off up into the woods. bought a little cabin and lives like a hermit. And now she's down here watching you guys while your parents went on vacation? Yeah, Jack said, sighing. Though it wasn't really their idea. Sierra felt bad for all the time and money they spent helping her recover after the accident, and she spent a little of that money she got from the insurance company and bought them tickets for the cruise. Matthews sighed in the darkness. That's got to be rough on her, he said. Jack blinked and looked away from the rifle. What do you mean rough on her? My parents are the ones that are out there somewhere. Yeah, Matthews argued, but they're only out there because she bought them tickets. She must feel awful about that. Jack stared out the window over the top of the rifle, his heart pounding in his chest. I never thought of it that way, he muttered. I always thought she was just being overprotective, trying to be like a helicopter parent or something. He looked over his shoulder at Matthews, nothing but a shadow against the wall on the far side of the kitchen. You think maybe that's why she's so protective of me and Hadley? I'd bet money on it, Matthews said. I sure wouldn't want to be in her position. I mean, yeah, I don't know what's happened to my family, but there's literally nothing I can do about it, and the only reason I'm up here is because I chose to come up here. They're probably worried sick about me. But what are you going to do? Well, for starters, make sure that guy across the street doesn't come any closer, Jack said, eye to the scope. You got something? Matthews asked, shuffling across the kitchen floor again. He paused by Jack and leaned toward the window. I don't see anything, he whispered. 1, he can't hear you. And 2, Jack said. Of course you can't see anything. I've got the night vision scope, remember? Here, have a look. He pulled back and let Matthews take a quick peek through the scope. There he is, Matthews said. What's he doing? They shifted position again, and Jack got behind the scope once more. Looks like he's just standing there in the middle of the road. Is he part of the watch? Matthews asked. Maybe he came back? No, well, at least he's not one of the 3 that swung by earlier, Jack said. I don't recognize this person, and he's carrying looks like a crowbar or a stick, maybe. Jack kept his eye on the scope and picked up the radio, then pushed the transmit button. Wizard, this is Hawkeye. Wizard, come in. They waited a long moment, then the radio warbled and Kendrick's sleep-thick voice echoed through the kitchen. Yeah, go ahead, Hawkeye. Sorry to wake you, but we got somebody who shouldn't be there out in the street. Hang on, I'm getting into position. Does he have night vision too? Asked Matthews. Nope, this is the only scope with night vision we have. I was hoping that you and the chief might have something in one of those bags. What do you think we are, SWAT? Matthews asked. Mukwonago only had a dozen cops, Jack. We don't have any night vision gear. Jack grabbed the radio. Gandalf, Hawkeye. The guy's heading for Mr. Olafson's house. What's he doing? Kendrick asked over the radio. He's going around the side. I lost him, but I think he's got a crowbar. Sig's still at home. I saw him today walking around. Kendrick said, What do we do? Jack asked. What do you mean? What do we do? Sierra asked as she entered the kitchen. Jack and Matthews both flinched. Can you guys please stop doing that? Jack hissed. Doing what? Sierra asked, rubbing her eyes. I had enough coffee already, Jack said. My heart's racing without you guys giving me heart attacks. Sorry, Matthews said. Sorry, Sierra added at the same time. What's going on? She asked again. There's somebody out there in the street, Jack snarled. The watch already came through, so he's not with them. He just ran around the corner of Mr. Olafson's house. But Mr. Olafson's at home, Matthews said, peering out the window at the darkened house across the street. Let me have the radio, Sierra said, reaching in the darkness. Jack handed her the radio by feel and went back to the scope. There's no sign of him. He's still around the back of the house somewhere. Gandalf, I forget my name. Listen, Sierra said, holding the radio. Should we send someone out there in the dark? I don't think so, Kendrick replied, and it's Rocky. I got a second person, Jack called out, swinging the rifle to the right. He's running across the road? I see him, Matthews said, tapping the window. Well, I did. He's gone now, but I saw a dark shape running over the snow for a split second there. There's a second one out there, Sierra reported over the radio. I definitely don't think we go outside, Kendrick said. We should wake everyone up. We need to be on alert in case somebody tries to break in. No lights, though, Kendrick warned. We don't want to give our position away. We have to do something, Sierra insisted. We're protecting ourselves and watching. That is something, Kendrick said. Can you see through walls? No, Sierra reluctantly admitted. Unless we go out there, what exactly are we going to do? He asked. Shots fired, Matthews called out as lights flashed inside the Olofsson house. Did you see that? Kendrick asked a split second later over the radio. Looks like a fireworks display from my perspective, Jack replied behind the scope.
Yeah, we saw it, Sierra said, holding the radio to her mouth.
What do you think it means? I think it means we don't go anywhere until tomorrow. Keep an eye on that house, Kendrick said. I need to wake. Uh-oh, I guess she doesn't have a code name yet. Anyway, I need to wake her. Be right back here, Sierra said, handing the radio to Matthews in the dark. He's going to wake his wife? I have to wake Hadley. She slipped out of the kitchen and disappeared across the hall. When she opened the flap to the living room, a beam of light from the glowing fireplace lit up the foyer momentarily and vanished as the flap closed once more. Are you okay with taking the shot if you have to? Matthews asked. Jack scanned the house again, but the second man had disappeared following the first. Yeah, Jack said, then looked away from the rifle. You ever kill anybody? Up until the rioting started, I'd never drawn my service weapon before, Matthews said as he looked out the window. And when the mob attacked, well, I don't know if I shot anybody or not, but I fired my weapon. Yeah, me too, Jack said. Sierra killed the guy by the back door, he added. I wondered about that, but I didn't want to ask too many questions. Matthews said. How did she take it about? Like anybody would, I guess. Sometimes I hear her crying, Jack muttered. I shot the leader, but he didn't die. Is that this Haston person I keep hearing about? Yeah, Jack said. I think I only hit him in the arm, though. He was out in the middle of the cul-de-sac, and I had a 12-gauge. Lucky shot, Matthews muttered. I take it you didn't take down the person that's in the middle of the cul-de-sac, then? Nope, Jack replied, swinging the rifle back and forth again. Mr. Kendrick did, but he used this rifle? Anything else? Kendrick's voice called over the radio. Wait, Jack said. Yeah, I got something. What is it? Matthews muttered. Looks like a guy staggering across the front yard over there. He's bent over. I think he's hurt, Jack said, his face pressed against the scope. Good, Kendrick said. I hope it's a looter. Matthews repeated the information as Sierra walked into the room. Somebody's hurt? She asked, peering out the window next to Matthews. Hadley was right behind her, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Whoever that is, they're hurt. Yeah, he just fell, Jack said. Doesn't look like he's getting up. Wait, yeah, he got back to his feet. He's heading away from us down the street, Jack said. What do you want to do? He asked, shifting the rifle slightly to keep the man in his crosshairs. Can you confirm that's Mr. Olofsson? Asked Matthews. Jack said, straining to see details. No, I can't tell who it is. Then don't shoot, Matthews said. You don't want to kill the homeowner by accident. Hold your fire, Kendrick said over the radio. See? Matthews asked. Holding fire, Sierra replied over her radio. Should we go check on Mr. Olofsson? Hadley asked in a small voice. He's old, and he smells funny. But I like him, she added. We can't risk it, honey, Sierra explained. I'm sorry, it's too dangerous. Agreed, it's too risky, Kendrick said. Who knows how many more are out there? This is the watch's problem now. They just had their first patrol of the night. They might not be back for a couple hours, Jack replied. Well, if they're worth what we're paying them, they'll see the blood, and maybe they'll do something, Sierra added. How will they know if anything happens? Hadley asked. I'm betting somebody that moves like that guy just did has to be leaking blood all over the place, Jack said. Maybe we can go out and tell them when they come by? Matthews suggested. I don't want to do that, Sierra replied. Why in the world not? Matthews demanded. It looks like a crime has just been committed over there. Hey, wake up and smell the apocalypse, Jack snapped, his face still in the scope. I think what my nephew is trying to say is you have to stop thinking like a cop, Sierra said gently. Yes, a crime has probably been committed. There might be a body or two over at that house now as well. But if we go out there at 2 in the morning or whatever ungodly dark hour it is, when the watch comes back, they'll know we were here waiting. So? Matthews asked in the darkness. If they know we're up watching at 3 o'clock in the morning, then why do they need to come walking around the neighborhood? Sierra asked patiently. We're already on Davenport's and Haston's list. I don't trust them at all, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decided that we didn't need watching, if we're so good at watching for ourselves. Besides, Jack said, there could be other people out there. I think we all need to stay hunkered down, Kendrick said over the radio. There could be others out there we haven't seen. What do you think? Agreed? Jack said, still at the rifle. And also I said it first, agreed. Hadley chirped in quickly. We think so too, Sierra said into the radio. Don't I get a vote? Matthews replied. No offense, but no, Jack said, taking his eye from the scope to look at Matthews. Yeah, I invited you here, but I didn't invite you to take part in our group decisions. Not yet, at any rate, Sierra replied. You've only been here a handful of hours. But me and the chief are the only actual police officers, and for all intents and purposes, this rifle in my hands is the only law and order we have left, Jack said. The police haven't helped us at all since everything went downhill, so what makes you think that we're going to just hand everything over to you now? Sierra snapped. I'm sorry, she added quickly. I'm just tired. No, don't worry about it, Matthew said. The world has gone crazy in the last week, and we tried, but there's just not much we can do, he added, moving back to his chair and sinking into the seat. We tried so hard, but there's just too much chaos. Well, whatever's going on out there, Sierra said. None of us are going to solve it right now. I think everybody needs to take their weapons and get in position. We're going to spend the rest of the night keeping watch. At least let Hadley go back to sleep. I can take her position, Matthews said. Let me do something, please. I'm okay with that, Hadley said, yawning as she stretched her arms. Mrs. Kendrick is tending to the chief, and you've taken me into your house. Please, let me do something to help. All right, why don't you take the back door, Sierra suggested. Got it, Matthews said, a new determination in his voice. What channel are you on, he asked. 4? Jack said after a glance at the radio. Okay. My radio still has some juice left in it. I'll be in position by the back door if you need me. He left the kitchen, and Sierra sighed. I'll be in the living room keeping watch over Hadley in the front, she said. Come on, honey. Let's get you back to bed. At least one of us needs to be alert tomorrow. Jack sighed, alone in the kitchen once more, and settled behind the scope. I was looking forward to getting some sleep, too, he muttered. Chapter 35, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. When sunlight slanted through the open window and hit Wyatt's face, he opened his eyes and stared up at the ceiling again. It was still unfamiliar, but at least he wasn't as disoriented as when he'd woken during the night. Daylight banished most of the fears that had woken him earlier, and the world seemed clearer. A gunshot greeted the dawn, and Wyatt frowned as a dog barked in the distance. He took a deep breath and yawned, then coughed. The smell of smoke was thick in the air and pulled him out of bed faster than he would have liked. Next to him, Willow muttered something in her sleep and tried to snuggle closer to where he'd been and found his residual warmth, then fell quiet again. Wyatt padded to the window, seeing the debris across the floor for the first time in a clear light, and shook his head at the wanton destruction. Whoever had ransacked the room had done a thorough job and even spray-painted the walls with random gang symbols. Out the window, daylight was not as kind to the rest of the neighborhood. Scorch marks on several homes bore witness to the fact that someone had been playing with fire. Lots of it. More than one house had already burned to the ground, and that was just what he could see from the bedroom window. There weren't as many people about as there were the night before when they'd first arrived, but Wyatt still spied early risers rushing to their cars in an attempt to leave the neighborhood. And little wonder they fled. Down the street, a group of about 15 young men and a few girls laughed and threw something at a house. The sound of broken glass echoed down the street, dancing with laughter. One of them had a portable stereo, and music bounced off the houses, loud thumping beats designed for a dance floor, not the open street mere minutes after sunrise. They were at least 2 blocks away and occupied with a particular house that had a tendril of smoke coming from the chimney. "Who has a chimney in Florida?" he muttered. "Lots of people," Willow murmured behind him. "What are you doing up so early?" she asked, stretching languorously on the bed. "Watching a gang of teenagers down the street vandalize a house," he replied. "What?" she asked, sitting bolt upright. "Yeah, I don't want to stick around here too long. We should figure out if there's anything worth taking with us here and get a move on." "You seem better," Willow said, hopefully, though it sounded more like a question than a statement. "I feel better, thank you. I remember what happened, but not much of what happened," after Wyatt said, turning from the window. "Don't worry about it. We've got some rough roads ahead of us," she said, getting dressed. "Ugh, this is so gross putting this dirty stuff back on." "Well, look around. Maybe you'll find something that fits," Wyatt suggested. "Not likely," Willow said, holding up a pair of jeans from the floor that she could use as a sail. "Whoever lived here was a lot bigger than either of us," Wyatt laughed and put his boots on. Well, let's get out of here then. A gunshot, followed by the boom of a shotgun, put emphasis on his words as the noise rolled down the street. I need to get on the second floor and see if I can spot the airport. This house doesn't have a second floor. We checked last night. Remember when we first got here? You walked the entire house looking for anyone hiding in the shadows, Willow said. I don't remember that at all, but I'll take your word for it, Wyatt replied. He sighed. Okay, well, I'll come to think of it. I do remember a window up over the garage, Willow said as she moved the chair from the door that had served as their extra lock for the night. I'll check the attic over the garage then, Wyatt said. Maybe they've got a dormer window or something? Anything would be better than standing on the ground. I just need to see over the next house across the street. Get my bearings. While you're doing that, I'll take a closer look at the kitchen and see if there's any food or anything we can use, Willow said, holding the door open. Wyatt pulled out the stolen pistol and moved ahead. Let me check the house again first, he whispered, then gave Willow a kiss on the cheek as he stepped through into the ravaged hallway. Like the night before, he moved room to room, quickly scanning for threats and moving as quickly and quietly as possible. Hallway, bathroom, living room, kitchen, they were all the same, trashed, ripped apart, items left on the floors, broken windows. He looped back into the bedroom and signaled to Willow. We're all clear, he said, putting the gun behind his belt at the small of his back again. Okay, I'm going to the garage. Come get me when you're ready to go, Willow said, heading to the kitchen. Wyatt walked down the hall and opened the door at the end, adjacent to a laundry room. He blinked. It was the only room in the house that wasn't completely tossed. A bin of folded laundry stood waiting on the dryer, just sitting there, completely untouched. Will miracles never cease? He muttered, then opened the door and found the dark, musty garage. Here's what we need to clean our clothes, totally untouched, and no power to run them. Well, I guess you can't have everything, he said, looking at the empty room. He'd hoped there'd been a car sitting there, all gassed up and full of supplies. But that was a pipe dream. He looked around, wary of the gaping hole in the garage door. Did someone drive through it, trying to escape, seeking anything that might help them? The usual assortment of junk cluttered every nook and cranny covered in dust. Christmas yard decorations, boxes of old clothes, broken appliances, a push lawnmower, gas cans. The garage was as unremarkable as it was unhelpful. A small paint-stained, beat-up workbench on the back wall held an assortment of tools, and Wyatt walked over and rummaged through the sloppy pile, settling on a heavy-headed mallet with a wooden handle. This'll do in a pinch, he said, hefting the tool-turned weapon. He placed it carefully on the bench and looked for an attic hatch. He turned in a circle, then looked up at the ceiling and quickly found what he needed. A rectangular hatch cut into the ceiling right above where a car would have normally parked. If the garage wasn't full of stuff, he moved a few boxes aside full of papers and pulled the string that opened the hatch. A ladder unfolded and he climbed up. The attic was decked with plywood and had far fewer things than the garage, but it also had a round window built into the roof right over the garage door. Good eye, babe, he muttered, thanking Willow for her keen observation the night before. There was a window on the roof. He stepped carefully over to the window and ducked under a rafter to peer out. He wiped at the dust and cobwebs, then got a murky view of the neighborhood from 10 feet off the ground. The house across the street was still blocking his view north, but as he watched, a plane lifted into the sky in silence. Gotcha, he said, smiling at the stubby control tower just visible in the distance to the northwest. He had no idea how far away it was, but figured it had to be at least a couple of miles. We have a bit of a hike ahead of us. He took a glance down the street out the side of the window and could just barely see the gang a few blocks away. They were still in the street, still being a nuisance, but had moved to the next house closer. That's not a good sign, he muttered. Wyatt turned and scanned the boxes in the attic and seeing nothing of interest. More old clothes, a dusty telescope in the corner, and piles of plastic tubs labeled grandkids, and headed for the ladder once more. He left the attic open, grabbed the mallet off the workbench, and re-entered the house. Willow, he called. In the kitchen, she hollered back. I haven't found much, but there's enough for a breakfast, I guess, she said as he rushed down the hallway. We should probably get going, he announced as he turned the corner and entered the kitchen. Willow was standing in a pile of torn open boxes, scattered dry pasta and cooking supplies. Her feet and legs were coated white with the flour she'd walked through as she scavenged the kitchen. Look there, she said, pointing at the cleared-off kitchen table. 3 of the 4 chairs were knocked over, but she'd set one back upright, and in front of it on the table was an assortment of packaged crackers and a granola bar. "That's great, honey," Wyatt said as he looked at the treasure she'd found. "That's about it, I'm afraid. There's still plenty of sugar and flour in the pantry," she said, looking into the open cabinets. "But without a way to carry it or cook with it, I guess it's kind of useless, huh?" "Those kids we saw earlier are moving this way," Wyatt warned. "Let's grab what you found and get out of here, out the back," he added, moving to the back door. He ignored the blood smeared on the ground by the broken glass and opened the door. "Yard looks clear," he announced after checking the small fenced-in backyard. "Okay, we can eat on the run," Willow said, grabbing the crackers and granola bar. "First, let's fill your water bottles. I already filled mine." "Here, I put the water cooler back in place," she said, pointing. Wyatt filled up his water bottles while Willow took one last look around. He froze, glancing out the kitchen window at the street beyond. Does that truck look familiar?" Willow turned and looked. "Are you serious? That's the truck from the gas station." Reverend Keith had it parked behind the church. "That's what I thought," Wyatt said, putting his refilled water bottles away in the backpack. "I recognize that weird blue flower thing on the roof. What are they doing here?" "I don't know, but I don't want to be here to find out," Willow said. "Let's go," Wyatt said, holding the back door open. He followed her out into the yard, took her hand, and they walked to the fence. He took a quick peek over the top of the battered wooden privacy fence and grinned. "The neighbors don't have a fence. There's a clear shot down the backside of these houses if we can get through this fence." Willow moved to the gate on their right, which faced the street. She peered through the boards and hissed at him to get down and be quiet. "I see them! They've stopped right in front of this house!" "What?" Wyatt asked, feeling his heart rate increase. "People are getting out! That's Fred!" Willow said. "That's how they got so much food," Wyatt growled. "They've been looting!" "You think Reverend Keith is really a reverend at all?" Willow asked. Wyatt thought for a moment, staring at the fence in front of him. "Yeah, he seems legit. I wouldn't be surprised if Fred was running the show from the back end, handling the looting. You know, there was something shifty about that guy, the way he took charge of the grills and oversaw the unloading of the truck. He was just too interested in making it fast and efficient. He told me they were donations." "He probably told Keith the same thing," Willow said. "Look, there's more. I know him. He was in the choir." Wyatt didn't bother to look. He grabbed one of the planks on the fence and pulled hard. The semi-rotten wood gave way easily and practically fell apart in his hands. Grinning, he ripped down 3 more planks and made a hole big enough for them to get through. Dusting off his hands, he motioned for Willow to join him. "Let's go." "Wait, make sure they can't see us first," she warned, holding him back. Wyatt stuck his head through the fence and looked at the street. The box truck sat idling in the middle of the road. Its bumper was damaged, and scratches traced down the side. But it was definitely the same truck he'd unloaded food and supplies from at the gas station. The driver was looking up the road, probably at the teenagers, and Fred loped from the rear toward the house across the street. "They're looting," he muttered. "Now's our chance. They're all looking the other way. Let's go." They rushed across the small side yard and hid behind the next house. Then Wyatt peered around the corner. He pulled back instantly and pushed Willow further down the wall. "They're going into the house we just left," Wyatt hissed. "Keep moving," not looking back. They ran across the next yard and the next until a barking dog made them come to a stop. But the dog was inside. Wyatt turned and spotted a little white dog jumping up in the air on the other side of a patio door. Behind the dog, an elderly couple held each other and watched Wyatt with fearful eyes. He held up a finger over his lips and pointed at the street. The old woman simply looked at him, but the man nodded and pulled his wife into the dark interior of the home. The dog reluctantly followed and the barking stopped, but then the shouting started. "What are they saying?" Willow asked as they moved slower toward the next house. "I don't know, but it's getting louder." "We're getting closer to the gang. Don't go so fast. We don't want to run into them trying to escape the guys from the gas station," Wyatt said. "That?" One of the kids in the street hollered. "What's that truck doing? What you looking at? Man? Hey, get out of here!" The kids continued to boast and taunt, building themselves up to confront the older people running the truck looting business. Then they spotted someone carrying items from one of the houses. "Yo, that's our house!" "Hey, I'm talking to you!" one shouted, followed by the sound of running feet. "Now," Wyatt said. He took Willow's hand and they sprinted down the next yard, crossed the street, and kept going. "Wait!" Willow gasped, 3 houses later as they approached the next intersection. "My side! I can't!" she gasped. Wyatt led them to the corner of a house and crouched, panting, by the front, then peered around the edge. A gunshot cracked in the distance, and the teens, all clustered in the middle of the street, scattered. Some went left, some went right, but they disappeared among the houses back where the truck was idling in the middle of the street. The men from the gas station emerged from 2 houses, both wielding long guns. "I know you don't want to run, but we need to head north," Wyatt said, eyeing the street in front of them. To their right, the confrontation was about to escalate as the teens returned fire from cover. The men ducked and ran for the truck to their left. Another family took the opportunity to run to a car in the driveway and raced for safety, tires squealing. Smoke hung in the air, the acrid smell making Wyatt's nose itch. "It's now or never, huh?" Willow asked, smiling as she wiped at the sweat on her forehead. She pulled her Coast Guard cap down tight on her head and squared her shoulders. "That about sums it up. The airport is that way," Wyatt said, pointing across the street. "I don't know if we can reach it through this neighborhood or not, but we have to head that way if we want a chance to catch a flight." "Lead on, then," Willow said. Gunfire popped and crackled down the street. Wyatt grabbed her hand, and they ran. Chapter 36. Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Kendrick residence. They had just finished breakfast and gathered in the living room when Hadley's phone buzzed on the coffee table in front of Chief Tarkin. "Clementine sees something," she said, scooping up the vibrating phone. She opened the drone app and swiped to the right screen, then turned the phone sideways. "There's someone coming, guys. They're almost to the cul-de-sac. Take your positions," Kendrick called, getting up from the recliner and grabbing his long rifle. Jack stood from where he'd been fussing with the fireplace and sprinted for the front door where his carbine rested in the corner. "I'll get over to our house," he added, grabbing a radio from the rack in the hallway. He scooped up his coat and was down the hall toward the back of the house before Sierra could grab her own coat. "I'm going with Jack." "Hadley, you stay here," she said, pointing at her niece, who was moving to the couch and picking up the remote for the drone. "Got it," she replied distractedly. "What do you want me to do?" asked Matthews by the living room window. "Get a gun and stay hidden," Kendrick replied as he pushed past and set up shop in the kitchen window. "No one knows you're here yet." "Someone give me a gun," bellowed Chief Tarkin from the couch. "And keep him quiet," Sierra yelled as she ran out the door carrying her shotgun. Jack had already disappeared through the fence, and she just caught sight of the snow he'd kicked up in haste falling back to the earth. She rushed after him, muttering curses at the cold, the gray sky, the snow, and the people wanting to harm her family. She burst into her brother's house and found Jack already setting up in the kitchen window. "I'm in position," Jack said into the radio. "Me too," replied Kendrick. "Hadley says the guy is coming to your house. We can't see any weapons. Repeat, no weapons." "Copy that," Jack said, then put the radio on the counter. "Sierra, I heard they're unarmed," she called as she took up position in the living room, peering through the wooden shutters she'd installed. "I see them. It looks like that guy with the clipboard again from the HOA." "I see him too," Jack said, lining up on his target. "Hey, we're getting a message from Nelson," Kendrick said, invoking the nickname for Gene Flamino. "Ask the Admiral what he thinks," Jack replied into the radio. "He says the man's a messenger from the HOA," Kendrick reported. "I don't want him getting too close to the house," Sierra said suddenly. "What?" Jack asked. "I don't want people to know we beefed up the doors and windows." She put her shotgun down and went to the front door. "I'm going out. Cover me. Wait," Jack cried. "You better warn Kendrick," Sierra said, then pulled back the crude wooden lock they'd cut into the wall and swung the heavy front door, reinforced with plywood, open. "Rocky's going out. We need cover," Jack warned into the radio. Sierra smirked at her nickname. "Rocky! Like the mountains, like my name." The cold air hit her like a hammer to the chest, and she staggered as she took her first steps onto the porch. She hadn't noticed how bitterly cold the morning was when she'd followed Jack through the backyards, but now that she'd had time to adjust, the air was absolutely frigid. She shielded her eyes as she stepped across the porch, and the man in the cul-de-sac, sidestepping the frozen corpse in the middle, raised a hand and returned her greeting. Sierra crunched the crusty snow beneath her boots and walked to the driveway and met the HOA rep where she'd met Haston. It seemed like a lifetime ago. "Can I help you?" she asked, coming to a stop. The small man bundled up in multiple layers of coats and scarves, pushed fogged glasses in thick rims up his nose, and pulled down the scarf over his mouth so he could speak. "Hello," he called, stopping about 20 feet away.
You're from the HOA, right?"
demanded Sierra, her words creating vapor that hung in the air in front of her while she waited for an answer.
"Oh, well, yes,"
the small man said, looking left and right.
"Can we go inside?"
"What for?" Well, to talk," he said, put off that he had to explain.
"We're talking just fine right here," Sierra said. "What do you want to tell me? I assume you've been sent with a message."
"A summons, really," he corrected her stiffly. "Let me start over. My name is Gideon Strathmore. A summons," Sierra blurted, interrupting his introduction. She put her hands on her hips.
"Let me guess, Davenport wants to call me to the carpet and give me a lecture."
"I wouldn't presume to know what the president wants to tell you," Strathmore replied, adjusting his glasses again. He wiped at the foggy lenses, making a squeaky sound.
"The president,"
he renamed his house the White House, did.
"He thinks pretty highly of himself, doesn't he?" "What?"
No," Sierra laughed.
"So the president wants to see little old me, huh? That's what he asked me to tell you. He requests your presence." "Which one is it?" Sierra asked. "He summons me or requests my presence." "Does it really matter?"
the little man snapped, rubbing his gloved hands together.
"There's a meeting, an emergency meeting called for this morning. You've been asked to be there?"
"Someone from this cul-de-sac should show up at least," he muttered, looking around.
"And if we don't?"
Sierra asked.
"Well, it won't be my problem, will it?"
the little man said, suddenly finding his confidence.
"Be there or not, your choice. It starts in an hour."
He turned and walked away, waddling through the crusty snow with as much dignity as he could muster. Sierra stared after him for a long moment and smiled when he reached the corpse in the road and wobbled to the side again, trying to navigate the deeper snow away from the body. He tripped, caught himself, and almost fell, but managed to clear the cul-de-sac and made it back to the main road. She turned and walked back to the house, listening to the sound her own boots made, then mounted the steps and came back inside. Once the door was shut behind her and locked with its crude wooden bar, she sighed and leaned against the reassuring plywood.
"Well?"
Jack asked, walking into the foyer with his little rifle. "What happened? Why do you leave so quick?" He held up the radio for her to speak.
"Davenport wants to have another HOA meeting. They want us there.
Or at least someone from one of the houses on the cul-de-sac. He said it was an emergency meeting."
"Something's happened,"
Kendrick's voice said over the radio.
"Come on back here. We need to talk. I'll check in with Jean."
Sierra followed Jack again through their house, across the backyards and into the Kendrick house. Once they'd removed boots and coats and rejoined everyone in the living room, Ruth set hot coffee in front of them and smiled.
"Jean says he doesn't know what the meeting's about,"
Kendrick said, walking in from the radio room.
"He heard the same thing. Emergency meeting. Whatever it is, Davenport feels it's important enough that even us reprobates need to attend." "Well, forget that. I'm not going back there," Sierra said, crossing her arms.
"But you should have all the information you can get," Chief Tarkin said from the couch.
"You can't make good decisions on little or bad intel." "I could go for you," Matthews said.
"Absolutely not," Kendrick replied immediately.
"No way,"
Sierra said at the same time.
"Why not?"
Matthews asked, a hurt expression on his face.
"I could do it. No one knows you're here," Kendrick said gently. "Davenport might let Hastings shoot you just out of spite," Sierra added. "I'm sure that psycho doesn't like the cops." "I'm not a cop anymore," Matthews said. "No police station, no police force."
"You still have a chief," Hadley said with a smile.
"Sort of,"
Tarkin replied with a grin.
"I'm not much of a chief of anything while I'm lying on this couch, am I?"
"Look, this is all beside the point. You two are the variables we're not sure how to introduce to the equation, got it?" Kendrick replied. "It's best your presence here is kept a secret until we know how to introduce you. And smack in the middle of an emergency session of the HOA probably isn't that time," Sierra said.
"So no one's going?"
Hadley asked, looking at the adults.
"I didn't say that,"
Kendrick said, looking at his wife. She sighed but inclined her head in assent.
"Ruth and I will go."
"What?" blurted Jack.
"Someone's got to go, and we haven't made an appearance at one of these dog and pony shows yet,"
Kendrick reasoned.
"I'm willing to plead age and infirmity to make that excuse, and so far no one's heard a peep from us."
"They think you all are the troublemakers," he said, grinning at Sierra and the kids.
"You might be right,"
Sierra mused.
"Seriously?"
Jack asked. I really don't have a dog in this fight, Chief Tarkin said, looking from Kendrick to Sierra. But what Mr. Kendrick says makes sense to me. Please call me Bill. Then please call me anything but Chief Kendrick laughed. Deal, now, he said, getting up and rubbing his hands together. That man said the meeting was in an hour, so we'd best get ready. We don't walk nearly as fast as you young folk. Come along, Bill, I'll make us some coffee for the road, Ruth said, resigning herself to a long, cold walk across the neighborhood. So what do we do? Just sit around and wait, asked Jack. Aye, and what's wrong with that, then? Beats tromping about in the cold. It does, Aaron muttered, bundled up under a blanket by the fireplace. Would you take an old man's advice? Asked Tarkin. Sure, Sierra said. At this point, we'd take any advice. I think you have an opportunity here to prepare, Tarkin said. Use the time everyone's in the HOA meeting to secure your defenses. Well, we've added wood to all the windows, except where we watch the street, Jack said, and we've got the radios, Sierra added. And you saw how fast we moved earlier? That was all pretty impressive, Tarkin said. I'm not going to lie, that wasn't good enough, though. You should have more weapons stashed at different locations. Fighting positions, you know. Tim, what did we bring? He asked Matthews. A handful of pistols, the rest of the 12 gauges, and 2 sniper rifles, plus ammo for each weapon and 2 medic kits. Some flares, a few flashbangs we had sitting around. Oh, and those riot shields Milwaukee PD lent us for the academy next month. I think that's about it. That's about it? Asked Jack, his eyes bulging in surprise. We've got enough guns for an army now. What's a flashbang? Hadley asked. It's a grenade, Jack cried. Cool! Which you will not even touch, young lady, Sierra snapped. And wipe that grin off your face, Jack. You're not playing with those things either. They don't actually explode, Tarkin said. I don't care what they do, Sierra growled. I'm not having either one of you handling grenades. It's bad enough. Jack's already shot someone with a shotgun, she cried, hands going to her face. Your parents are going to kill me, ma'am, Tarkin said, forcing himself up on his elbows. I think their parents are going to thank you till their dying days that you did such a fine job protecting their kids. I don't, began Sierra. We've seen, he continued, steamrolling over her interruption and looking at Matthews. Some horrible things in the past week. Things I haven't seen since I was in the Marines before you were born, I suspect. And I certainly never expected to see those things in my own hometown, Tarkin said, staring into the fire. But from what I've seen of this operation you have with your neighbors and how these kids are handling themselves, despite what you've been through, I don't know how anyone could have done any better. Sierra opened her mouth, but found the words failed to appear. Her vision blurred, and she put her hands over her face again, fighting a sob that had been a long time coming. Ma'am? Tarkin asked, gently. Sierra held up a hand to stop him, then composed herself. She sniffed, wiped at her face, and sat back on the love seat. She took in a deep breath and exhaled, trying to smile, but imagined it was more of a grimace. Thank you. Okay, so what do we do? Asked Jack. I want to check on Mr. Olafson. Why don't we send Jack and Officer Matthews? Ruth suggested from the hallway as she donned her coat. It's not likely to be dangerous now, but Officer Matthews might have some investigation experience. I'm happy to help, Matthews said. But call me Tim, please, he added with a smile. I'm down with it too, Jack said enthusiastically. Sierra looked at Kendrick, who shrugged. Okay, but you two be careful and take radios. No hero stuff, okay? Don't worry, I hung up my cape years ago, Kendrick joked as he opened the front door for his wife. What else can we do? Asked Sierra when they'd gone. For starters, I think we develop your defensive positions more, Tarkin said. We need to bulk up firing positions, reinforce cover, that kind of thing. You planning for a siege, sir? Asked Matthews. From what I've seen and heard, that siege is already happening. I'm planning for survival. Chapter 37, Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Davenport residence. Davenport stood before the assembled members of the AOA once more, dressed in his best suit. The faces that looked back at him wore tired, haggard expressions. Most of the men hadn't shaved, and the few women who showed up looked as if they'd just rolled out of bed. Almost everyone had bags under their eyes. They all looked tired, hungry, and exhausted. Thank you all for coming to this emergency session of the Homeowners Association, he said in a somber tone. What's this all about? Eugene Flamino demanded, sitting with the rest of the council members in a semicircle behind him. Davenport resisted the urge to turn and yell at the man. The old fool had been a thorn in his side for years. Every time he tried to bring up the idea of starting a homeowners association, there was the old Navy vet, ready to shoot down his proposal. And now that he'd finally brought the homeowners association of his dreams kicking and screaming into reality, there was Flamino, still a thorn in his side, causing irritation with every word. "I'll be brief, because I know you're all busy people," someone snorted, but the laughter didn't spread, so Davenport pushed on. "We have reached a critical impasse. There are more people showing up by the hour at the neighborhood entrance. It's becoming harder and harder to turn them all away. If they organize," he warned, leaving the threat hanging over them, "I think it's time we have more volunteers from the association." "Isn't that what your friend is supposed to be guarding us against?" George Allen said, sneering at Haston, who stood silent, tall, and menacing against the back wall. "You brought him and his men in here to protect us? So let them protect us." Davenport glanced over his shoulder, and Haston took the cue. He stepped away from the wall, took 2 strides, and planted himself shoulder to shoulder with Davenport, glaring down at the assembled homeowners. "I've seen very few of you," Haston said, surveying the room. Wherever his gaze landed, the person under scrutiny looked away. "Very few of you volunteer to help us at the entrance. Very few," he said this last toward Bill and Ruth Kendrick, huddled together at the end of the second row. Unlike the others, Kendrick must have been made of sterner stuff. He stared right back at Haston and didn't flinch. Davenport filed that little tidbit of knowledge away and waited for Haston to continue. The big man refused to speak further, though, and let his words sink in. His menacing presence did the talking. One by one, hands went up. "I'm glad to see you volunteer," Haston rumbled. "This isn't enough," Davenport replied. "No, it's not," Haston agreed. "We need more," Davenport said to the assembly. "Many more," Haston rumbled. George Allen stood, drawing attention to himself. "How many more? Look at us. We have barely 50 people here. There's maybe a handful of other homes out there that aren't represented, but we simply don't have the numbers. I've been told that story when it comes to food as well. No one has anything. We can't help," Haston said, looking at Allen the way a cat looks at a mouse. "Ladies and gentlemen, we must protect this neighborhood," Davenport announced. "Sealing off the entrance is the only way, and the only way to do that is with volunteers come." "We can all chip in," began Davenport. "I saw a couple people roaming around last night, and they weren't the watch. One of the women said to those on either side of her they broke into Sig Olafson's house," Kendrick said, speaking for the first time. "There was a shootout, and at least one of them was left wounded. We checked it out, but Sig's gone too, so we don't really know what happened. There's a lot of blood, and his home was trashed in the fighting." "Next time, let my men handle that," Haston growled. "We didn't know where you were, and we certainly weren't waiting," Ruth Kendrick said in an icy tone. Davenport smiled sadly. "This is exactly what I'm talking about, people. We don't have enough men for the watch. They can't protect the entrance, patrol the neighborhood, and check on people, all while making sure that supplies are gathered properly. There's just not enough people." "What are we supposed to do?" George Allen demanded. Davenport waited until the impudent man could tolerate the awkward silence no longer and finally sat. "I propose that we allow Mr. Haston to expand the watch based on people he deems appropriately matched, people he finds at the entrance. Do I have a second?" George Allen got to his feet again. "You already tried this earlier. We have a vetting process. It takes too long," Haston growled. "Well then, let it take too long," Allen snarled, looking for support among the others. "We can't just let these people in off the street and expect them to protect us. The watch is already doing a fine job, and I don't have a problem expanding them," he said as people around him nodded. "But not by letting in strangers and expecting that they'll respect the rights of this neighborhood like people who live here." Davenport nodded as one of his plants argued against his proposal. "We shouldn't have anyone from outside be allowed to protect us, other than the watch," Gideon Strathmore said. He lived next door and was the first to join Davenport's crusade, the first to volunteer, and as such became the first ambassador. He was often seen roaming the neighborhood with his clipboard, inspecting homes before sending haste in. "Well, we have to have more people," Allen argued, spinning his wheels, "but we can't keep living like this, though," the woman who'd spoken earlier said. Several heads nodded in agreement with her. "Are you going to require proof of homeownership for anyone who helps?" Davenport smiled, letting them argue. The homeowners were scared, and scared people were more willing to do things they wouldn't normally do, like let strangers into their neighborhood, give them weapons, and ask the strangers to protect them. Logically, it didn't make sense. Davenport understood and even appreciated Alan's arguments, but he'd found often enough in life that necessary things often weren't pleasant, and things that benefited the greater good sometimes ended up benefiting the chosen few. He was determined to make sure he ended up as one of the chosen few. Heston was the key. The big brute was ruthless in his application of the HOA rules, and apparently didn't care at all about the women and children being turned away from salvation at the gate. But when he'd tried to push the idea of expanding the watch, it had been resoundingly shot down. A few sleepless nights later, a few more home invasions, and a lot more people at the gate. And my, how the tables have turned. So we're just supposed to trust you to make the right call on these people you're finding off the street? George Allen demanded of Haston. You trust me to protect you at night? Sit down, George, someone muttered. I second the proposal, George's wife, Martha said. She glared defiantly up at her husband. What? She asked at his shocked expression. We can't all stay awake every night. Somebody has to keep watch, and Mr. Haston has proven his loyalty so far. This is as much his neighborhood now as it is ours. Why would he want to see it wrecked? There was an interesting thought. Davenport cocked an eyebrow and glanced at Haston, who wore the barest hint of a smile behind his beard. I suppose it is your neighborhood now, as much as it is ours. Davenport frowned as he watched his enforcer. At least it's yours to protect. Without our supply of food and equipment, you won't get paid. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, George Allen said from his seat next to his wife. He pointed to Davenport. You're trying to build your own private army? Davenport laughed, emerging from his own thoughts. A private army? He exclaimed. What would I need a private army for? What am I going to do, invade Thousand Oaks? There's not much there to invade anymore, Bill, Kendrick said, silencing the laughter. Half of it burned to the ground recently. Haston and Davenport glanced at each other. That's not what I heard, Haston replied cautiously. Kendrick shrugged but didn't say anything else. You're too old and fat to walk to Thousand Oaks, Haston said, staring at Kendrick. Who did? Kendrick's wife grabbed his hand and squeezed, preventing him from speaking further. Davenport lifted a hand and Haston fell silent. I think we all know who's young enough and fit enough to make that trip south through the woods and snow. It was probably the Carters, Davenport said. They'll be dealt with in turn, never you fear. Right now, though, we have bigger things to worry about. The motion was seconded, he said, with a kind gesture toward Allen's wife, Martha. Several people clamored for the motion to fail. Davenport ignored them and pressed forward. The timing was perfect. Most of the community was tired and scared, more than willing to give up their security to Haston's men. All those in favor of letting Eric Haston select who he wants to join the watch from among the refugees gathering at our entrance, and thus release residents from the need to volunteer. Raise your hand and say aye. About 2/3 of the people in the room raised their hands and said aye at the same time. Davenport nodded his own approval. Those opposed? A handful raised their hands and said nay, including Kendrick, his wife, and George Allen. Eugene Flamino was among the loudest in opposition to the motion. The rest remained silent. Interesting, they don't agree with the idea, but they're not brave enough to oppose it publicly. The ayes have it. The motion is passed, Davenport said quickly before argument could break out again. He shook hands with Haston. Mr. Haston, you have the authority, consent, and gratitude of the Homeowners Association. Please select people you deem worthy to join the watch and continue your good work. Haston glared at the assembly one more time, then turned and swept from the room, his long, tattered coat flapping behind him like a cloak. I'm not going to let you get away with this, George Allen said as the assembly broke up and he reached for his coat. I assure you, I'm not trying to get away with anything, George, Davenport said in a soothing voice. But I think this vote shows if I was, I've already gotten away with it. Martha laughed and urged her husband to keep moving, smiling at Davenport as she passed. Now, if you'll excuse me, Davenport said, I need to have a conversation with Mr. Kendrick. He turned away from Allen, already arguing with his wife as they left the room. Kendrick and his wife were nowhere to be found, however. Davenport stepped around someone who wanted to talk and turned in a complete circle. Kendrick, like a wraith, had vanished. Oh, come on, Davenport muttered under his breath, then flashed a smile and shook hands with one of his supporters. As the meeting broke up and people exited the room heading for the refreshments set up in the kitchen or back to their own homes, Davenport was on autopilot. He shook hands, nodded, and made small talk as people sought him out. But his mind raced with possibilities. The owners had voted to allow Haston practically unlimited power to expand the watch. Those men would be loyal to Haston and Haston alone. Davenport smiled and he shook hands and moved on. Haston would have a little army to enforce his will upon anyone in the homeowners association, and Haston was beholden to Davenport. He stopped looking out the window and the smile spread across his face. "I do have a private army." Davenport smiled the rest of the day, imagining ways to use his newfound army after all. What good was an army if the general never used it? Davenport laughed, startling one of his lackeys cleaning up the room. He waved the man off and headed into the kitchen for some food. He was suddenly famished. Why stop at general, though? He was already president. Now that he had his own army, what else could he be? The food he ate, confiscated from other people in the neighborhood, had never tasted so good. Chapter 38, Mukwonago, Wisconsin. Carter residence, thanks to Hadley's drone. Sierra knew when Kendrick, Ruth, and Jean returned. She'd watched them make their way through the snow in the cul-de-sac on the little screen, then went to the door to welcome them. Jack and Matthews were in her brother's house trying to turn the place into a fortress. She paused by the Kendricks' front door and looked at the police-issue riot gun and boxes of ammo stacked in the corner. And that wasn't even all the gear brought from Mukwonago. The department had 2 riot shields on loan from Milwaukee for a Citizens Police Academy Chief Tarkin was hosting in December, and Matthews had brought them in the trunk of his squad car as well. He and Jack had gone back during the HOA meeting and emptied the car of everything but gas. She stepped aside as the door opened and the cold air rushed in, welcoming Kendrick and Ruth with Jean following close behind. "Welcome back, guys," she said, smiling. The collective faces that greeted her erased the smile on Sierra's lips. "What happened?" she asked. "They're making an army." Jean grumbled as he removed his gloves and hat. "Hi, Mr. Flamino," Hadley said as she entered the room from down the hall, holding the drone remote. "I watched you guys come to the front door," she said with pride. "I didn't even see your drone." Sierra cleared her throat to interrupt. "Her name is Clementine." "Oh, I see," Jean said, exaggerating the surprised expression on his face. He nodded gravely and turned back to a smiling Hadley. "That is a very good name for a very good drone. I didn't even see her. You're a quick learner. I'll have you ready to fly Hornets off the flight deck before long." "You'll do nothing of the sort," Ruth said. "That dear girl isn't going to war?" She snapped in a very uncharacteristic display of anger, then trundled off to the kitchen, her place of refuge. Sierra looked from Jean to Kendrick. Both older men wore the hangdog looks of the recently defeated. "There wasn't anything we could do," Kendrick said. "He had the votes? What happened?" Sierra asked again. "That fool Davenport opened the floodgates," Jean said, throwing his hat down on the floor. "I'm sorry," he quickly added for Hadley's benefit. I'm old and I'm frustrated and I just don't know what else I can do." Sierra led the delegation into Kendrick's living room and bid them to sit on the sofa. "Ruth, I had coffee brewing in there," she began. "Already found it, dear," Ruth said, coming back into the living with a tray of mugs. She was back to normal in her house dress and apron. The only evidence that she'd been to the meeting was a red face caused by the cold air. Once the coffee was handed out, Sierra turned to Hadley. "Can you let Mr. Flamino's wife know he's safe?" "I can't stay long. Let Priscilla know I'll be back shortly, please," Jean added as Hadley went to fetch a radio. "Okay," she called and left the room. "Now someone please tell me what happened?" Sierra asked. "Davenport convinced the HOA to let Heston pick new recruits for the watch from people he meets at the gate," Jean said. "Okay," Sierra said, over the rim of her mug. "How's that different from what's going on now? Because the council has at least a say in who gets to stay," Kendrick replied. "Not anymore. Nominally, the council vetted them," Jean said. "We advised Heston who we thought was a good match, and he made up his own mind. But the process is slow because we're trying to drag it out. We don't want too many people flooding the neighborhood. Where will they stay? What will they eat? Who are they?" Jean said, asking questions to which no one had answers. "But now, there's not even that minor check. Hastings got free rein to pick who he wants when he wants. The watch is going to grow exponentially now. You wait and see. And he'll have handpicked his own little army, Sierra said. I can't believe enough people went along with this. More than enough, Kendrick complained. I'd guess he got about 2/3 of the owners to side with him. Of those who didn't vote yes, only a handful voted no, Jean said. The cowards just remained silent. And now Davenport through Haston can do whatever he wants and there won't be enough of us to stop him. He's still trying to protect the neighborhood, right? Asked Sierra. For now, said Jean, utterly deflated. But how long will that last? When will he decide he likes someone's house better than wherever he's sleeping and just takes it? Who's going to stop him? We will, Sierra said. She flushed when all three older people looked at her. Well, if he tries it here at least. But what about when the rest of the neighborhood is already overrun? Who knows what kind of miscreants he's going to let through those gates? Kendrick roared. Ruth patted his leg, and he quieted instantly. Your blood pressure, dear, she muttered, gentle but stern. Kendrick nodded and looked away, clenching his hands into fists. I just hate seeing this place give up so easily. Sierra crossed her arms and looked at the fire. Well, we've got a good start on shoring up the defenses on our two homes, she said to Kendrick. The radio on the coffee table warbled, then Jack's voice broke squelch. Base, this is Hawkeye. You seeing that smoke to the north? Guys? Hadley asked, rushing into the room. There is a huge cloud of smoke on the horizon. How huge? Asked Sierra, looking at the radio. Hadley walked to the window, peeled back the heavy curtain Kendrick had nailed to the wall, and gestured like a game show host. That huge. The window faced north, and on the other side of a wall of bare trees, the sky was black. A column of roiling smoke lifted into the clear blue sky, smearing the land in shadow as it rose. Ruth crossed herself and whispered a prayer as Kendrick got to his feet. That's got to be Maple Glen, Jean said. He glanced at Sierra and saw the questioning look on her face. The next neighborhood up the road, just a mile or so away. North of us, whatever's burning is close? Jack asked over the radio. Is that Maple Glen? Will it set the forest on fire? There's a road that cuts east-west through the forest, Ruth said. Will that stop the fire from moving south if trees catch? Sierra asked, angry at how scared her voice sounded. Not if there's any kind of wind at all. That road wouldn't stop a match if enough embers land on houses, Jean breathed. Hadley, can you ask my husband to come home? Priscilla's voice crackled over the radio in Hadley's hand. It's snowing again, and I don't want him caught in bad weather. Hadley held out the radio to Jean, and he took it, then clicked the transmit button. Darling, I'm on my way, but that's not snow. It's ash. Chapter 39. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Wyatt peered around the corner of a beige ranch house and pulled down a begonia branch to see down the street. Two men laughed as they shared a beer in the front yard of the house across the road. They sat in folding lawn chairs with shotguns across their legs. One wore the remains of a business suit, his tie hanging loose around his neck. The other wore jeans and a t-shirt missing its sleeves. Wyatt frowned. It's like 7 o'clock and those two clowns are sitting around drinking. So they like to get the party started early, Willow said with a snicker. Yeah, well, we have to move past them, and I don't want to be invited to that party, Wyatt muttered. We can't go back, Willow said, looking the way they'd come. Gunshots still echoed from the front of the neighborhood where they'd left the box truck from the gas station. People they thought were church volunteers fighting with the gang of teens who'd been looting houses. Definitely not going back, Willow said firmly. And the airport is right over there, Wyatt said, gesturing toward the two men drinking beer. I know it. I saw a plane a while ago, and it looked close. There's maybe one more street, then those trees, and I bet the airport is right there. So what do we do? Willow asked. We can't stay here all day either. I know, Wyatt said quietly, trying to think. We're going to have to risk it. At least they don't look like they want any trouble, he said, taking a second look at the men across the street. One of them said something, and they shared a laugh that echoed off the houses. A woman emerged from what had to be the businessman's house, based on the black Lexus sedan parked in the driveway behind them. She was dressed in a tracksuit and carried a bucket with a handful of long necks sticking out the top. She placed it on the ground between the two men and kissed the man with the tie on the cheek. They exchanged words, and the man pointed down the street to his right. She nodded and asked them something, but they both shook their heads. She shrugged and went back inside. The woman walked with a confident, relaxed gait. She didn't look young, but didn't look old either. perhaps a little older than Willow. "There's a woman over there, too. I think it's probably one of their wives," he reported in a whisper. "Maybe they're just defending their home?" Willow asked. "I guess they could be brothers or something." "We've got to make a decision, babe," Willow said. She squinted up at the houses across the street. The sun's almost above the houses. "It's going to get warm real quick." Wyatt was about to say, "Let's go," when voices reached them, coming from the left. He held up a hand to silence Willow and looked at the guys across the street through the begonia again. They were both looking down the street to their right toward the sound of voices. Several voices. Music boomed and echoed, and glass broke. The sound got closer with every passing minute. "Are you kidding me?" Willow breathed. "They're back? Did they follow us?" "I think there's only so many places you can go in this neighborhood," Wyatt muttered. But either way, Willow was right. Their luck was not holding. The teens from earlier had found them again. A dog barked a low-baying, mournful sound. Wyatt looked at Willow. "That's a bloodhound." "Are they tracking us?" "We should move," she said. "If they catch us, Wyatt, they all had guns." "So do the guys across the street, and they look like they're defending their house and family." "I say we make contact," Wyatt said. "Let's do it," Willow replied. They moved around the corner of the house, startling the men in the lawn chairs across the street. One kept his eyes on the teens down the street, and the other, the man with the tie, gave a start and smacked his comrade on the arm, alerting him to Wyatt and Willow's emergence. They scrambled for their shotguns, made slightly clumsy by the beer they'd been drinking, and stood. The man with the tie knocked his flimsy chair over as he stood, which startled the other man into looking away from the teens and spying Wyatt and Willow for the first time. His eyes shifted to Willow, and a slow smile spread across his face. Wyatt had enough experience over the past week to recognize that smile, and his own face hardened in response. The last thing he wanted to do was get in a gunfight with the looter squad down the street, but his hand itched to grab the gun at the small of his back. "Just in case. That's far enough," the man with the tie said, holding the shotgun pointed generally in their direction, but still aimed at the street between them. "We don't want any trouble," Wyatt called, careful to keep his right arm tucked behind Willow so he could move it to the gun without being seen. "We're just passing through." "Yeah, the other people said the same thing, right before they tried to break into my house." "We're just trying to get to the airport," Willow offered. Wyatt didn't stop moving diagonally across the street, making sure to never get any closer to the two men. The man with the tie didn't respond, other than to watch them carefully. "You breaking into the houses?" he asked. Wyatt shook his head. "We spent the night in a house on the other side of the neighborhood, but we didn't break in. Someone had already ransacked it." "Hold on now. You don't need to be leaving so fast," the other man said, eyeing Willow. "Oh, knock it off, Gary. They aren't bothering anyone," the man with the tie complained to his partner. The music stopped down the street and the dog barked louder than before, drawing everyone's attention. Even the man with the sleeveless t-shirt, Gary, reluctantly turned away from looking at Willow and glanced down the street toward the disturbance. "Bunch of punks," he said, then spat into the grass. "We saw them too," Wyatt said earlier this morning. "They got into a fight with some people looting houses." "How do you know all this?" the man in the tie asked. "Because they're with them, Carl. Duh," Gary said, then belched. "Because they chased us," Wyatt insisted. "Look, we don't want any trouble." "Like I said," Wyatt repeated, taking another step across the street, shifting his gaze between the dozen youths at the end of the block and the two men with shotguns. "How much you want to bet if we take his backpack? We're going to find all kinds of stuff he stole off your neighbors," Gary asked. Carl frowned at his companion. "I don't think we need to search them, man. You were always too nice," Gary said, pointing at Wyatt. "You, come here. Let me see what you got in that bag. Maybe we'll let you go. The missus can stay, though," he added, looking at Willow. "I'm not letting you search my backpack," Wyatt answered flatly, still moving. "And she's coming with me." "I said stop right there," Gary said, as Wyatt continued to slip to the side. Neither raised their weapons yet, but they both tensed. "Carl, what on earth are you doing?" the woman Wyatt had seen earlier called from the open garage behind them. She was close enough that Wyatt could make out the blue stripes down her legs. "Shut up, Betsy. Go on back inside," Gary snarled. "Dude, don't talk to her like that," Carl snapped. "She's my wife, man, so she doesn't need to be out here distracting us." With the man momentarily distracted by the woman in the garage, Wyatt made his move and drew the pistol from his belt. He stepped in front of Willow and leveled the weapon at the space between the two men. "Wyatt," Willow said, clutching his side. I said, "No one is searching my bag, and my wife is definitely not staying here with you." "Whoa there, mister," Carl said, raising a hand to show he wasn't aiming to use the shotgun. "I told you he was up to no good," hooted Gary. "Look at that. We got ourselves a real Butch Cassidy." "What?" Wyatt asked. "Look, I told you I don't want any trouble, so you just stay cool over there and we'll keep walking this way." "Hey!" A voice shouted from down the street. "That's them!" "Oh, crap!" Willow muttered, looking over Wyatt's shoulder. "I think they spotted us." "You think?" Wyatt asked. "Carl, baby, what's going on? Who are those people?" asked Betsy. Wyatt stared at Carl. "I don't know what your problem is, but it's not us, I assure you. You're about to have a dozen armed thugs in your driveway. You should deal with that." Wyatt's eyes shifted to the teenagers, pumping up their courage and yelling insults down the street. They jumped back and forth, gestured with their arms, and drew weapons. "He might be right," Carl said, stealing a glance down the street. "Gary, we gotta do something." "Oh, I'll do something," Gary said, as he started to raise his weapon. Wyatt pulled the trigger, and his captured pistol barked, sending a round screaming through the air between the two men. Betsy screamed and ducked. A window in the house next to them shattered, and Gary flinched, then froze while Carl stood there, his eyes wide. "I won't miss the next time," Wyatt warned, "but I'd rather not have to shoot again." He glanced at the gang down the street and back to the two men. "Those kids are getting closer and they've got guns." "I told you we should have," began Gary. "Shut up! You almost got us shot, you idiot!" snapped the man in the tie. "I didn't want to actually shoot anyone," he explained to Wyatt. "I just got home from work before it all went down, and we're having fun sitting out here keeping people away from our families." "Shut up, Carl," Gary yelled, keeping his eyes on Wyatt's gun. Willow put her hand on Wyatt's arm and looked him in the eye. "It's not our fight," she breathed. "Gary, Carl," Wyatt said, slowly lowering his weapon. "I don't want to fight you, okay?" "I think you're going to have plenty of fighting with them," he said, nodding toward the teens now, walking confidently down the road, swaggering and raising guns in the air. One was even dancing as another was singing. "They look like they want to fight." "They want you," Gary said. "I heard 'em say they found you. You brought 'em here." "Gentlemen, we're leaving," Wyatt said. "I'm not arguing. I'm telling you we're leaving. The next time I shoot this gun, one of you isn't getting up." "Do you understand?" Wyatt said, raising the weapon again. "I suggest you let us go and focus on those gangbangers. What's up, fools?" one of the kids yelled. A gunshot rang out, and the car window behind Gary shattered. The two men swore and dove behind the Lexus as the fight erupted. Wyatt swung his aim down the street and fired 2 shots, both high but close enough to scare the teenagers into seeking shelter. "Run!" Wyatt said, pushing Willow forward. They ran across the front yard of the house next to Gary and Carl and raced around the corner as the two men returned fire downrange with their shotguns. The deafening boom sounded like explosions to the popping of the handguns toted by the wannabe gangbangers. Glass shattered and someone's scream was cut off in another wave of shooting. "Go, go, go!" Wyatt said, following Willow. "Keep your head down. Don't go into the street. Stay by the houses." He yelled as they came across a side street heading north. "Backyards!" Willow called over her shoulder and veered left, dodging some decorative shrubs and rounding the corner of another small brick house. Wyatt was moving too fast and didn't see the little knee-high white picket fence surrounding an air conditioner unit. He crashed into the wooden stakes and tumbled to the ground, swearing and bleeding. "Wyatt!" Willow yelled, rushing back to help him up. "You're bleeding?" "I'd rather bleed than die. Let's go," Wyatt said, dragging her forward. But he couldn't run any longer. His leg didn't work right. "Something's wrong," he warned, slowing as he limped. "Yeah, something's wrong. You were shot in that leg and then decided to do some renovation work with it, too. Why'd you run into that fence?" "It's not like I wanted to," Wyatt snapped as they hurried around the house and continued north. Behind them, gunfire continued, high-pitched barks from pistols contrasting with the deep bass of shotgun blasts. They grew closer to the tree line, then worked their way back out toward the street. Wyatt stopped, facing back the way they'd come as the neighborhood came to an end. "Listen," he said, holding his breath as his heart hammered in his chest. "The fighting had stopped," Willow whispered, breathing hard. "Somebody won?" "But who?" asked Willow. In the distance, a dog barked again, a low baying wail. "That's not a good sign. I hope Gary and Carl didn't have families in that house, Wyatt said. A single person walked out into the intersection at the next block south, the street where they'd met Gary and Carl. It was one of the teenagers. They had a gun but didn't raise it. The kid walked into the middle of the intersection like he owned it and looked around slowly, then spotted Wyatt and Willow and froze. "Why isn't he coming after us?" Willow asked. "I don't know, and I don't care. Look," Wyatt said, pointing across the street. He stood next to his wife in front of a big sign that proclaimed they'd reached the Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport and smiled. They made it. In the distance, across the runways, were several lines of what looked like rentable storage unit buildings. Lines of small aircraft sat anchored to the ground, some covered in tarps. Behind them were a few taller hangars, all huddled near a modest control tower. A terminal building, its bright glass windows reflecting the sunlight, sat at the base of the tower. A line of planes waited on the runway, but it wasn't the orderly day-to-day traffic that one could expect at an airport. Seemingly at random, the planes lined up on the tarmac just took off. They'd roll down the runway and pick up speed, engines roaring about a second later because of the time it took for the sound to reach them until they leapt from the ground and clawed their way into the cloudy skies. There were people, lots of people, milling around near the base of the tower, but from that distance, Wyatt couldn't make out who they were. Several boxy dark green and desert tan trucks, a menacing reminder of the military presence, were parked on the edges of the crowd. "It looks like the military's here keeping order," Wyatt muttered. He glanced back at the kid in the street, now squatting and watching them. "They don't want to provoke someone they can't fight. We made it." "It's about time someone took charge," Willow said, trying to catch her breath. Wyatt glanced over his shoulder one more time and smiled. The gangbanger at the intersection squatted on his heels, watching them. He raised his gun and tapped the side of his head in what Wyatt could only interpret as a salute. "Farewell! You fought well, but don't come back. Those kids are probably running wild all through these houses. I bet they're looting and just waiting for a chance to catch us if we come back," Wyatt said, nodding toward the gangbanger. "We're the ones who got away," Willow muttered. "Not today, kiddo," Wyatt muttered. He raised his own gun in salute and tucked it in the waistband at the small of his back. The kid stood, then sauntered back down the street like he didn't have a care in the world. Wyatt took Willow's hand and turned back to the airport. "Come on, let's see if we can find a plane. You think they have in-flight food service?" Willow asked lightly as they crossed through the smashed gate and looked at the crumpled chain-link fencing that had been run over. "At this point, I'll settle for a seat," Wyatt laughed as they took their first steps toward the planes in the distance, toward home.